Chapter 1. The Beginning with a Dog. In the 53rd year of Konoha, in the land of fire, Konoha village, the waters of the Lineage river continued to flow ceaselessly, with the shallows crystal clear, revealing the pebbles beneath, while occasionally, a few small fish leap from the surface. A striking young man with white hair stands by the riverbank alongside his equally handsome dog. The youth occasionally bends down to pick up flat, round stones to skip across the water, though his skill leaves much to be desired, as none of his throws manage to create more than 2 ripples. In stark contrast to the young man's leisurely demeanor, his dog appears restless, fidgeting as if it were an ant on a hot pan. The young man's name is Inuzuka Tsuki, a transmigrant from Blue Star, while the dog is his ninja companion, also a transmigrant from Blue Star. Now, the dog, a Siberian husky, is named Wankai by Inuzuka Tsuki, a name imbued with good fortune. At the time, Wankai was too young to voice his opinions on the name, but as he grew more aware, he contemplated raising objections. Yet, under the affectionate gaze of Inuzuka Tsuki, he ultimately became reconciled to it. Inuzuka Tsuki believed that since both he and Wankai had crossed over from Blue Star, they should distinguish themselves from the less enlightened inhabitants of the ninja world. Compared to names like Akamaru or Kuro, Wankai was undoubtedly more pleasant to the ear. Now, after more than a decade, the boy and his dog have become inseparable in the world of Naruto. Given the dog's lifespan, it is remarkable that he remains lively after so many years. Eventually, Inuzuka Tsuki reasoned that in a world where people could breathe fire, spit water, and unleash torrents of saliva, it was not so surprising for his dog to enjoy the longer life. As the saying goes, heaven has unpredictable tempests, and man encounters both fortune and misfortune in an instant. More than a decade ago, Inuzuka Tsuki was the proprietor of a pet hospital on Blue Star. One day, on a whim, he decided to experience life as a pet nurse and began to bathe the adorably foolish husky beside him. To his astonishment, the creature turned out to be a coward terrified of water, struggling as if it were being subjected to a forceful violation while being bathed, and eventually escaping to the streets. Thus, the pair found themselves in a comical chase through the streets, and as if by some miraculous twist of fate, they suddenly passed through a grand door. The environment around them transformed dramatically, the steel jungle giving way to a serene forest and babbling brook. Initially, Inuzuka Tsuki resisted, contemplating abandoning the dog and returning home, but the door had evidently not afforded him the opportunity to surrender. By the time he looked back, that door had already dissolved in a shimmering light and vanished. To this day, Inuzuka Tsuki vividly recalls that afternoon run beneath the setting sun. It was a poignant reminder of his lost youth. Had he known how it would unfold, he would have preferred to experience life as a nurse rather than as a nurse's aide. The most frustrating part was that during the process of their transmigration, their ages had regressed. The once well-developed Inuzuka Tsuki had reverted to a diminutive form, while the husky had transformed into a blind little puppy. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself embraced and affectionately molested by a young woman, while the husky was seized by a Czechoslovakian wolf dog wearing a pirate-style eye patch. Upon overhearing the conversation between the woman and the dog, Inuzuka Tsuki realized he had crossed into the world of Naruto, and the woman who held him was his mother in this life, while the wolf dog was his father's ninja companion. Thus, he became the young scion of the Inuzuka clan, a family known for its tragic legacy of employing the technique of tooth for a tooth, which had been featured in over 720 episodes. In the peculiar world of Naruto, where it is common for 3 individuals to struggle to produce a complete set of parents, Inuzuka Tsuki initially believed he could stand out with his intact family. However, he soon rejoiced too. Soon, a few months later, both of his parents met their demise amidst the chaos of the Second Shinobi World War. As the saying goes, the ninja world is small, and there are few women. It was evident that 2 transmigrants in the same ninja realm would be too crowded, leading inevitably to one of them meeting an untimely end. Yet if it were 1 person and 1 dog, that could be somewhat acceptable. After all, aesthetics vary, and there were no conflicts of interest. When Wankai first laid eyes on Noera Rin, he scoffed at Uchiha Obito for his poor taste, questioning why he would wish to destroy the world for such an unattractive woman. The woman had dull canines, lacked fur, bore no appealing colors, and her nose was not even black. As a seasoned transmigrant with over a decade of experience, Inuzuka Tsuki found it somewhat embarrassing that he had not yet ascended to the role of Hokage, wed Tsunade, or dominated the ninja world, thus dragging down the aspirations of countless fellow transmigrants. Yet he felt no shame in this regard. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that the so-called light door had done nothing besides transporting them here, not even granting a system, leaving him feeling like an incomplete transmigrant. As a contemporary of Kakashi and Uchiha Bito, and belonging to the Inuzuka clan, which seemed devoid of prospects, relying merely on the technique of tooth for a tooth to navigate the world of ninjas, Inuzuka Tsuki felt fortunate to have emerged from the Third Shinobi World War unscathed, without missing limbs, and to have survived the Nine-Tails incident. Whoever dared to challenge him should give it a try, starting with a dog. The year Inuzuka Tsuki graduated, the notorious Deidara finally succumbed to his desire for the third Kazekage's unblemished reputation, launching a surprise attack that resulted in the death of the third Kazekage. This incident served as the catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War, with Konoha village engaging in conflict against the other four great villages. Due to his reconnaissance skills, Inuzuka Tsuki was dispatched to the front lines of the Mist Village, known for its clandestine assassinations. As is widely known, the commander of the Mist Village's army was Orochimaru, leading to numerous encounters between Inuzuka Tsuki and the legendary Sannin. It was not because some ancient Greek deity overseeing transmigration had suddenly experienced a moral awakening, bestowing Inuzuka Tsuki and Wankai with a special bloodline as an auxiliary, only to be discovered by Orochimaru. Rather, it was due to the reality that during the era of the Third War, the training of medical ninjas had not yet become widespread, and the education of ninjas in the humanities was woefully inadequate. This was one of the reasons Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi were able to graduate early. At this time, even specialized medical ninjas typically possessed only a single jutsu for healing and wound sutures, entirely ignorant of fundamental knowledge regarding blood vessels, meridians, and internal organs. In the midst of this sea of ignorance, Inuzuka Tsuki, a college graduate with a background in veterinary medicine, suddenly shone like a beacon of advanced biological knowledge. He was grateful for the nation's 9-year compulsory education and for his parents, who had insisted he attend university even under the threat of disownment, which enabled him to excel in this new world. 9 years of compulsory education are truly remarkable. Thus, due to his professional qualifications, Inuzuka Tsuki caught Orochimaru's eye and was later taken on as a disciple. Unlike other lackluster disciples, such as Akamichi Kirui, Inuzuka Tsuki was considered a true product of Orochimaru, receiving nearly all of his teachings. Before the Third War commenced, the third Hokage regarded Orochimaru with the thought, "This child is akin to me," while Inuzuka Tsuki was indeed the crown prince of Konoha. However, as the war progressed, when the third Hokage encountered Minato Namikaze, his thoughts shifted to Orochimaru lacks virtue, you ought to strive for better, leading to a significant decline in Inuzuka Tsuki's status. Being in the midst of it all, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself in agreement with the third Hokage's actions. As for Orochimaru, now he should still be referred to as Snake Uncle. He truly adhered to none of the traditions, which explained why the third Hokage was reluctant to endorse him as Hokage. What happened to the traditions of the Hokage lineage? Shouldn't the proper initiation involve a test to snatch bells? Why did the evaluation criteria under Orochimaru devolve into a biology exam and a duel against a Mist Village Jounin, during which Inuzuka Tsuki narrowly escaped being captured by the Jounin? After being bound to Orochimaru's chariot of ambition, Inuzuka Tsuki successfully navigated through to the end of the Third War. As for whether he would be marginalized by the village like Akamichi Kirui after Orochimaru's defection, Inuzuka Tsuki could hardly concern himself with such thoughts. Would he prefer to be a mere shadow in Konoha 10 years later, indulging in Ichiraka ramen and singing songs, or should he confront the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist now? Anyone with a shred of common sense would know the better choice. Another adage states that a person without foresight will inevitably face immediate troubles. In his quest to resolve his current dilemmas, Inuzuka Tsuki chose to apprentice under Orochimaru, and now it was time to address the looming concerns ahead. At this moment, Wankai was frantically pacing by the riverbank, his interest in marking territory and seeking female dogs entirely forgotten. Chapter 2. To defect or not to defect. Seeing Inuzuka Tsuki continuing to leisurely skip stones, Wankai could no longer contain himself. Big brother, stop skipping stones. Just because you can't become Senju Hashirama by skipping, and you can't become Uchiha Madara either. Orochimaru is about to make his move, so we need to decide whether to stick with him or draw a clear line. You need to make a decision quickly. Noticing his companion's eyes clouded with worry, Inuzuka Tsuki finally ceased his actions and replied, "What decision?" "Of course, we will continue to follow Orochimaru Sensei." Upon hearing his leader's plan, the husky shivered with fear. "Big brother, someone as formidable as Orochimaru has been killed after defecting. Do we stand a chance of survival with our little bodies if we follow him? Honestly, I think we should just sell ramen in Konoha village. I've heard that this profession is the safest." The dog's face was a picture of terror, but Inuzuka Tsuki remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he began to reason with Wankai. "Wankai, our situation is quite different from that of my little apprentice, Akamichi Karui. She knows nothing of Orochimaru Sensei's experiments. However, many are aware of my role as his assistant in forbidden jutsu experiments. If Orochimaru Sensei were to defect, I would undoubtedly be a prime target for scrutiny. Though I have never participated in any live experiments involving village ninjas, having performed autopsies on so many comrades during the Third Shinobi World War, I doubt Konoha will overlook that. How disheartening." Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's analysis, Wankai howled in frustration, finally despondently lamenting, "Alas, it seems I'm destined to become a traitorous dog. My premium gourmet dog food, luxurious bath products, and exquisite paw care woe is me. Who says you have to become a traitor? If I don't betray, what else can I do? Should I simply wait here in Konoha for my demise? Boss, I've always been unwaveringly loyal. Although my life in Konoha has improved, even if you're suspected and hunted by them, I will still stand by your side. My head may be severed and blood may flow, but my loyalty shall never wane," Wankai declared with steadfast conviction. We're not at that juncture yet. Hearing his loyal companion's heartfelt declaration, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a touch of warmth within. Having traversed to this unfamiliar realm, with no kin by his side, even the members of the Inuzuka clan paled in comparison to the reliability of his devoted dog. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki continued, "I have yet to mention the second reason for staying with Orochimaru Sensei. Boss, please enlighten me." Inuzuka Tsuki tossed another pebble into the water and remarked, "I've already reached the age of 15, and my strength has hit a bottleneck. As my body grows, there may be slight improvements in my abilities, but once I reach my peak, my strength will gradually decline, and I will not achieve any significant breakthroughs. I have exhausted the potential of the Inuzuka clan." Inuzuka Tsuki was not jesting. The Inuzuka clan belonged to the category of combat and reconnaissance ninja families. Clan members typically possessed wind, earth, and yang chakra attributes, characterized by their robust physiques and accelerated healing from injuries. However, the Inuzuka clan is not a bloodline family and lacks any extraordinary abilities, possessing only secret techniques suited to their physical attributes. In the world of Naruto, bloodlines can be divided into two categories. The first includes physical mutation bloodlines, such as Byakugan, Sharingan, and Shikatsu-myaku, which, if not inherited at birth, cannot be acquired in this lifetime unless through bloodline transplantation. The second category involves bloodlines like lava release, boil release, and magnet release, formed by the fusion of two basic chakra attributes. The most notable among these is dust release, developed and perfected by the second Tsuchikage and the third Tsuchikage. Such bloodlines can be cultivated through rigorous training, yet they present challenges, particularly regarding the precise ratios of chakra fusion. For instance, if a 5050 ratio of wind and lightning chakra could yield magnet release, it would be commonplace and not regarded as a secret technique by Sunagakure. However, if the fusion requires precise ratios down to 3, 4, or 5 decimal places like 31.4159 of wind chakra, combining with 68.5841 of lightning chakra to form magnet, release the difficulty escalates exponentially, making success reliant on more than mere luck. Ninjas who master the second category of bloodline fusion will instinctively remember the chakra ratios through prolonged use, with this memory even ingrained at the genetic level, leading to the emergence of families like Mizuna Mizuki, known for their ice release. Due to narrative necessity, this is merely one perspective, a whimsical analysis. During the Third Shinobi World War, Inuzuka Tsuki scavenged numerous corpses of bloodline ninjas while following Orochimaru, one of which belonged to a ninja proficient in steel release. Steel release is derived from the fusion of earth release and yang release, and its synthesis is not overly difficult, making it a relatively common bloodline limit in the ninja world. In the original series, many ninjas capable of utilizing steel release, such as those from Iwagakure and Kirigakure, have exhibited this ability. By analyzing the corpse of the steel release ninja, Inuzuka Tsuki mastered steel release and subsequently developed the wind release chakra mode by emulating the Hidden Cloud Village's secret technique, lightning release chakra mode. Essentially, he enveloped his body and ninja blade in a layer of wind release chakra, enhancing his agility while forming a protective wind chakra coating around himself. The wind release chakra mode also allows for the extension of his ninja blade's length, akin to Asuma Sarutobi's wind release chakra knives. Steel release serves to prevent injuries from his own wind release chakra and can withstand high-speed impacts. By the latter stages of the Third Shinobi World War, Inuzuka Tsuki finally found his footing on the battlefield. With a wind release chakra mode granting him speed as swift as the wind, he donned a light blue wind chakra cloak and wielded a 3-meter-long wind chakra ninja blade, cutting his way from the land of whirlpools to the land of water, earning the title of Blue Flash from Kirigakure. Of course, Inuzuka Tsuki understood his own limitations. While Namake's Minato could instill fear across the four great nations, he could merely intimidate Kirigakure. His prowess was merely that of an elite genin, with a significant distance still to cover before reaching the level of Kage. Were he to face the Raikage or Killer Bee at the border of the Land of Lightning, he would last at most 3 minutes, for his chakra capacity only allowed him to maintain both steel release and wind release chakra mode for that duration. Pausing for a moment, Inuzuka Tsuki continued, "In a world like Naruto, effort determines the minimum, while talent defines the maximum. Can you awaken the Byakugan, Sharingan, Rinnegan, or Sage Body? If not, to enhance your strength, you must seek alternative paths." Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's analysis, Wankai furrowed his brow into a deep furrow. After scratching his neck with his hind leg, he sighed, "That may be true. I cannot awaken the Sharingan, only my titanium alloy dog eyes. But what does that have to do with Orochimaru? In the world of Naruto, one's standing is dictated by their lineage, while we common folk must rely on technology." As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki flung the last round stone from his hand, and this time it finally floated across the water to the opposite side. "It seems we brothers can only become rogue ninjas and rogue dogs. I must hurry back to prepare. My food bowl, chew toys, and luxurious dog food must all be packed, and I should bring a little extra. Speaking of which, I might just be the first dog in the history of the ninja world to become a rogue ninja." Though Wankai initially felt increasingly dejected, the thought of becoming the first rogue dog to make history ignited his excitement anew. Chapter 3. The 350 million decoration who said we must become rogue ninjas? Inuzuka Tsuki reiterated his refusal to embrace that path, then cautioned Wankai, a thug who does not think can only ever be a mere pawn. After offering this admonition, Inuzuka Tsuki continued, "There are 2 plans. The first is to have Orochimaru's sensei become the 5th Hokage." Upon hearing this, Wankai expressed his inner turmoil. "Boss, have you lost your senses? Suggesting Orochimaru as the 5th Hokage? It would be far more difficult to have Sarutobi Hiruzen select him again than for me to eat excrement once more. Moreover, it appears that Orochimaru has abandoned the notion of becoming Hokage. Even I, a mere dog, can perceive the disappointment in his eyes since Sarutobi supported Minato Namake's as the 4th Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allied himself with Danzo to conduct those would release experiments on living subjects. At this point, he seems indifferent to the idea of becoming Hokage." Wankai promptly began to analyze the plan proposed by Inuzuka Tsuki. Tsuki couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that her dog was quite receptive to advice. Just moments after suggesting he think critically, he immediately took on the role of an advisor, albeit without hitting the mark. In response to Wansai's analysis, Tsuki corrected him. The position of Hokage is not merely a delicate flower. The 2nd Hokage engaged in live experiments as well. and he did so under the official auspices of Konoha, ultimately dying heroically in the hidden cloud village and even being memorialized on the stone tablets. Human experimentation is hardly a stain on one's reputation. Furthermore, who established the rule that Hokage must be a direct successor? What gives Sarutobi the right to embody the will of fire? If one day, my teacher and I embody the will of fire more profoundly than him, then the title of Hokage rightfully belongs to us. Afterward, Tsuki added reassuringly, rest assured, I know how to assist Orochimaru-sensei in vying for the position of 5th Hokage. Even if that fails, we can implement an alternative strategy, akin to what Kabuto did, acting as intermediaries between Orochimaru-sensei and Danzo. There will always be a way. Upon hearing his leader's unwavering confidence, Inuzuka Tsuki finally let out a sigh of relief and complimented, you are truly wise, my leader. With a swift motion, he cast over a dozen stones into the air, seeking the right feeling. At last, he found his rhythm, launching the finest stone from his grasp. It spun rapidly, gliding across the river's surface, sending forth a cascade of splashes before successfully landing on the opposite bank. After throwing the last stone, Inuzuka Tsuki dusted off his hands and turned towards the gates of Konoha. It was time to execute his plan. He had long contemplated that if Orochimaru were to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage, he would become the foremost heir to the most formidable violent organization in the ninja world. Even if Orochimaru declined the position, he would not choose to defect. Konoha boasted the most comprehensive legacy of ninjutsu and the richest resources of shinobi, making it the most valuable asset in the ninja realm. He would not abandon it lightly. As the saying goes, he wished to reclaim his dignity, not to prove his greatness, but to convey that what he had lost must be regained. Inuzuka Tsuki had his pride. After serving as the heir to the Hokage for so long, he found himself suddenly rendered invisible. Konoha was not a domain of the Sarutobi. Why should he, Inuzuka Tsuki, be the one to defect, rather than Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping down? With a decisive gesture, he initiated the unsealing technique. In the seldom-trodden death forest, Inuzuka Tsuki stood alone before an unremarkable boulder, weaving hand signs to dispel the seal upon it. The boulder began to shift slowly, revealing a dark and foreboding cave behind it, reminiscent of a passageway to the abyss. This was one of Orochimaru's experimental bases, a core laboratory among his many. Today, Inuzuka Tsuki had come to meet Orochimaru, deliberately leaving his canine companion behind, for Orochimaru had an aversion to the incessant chatter of his dog. Previously, the dog's loose tongue had caused Inuzuka Tsuki considerable trouble. During a visit to the restroom alongside Orochimaru, the dog had blurted out in surprise, Lord Orochimaru, so you stand to urinate. To this day, Inuzuka Tsuki vividly recalled the afternoon he encountered 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield. At that time, his abilities were still immature, and his new techniques were undeveloped. He and his dog had barely escaped the onslaught of flying blades and lightning-infused strikes, returning to the Konoha camp in a near-fatal state. Since then, he had refrained from bringing his outspoken dog to meet Orochimaru, fearing that a slip of the tongue could lead to dire consequences. As he traversed the corridor to its conclusion, Inuzuka Tsuki pushed open the stone door at the end. Inside lay a laboratory that exuded an almost sci-fi aesthetic, distinctly different from the traditional ninja world. At that moment, over a dozen shadow clones were gathered around the experimental table, some intently observing test tubes, while others diligently perused various texts. Hearing the sounds behind him, one of the figures turned around and spoke in a hoarse yet magnetic voice. It's you, Tsuki. Given your temperament, I would expect you to dislike this place. When Inuzuka Tsuki first heard Orochimaru's raspy voice, he was so frightened that his legs trembled and he felt a dampness in his trousers. However, he later discovered that, after repeated exposure, it was not as terrifying as he initially thought. Even after spending a year in close proximity to Sadako, he could share a meal with a composed demeanor. Orochimaru was not as fearsome as he seemed. Neither master nor disciple were fond of idle chatter. So Orochimaru's first inquiry was about Tsuki's purpose for visiting. In response, Tsuki got straight to the point. Master Orochimaru, we are out of funds. The issue of money was a shared concern for both of them. Every time Tsuki broached the topic of finances, Orochimaru would become visibly agitated. They were not impoverished. As Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a renowned figure in the ninja world with countless high-level missions to his name. Though he hailed from a humble background, he had amassed considerable wealth. As Orochimaru's financial manager, Tsuki handled sums that could only be described as astronomical, far exceeding what an ordinary elite jonin from Konoha could manage, enough to terrify even Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet, the many new ventures Orochimaru embarked upon consumed funds at an alarming rate, leaving no trace of their expenditure. The technological advancements of the Blue Planet far surpassed those of the ninja world. Although Tsuki was not a high-end tech talent in his previous life, he had gleaned various research directions from popular science articles. Initially, Orochimaru was indifferent to Tsuki's suggestions, but he soon realized that many of Tsuki's ideas were remarkably feasible, with some even surpassing his own imagination. Many of Tsuki's proposals proved to have practical applications, such as the development of bloodline techniques for D-jutsu, cloning, external seals, and chakra computers. Each project's potential was astonishingly promising. As an inquisitive individual with an insatiable curiosity for the mysteries of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was reluctant to abandon any path. Consequently, the number of research projects under his purview expanded exponentially, creating an ever-widening funding gap. In the original narrative, Orochimaru focused solely on the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which provided him with ample resources. Now, with the burden of multiple projects, his savings accumulated from past missions were quickly dwindling. At their most desperate, Tsuki even resorted to selling cloned heads of Orochimaru on the black market. The bounty on Orochimaru's head was a staggering 350 million ryo, akin to the worth of a Yonko in another world, 10 times that of a Suma Sarutobi. Moreover, Tsuki capitalized on the absence of instant communication technology in the ninja world, selling a cloned head across the black markets of the lightning, earth, water, and wind countries, amassing a total of 1.4 billion ryo in one fell swoop. It was a one-time transaction, and Tsuki seized the opportunity with vigor. After that, both he and Orochimaru found themselves blacklisted from the ninja world's underbelly. It was likely that the current Kage of the lightning, earth, water, and wind countries had a replica of Orochimaru's head prominently displayed on their desks, a rather extravagant decoration purchased for 350 million ryo, which Tsuki certainly could not bring himself to discard. Chapter 4. Orochimaru's resolute decision to depart. To Tsuki's astonishment, when he broached the subject of funding, Orochimaru unexpectedly did not pull a long face. Instead, he calmly stated, "Elder Danzo is currently our project supporter. We should draft an additional funding proposal for him." Observing Orochimaru's demeanor, Tsuki felt a jolt of apprehension, sensing that persuading him might not go as smoothly as anticipated. Nevertheless, he complied and replied, "Master Orochimaru, while Elder Danzo may not possess high intelligence, his character leaves much to be desired, making it increasingly difficult for us to extract funds from him." Many held disdain for Shimura Danzo's character. However, as an investor, he could easily toss out billions without a second thought and did not even bother to send an auditor. Even if his appearance was severely lacking, Tsuki still regarded Danzo as an angel for all entrepreneurs, a well-funded investor who lacked technical understanding, but was exceptionally charismatic. Danzo was unaware that Tsuki and Orochimaru had already dismissed the research direction of Hashirama's cell transplantation. The 6 billion ryo he had contributed had not gone towards the project at all. Instead, it was funneled entirely into Orochimaru's other research endeavors. Upon hearing that Orochimaru wished to solicit further funding from Danzo, Tsuki could only respond with helplessness. In addressing Danzo, Tsuki naturally employed the honorific elder, a reflection of the influence Orochimaru had on him over time. As both had spent considerable time together, it was inevitable that they would affect one another. While Orochimaru was influenced by Tsuki, Tsuki was also shaped by Orochimaru, the most evident change being his adoption of the polite language customary in Orochimaru's teachings, reminiscent of his previous life as Kabuto. "This time he will surely agree," Orochimaru remarked confidently, showing no concern for Tsuki's apprehensions. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His ominous premonition had finally come to pass. He cautiously inquired, "Are you preparing to leave Konoha, sensei?" The funding for the experiment involving the Hashirama cells had been allocated, and the experimental product, Yamato, had already been handed over to Danzo. It was evident that Danzo would not be inclined to release any further funds. To ensure Danzo's continued financial support, Orochimaru had evidently forged a new understanding with him. "Focus on your own tasks, Tsuki." In response to Tsuki's probing, Orochimaru neither confirmed nor denied, but instead furrowed his brow, his tone marked by an unusual severity, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. "What a pity, sensei. In fact, I have discovered a new funding solution. I came here to discuss this with you. If you could become Hokage, the implementation of the plan would proceed much more smoothly." Sensing Orochimaru's reaction, Inuzuka Tsuki realized that this persuasion would likely be futile. Yet he pressed on, hoping to convince him to remain as Hokage. At that moment, Tsuki gazed at Orochimaru with eager anticipation, wishing he would allow him to present his proposal. Observing his disciple's hopeful gaze, Orochimaru, through the layers of the laboratory walls, cast a derisive smile toward the Hokage building and remarked, "Ever since the selection of the 4th Hokage, I have contemplated leaving Konoha. This is also why Danzo sought me out. Moreover, sensei, your faculties seem to be waning. You continue to build support for me while hesitating to step down. Your reluctance for power is truly distasteful." Elder Danzo is clearly well acquainted with Sensei Sarutobi. He intends to reveal his final card only when the announcement of my succession is made, thus not only thwarting my ascension to Hokage but also undermining Sarutobi's reputation, an endeavor that serves him doubly well. However, I fear he may never see that day, Tsuki. You say that Elder Danzo's intelligence is lacking, but only in comparison to you. In closing, Orochimaru offered a subtle compliment to Tsuki, evidently pleased with him. In the original narrative, Orochimaru's defection occurred in the 52nd year of Konoha, which was last year. Now, influenced by Inuzuka Tsuki, the master and disciple only began collaborating with Danzo in the 52nd year. While the lack of funding played a role, the primary reason lay in Sarutobi Hiruzen's persistent refusal to resign. After regaining power, the old man clung to authority for an additional 2 years. dragging the timeline from the 51st to the 52nd year, which ultimately led to Orochimaru's profound disappointment and his subsequent turn to Danzo for financial support. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Inuzuka Tsuki silently scoffed. Back when Danzo first summoned them, both master and disciple were utterly destitute. Orochimaru had clearly sought Danzo's financial backing. Yet now he refused to acknowledge it. It is worth noting that Danzo had invested over 600 million, while Orochimaru's bounty was initially valued at 350 million. If he had haggled, he could have purchased 2 bounties of Orochimaru. Now, the situation had changed significantly. Tsuki had already driven down the market price of Orochimaru's bounty for the families of the shinobi world. And now 600 million could buy all the existing bounties of Orochimaru on the market. In the past, Tsuki had even entertained the thought of lowering the bounty for Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was an 800 million project. However, Hiruzen frequently appeared in public, leaving no opportunity for deception. Yet, Tsuki had no intention of bringing this up, instead stating, Senior Danzo merely indulges in petty schemes in the face of overwhelming circumstances. He is utterly insignificant. I have already devised a plan to dismantle Senior Danzo's trump cards, and with proper coordination, the chances of success are quite high. My master is currently the foremost candidate to inherit the title of Hokage, and it would be a pity to relinquish that without reason. Moreover, I believe that even without my involvement, should you, Orochimaru-sensei, desire to ascend as the 5th Hokage, Danzo is hardly a worthy obstacle. He is too shadowy, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. As Tsuki concluded, he adeptly reciprocated Orochimaru's flattery. However, it was evident that Orochimaru was resolute in his decision to leave Konoha, showing no inclination to hear Tsuki's detailed plans. Faced with such a situation, Tsuki abandoned his attempts to persuade Orochimaru. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Tsuki declined to accompany Orochimaru on his departure, expressing his intention to join Danzo's route as a liaison for both parties. They then discussed a few additional details before finally concluding all formal matters. Once all business was addressed, Orochimaru dispelled all shadow clones and retrieved a scroll from the corner safe of the laboratory. Observing this, Tsuki swiftly prepared a pot of tea. Knowing that the memory shock from dispelling numerous shadow clones could be quite overwhelming, especially with Orochimaru still engaged in research, the two moved to the adjacent lounge, where Tsuki poured a cup of tea for Orochimaru and filled one for himself. After sipping the tea to alleviate the memory shock, Orochimaru unfurled the scroll, performed a series of seals, and released its contents, a stack of technical documentation and a lump of material resembling molded clay. This is for you, Tsuki. It comprises the steel release technique and wind release chakra mode you developed, both of which are promising jutsu. However, these techniques require substantial chakra support. You are still troubled by insufficient chakra, aren't you? As he spoke, Orochimaru tossed the clay-like substance to Tsuki and continued. Do you remember 2 years ago? In that secluded deep mountain, the family that went mad from absorbing natural energy? You're referring to the family of Shugo, right? I recall they were hiding in a desolate mountain with scarce natural energy, living a life akin to that of ascetic monks to avoid the corruption of natural energy. As Tsuki took the clay from Orochimaru, he examined it closely. The front of the clay bore the imprint of 3 tomo forming a curse mark, identical to the one Orochimaru had implanted on Sasuke in the original narrative, while the back featured 2 rows of claw-like barbs. This material, though soft like clay, possessed remarkable resilience, exuding a warmth akin to real human skin. After observing the object, Tsuki pondered for a moment and remarked, at that time, we promised to help them resolve their physical vulnerabilities, which is why the clan leader sent Shugo to serve under you. Upon meticulously inspecting the clay inscribed with the curse mark, Tsuki surmised that it was likely the product of the external curse mark proposal he had suggested. Although a definitive solution had yet to be found, through in-depth research on that clan's unique constitution, they had yielded this byproduct, which I have named the Sage Art Curse Mark. When affixed to the human body, the Sage Art Curse Mark absorbs natural energy at a specific frequency, assisting ninjas in entering a shallow sage mode. Please utilize it. I am also providing you with the research materials of that clan. As he spoke, Orochimaru handed over a scroll, casually advising, natural energy is perilous. Should any anomalies arise in your body, be sure to remove it immediately. After listening to Orochimaru's introduction, Inuzuka Tsuki began to scrutinize the Sage Technique seal in his hand. This artifact bore effects akin to the toad oil from Maiboka Mountain, facilitating the absorption of natural energy. However, considering the perilous nature of natural energy, this external seal had a speed limit feature integrated. It resembled a Wi-Fi connection with a speed cap, allowing the seal to absorb surrounding natural energy at a controlled rate, ensuring that the ninja could withstand the encroachment of natural energy. As they conversed, the seal suddenly trembled as if it possessed life, seemingly eager to attach itself to a person. Driven by the natural energy, once the seal was unsealed, it began to absorb the ambient natural energy. If not affixed to a human promptly, it would quickly turn to stone. Orochimaru casually explained this. Observing this, Inuzuka Tsuki hastily resealed the seal within the scroll, not daring to linger. Time was of the essence, as many matters awaited his attention. The wood-release transplant plan that Orochimaru provided to Danzo had been persistently stalled. Despite the substantial investment, results had yet to materialize, which was also the reason for Danzo's reluctance to reveal his trump card. However, it was evident that Danzo was not a patient or compassionate senior. After Orochimaru's defection, Inuzuka Tsuki had to devise a way to handle Danzo himself, lest he become the target of various anti-leak seals from the root. Chapter 5. Uchiha Shursui in the Land of Fire. Konoha village now resembled a vast construction site. The Nine-Tails incident, occurring in the 51st year of Konoha, had devastated half of the village's structures like a natural disaster, resulting in numerous casualties and severely impairing the village's vitality. Even with the daimyo injecting substantial funds, 2 years were insufficient to heal the wounds inflicted by this calamity, and even now, many buildings in Konoha remained under construction. As the victor of the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Fire reaped numerous benefits, all reliant on Konoha's military deterrence. The daimyo clearly dared not witness Konoha's downfall, thus allocating funds for repairs. Although 2 years had passed, the pain from this disaster had not faded, compounded by the minor border skirmishes with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. As a result, pedestrians on the streets of Konoha appeared burdened with worries, their serious expressions devoid of any semblance of joy. The commercial district was similarly desolate, the entire village shrouded in a pall of gloom, with the only relatively lively place being the mission reception area. During the Shinobi Wars, lower-ranked ninjas could still perform minor tasks, but their combat prowess was nearly meaningless against tailed beasts, necessitating the reliance on elite J-Nin and Special J-Nin for containment. The casualties among J-Nin and Special J-Nin during the Nine-Tails incident had surpassed those of the Third Shinobi World War, leading to a severe shortage of elite combatants in Konoha. Nevertheless, the prestige gained from being the victors of the Third Shinobi World War brought Konoha significant recognition. This contradiction resulted in a backlog of missions, with many tasks languishing in the mission reception area due to a lack of personnel. At the mission reception area, a small boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12, approached, picking up the mission list and inquiring about a particular B-rank mission. "Excuse me, is this a solo mission?" The boy, youthful and innocent, was none other than Uchiha Shursui, clad in a blue ceremonial robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan insignia. He eschewed the customary green vests of Ch-Nin and J-Nin, instead carrying a short blade at his back. No. Upon realizing the task was being taken by a member of the Uchiha clan, the staff at the reception immediately shifted from friendliness to tension, coldly uttering 2 words. The pain from the Nine-Tails incident still lingered, the enormous 3-tomo in the Nine-Tails eyes vividly remembered from that fateful night. Although no evidence linked the Uchiha clan to the incident, the people's pent-up anger sought an outlet. While that outlet would eventually be Naruto, for now, it was evidently the Uchiha clan bearing the brunt of this animosity. "What about this one?" Hearing the response, Shursui's expression turned somewhat distressed. At this time, Uchiha Itachi's strength had yet to fully develop, and his clan members rarely shared his ideals, leading to a disconnect. The ninjas from the same village had distanced themselves from the Uchiha clan due to the Nine-Tails incident. In a moment of frustration, Shursui struggled to find a companion for the mission and pointed to another B-rank task, asking once more, "This one isn't either?" The staff, barely glancing at him, impatiently replied. Receiving yet another cold rejection, Shursui quietly pointed to the task requirements listed behind, murmuring, "But the requirements clearly state it's a solo mission." This statement ignited the staff's anger, the earlier coldness instantly replaced by fury as they shouted, "I am responsible for the mission reception, if I say it's not." Then at ISNT, "You damned Uchiha." Before the staff could finish, a light voice interrupted from the entrance. Clear enough to reach the ears of both individuals, it was Inuzuka Tsuki. He approached, accompanied by his dog, Wankai, and casually took the mission list from Shursui's hands. Pointing at the second task Shursui had indicated, he spoke softly, "Shinya, this mission is clearly marked as a solo task. Why aren't you distributing it according to the regulations? I do not recall the village granting you such authority." The ninja on duty at the mission reception was named Inuzuka Shinya, Tsuki's younger clan brother, with his dog, Wankai, being a subordinate to Tsuki's pet. Upon witnessing an interruption, Wankai, who had been lazily dozing on the ground, suddenly opened his heavy-lidded eyes and stood up, glaring fiercely at Inuzuka Tsuki, determined to protect his master from any perceived insult. The loyalty of the dog was evident, yet after receiving a sharp glance from Wankai, Shinya immediately tucked his tail and whimpered, even rolling over to expose his white belly. Although the serious demeanor of the husky appeared somewhat foolishly endearing, Wankai had no intention of testing whether his master truly resembled his appearance. His clan brother was a disciple of Orochimaru, having earned a reputation as a blue flash on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War. Presently, it was likely that Orochimaru would ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage, elevating his clan brother's status even higher. Moreover, his brother had enriched the clan's legacy by introducing steel release and wind release chakra modes, benefiting the entire family. Faced with his serious clan brother, Inuzuka Shinya felt a lump in his throat, struggling to swallow, yet stubbornly declared, "Brother, I am not in the wrong. These Uchiha are a bunch of untrustworthy individuals." Upon hearing his cousin insist on his innocence, Inuzuka Tsuki let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It seems you are aware of your wrongdoing. I must have mentioned that one should refrain from making hasty judgments without evidence, whether on the battlefield or in the village, especially when such judgments concern our comrades. Since you recognize your mistake, you ought to apologize to Shisui-kun immediately." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki stepped aside, allowing Inuzuka Aoi the space to bow. "Cousin," Inuzuka Aoi exclaimed. His face flushed with indignation. Even Shisui, standing nearby, awkwardly interjected, "There's no need to apologize, Tsuki-senpai. This is not a significant matter. It is imperative that you apologize, Shisui-kun. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, you should understand the principles at play. Our starting point as ninja is indeed higher than that of ordinary shinobi. Yet our clan does not offer unconditional support. We represent our family and must not act recklessly." Inuzuka Tsuki flatly rejected Uchiha Shisui's plea and continued, "Aoi, apologize. If you do not, upon returning home, I shall personally visit the Uchiha clan to offer an apology on behalf of our family." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki fell silent, patiently awaiting Inuzuka Aoi's apology. "I'm sorry," Inuzuka Aoi shouted, tears welling in his eyes, before bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "All right. Let us proceed with the task assignments." Upon hearing the apology from his younger clan member, Inuzuka Tsuki chose not to dwell on the matter, as it was merely a fleeting exchange and not a significant issue. He then picked up the mission scroll again, pointing to the first task outlined by Shisui, inquiring, "Shisui-kun, would you like to find companions to tackle this mission together? If you do not mind, I would be willing to join you." Suddenly presented with this olive branch from Tsuki, Uchiha Shisui's expression bore a hint of disbelief after the Nine Tails incident. The Uchiha clan seldom received goodwill from their fellow village ninjas. "Senpai Tsuki, are you truly willing to team up with me?" Shisui asked, somewhat incredulous. "Indeed. But you must heed my commands. Can you manage that?" Tsuki replied with a smile. "Rest assured, I will comply with your arrangements," Shisui exclaimed, hurriedly bowing to Tsuki. After finalizing their partnership, Tsuki turned to the still visibly aggrieved Inuzuka Aoi and said, "Aoi, please assist me in accepting this mission." He then added, "Aoi, you are an outstanding member of our clan. I hope you can reflect deeply on today's events. If you still cannot comprehend it, it will signify that your potential is limited." With that, Tsuki accepted the mission scroll that Aoi respectfully presented, opening it to review the details. Chapter 6. Encounters at the border. The task was straightforward. Escort a common noble from the land of fire to the neighboring land of rivers. Thanks to the protection of Konoha, the security within the land of fire was relatively stable, with few bandits or rogue ninjas along the way. However, the land of rivers lacked any ninja villages to suppress criminal activities and was renowned as a haven for rogue ninjas and bandits. Thus, this escort mission was classified as B-rank, as it was likely to attract the attention of other rogue ninjas, especially considering the noble was unfamiliar to them. After completing the necessary procedures to accept the mission, Tsuki instructed Shisui, "The client is currently in Konoha. The village will inform him that the mission has been accepted. Shisui-kun, we will gather at the main gate in 2 hours." "Understood, senpai. By the way, you can simply call me Shisui," Shisui replied, his demeanor somewhat awkward at being addressed so formally. "Very well," Tsuki responded after a brief pause, turning to leave the mission acceptance area. 2 hours later, at the gates of Konoha, Shisui and a short, white-haired young man were already waiting. Upon seeing them, Tsuki quickened his pace. The white-haired youth, veiled, bowed and said, "I entrust my safety to both of you for this journey." His voice was hoarse yet resonant, reminiscent of Orochimaru's timbre. "There is no need for formality. Within the scope of our mission, we, as Konoha ninjas, will exert our utmost efforts," Tsuki assured him. With that, he led the two to rest briefly before embarking towards the land of rivers. During the journey, Tsuki deliberately took a step back, allowing Shisui to manage all the trivial matters. Shisui did not disappoint him. He frequently checked the map, recalibrated their route, ensured they camped at suitable locations each night, and set up commendable warning traps while making impeccable choices regarding water sources. An exceptional ninja is well-rounded. Even the strongest ninja requires sustenance, rest, and recovery. Avoiding vulnerabilities during these times is an essential lesson for all ninjas. True strength is never solely reliant on a few formidable techniques. Even a ninja like Naruto, often labeled as the underachiever, spent 3 years learning from Jiraiya. Tsuki's training in this regard was meticulously imparted by Orochimaru during wartime. He observed that Shisui's performance was impeccable, prompting Tsuki to nod in approval internally. With Shisui around, countless troubles were alleviated. Tsuki, however, did not remain idle. In addition to scrutinizing Shisui's ninja skills, he allocated a significant portion of his attention to the young noble beside him. Past experiences indicated to him that this noble's background was likely more intricate than he claimed. Due to the presence of a civilian in their group, Tsuki and Shisui had to adjust their pace accordingly, resulting in a leisurely progression. After a week of travel, they finally approached the border of the Land of Fire. At this point, the landscape transformed from the flat expanse of the Land of Fire to the mountainous terrain of the Land of Rivers. The woods grew denser, and the paths became more rugged, requiring them to cross several streams intermittently. Tsuki found himself contemplating the inadequate infrastructure of the ninja world. In his view, the foundation of productive development lay in revolutionizing the utilization of new energy sources. The ninja realm's exploitation of chakra, this potent energy, was evidently not optimized. Otherwise, the state of their roadways would not be so dismal. The propensity for ninjas to provoke wars at the slightest provocation struck him as foolish. As they traversed the thick forest, the sound of crunching leaves and twigs echoed beneath their feet. Tsuki led the way, with Shursui following closely behind, vigilant for any wild beast that might emerge. Suddenly, Tsuki gestured for the trio to halt. His senses detected a group of ninjas approaching them. From the moment they left the village, Tsuki had affixed the curse seal that Orochimaru had given him, which absorbed natural energy at a certain frequency and combined it with his chakra, forming sage chakra. He discovered that maintaining a sage state over time, under the nourishment of sage chakra, gradually enhanced his physical capabilities. Although the overall improvement was modest, the cumulative effect over time was quite significant. This aligned with his hypotheses. As a short-lived species, the Great Toad Sage had survived from the era of Sage of Six Paths to the Fourth Great Ninja War, with sage techniques playing a crucial role in that longevity. However, the benefits of sage techniques did not sway Orochimaru, whose fear of death was all-encompassing. He even dreaded the aging that precedes death. Thus, despite recognizing the delaying effect of sage techniques on mortality, he concentrated his efforts on the practice of Edo Tensei instead. Currently, Tsuki maintained a mild sage mode thanks to the curse seal, allowing him to gradually enhance his physical prowess while simultaneously researching the composition of this ability. The approaching ninjas clearly did not target them. Tsuki sensed that they were not assuming an aggressive formation, but were instead in a standard travel mode. However, if both parties continued at this pace, they would inevitably collide within 10 minutes. Two standard teams, comprising 8 ninjas, were heading towards them. Their objective was not them, and they had yet to notice their presence. Conceal yourselves, Tsuki relayed to Shursui as he leapt into the treetops, utilizing the dense foliage of the primordial jungle to mask their presence. Upon hearing the information regarding Inuzuka Tsuki, Shursui refrained from further conversation and, with the client in tow, leapt onto a nearby branch alongside Inuzuka Tsuki. Before long, a contingent of Awagakure ninja came into view. The two leading Awagakure shinobi appeared to be Nin, while the 6 others were likely their squad members, presumably Nin or Jinin. Tsuki-senpai, our village is still in a state of war with Awagakure, and this is not the border of the land of Earth. What brings this group of Iwa Nin to this location? Shursui inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon hearing Shizuka's inquiry, Inuzuka Tsuki cast a bemused glance in his direction, pondering internally. This child possesses impeccable professional qualities as a ninja. Yet his intellect leaves much to be desired, reminiscent of the Navi and innocent individuals from his own university days. Nevertheless, as a disciple of Orochimaru, renowned for his expertise in nurturing young talents, Tsuki was determined not to dampen the child's enthusiasm. Instead of providing a direct answer to Shizuka, he chose to guide him thoughtfully. The catalyst for the Third Ninja War was the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage, which Sunagakure attributed to Konoha. This led to an invasion of the Leaf Village. Ultimately, though they were repelled, Sunagakure felt a profound sense of injustice regarding their defeat. If you were the leader of Sunagakure, how would you undermine the strength of Konoha without engaging in direct combat? Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's sudden inquiry, which seemed utterly unrelated to the current situation, Shizuku exhibited a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, "How can one possibly weaken the strength of the opposing village without extinguishing their living forces?" Just as Inuzuka Tsuki was about to offer further guidance, the young nobleman behind Shizuku interjected with commendation, "Shizuka-kun, rather than providing you with a direct answer, he is leading you to think critically. You are fortunate to have such a commendable senior." After a brief pause, the youth chuckled softly and continued, "Indeed. In the absence of inflicting harm upon the enemy's living forces, how might one undermine their power? Is it not a path that lies beneath?" Upon hearing the words of the youth, Inuzuka Tsuki glanced at him with slight surprise, only to soon feel a sense of understanding. Given the youth's noble lineage from the land of fire, it was hardly surprising that he was well versed in the intricate machinations of political intrigue, easily outmaneuvering the ninja class. Noticing that Shursui still bore a puzzled expression, Tsuki, feeling no inclination to continue guiding him, directly elucidated, they planned to relax certain border restrictions, allowing the Awagakure ninja to traverse through the land of wind and invade the land of fire from that direction. Subsequently, the noble youth added, "The land of wind is largely desert. They are unperturbed by the potential destruction caused by Awagakure along the way, and they could conveniently collect a toll, striking a blow against Konoha while simultaneously generating additional income. It's a win-win situation. Why wouldn't Sunagakure pursue such an inconspicuous ploy?" After the youth concluded his explanation, Tsuki summarized, "Indeed, merely trivial schemes, the lamentations of the vanquished." Chapter 7. The True Art of Ninja Tools. Boss, I haven't offended you. Why must you drag me into this? Upon hearing the phrase lamentations of the vanquished, Wankai expressed his discontent. "You are no vanquished. Stop trying to wear the disgrace of others, Tsuki retorted, exasperated. As Tsuki and the noble youth exchanged insights on the situation, unraveling the reasons behind the presence of a ocular ninja, Shisui fell into a profound silence, astonished to discover the convoluted depths of their circumstances. He could not help but reflect. Although the Uchiha clan was formidable, with its upper-tier ninjas comprising a quarter of the village, the family had long distanced itself from the corridors of power. Even if one could ascend to the position of Hokage, did they truly possess the capabilities to fulfill such a role effectively? In contrast to the village, the clan had much to catch up on. He resolved to introduce Itachi to Tsuki upon his return. Shisui quietly contemplated, recognizing Itachi's greater potential and the necessity for him to be informed about such matters. As he was destined to inherit the clan's leadership, Senior Tsuki, please safeguard our client while I eliminate those ocular ninja. With that, Shisui unsheathed the ninja blade from his back, preparing to rush forward to confront the enemy. Observing the determined stance of Uchiha Shisui, Tsuki regarded him with astonishment. In such a scenario where the enemy was clear while they remained concealed, how could this child choose to engage head-on? Was it customary for the Uchiha to fight in such a manner? What of the art of throwing ninja tools? At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's lack of experience was evident. Tsuki, resigned, rubbed his forehead, yet upon recognizing Shisui's youth, he felt a measure of understanding. After all, he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, still in a phase of rapid development, and it was natural for him to lack combat experience. Furthermore, contemplating this, Tsuki discreetly glanced at the noble youth accompanying Shisui and said, "Protect the client well, and observe closely as I impart to you the second lesson." With that, Tsuki casually retrieved a bird's nest nearby, using the droppings within to smear on his garments before venturing deeper into the dense forest. The enemy consisted of 2 upper ninjas and 6 middle or lower ninjas. Engaging directly would likely yield victory for them, yet it would inevitably deplete some of their strength. The identity of the noble youth remained ambiguous, instilling a sense of unease in Tsuki. This was not the opportune moment to confront the IWA ninjas head-on. Relying on ninja tools was the only recourse. This would provide a chance for the Uchiha clan to witness the true art of throwing ninja tools, thereby leaving an impression in their area of expertise, fostering admiration. With this thought, Tsuki created a shadow clone, splitting their forces in 2. The original Tsuki distanced himself from the ocular ninjas to set up traps, striving to secure 20 minutes for his preparations, while the shadow clone positioned itself to intercept any retreating enemies. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the ocular forces, 1 upper ninja forged ahead, while another maintained a rear guard, with the remaining 6 ninjas positioned centrally, intentionally or unintentionally shielding 2 of their comrades. To conserve energy, the squad opted against a rapid advance, moving steadily along the ground, resulting in a leisurely pace, devoid of any palpable tension, a prime opportunity for a surprise attack. Teacher, look, there's a squirrel here. The land of fire is truly bountiful. One cannot find such charming creatures in the land of earth. Among the 6 ninjas, a female ninja giggled, bouncing over to a tree to observe the squirrel above. Perhaps due to its secluded upbringing in the deep mountains, the little creature showed no fear, tilting its head curiously at the observing female ninja, appearing utterly adorable. Invoking a sense of affection, seeing that the squirrel remained unperturbed, the female ninja stepped a few paces closer, gathering fallen pine cones in her hands, attempting to entice the squirrel. Recognizing the lack of malice, the squirrel indeed descended from the tree, though it halted 2 meters away, gazing longingly at the pine nuts in the female ninja's hands. How adorable! The female ninja's eyes sparkled as she extended her arm, trying to bring the pine nuts closer to the squirrel, yet the little creature hesitated, still cautious. The female ninja was a student of the rear guard upper ninja. Observing her frivolity, the supervising upper ninja glanced at the squirrel and sternly admonished, "We are on a mission. Return to formation immediately and discard the pine nuts." What else with the hostility? The female ninja muttered under her breath, casting one last glance at the squirrel before letting out a resigned sigh and tossing the pine nuts at her feet. At last freed from the peculiar creature's grasp, the pine nuts fell to the ground, and the squirrel could no longer resist their allure, darting over to claim them. Meanwhile, the female ninja continued to gaze fondly at the charming creature at her feet when suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the squirrel's vicinity. In an instant, flames burst forth like a fireball, illuminating the entire forest. It was an explosion tack, having been seasoned by the trials of war. The experienced ninjas did not panic at the sudden shift. They swiftly assumed defensive positions, readying themselves for the next wave of assault. However, the female ninja found her legs shattered by the blast, with jagged bone fragments protruding from her knees as she writhed in agony, emitting a chilling scream that reverberated through the air. Upon hearing the anguished cries of his disciple, the rearguard Jonin felt a pang of compassion and rushed to the side of the female ninja, uttering sorrowfully, "I am truly sorry, Ayasha." With that, the rearguard Jonin drew a kunai from his tool pouch and plunged it into her heart through the gaps between her ribs, mercifully ending her life and her suffering. "Curse Konoha! I shall obliterate all of you scoundrels!" He howled to the heavens. Suddenly, beneath the spot where the female ninja had stood, a colossal fireball erupted, its explosive force far exceeding that of the first. The tremendous blast reverberated through the air, as if the very earth trembled in response. In that instant, the searing heat and pressure formed a massive fireball that devoured everything in its vicinity. The rearguard Jonin had no time to scream before he was reduced to a mere heap of flesh amidst the deafening explosion. Inuzuka Tsuki had deliberately controlled the power of the initial explosion. In the world of shinobi, interrogating captives and disposing of bodies were standard protocols. In an environment suspected of being ambushed, it was utterly impossible to carry away comrades with severed legs. Thus, they had to be dealt with. In times of war, this was certainly not the tradition of the Mist Village. Curse be it, the underground was also rigged with explosive tags. Doton, Retsudo Tench, exclaimed the leading Jonin. As he spoke, he formed hand seals and struck the ground fiercely, causing the earth within a 10-meter radius to convulse violently, fissures cracking open, and sporadic explosions of the explosive tags resonating. Within the predetermined area, the remaining 6 ninjas assumed defensive stances, bracing for the enemy's onslaught. However, they waited for a full 3 minutes, yet the anticipated new wave of attack did not materialize. The enemy is few and lacks formidable strength. They may be awaiting reinforcements. You should retreat. With that, the leading Jonin withdrew 2 kunai from his tool pouch to protect his vital points, while the remaining 5 ninjas exchanged glances, instinctively ascending the branches and swiftly retracing their steps. Yet, before they had covered 100 meters, the first, second, and third ninjas found their heads severed from their bodies. Their decapitated forms propelled forward by momentum, only to eventually tumble to the ground, devoid of control. Unbeknownst to them, the trees along their escape route had been ensnared with sharp, resilient wire. With their remarkable speed, colliding with the wires resulted in dire consequences. Upon witnessing the headless corpses of their comrades, the remaining 2 ninjas were struck with terror, hastily retreating to the side of the leading Jonin. Chapter 8. The 4th Hokage's shadow. From the moment they encountered the ambush, they had yet to lay eyes upon their adversaries. And already they had lost more than half of their combat strength, a loss that was difficult to bear. At this moment, the 3 ninjas felt a wave of dread wash over them, the atmosphere thick with tension. They stood back to back, vigilant against potential threats from all directions, fearful of meeting the same grim fate as their fallen comrades. The leading Jonin, though struggling to conceal his fear, managed to maintain his composure. While the 2 Chunin teetered on the brink of emotional collapse, having inexplicably lost 5 comrades, including a senior Jonin, as they surveyed the dense forest surrounding them, they felt as if every shadow concealed a trap, every step fraught with peril. It is in the face of the unknown that one experiences the greatest fear, which is why cinematic narratives are rife with ambushes at corners, doorways, and sudden turns. Sensing that his remaining 2 subordinates were on the verge of a breakdown, the Jonin knew he could not afford to prolong this dire situation. He had to devise a strategy to shift the balance. Yet, with no sight of the enemy and his mind in disarray, he could not formulate any effective countermeasures. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. Igniting a flicker of hope in the 3 ninjas, they hurled a flurry of shuriken into the underbrush, for it is the unknown that breeds the most fear. At that moment, the prospect of breaking free from their current plight and engaging in a fierce battle, even if it meant facing death, was a welcome relief. The shuriken sliced through the dense foliage, revealing the source of the noise, a squirrel, its tail partially severed, startled and screeching in terror. It dropped the pine cone it had been clutching and scampered up the tree trunk, casting fearful glances at the trio. Yet, the creature, evidently starving, remained reluctant to flee. Fixated on the fallen pine cone, glancing back at it longingly. The loss of 2 comrades due to the squirrel's antics left the leading Jonin feeling a surge of frustration. He felt an oppressive weight in his chest that he could not shake. Gazing at the timid squirrel atop the treetop, a sudden impulse of destruction surged within him. Cursing under his breath, he crushed the pine cone beneath his foot. Crack! The sound of the crushed nut echoed softly beneath him, yet he remained frozen in place. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. He continued to hold the pose of crushing the nut, the ripe kernel reduced to mere fragments. The squirrel, witnessing its snack being obliterated, abandoned its perch in disappointment, disappearing into the unknown. Observing their leader's peculiar behavior, one of the ninjas cautiously approached and gently prodded him. To their dismay, the leading Jonin collapsed, his gaze vacant. One ninja rushed to assess the situation while the other remained on guard. The fallen Jonin's face was ashen, a noxious black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, evidence of a potent poison. How could this be? Our side isn't scathed, and we have had no contact with the enemy. The ninja examining the body paled, hastily retrieving an antidote from his tool pouch and shoving it into his mouth, offering another to his companion. However, the vigilant ninja did not accept the antidote. Instead, she sighed, removing the leading Jonin's shoes. There, embedded in the sole, was a small iron caltrip, the very one hidden among the pine cones. In an instant, the 2 lower-ranked ninjas comprehended the truth of the ambush. Their assailant was a formidable master of psychology. The female ninja had playfully teased the forest's small creatures, creating the largest flaw in their defenses. The leading Jonin's impulsive temperament, combined with the rear-guard Jonin's inherent kindness, had led to their downfall. The enemy had merely employed a squirrel to orchestrate a meticulously crafted trap, perfectly eliminating 2 Jonin, while the lower-ranked ninjas had been disregarded entirely. As they pieced together the entire scenario of the ambush, the two lower-ranked ninjas were gripped by fear at the enemy's intricate traps, realizing their inevitable demise. The complexion of one ninja turned ghostly pale, his pupils dilating, his expression blank, resembling a standing corpse, clearly terrified beyond reason. A chilling, spine-tingling laughter escaped his throat, reverberating with unsettling resonance. "Calm down, Greystone. Stay composed. I believe we will survive," another ninja shouted. And it was only then that Inuzuka Tsuki noticed this ninja was also a woman. Yet, the distressed ninja had succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of fear, ignoring her companion's pleas and frantically bolting back the way they had come. Half a minute later, a thunderous explosion resonated through the forest. Once again shrouding the area in smoke, the fleeing ninja had evidently fallen victim to a trap, leaving behind nothing but her scattered remains. Upon hearing the final sound, the only surviving female ninja was engulfed in despair. The kunai in her hand clattered to the ground, and her legs collapsed beneath her, as if all the bones had been removed. She appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, yet she had graduated from a ninja academy. Clearly a prodigy from a Wagakure. "Ah, so this is what it feels like before death, grandfather. It seems I truly lack the talent to become a powerful ninja." Trembling, she reached for the fallen kunai, but her hands refused to obey her commands. She longed to rise, yet her legs felt as limp as noodles. "Is this where I will meet my end? How I wish to return home, to savor the sushi made by my mother, to hear my grandfather recount tales of old. And how I long to marry Deidara when I grow up." Black was enveloped in a sea of despair, awaiting her fate in silence. "Hey, stop struggling." Just as she wished to fight against her fate, two figures clad in green vests appeared before her. Inuzuka Tsuki spoke directly. "Konoha ninja, may I ask you for a favor? After the ceasefire, please deliver this necklace to Deidara in a Wagakure," Black implored, gazing at the two silhouettes. However, before she could finish the name, Inuzuka Tsuki interrupted. "Deliver it yourself. I have no intention of killing you. Tell Rasha that if Sunagakure does not wish to reignite the war, they should refrain from employing such petty tricks. We have evidence." She gestured towards the intact corpse of A.J. Nin behind her. "Also inform Noki that schemes and deceit will not alter the course of battle. They will only invite contempt. If you have the courage, come and face us directly. As for you, you are fortunate. I need a messenger to convey these words to Rasha and Noki." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki signaled Shursui to cast a genjutsu on the Wagakure genin, ensuring she would report everything that transpired here to Rasha and Noki, and then she paid no further heed to the Wagakure ninja. He had already recognized the young girl as the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, Noki, and the fourth Tsuchikage. Thus, sending a message was merely a fade to discreetly spare her life. Regardless of whether Inuzuka Tsuki admitted it, both the Wagakure and Kumogakure possessed formidable jinchuriki. Following the Nine Tails incident, Konoha was at a significant disadvantage, and to avoid provoking Noki into madness, Inuzuka Tsuki had to choose to let the girl go. Otherwise, he could easily predict the repugnant events that might unfold. With the Hinata Hayashi incident as a precedent, should Noki demand his life as a bargaining chip for a ceasefire, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely counsel him to take his own life, a truly distasteful and realistic prospect. "Are you truly letting me go?" Black, who had resigned herself to death, could scarcely believe it. "Indeed, little one, be grateful for your good grandfather." Inuzuka Tsuki mused internally, while outwardly he drew a kunai from his tool pouch and whispered, "You may not be released if you desire death." Chapter 9. The identity of the mysterious noble. After all, she was merely a 6 or 7-year-old girl, who had only recently begged the third Tsuchikage, Noki, to allow her to witness the battlefield. Black was evidently unprepared to confront death, and had been thoroughly intimidated by Inuzuka Tsuki. Upon seeing him draw the kunai, her face turned pale with fright, and the strength she had lost returned to her legs, propelling her to flee toward the forest, stumbling as she went. As she watched Black stagger away, Inuzuka Tsuki turned to the stunned Shursui and commanded, "Shursui, please take care of that corpse." He pointed to the lifeless body of the J-nin he had poisoned. "Tsuki-senpai, you were incredible. Your tactics today could be immortalized in the Ninja Academy curriculum." Uchiha Shursui exclaimed, excited as he sealed the corpse. "It's not so exaggerated. The Wagakure values teamwork. If this were a large battlefield and they had formed a proper formation, I would not have won so easily," Inuzuka Tsuki replied, gesturing to the several incomplete corpses on the ground. Their foolishness in abandoning their strengths to emulate the combat style of Kirigakure, attempting to rely on stealth and assassination, left them vulnerable to my tactics. This is also why I spared that little girl. On one hand, it serves as a warning to Rasha to cease his tricks. On the other, it is to inform Noki that Wagakure ninjas are not adept in forest combat, and such ambushes are ultimately futile. Following the Nine Tails incident, our village is not in a position to open a second front, Inuzuka Tsuki concluded. Upon hearing the final remark, the young noble's expression stiffened. It was evidently a secret he should not have been privy to, and its revelation in his presence was decidedly inappropriate. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki also turned to face the enigmatic client of their mission, stating, "It is time we discuss our patron, sir. You cannot possibly be a noble from the land of fire. Pray tell, who are you truly?" Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's doubts about his own identity, The enigmatic noble revealed a set of gleaming white teeth and began to chuckle. What a clever lad. I have heard that Orochimaru has taken on a remarkable disciple. And indeed, it appears to be true. However, I wonder where I might have inadvertently revealed a flaw. Inuzuka Tsuki paused, waiting for Shursui to prepare for battle before he spoke. Although we have traveled on foot this entire way, the physical exertion involved is not something an ordinary noble could endure. Of course, this is merely a minor issue. Perhaps you have undergone physical training as well. At that time, I was merely taking necessary precautions to minimize the exhaustion from combat with the rock shinobi. Yet, in the recent confrontation, your complete lack of fear in the face of such bloody scenes is truly perplexing. Upon hearing the words of Inuzuka Tsuki, the enigmatic youth displayed a feigned expression of enlightenment, insincerely exclaiming, "What an astute perception. I find myself somewhat reluctant to end your life. Initially, I had planned to eliminate you after you and the Ocular shinobi had exhausted yourselves in battle, but it seems you have harbored suspicions about me for quite some time. It is no wonder you chose to eradicate that group of rock ninjas in such a manner. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Biryu, and I might be considered a predecessor of sorts to you." With that said, Biryu chuckled softly, continuing, "Young one, should you be willing to submit to my will, I may contemplate sparing your life, for my true objective lies in the coveted Sharingan." After listening to Bailuhu's self-introduction, Inuzuka Tsuki still could not grasp that sense of familiarity. Conversely, Wankai, upon learning Bailuhu's name, suddenly realized and hurriedly reminded, "Brother, this fellow seems to be that rogue ninja from the village." Upon hearing Wankai's reminder, Inuzuka Tsuki recalled the narrative concerning a certain leaf village jonin known as Bailuhu. Disappointed by the third Hokage's decision to take Orochimaru as a disciple while neglecting his own talents, Bailuhu chose to defect from Konoha. He subsequently devised a technique known as the Ghost Bud Technique, which enabled him to seize 4 types of bloodline abilities from others, causing quite a stir. However, after being defeated by Naruto, Bailuhu experienced a moment of profound regret and passed away in Kakashi's arms. Indeed, Konoha is renowned as a haven for rogue ninjas, each more troublesome than the last. Although Inuzuka Tsuki initially struggled to recall his name, he had made a note of Bailuhu while perusing the list of rogue ninjas. Presently, Bailuhu was merely a B-rank rogue ninja, a stark contrast to the S-rank renegades that frequently emerged in the ninja world. His current status seemed rather unimpressive, especially given the ease with which he had defected. Perhaps this was the very reason Bailuhu could not join the Akatsuki among a cadre of S-rank members. A mere B-rank would only serve to diminish the organization's reputation. Contemplating this, Inuzuka Tsuki couldn't help but chuckle lightly, a somewhat inappropriate reaction amidst the seriousness of battle. Shursui, sensing the moment, inquired, "Elder Tsuki, do you recognize this individual? He is a B-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, contemporaneous with Orochimaru-sensei." According to Orochimaru-sensei, he felt undervalued in the village, which led to his defection. If Orochimaru hadn't mentioned him, I would have been unaware of such a character's existence in our village. Inuzuka Tsuki emphasized the B-rank designation and underscored Bailuhu's reasons for defection, knowing full well that Shurzue's claim about Orochimaru discussing Bailuhu was entirely fabricated. Orochimaru likely had long forgotten him. Bailuhu, a man riddled with insecurities yet brimming with arrogance, would not have chosen to defect had he not felt overlooked. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's disparaging remarks, Bailuhu's initially amiable expression twisted into one of fury. "You little brat, I've changed my mind. I shall slay you and crush your bones to dust." Shursui, hailed as the greatest talent of the Uchiha clan, was no fool. He understood that Inuzuka Tsuki was deliberately provoking their opponent. Therefore, he continued the provocation. Mimicking the tone of his kin, "It seems the ninja world has gone too long without experiencing the might of the Uchiha clan, emboldening ignorant fools to covet the Sharingan." Having just faced mockery from Inuzuka Tsuki, Bailuhu was now further insulted by Shurzue's taunts. His pride wounded, Bailuhu could no longer tolerate the scorn of the two. "Damn it, presumptuous little Inuzuka and arrogant Uchiha. Allow me to teach you the meaning of respect for your elders." With that, Bailuhu brandished a ninja blade from seemingly nowhere, propelled himself off the ground, and charged towards Inuzuka Tsuki and Shurzue with reckless abandon. Seeing Bailuhu's relentless assault, Inuzuka Tsuki drew his own ninja blade, moving to engage. Unlike other ninjas, his weapon was unsharpened, relying solely on wind-release chakra to inflict damage. The Inuzuka clan, known for their secret tracking techniques and ninja dog methods, also excelled in taijutsu, and those possessing yang-release chakra boasted superior physical prowess. As their blades clashed, a series of sharp metallic sounds echoed through the air. Observing the scene, Shurzue drew his own weapon, prepared to assist, but was halted by Wankai. "Boss has recently mastered a new technique. Let him test it out. Be ready to capture him alive." With that, Wankai settled in to watch the spectacle, his tail wagging leisurely. Chapter 10, The Escaping Bailuhu, of diminutive stature, relied on agility and speed in combat. He had assumed that Inuzuka Tsuki, being tall, would be akin to a clumsy Akimichi ninja. However, he was taken aback by Tsuki's swiftness and overwhelming strength, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. In physical confrontations, the one who gains the upper hand can maintain pressure until their opponent collapses. At this moment, empowered by the formidable strength granted by the Sage Mode, Inuzuka Tsuki exploited Bailuhu's underestimation, engaging in close combat and forcing Bailuhu to retreat repeatedly. Ninjas with yang release chakra possess formidable physical attributes and chakra reserves. Inuzuka Tsuki's original chakra was around 2 cards, but with the use of the Curse Seal, he achieved approximately 20 cards in Sage mode, which, combined with enhanced physical capabilities, soon overwhelmed Bailuhu in their skirmish. Finally, Inuzuka Tsuki unleashed a powerful downward strike towards Bailuhu. To his surprise, Bailuhu's face lit up with joy, having underestimated his opponent. He sought to use the momentum of the incoming attack to create distance through a block. Yet, as their blades met, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Tsuki's weapon, transforming his short blade into a 3-meter-long sword, razor-sharp and deadly. Bailuhu's attempt to block Tsuki's strike was futile, as his blade was severed in a single blow. Tsuki's attack sent Bailuhu's body flying, cleaving him in 2 mid-air. The sound of his body crashing to the forest floor stirred a cascade of fallen leaves and broken twigs. Is Bailuhu truly this weak? Inuzuka Tsuki muttered under his breath, preparing to collect Bailuhu's remains. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From the severed ends of Bailuhu's body, a multitude of black, vine-like tendrils emerged, swiftly rejoining to restore him to his former state. Simultaneously, Bailuhu raised his hands, his fingers morphing into black vine-like appendages that lunged at Inuzuka Tsuki with astonishing speed. Most of the 10 tendrils were severed by the chakra blades surrounding Inuzuka Tsuki, but one managed to reach him. This vine struck like a sword towards Tsuki's heart with blinding velocity. Clang! As the tendril pierced Tsuki's chest, a resounding metallic clash echoed. His steel release activated. Initially limited by his chakra, Tsuki's steel release could only defend against blade strikes, rendering it less effective against powerful thrusts. However, after utilizing the Curse Seal, his chakra surged, allowing for enhanced distribution toward his defense, significantly bolstering his resilience. Is this the Ghost Bud technique? Inuzuka Tsuki pondered, contemplating how Bailuhu had transformed his body to gain the abilities of others, reminiscent of Orochimaru's transformation into the white phosphorus snake to acquire the power of reincarnation. Without hesitation, Tsuki activated both steel and wind release chakra modes, appearing beside Bailuhu in an instant. He executed a high whip kick aimed at Bailuhu's head, eager to test whether Bailuhu's modifications still bore traditional vulnerabilities. Struck by the blow, Bailuhu was sent tumbling backwards, crashing through numerous trees. Yet, he quickly regained his footing. His head, now dented from the impact, returning to its original form. His body resembled chewed gum, revolting and troublesome. It was evident that Bailuhu, aside from his appearance, could hardly be considered human anymore. Inuzuka Tsuki murmured softly, his body once again entering the wind release chakra mode, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed towards the distant Bailuhu. At this moment, the ninja blade in Inuzuka Tsuki's hand had morphed into a 3-meter-long wind release chakra blade. Before acquiring Orochimaru's external curse mark, he could only maintain this mode for 3 minutes. However, with a continuous influx of natural energy, his endurance had significantly increased, allowing him to sustain this state for at least 15 minutes, with the wind blades extending to 3 meters in length. Dragon Flash. The high-speed charge of Inuzuka Tsuki resembled a heavily armored truck laden with blades, reaching Bailuhu in an instant. With a horizontal slash of his long blade, he cleaved Bailuhu into 2 segments, which were subsequently sliced into 7 or 8 pieces by the nearby wind blades. Yet, before Inuzuka Tsuki could dismiss the wind release chakra mode, Bailuhu's severed parts erupted with numerous black demonic sprouts, reassembling his body once more. Haha. Steel release. What fortunate luck. I have found 2 suitable test subjects at once. Little brat, when did your Inuzuka clan acquire the ability of steel release? This time, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from attacking while Bailuhu restored his body, allowing him to complete his recovery. Bailuhu, now whole, wore a frenzied expression, gazing at Inuzuka Tsuki and Shursui as if they were mere sheep before a ravenous wolf. Witnessing Bailuhu's displayed abilities, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a surge of apprehension, not due to fear of his strength, for the unkillable cockroach was indeed troublesome but never truly intimidating. What genuinely alarmed Inuzuka Tsuki was the realization that there were still over a decade until the 4th Great Ninja War, a time not yet marked by the overwhelming power of the current era where shadows were as common as dogs. The emergence of a formidable ninja like Bailuhu instilled a sense of urgency regarding his own progress and strength. Though the Inuzuka clan was also recognized as a ninja clan, there were not one capable of reaching the threshold of shadow-level ninjas. Inuzuka Tsuki inherited little power from his family, and one could argue that he was the strongest of the Inuzuka clan. Facing a challenging adversary like Bailuhu prompted Inuzuka Tsuki to reflect on his own inadequacies. I currently lack the decisive offensive power, such as the Rasengan, a technique capable of annihilating an opponent at the cellular level. If I possessed an attack method like the Rasengan, I could easily deal with Bailuhu. It seems I must accelerate my research and cannot simply wait for Orochimaru's progress. With this thought in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki called out to Shursui behind him. I am not proficient in fire release. I will take the lead in the attack while you seize the opportunity to incinerate him. Understood, senior. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's command, Shursui immediately assumed a battle stance and nodded in agreement. Balyohu's expression shifted, realizing that his demonic sprout transformation evidently could not withstand flames. Observing the two openly discussing their battle strategy, Balyohu quickly composed himself, acknowledging that while these two were exceptional experimental subjects, they were not mere sheep. Though Inuzuka Tsuki could not kill him, he possessed the ability to dismember him at will, rendering it impossible for Balyohu to eliminate him unless he fought to the death. Furthermore, the Uchiha had yet to make a move, and Balyohu had no knowledge of his capabilities. However, it was common knowledge in the ninja world that the Uchiha clan excelled in fire release. Capturing these two experimental subjects now seemed impossible, and a careless mistake could lead to his own downfall. With this thought, Balyohu began to entertain the notion of retreat. Summoning technique. As the two pressed closer, Balyohu dared not delay and swiftly utilized the summoning technique, resulting in a thunderous sound as a bizarre, massive dog appeared before them. This summoning beast, with its enormous form and wings, was clearly not a native creature of the ninja world, but had been modified. Standing atop the summoning dog's forehead, Balyohu commanded it to take flight, and the beast unleashed a flurry of feathers. In response, Shursui immediately drew a kunai and hurled it, resulting in a cacophony of clashing ninja tools. Boom, boom, boom. The feathers were knocked to the ground, exploding in a series of detonations between the two parties, sending clouds of dust into the air and obscuring their vision. Seizing the moment, Shursui activated his Sharingan. Utilizing the cover of the dust, Balyohu hastily urged the summoned beast to ascend into the sky. In midair, the dog flapped its wings, unleashing another wave of explosive feathers that rained down, nearly sealing off all avenues of escape for the two. Seeing this, Shursui gritted his teeth, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes transformed into a four-pointed pinwheel shape, enveloping both him and Inuzuka Tsuki in a green chakra skeleton that defended against the onslaught of black tendrils. As the dust settled, realizing that the summoned beast's assault was still ineffective, Balyohu understood that capturing the two was beyond his capabilities. With a darkened expression, he declared, Inuzuka Tsuki, Uchiha Shursui. I will remember you. One day, I will. Whoosh. A swift flash of blade light cut through the air, and Balyohu barely managed to evade as Inuzuka Tsuki, wielding the solidified wind-release chakra, slashed through Balyohu's arm, severing it along with half of his shoulder. As Balyohu's severed limb fell to the ground, Inuzuka Tsuki solemnly remarked, Next time, don't make threats when you're running away. Ah, Inuzuka Tsuki, you bastard. I will kill you one day. Having lost another part of his body, Balyohu's face twisted in a mixture of rage and fear. He dared not linger any longer, hastily commanding his summoning beast to ascend into the sky while continuing to hurl threats. What was that technique just now? Inuzuka Tsuki feigned curiosity and inquired of Uchiha Shursui. Senior, that is one of the secret techniques of the Sharingan, known as Susanoo. Shursui, slightly breathless from using Susanoo, respectfully answered despite Inuzuka Tsuki's question. A splendid ability combining both offense and defense, Inuzuka Tsuki praised before refraining from further inquiries, as prying into an opponent's abilities was considered impolite in the ninja world. Inuzuka Tsuki, who developed new techniques and shared them freely with his clan and village, was seen as an anomaly. Chapter 11. Orochimaru's defection after Balyohu's escape. Inuzuka Tsuki and Shursui did not pursue him. Neither possessed the ability to fly and could not catch up to the fleeing Balyohu riding his summoned beast. Not far away, Wankai obediently returned with Balyohu's severed arm, coincidentally hearing the last words spoken by Inuzuka Tsuki. Upon hearing the mocking remark, Wankai immediately became indignant, spitting out the severed limb in his mouth and retorted, What do you mean by running away with your tail between your legs? I feel like you are always ridiculing me. My friend, if you find me so displeasing, let us part ways today. With that, Wankai huffily turned away, refusing to even glance at Inuzuka Tsuki. Realizing he had unintentionally wounded his loyal companion's pride, Inuzuka Tsuki's expression grew awkward. He dared not maintain a stern demeanor with his devoted dog and quickly offered apologies, hoping to smooth over the incident. Inuzuka Tsuki and Shursui had undertaken an escort mission, but they nearly caused the death of their client along the way, resulting in the mission's failure. However, considering the client's identity, such a failure could hardly be blamed on them. Inuzuka Tsuki had delivered the final blow, severing a portion of the body of the rogue ninja Bairu, which still contained remnants of cursed buds. Moreover, this mission had introduced him to the formidable Uchiha Shursui, making it not a total loss. Reflecting on this, Inuzuka Tsuki felt no sense of disappointment. He and Shursui tidied up the battlefield and then turned towards the village. Having become somewhat familiar with Uchiha Shursui and having garnered a sense of admiration from him, Inuzuka Tsuki began contemplating how to enlist Shursui's help in dealing with Danzo. Shursui's combat prowess was undoubtedly essential in managing Danzo's influence. However, the Root organization was not to be underestimated, and given Danzo's cautious nature, Inuzuka Tsuki felt it necessary to devise a foolproof plan. Additionally, Uchiha Shursui's pure-hearted and somewhat naive disposition posed another challenge. Persuading him to take action against the village elders would be no small feat. Throughout their journey, Inuzuka Tsuki silently pondered the upcoming strategies. With the burden of the ordinary rogue Bairuhu lifted, their return journey was significantly expedited. What would normally take a week was accomplished in just 2 days of swift travel. leading them to the gates of Konoha. Upon their return, before Inuzuka Tsuki could even report the mission, he was met with a shocking yet anticipated piece of news at the village gates. Orochimaru had defected. Passers-by regarded Inuzuka Tsuki with curious glances, yet he paid them no mind. He and Shursui proceeded to the mission report station as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, 3 Umbu members, adorned in animal masks, approached from a distance, subtly encircling Inuzuka Tsuki. Senpai? Noticing the Umbu's movements, Shursui grew anxious and softly called Inuzuka Tsuki's name, laced with an air of inquiry. It's of no concern to you. Go ahead and report the mission, Inuzuka Tsuki reassured him in a hushed tone. Already aware of the Umbu's intention to summon him for questioning by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Preferring to avoid contention with the Umbu, Inuzuka Tsuki obediently followed them into the Hokage's office. Inside, he found the 3 elders, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kurama gathered, all wearing grave expressions as they fixed their gazes upon him, while the protagonist, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared somewhat disheveled. As Inuzuka Tsuki entered the Hokage's office, he was taken aback to see that Sarutobi Hiruzen bore injuries. It was rare for the Hokage to engage in battles that would leave him wounded. In the original narrative, Sarutobi had been able to overpower Orochimaru while in pursuit. Yet, it was evident that he had sustained injuries in this encounter. Tsuki, I hear you and Shursui failed your mission? Before Inuzuka Tsuki could respond, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. His tone unexpectedly gentle rather than the anticipated sternness. Yes, Lord Hokage, Inuzuka Tsuki replied respectfully, uncertain of how Sarutobi would approach the inquiry regarding Orochimaru. He could only proceed methodically, responding to each question as it came. I am aware of both you and Shursui-E's capabilities. How could you fail a B-rank mission? Sarutobi continued to question. Lord Hokage, the client had issues. He was a B-rank rogue ninja from our village, by Ruhu. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki recounted the entirety of the mission's events to the Konoha quartet, omitting only his knowledge of Kuratsuchi's true identity. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's report, the irritable Tizune Koharu could no longer contain her agitation and sternly questioned Inuzuka Tsuki as merely a jonin of the village. What authority do you possess to make decisions on its behalf? You have allowed an enemy ninja to escape on the battlefield. What punishment do you deserve for such an act? Faced with Tizune Koharu's direct confrontation, Inuzuka Tsuki remained unfazed and responded candidly, Elder Tizune. The village is still reeling from the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident and lacks the capacity to open another front against the Sand Village. It is imperative that we make Rasha understand that we are aware of the collusion between the Rock and Sand ninjas. The Rock ninja we let go was merely an inconsequential pawn, insignificant to the overall conflict. Though cognizant that Inuzuka Tsuki's actions aligned with the interests of Konoha, Tizune Koharu's fury intensified upon his retort. Just as she was about to explode with anger, she was promptly halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Inuzuka Tsuki was no ordinary ninja. Despite the Inuzuka clan's lack of dominance, he bore the responsibility of his family and had previously garnered considerable esteem during the conflict at the Mist Village. The village would not dismiss him over such a trivial matter. Furthermore, with the village embroiled in battles against both the Rock and Cloud, both fronts in a precarious position, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that Inuzuka Tsuki prioritized the village's welfare during the crisis involving the Rock Village. He had long since wished to avoid taking action against him due to the incident involving Orochimaru's defection. For Hiruzen, it mattered little what Inuzuka Tsuki said. What he accomplished was paramount. At that moment, Hiruzen felt assured that Inuzuka Tsuki placed the village's interests above all else. Had he wished, he could have executed all the Rock ninjas according to the rules of engagement. Even if Inuzuka Tsuki had chosen to disregard the Rock ninjas he encountered and merely reported to the village's outpost, he would have fulfilled his duty without the need to exert such effort. His initiative to obstruct the collusion between the Sand and Rock villages, along with his submission of the corpse of a Rock village jonin, was ample evidence of his loyalty. As for the incident of Orochimaru's defection, the fact that Orochimaru did not take him along was telling enough. It indicated their lack of collusion. Having contemplated all these aspects, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely inquired a few questions regarding Orochimaru's defection before allowing Inuzuka Tsuki to depart, leaving him surprised that the formidable Shimura Danzo remained silent throughout the encounter. After Inuzuka Tsuki's departure, Danzo, who had not spoken until then, finally broke the silence, stating, Hiruzen, let us hand him over to the Root interrogation team. Having served as Orochimaru's assistant for an extended period, it is implausible that he is completely uninformed. Upon hearing Danzo's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and firmly rejected, stating, No. The village is currently in a fragile state. We cannot afford to lose an elite combatant so easily. Uncontrolled power is detrimental to the village. Danzo, we cannot assume that all of Orochimaru's subordinates harbor hostility towards us. You will regret this, Hiruzen, retorted Danzo, to which Hiruzen asserted, I am the Hokage. Meanwhile, Mito Kazuma and TKSH Rin patiently awaited the conclusion of their argument before expressing their opinions. Surprisingly, TK, who had previously been vocal in her stance, now sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen, agreeing not to take action against Inuzuka Tsuki. Mito Kazuma, on the other hand, sought to mediate the conflicting views, disapproving of interrogating Tsuki but insisting on placing her under Root surveillance. Ultimately, the four reached a consensus, deciding to transfer Inuzuka Tsuki to Root while issuing a strict order forbidding Danzo from employing any coercive measures against her. Chapter 12. The mysterious experimental results. After exiting the Hokage Tower, Inuzuka Tsuki returned home, contemplating a strategy to persuade Shisui. Emulating Orochimaru's enigmatic style, Tsuki inadvertently cultivated an air of mystique around himself. Although a solid personal rapport had developed between him and Shisui, Tsuki remained at a loss regarding how to convince him to attack an elder of Konoha. "Boss, what are you thinking about?" queried WNGCI. Noticing Tsuki's despondent demeanor since his return. "It's quite a troublesome matter. Both Orochimaru and I are not particularly adept at Genjutsu to control Danzo while ensuring his safety. The power of illusion is indispensable, which necessitates the use of Shisui's Sharingan. I'm contemplating how to entice him to ascend the mountain," Tsuki mused, stroking his chin. "Is that really so difficult? To entice Shisui, simply invoke the will of fire." WNGC, I retorted dismissively, before turning towards a luxurious bag of dog food in the corner. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" WNGCI, you have truly been a tremendous help," Tsuki exclaimed, realizing the clarity that often eludes those deeply involved in a situation. In Konoha, what could possibly unite hearts more effectively than the will of fire? Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's training grounds, two figures, one tall and one short, were engaged in a sparring match. Their movements were swift as the wind, leaving afterimages in their wake, while their kunai clashed, occasionally producing sparks. After an indeterminate time, they finally ceased their combat. Compared to the taller Uchiha, the shorter one, Uchiha Itachi, was slightly out of breath. The two were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Once Itachi had regained his composure, Shisui praised him. "Itachi, your taijutsu has improved significantly. It is all thanks to your guidance, Shisui." Itachi humbly replied, sheathing his kunai. "During my last mission, I encountered an exceptionally skilled senior, known as the Blue Flash." Inuzuka Tsuki, Shisui recounted, vividly describing his recent experience, including how Tsuki deduced the collusion between Tsunagakure and Iwagakure merely from the positioning of IWA ninjas, and how he annihilated two IWA teams without ever engaging them directly, unabashedly acknowledging his prior ignorance upon encountering IWA shinobi. Having concluded his narrative, Shisui, still eager, suggested, "Itachi, on our journey back to the village, I considered introducing you to Tsuki, as you are destined to inherit the position of clan leader from Fugakasama. It is essential to cultivate this keen insight. Although Tsuki's master, Orochimaru, has defected, based on my interactions with Tsuki, I believe he and Orochimaru are not in collusion." With that, Shisui gazed expectantly at Itachi, awaiting his response. At this moment, engaging with a rogue ninja's disciple was not a prudent course of action, thus. This matter required respect for Itachi's perspective. Upon hearing Shisui's commendation for Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi felt a stir of intrigue within him. Following the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, the village's attitude towards clans had become quite nuanced. In this atmosphere, ordinary ninjas harbored considerable animosity towards clans, perhaps by fostering more connections with the ninjas within the village. This hostility could be alleviated. Moreover, from Shisui's description, it appeared that this senior Tsuki had publicly defended the Uchiha clan's reputation. Although the association with Orochimaru's apprentice was somewhat delicate, Tsuki was renowned and possessed formidable strength, potentially serving as a breakthrough. Contemplating this, Itachi nodded in agreement, stating, "Shisui, we should indeed engage more with the village's distinguished ninjas. I concur with establishing contact with Senior Tsuki." Following this discussion, the two promptly resumed their training. The training ground once again resonating with the crisp sounds of clashing ninja tools. Tsuki was not one to procrastinate, having formulated a plan. He proactively arranged a meeting with Uchiha Shisui the very next day, selecting one of Orochimaru's less confidential laboratories in the bustling district as their meeting place. This would provide a smoother introduction, as the laboratory was involved in visible experimental projects. Upon arriving at the laboratory's entrance, Tsuki noticed two figures standing there, one large and one small. It soon became evident that Uchiha Shisui was not alone. He had brought Uchiha Itachi along. Tsuki felt no qualms about this, as he had long wished to befriend the young Uchiha clan leader. To thrive amidst the whirlpool of Konoha, forging connections with the Uchiha clan was indispensable. "Senior Tsuki, this is the eldest son of our clan leader, Uchiha Itachi," Shisui enthusiastically introduced as Tsuki approached. In Konoha, finding a capable ninja who bore no prejudice against the Uchiha clan was a rarity, and Tsuki had thoroughly impressed Shisui in both regards. Particularly in the realm of ninja tool application and insight, Shisui felt a twinge of embarrassment whenever clan members boasted about their prowess with ninja tools, as mere clumsiness hardly constituted mastery. However, after witnessing Tsuki's adept use of ninja tools, Shisui had long since revised his opinion. "Greetings, Senior Tsuki." Itachi promptly bowed his head in acknowledgement upon Shisui's introduction. "Itachi, you truly embody the grace of a noble lineage," Tsuki complimented, adhering to the customary etiquette of his mentor's teachings, which could swiftly bridge connections. Unfortunately, the cold demeanor of his mentor, Orochimaru, rendered such pleasantries less effective. In contrast, Suki's more amiable appearance did not evoke a sense of intimidation. Senior Tsuki, please feel free to call me Itachi, just as you address Shursui as brother, Itachi replied, slightly taken aback by Suki's formal address. Haha, very well, Itachi, Tsuki laughed heartily, not shying away from the familiarity. The trio exchanged pleasantries, drawing closer together. Sensing the moment was ripe, Tsuki suddenly proposed with an air of mystery, Shursui, Itachi, come. Today, I shall take you to witness something extraordinary. This is the forefront of ninja world technology. With that, Tsuki produced a key and unlocked the door to a nearby building. Although situated in a bustling area, this establishment was one of Orochimaru's secret laboratories, focusing on projects involving Hashirama's cells, one of the rare visible projects related to them. Tsuki spearheaded the research, with Orochimaru providing only partial technical support. Leading Shursui and Itachi into the laboratory, Tsuki continued to weave an air of intrigue, declaring, "What I am about to show you is the pinnacle of ninja technology." As they ventured deeper into the facility, Tsuki elaborated on the various equipment's functions along the way. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, Tsuki skillfully employed a sealing technique to unlock a concealed compartment in the corner, revealing a password-protected box. After inputting the code, he retrieved a smaller box from within. Noting Tsuki's solemn demeanor, Shursui and Itachi adopted a serious expression, curiosity mingling with gravity as they observed Tsuki unlock the final container. Beads of nervous sweat forming on their brows. Inside the small box lay a glass vial, containing a crystal-clear green liquid, reminiscent of an exquisite wine. Senior Tsuki. Itachi and I have yet to reach the age for drinking, Shursui remarked awkwardly, glancing at the contents of the box. The Uchiha clan, known for its stringent upbringing, strictly adhered to the 3 prohibitions of a ninja, a stark contrast to the more hedonistic tendencies associated with the Hokage's lineage. As members of a prestigious clan, both Itachi and Shursui were intrigued by alcohol, but firmly refrained from indulging. Chapter 13. Seduction. Upon hearing the mention of stopping the water, Inuzuka Tsuki displayed an expression of bemusement, exclaiming, "What are you two thinking? This is not alcohol. If I were to let you both indulge in drinks, Senior Fugaku would undoubtedly come after me with fury." Upon hearing the playful jest of Inuzuka Tsuki and envisioning the scene of Father S' stern visage cracking, his finger pointed accusingly at Inuzuka Tsuki while unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Even Itachi, who usually mirrored Father S' stoic demeanor, could not suppress a flicker of amusement on his face, though he quickly masked it and discreetly glanced at Shursui to ensure he hadn't witnessed the exchange. Allaying their concerns, Inuzuka Tsuki earnestly introduced the subject at hand. This was no mere bottle of wine. Even the most exquisite vintages in the world could not compare to this substance. This was the liquid chakra of the wood element, capable of bestowing a century of peace upon the entire world. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki elaborated on the extraordinary nature of this elixir. In the original timeline, whether it was the Otsutsuki clan manifesting chakra into pills or fruits, or the Tsuki clan of the Land of Demons utilizing liquid chakra for external supplementation or consumption, all demonstrated that chakra could materialize like oil. With this understanding, Inuzuka Tsuki had implored Orochimaru to extract the materialized wood chakra using Hashirama's cells, subsequently developing a technique to convert chakra into a liquid form for storage. As Orochimaru's financial overseer and the second-in-command of the Orochimaru group, Inuzuka Tsuki was determined to delve deeply into this technology, and out of respect for him, Orochimaru dutifully complied. In truth, this technology was not particularly challenging. Even the Tsuki clan, known for their inadequacies, could manage chakra materialization, making it a trivial task for Orochimaru. Adding the wood attribute to the materialized chakra posed no significant difficulty either, as it merely required reliance on Hashirama's cells. While transplanting Hashirama's cells could result in the body undergoing woodification due to rejection reactions, a complex procedure, the mere extraction of the wood attribute from Hashirama's cells was relatively straightforward. Though consuming this wood-release chakra liquid would still lead to woodification upon utilizing wood-release techniques, it was evident that the applications of this chakra liquid far surpassed the simplistic creation of the tree world. It possessed the potential to transform the entire world. At this juncture, the wood-release chakra liquid had achieved industrial-level production. Inuzuka Tsuki originally intended to market it as fertilizer to revolutionize agricultural practices within the ninja realm. However, he soon realized that such a strategy could easily lead to technological leaks, and that ordinary farmers would struggle to master the use of wood-release fertilizer. It was impractical to expect ninjas to transition into farming roles. Thus, he collaborated with Orochimaru to reformulate the application of wood-release fertilizer. The current plan entailed soaking seeds in the wood-release chakra liquid for a period, yielding superior planting results while preventing the liquid from catalyzing the growth of weeds. Compared to the primitive agricultural techniques of the ninja world, seeds soaked in wood-release chakra could yield over 5 times the usual harvest. And second-generation seeds would regress if not soaked in the chakra liquid. In the original timeline, when the Celestial Empire and America exported aircraft engines, even if they were not the latest models, they would incorporate white phosphorus into the core components. Should anyone disassemble the engine for reverse engineering, exposure to air would cause the white phosphorus to ignite violently, destroying the core components and preventing technological leaks. The regression phenomenon of wood-release seeds now served as a perfect technological barrier, enabling him to monopolize the global seed trade. At this moment, the laboratory housed a vial of finished wood-release chakra liquid, produced entirely in a laboratory setting, with purity far exceeding that of industrial-grade products. This vial, when diluted, could soak over 1,000 pounds of seeds. Clutching the vial, Inuzuka Tsuki fervently described the potential applications of this technology to Shisui and Itachi. Growing animated, he opened the adjacent vacuum chamber to demonstrate practically. He extracted a droplet of wood-release chakra liquid and some experimental seeds, soaking them in the vacuum chamber. Upon planting the seeds in a pot within the laboratory, they began to sprout at a visibly accelerated rate, rapidly developing into seedlings. Their growth speed far surpassing that of ordinary flora in nature. If planted outdoors, the growth efficiency would be even greater. However, from an economic perspective, directly soaking seeds in concentrated wood-release chakra liquid proved too costly. Instead, utilizing a diluted version sufficed. Orochimaru, along with his subordinate, had meticulously experimented to determine the optimal ratio. Soaking seeds in a diluted wood-release chakra liquid would yield the best economic results, potentially boosting crop yields by over 5 times. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki directly address Orochimaru as teacher, both Shisui and Itachi were momentarily startled, as if pricked by a needle. Casting furtive glances around them, Orochimaru had been officially classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha, and Tsuki's reference to him as teacher hinted at a possible collusion between them. Noticing their unease, Tsuki continued to paint a grand vision for the two. Deep down, both were pacifists, embodying the will of fire, and Tsuki seized this opportunity. Imagine, if you will, a world where our new technology could quintuple food production. Furthermore, as the technology matures, the potential for even greater increases remains vast. In the laboratory, Orochimaru Sensei has already achieved yields exceeding 50 times. In the future, food supply will surge, alleviating humanity's hunger for an extended period, thereby significantly enhancing available resources and potentially eradicating numerous conflicts. For at least a century, the ninja world will flourish under the protection of the will of fire. Tsuki's speech resonated powerfully, leaving Shisui and Itachi in awe. Coming from prominent clans, their perspectives were naturally far-reaching. War is merely a continuation of politics, primarily aimed at the allocation of resources. When a rice ball sells for 500,000, everyone is quick to form hand seals. Yet, when hunger is no longer a concern, most disagreements can be settled through negotiation. Having experienced the brutality of war, both Shisui and Itachi were captivated by Tsuki's vision, akin to curious children, bombarding him with questions, momentarily forgetting Tsuki's reference to Orochimaru. Compared to the prospect of enduring peace for over a century, any implication of collusion with an S-rank rogue seemed trivial. Perceiving the fervor in their expressions, Tsuki subtly shifted his tone, stating, "Gentlemen, I vividly recall Orochimaru Sensei's words following the successful experiments. Tsuki, a true era of peace is about to dawn, initiated by us, the genuine inheritors of the first Hokage's will of fire. Do you truly believe that a ninja like Orochimaru Sensei, who exemplifies the spirit of the will of fire, would betray the village?" At this juncture, Tsuki deliberately paused, awaiting Shisui's response, particularly seeking his stance, as Itachi was still too young to possess significant combat prowess. It was essential for Shisui, as a proficient user of the Sharingan, to align with Tsuki's vision. Tsuki's inquiry effectively forced them to take sides. If they believed Orochimaru would not defect, they would simultaneously be questioning Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgment and labeling him a rogue. Which of these two figures truly represented the will of fire? This dilemma left Shisui in turmoil. Having lived under the shadow of Hiruzen's will for so long, his loyalty had become instinctual. Now, the suggestion that Hiruzen was mistaken, and that his own disciple, the rogue Orochimaru, was the true inheritor of the will of fire, was a staggering revelation. Although Tsuki provided ample reasoning to support Orochimaru as the genuine seeker of peace, the impact of such a proposition was overwhelming, rendering it challenging for Shisui to digest quickly. Observing Shisui's conflicted expression, Tsuki grew anxious. If Shisui did not side with Orochimaru today, it would spell disaster for their cause. To prevent being manipulated by Danzo, Tsuki found himself compelled to follow in Orochimaru's footsteps and leave the village. Realizing he could no longer apply pressure on Shisui, Tsuki acknowledged the prevailing legitimacy of the Hokage in Shisui's mind, recognizing that it was unrealistic to expect him to openly doubt Hiruzen. With this in mind, Tsuki offered an alternative explanation. "I believe the Hokage has been misled by treachery. It is precisely the presence of deceitful individuals that has forced Orochimaru Sensei to defect. Indeed, it must be due to the scheming of wicked men." Grasping at this lifeline, Shisui instantly voiced his thoughts without hesitation. Deep down, he had already come to believe that Orochimaru was a faithful believer and inheritor of the will of fire. Yet the authority of the third Hokage restrained him from expressing his sentiments. With a plausible excuse now available, it became a release for his pent-up feelings. However, he did not realize that admitting to the third Hokage's deception simultaneously undermined Hiruzen's authority, planting seeds of doubt that would inevitably take root. Moreover, the Hokage lineage, inheriting from the second Hokage, was hardly pristine, with a history of questionable dealings, many of which targeted the Uchiha clan. In such a context, could Shirsue's loyalty remain absolute? Subsequently, Tsuki elaborated on the circumstances in Konoha prior to Orochimaru's defection. It was evident to any astute observer that Hiruzen had contemplated retirement. With Orochimaru being the prime candidate for the fifth Hokage, why would a figure poised to ascend to such heights suddenly defect without reason? Tsuki would not disclose that Orochimaru had simply absconded after exhausting Konoha's knowledge reserves. Instead, he aimed to guide Shirsue and Itachi toward speculation. As humans often find greater belief in their own deductions, why would the illustrious and ambitious Orochimaru suddenly flee the village? It could not possibly be his fault. If not, he must have been victimized by the village's scheming malefactors. Who could this villain be? As members of prestigious clans, Shirsue and Itachi were familiar with the village's upper echelons. And there was indeed a fitting candidate among them. He was unsightly, gloomy in demeanor, eccentric in behavior, and notorious for leading the feared Root organization. Often rumored to covet the position of Hokage, he was particularly known for targeting the Uchiha clan, making him the perfect scapegoat for Orochimaru's predicament. Shirsue, Itachi, put your clever minds to work and consider, who could compel the noble inheritor of the Will of Fire, Orochimaru-sensei, to defect? I know. It must be Elder Danzo. He has surely deceived the third Hokage. Before Shirsue could finish his thought, Itachi blurted out the name. Typically, a person's age correlates with their level of insight. Even in the realm of Hokage, this principle holds true. Upon hearing Itachi name Danzo, Tsuki silently breathed a sigh of relief. His plan to win over Shirsue was finally coming to fruition. Subsequently, the three individuals began to deliberate on various intricate matters. Naturally, the primary discourse was led by Inuzuka Tsuki and Shirsue, with Itachi merely serving as an accessory to Shirsue's endeavors. Inuzuka Tsuki cautiously divulged certain limited details regarding Orochimaru's defection. After all, the village could not fabricate accusations out of thin air. If Orochimaru had not engaged in human experimentation, it would have been implausible for the village to tarnish his reputation baselessly. Therefore, this situation necessitated an explanation. What could that explanation be? Orochimaru, as a ninja, was predominantly perceived as a tool of combat, expected to follow orders without question, with the obligation to comply being paramount. If engaging in human experimentation was a mandate from the village, then Orochimaru was merely executing his orders. Inuzuka Tsuki, having experienced the tragic incident of White Fang's suicide, deeply understood Konoha's perception of ninjas as either human beings or mere tools. Having diligently honed his skills to the elite J-nin level, Tsuki was acutely aware of the arduous journey of cultivation. The ninjas who ascended to the rank of Kage were invariably individuals of resolute character, part of a select few standing at the pinnacle of the world. The notion of compelling such individuals to take their own lives was far from sufficient in terms of reproach or ridicule. One could hardly imagine revered figures like Han Xin or Sima succumbing to the indignity of disgrace by choosing to end their own lives. Upon arriving in this world, Inuzuka Tsuki gained profound insight into the reasons behind White Fang's suicide. The true catalyst was his ideals. Only ideals had the power to compel such individuals to relinquish their lives with grace. White Fang believed that ninjas were human beings, not mere tools. His suicide occurred during the peaceful interlude between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. In times of peace, fulfilling missions merely for monetary gain could justify the abandonment of tools, but how could one possibly place a monetary value on human life? According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the basic necessity for human beings is survival. Once individuals are liberated from the pressures of existence, they inevitably seek higher spiritual fulfillment. White Fang's suicide embodied this quest for spiritual necessity. He firmly believed that one should never sacrifice the lives of comrades for the sake of missions. And when confronted with the accusations of fellow villagers, he never wavered in his conviction. White Fang's act of suicide resembled a form of self-sacrifice aimed at persuading others to embrace his perspective that ninjas should be regarded as human beings rather than tools, and that even in the pursuit of missions, the lives of comrades should never be surrendered. However, White Fang's ideology was evidently at odds with the prevailing sentiments of the entire village. As a top-tier ninja in Konoha, he had transcended the basic needs of survival. Yet he overlooked the fact that the majority of ninjas in Konoha were still grappling with their own existence. As the saying goes, a full granary knows no etiquette. In an environment where material conditions were still lacking, it was decidedly imprudent to impose higher spiritual and moral expectations, which fundamentally explains why White Fang was neither accepted nor understood by his compatriots. At this juncture, the S3 season of the Shinobi world was drawing to a close. The ninjas were struggling along the precipice of death, and it was only natural for them to embrace the notion that ninjas were mere tools. Orochimaru, as a tool of Konoha, complied with the village's commands to conduct research on human experimentation, rendering his defection a mere scapegoating. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, blinded by treachery, would certainly never issue orders for human experimentation. The individual behind such commands was undoubtedly Danzo. Conveniently, within the Root organization led by Danzo, there existed a would-release user. Yamato, who was the product of a Hashirama cell transplantation experiment. Thus, a perfect logical circle was formed. In this lifetime, Orochimaru and Inuzuka Tsuki, as master and disciple, significantly enhanced their technical prowess. Yet, in order to secure funding from Danzo, the Hashirama cell transplantation experiment remained an indispensable project. Consequently, Yamato, the wood-release user, was once again born, diligently training in the Root organization. At present, Konoha was oblivious to the fact that Hashirama's wood-release and Yamato's wood-release were fundamentally distinct concepts. In their perception, wood-release was still regarded as the supreme force for pacifying chaos. When news of the wood-release user reached the ears of two Uchiha, their understanding of its power would undoubtedly deepen. Although Tsuki's expression was somewhat subtle, his meaning was unequivocal. Danzo was a villain, a beast, a parasite. Yet Orochimaru was none of these things. If Orochimaru ascended to the position of Hokage, peace would reign in the skies, and Konoha would prosper. Ultimately, Tsuki articulated his final objective. Ladies and gentlemen, the century-long history of the warring states reveals that only wood-release can contend with the Sharingan, and only the Sharingan can stand against wood-release. The esteemed Lord Hashirama, in the face of widespread misunderstanding, established the ninja village system, thus concluding the bloody warring states era, bequeathing us the will of fire. Now it falls upon us, the successors of the will of fire, to tread the path of the solitary individual, to prevent Konoha from falling into the hands of ambitious figures like Danzo. I would like to invite you both to capture Danzo and procure evidence of his crimes, so that we may restore Orochimaru's honor and revive the spirit of the will of fire to protect Konoha. After speaking, Inuzuka Tsuki fixed a serious gaze upon Shursui and Itachi. Completely taken aback by Tsuki's barrage of arguments, Shursui and Itachi were filled with fervor. Upon hearing Tsuki's invitation to join the cause of saving Konoha, their spirits soared, and without a second thought, they readily agreed. Orochimaru's research findings were right before them. Tsuki-senpai would never deceive them. As long as Orochimaru became Hokage, these achievements could be widely disseminated throughout the shinobi world, ushering in a prolonged era of peace under the protection of the will of fire. Meanwhile, the loyal canine companion, Wankai, quietly murmured to himself, whether Orochimaru is innocent or not, the boss certainly knows. The false Kodo Amatsukami of the Sharingan pales in comparison to the true Kodo Amatsukami of the will of fire. Sarutobi. Just wait and see your downfall. Having absorbed all the ideas conveyed by Inuzuka Tsuki, Shursui resolved to assist Orochimaru in achieving the Hokage position. Once Orochimaru took the mantle, the shinobi world could experience enduring tranquility. Moreover, as Tsuki-senpai's disciple, he would certainly inherit the role of the next Hokage. As a staunch supporter of Orochimaru and a devoted ally of Tsuki-senpai, he believed that with their combined efforts, along with the backing of 2 generations of Hokage, they could alleviate the tensions between the village and the clans. Having contemplated everything, Shursui suddenly perceived that even from the perspective of his clan, Orochimaru's ascension to the position of 5th Hokage remained the optimal solution. He felt as though he had unwittingly been released from Kodo Amatsukami himself. Tsuki-senpai, I believe we should strive to minimize casualties, Shursui cautiously suggested, having meticulously considered the ramifications. Hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki beamed with joy. With the banner of the will of fire flying high, Shursui indeed agreed wholeheartedly. Observing Shursui's words, it was clear that striving to minimize casualties essentially meant that when absolutely necessary, one must not hesitate to eliminate threats. Then it's settled. Recently, the village intends to assign me to the Root organization, which presents us with an excellent opportunity to confront Danzo. We must ensure that everything proceeds flawlessly, Inuzuka Tsuki declared with enthusiasm. Thereafter, the two continued to discuss tactical details, while Itachi listened with palpable excitement. This was a plan that could usher in peace for the entire shinobi world, and merely being a part of it filled him with pride. Who goes there? Inuzuka Tsuki and Shursui were engrossed in their fervent discussion when Itachi, stationed at the door, suddenly interjected with a commanding tone. The matters they were currently plotting could, at best, be described as treasonous, and it was imperative that the 4th Hokage remained unaware. Itachi was fully prepared to silence any potential threats. Who are you? Upon hearing the voice of Itachi, the newcomers did not exhibit fear. Instead, they hastily entered the laboratory. Their expressions changed when they noticed the room housing the wood-released chakra fluid had been opened. Is that you, Mizuki Yu and Aoi? Inquired Inuzuka Tsuki with calmness. You startled me. I thought it was the village coming to raid this place. Mizuki sighed in relief upon recognizing the familiar voice. Having initially feared the laboratory had been compromised, the visitors were none other than Mizuki, the first minor boss of the Hokage, a member of Inuzuka Tsuki's team, alongside his companions Aoi and Hinatayu. Mizuki and you were part of the secret cadre established by Tsuki and Orochimaru in Konoha. While Aoi was a capable individual found by Tsuki within his clan, as a village-certified elite jonin, Tsuki had the authority to assemble his own ninja team. And after careful selection, he chose the 3 of them. Orochimaru, having once been the commander of Konoha's forces, had a robust network of operatives, with numerous ninjas skilled in espionage at his disposal. Following Orochimaru's defection in the original narrative, most of these operatives would be subsumed by Danzo. With Tsuki now as the second-in-command, as long as he could maintain a degree of independence within Danzo's roots, the potential of this cadre would be significant. Mizuki, Aoi, you. How goes the business discussion? Tsuki inquired directly, unreservedly addressing the presence of Shursui and Itachi, warming their hearts. Mizuki and Aoi exchanged wary glances with the two Uchiha, clearly reluctant to disclose Orochimaru's secrets in their presence. It's all right. Shursui and Itachi are our own, Tsuki reassured, which touched Shursui and Itachi, indicating their integration into Orochimaru's inner circle. Chapter 16. The Shinlong Group. We have already negotiated with most of the grain merchants. They have agreed to trial a portion of our seeds on their farms. During the negotiations, we represented the Shinlong Group, concealing our true identities and signing confidentiality agreements with the merchants to ensure absolute security. Although Mizuki and Aoi remained cautious, it was ultimately Yu who replied earnestly. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Yu was naturally constrained by the caged bird technique. Initially, he would not have been able to accept Tsuki's recruitment. However, much like Niji, he had witnessed the Hyuga main family punishing the branch family through the caged bird technique and harbored a deep-seated resentment towards both the technique and the clan's hierarchy. Tsuki had previously promised Yu, on behalf of Orochimaru, to help him break the caged bird seal, thus earning his loyalty. Well done. This is our first step towards achieving peace in the ninja world. Mizuki, Aoi, you three shall take the credit. Tsuki praised, not withholding his commendation upon hearing the good news. We are undeserving of your accolades, my lord. The three replied, bowing deeply. My lord, why are we providing such excellent seeds for free to those treacherous grain merchants? Even if they increase food production, they will not lower their prices for the common people. Mizuki expressed his indignation, unable to suppress his query. We must open up the market. Do not worry, Mizuki. After the first season of trials, those merchants will be begging us to sell them the seeds. At that point, if anyone dares to inflate prices, we will cut off their seed supply. The merchants are not a monolithic entity. The most advanced seed technology is in our hands. Do they truly believe they hold the pricing power? Detecting Mizuki's mindset, Tsuki chuckled softly, offering reassurance. Mizuki, a commoner ninja, was less competent than you, yet his loyalty was indisputable. Now aligned with Orochimaru's faction, he was bound to follow Tsuki unwaveringly. As for Aoi, he was Tsuki's cousin and a devoted admirer, recognized as one of Tsuki's staunchest supporters. His ninja dog, Ramuru, was a subordinate of Tsuki's loyal companion, Wankai. As the second-in-command of Orochimaru's faction, Tsuki had to ensure the unity of the faction while recruiting new members. For these operatives would be the foundation for his future endeavors and achievements. After discussing agricultural reforms, Tsuki bid farewell to the Uchiha duo, deliberately allowing them to remain present to witness the implementation of the Will of Fire and the sophistication of the measures in place to address unforeseen events. To claim to be the successor of the Will of Fire, should one not bow down and pledge allegiance? Encouraged by Tsuki's fervor, Shursui and Itachi were reluctant to leave. Yet both were adept ninjas aware that certain matters were confidential. The information they had received today was sufficiently shocking, demonstrating the significance Tsuki and Orochimaru placed on them. As Tsuki indicated his intention to see them off, Shursui and Itachi reluctantly rose to take their leave. Senior Tsuki, Itachi, and I shall take our leave. Shursui respectfully bowed, adopting a more formal demeanor in the company of others. Very well, you may depart. I still have matters to discuss with Mizuki and the others. So I shall not see you out, Tsuki replied, nodding without rising, maintaining the necessary demeanor of a superior, a lesson learned from Orochimaru. After a pause, Tsuki cautioned. Today's matters are confidential. Refrain from discussing them with anyone. Understood, my lord. Shursui and Itachi responded promptly, bowing, subtly shifting their address to Tsuki. I have no further matters at the moment. You may attend to your own affairs. After bidding farewell to the two Uchiha, Tsuki instructed Mizuki, Aoi, and Yu, subsequently pouring himself a cup of water, feeling the need to replenish after speaking extensively to persuade Shursui. As Tsuki finished his drink, he noticed Mizuki, Aoi, and Yu still standing awkwardly in place, their faces reflecting embarrassment and hesitation, which caused Tsuki to frown slightly, sensing that events had transpired in the village during his absence. As someone from the modern world, Tsuki despised the hierarchical views prevalent in the ninja world, yet he understood that a superior must maintain an unpredictable authority. The posture he had to adopt as a leader would inevitably make his subordinates cautious, but the sight of their discomfort always irked him. Speak freely, or take your leave. Do not waste my time with your hesitations. Tsuki reprimanded, observing their constipated expressions. Upon hearing the reprimand from Inuzuka Tsuki, the three exchanged glances, as if silently encouraging one another, mentally preparing before Mizuki finally spoke up. Lady Tsuki, there is something that must be reported to you. The village has gone too far. Recently, a multitude of rumors have emerged concerning some scandalous news about Lord Orochimaru. Scandalous news? Concerning Orochimaru? Inuzuka Tsuki found herself at a loss for words. It is widely acknowledged that her mentor, Orochimaru, though not a paragon of virtue, is of ambiguous gender, thus unlikely to inherit any traditional proclivities for women from the Hokage lineage. How could such baseless rumors even be associated with him? Has the village lost all semblance of decency, fabricating tales to undermine Orochimaru's reputation? Who would believe such nonsense? Certainly, Tsuki would not. If it were claimed that Orochimaru was financially supporting Jiraiya, there might be some credibility to that assertion in Tsuki's eyes. But the village would never concoct such a scandal involving the two, as it was absurd to the point of being laughable. Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely dissect the mind of anyone who dared to contrive such a farcical tale. As for legitimate rumors, Tsuki regrettably found herself bereft of imagination. Unable to conceive of anyone with whom Orochimaru might be linked in scandalous gossip. With a nonchalant expression, she continued sipping her water and casually inquired, "What sort of scandal is this?" "It is said that some unruly villagers are spreading rumors that Lord Orochimaru is harboring a mistress within the village and has even fathered a daughter," Mizuki stammered. Clearly, Mizuki also harbored doubts about this information. Otherwise, given his loyalty to both Orochimaru and Tsuki, he would not speak with such uncertainty. Chapter 17. Orochimaru's Scandal. Observing Mizuki's lack of confidence, Inuzuka Tsuki was taken aback and her interest piqued. Could it be that there was some substantive evidence behind these rumors? Yet, even if she strained her imagination, she could not fathom how to associate Orochimaru with such scandalous tales. Could it be that my mentor has taken Tsunade under his wing? That seemed unlikely, given Orochimaru's current desperation for research funding combined with Tsunade's notorious gambling habits. The sheer magnitude of her debts would likely provoke Orochimaru to summon 1,000 snakes to exact vengeance upon her. Lady Tsuki, please be cautious with your words. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's disrespectful remarks towards one of the three shinobi, Mizuki and the others turned pale with fear, anxiously glancing around as if they were thieves. Fearful that the two members of the Uchiha clan had not yet departed. Could you elaborate on the situation? Struggling to fathom with whom Orochimaru could possibly be associated in rumors, Inuzuka Tsuki grew weary of speculation and directly inquired of the trio. This time, Inuzuka Aoiya continued to elucidate. Lord Orochimaru once ventured out and returned with a red-haired woman accompanied by a child, whose straight red hair bore a striking resemblance to Lord Orochimaru's own dark locks. As he spoke, Aoiya swallowed hard, gesturing for Hyuga to continue. Seizing the cue from Aoiya, Hyuga clenched his teeth and proceeded. Lord Orochimaru has also arranged for the mother and daughter to reside in a vacant house near his estate. While Lord Orochimaru was present, no one dared to voice their opinions. However, now that he has left the village, whispers among the cunning shinobi and the unscrupulous villagers have become rampant, alleging that Lord Orochimaru has taken the woman as his mistress and that they have a daughter together. Listening to the three individuals discussing the entire sequence of events, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself at a loss, both amused and bewildered. Indeed, one should never easily depart from the epicenter of power. Even ninjas are not exempt from this truth. Otherwise, one could never fathom the grotesque burdens that might be thrust upon them. It was at this moment that he finally discerned the identity of Orochimaru's rumored female companion, Karen's mother, a woman from the Hidden Grass village, belonging to the esteemed Uzumaki clan, who had previously been a mere nameless extra in the original narrative. When Orochimaru had brought Karen and her mother back to the village, Inuzuka Tsuki had encountered this woman. While not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a delicate charm, albeit with a slightly haggard complexion that bore a resemblance to Karen. This mother-daughter duo had served as medical support in the Hidden Grass village, and Orochimaru's decision to rescue them was not born of sudden compassion. It was rather an endeavor to validate a hypothesis presented by Inuzuka Tsuki earlier. Since the era of the second Hokage, the ninja world had embarked on an exploration to recreate what released through the cells of Hashirama Senju. These experiments persisted until the time of Danzo's leadership in Root, employing a rather rudimentary method of transplanting Hashirama cells into subjects, with outcomes ranging from success to death, a simplistic and brutal approach. Due to the invasive nature and rejection reactions of Hashirama cells, subjects perished in rapid succession. Inuzuka Tsuki, well-versed in basic biological principles, recognized how unreliable such experimental methods were. Akin to mere chance. Upon proposing a cloning strategy, he suggested a novel concept. Why not replicate Hashirama Senju through cloning? The theoretical foundation of cloning is surprisingly straightforward. All beings develop from a single egg cell, with the future development dictated by the nucleus within. By transplanting Hashirama's cell nucleus into an egg cell, a genetically identical clone could be cultivated. In his previous life on Blue Star, cloning was a well-established technology and given the technological foundation of the ninja world. Creating a clone of Hashirama should pose no significant challenge. Extract the nucleus from Hashirama's cells and implant it into a healthy egg cell. Then await the development of a Hashirama clone. When Inuzuka Tsuki first proposed this new research direction, Orochimaru was thrilled, as cloning Hashirama perfectly aligned with his development of the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. Would release wielded immense power capable of quelling chaos. And the prospect of possessing infinite lives while wielding such strength was terrifying. Even Orochimaru felt a shiver at this possibility. Should this experimental direction prove successful, he could clone Hashirama Senju and then use the impure world reincarnation technique to inhabit the clone, fulfilling his desire for immortality while simultaneously becoming invincible in the ninja realm. Moreover, based on the research conducted by Inuzuka Tsuki and Orochimaru regarding cloning, the essence of the soul stems from self-awareness. Before a clone opens its eyes to perceive the world, it exists much like a fetus that has not yet been born, merely a soulless mass of flesh. This phenomenon is peculiar. The clone lacks a soul prior to awakening, yet upon the first moment of seeing the world, a soul materializes instantaneously. However, the research into cloning Hashirama soon encountered obstacles, as ordinary egg cells struggled to endure the overwhelming vitality of Hashirama's cells. These egg cells would perish immediately after the transplantation of the cell nucleus. Inuzuka Tsuki initially believed this to be an inexplicable flaw within the ninja world. Such a formidable existence could not be permitted. The cloning of Hashirama Senju, it seemed, was an unfeasible pursuit. Yet, he evidently underestimated Orochimaru's tenacity regarding this experiment. To his astonishment, Orochimaru procured a female member of the Uzumaki clan, leveraging the clan's formidable vitality to contend with the equally vigorous Hashirama cells. Utilizing the egg cells from the Uzumaki clan, this research direction ultimately succeeded, resulting in Orochimaru successfully cloning a Hashirama Senju replica. In light of this, as thoughts turned to the injured Sarutobi Hizashi, Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly realized why Sarutobi Hizashi had been wounded by Orochimaru. Even without the reincarnation of the original Azura's chakra, Orochimaru, wielding would release, was not an adversary to be underestimated. Recognizing this, Inuzuka Tsuki understood that the village had misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly viewing the Uzumaki mother and daughter as Orochimaru's consort and child. However, judging by the demeanor of the trio, Mizuki and his companions, it was clear that the village harbored no malicious intent toward the mother and daughter. On one hand, the Uzumaki bloodline was a rare and valuable vessel for the Jinchuriki. The village likely did not wish to relinquish such a remarkable lineage. On the other hand, Orochimaru's failure to take them when he defected indicated their status in his eyes. He would not allow them to become a threat to the village. As the deceased daughter of Orochimaru held little value, Inuzuka Tsuki was indifferent to this matter. The expectations regarding a ninja's personal morals were quite lax within the ninja world. Even if Orochimaru were indeed lascivious, it would not tarnish his capability to serve as Hokage. Waving his hand to let Mizuki and his companions attend to their duties, Inuzuka Tsuki returned to his contemplations in the laboratory before stealthily making his way to the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. With Orochimaru having departed, he would undoubtedly have left behind some messages, and such intelligence would reside within the secret laboratory, the core of all of Orochimaru's research projects. Chapter 18. The Residual Intelligence Before Defection. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower of Konoha. At this moment, the three advisory elders had taken their leave, leaving Sarutobi Hizashi alone in the Hokage's office. Gazing through the window at the post-QB rampage, which resembled a vast construction site, a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Truly, one calamity followed another. The devastation wrought by the QB incident had yet to settle when the defection of Orochimaru occurred. Currently, the strength of Konoha had plummeted to a critical low, possessing the title of S3 season champion of the ninja world, yet lacking the power to match it. The Rock Village to the northwest and the Cloud Village to the northeast were both eyeing Konoha with ill intent. These were villages with perfect Jinchuriki. This was also the reason Sarutobi Hizashi had been reluctant to deal with Inuzuka Tsuki. The Blue Flash, like Kakashi Hitaki among the younger generation, represented the strength of Konoha at this time. The village could not afford to undermine its own foundations any further, if not for Danzo's coercive tactics. Threatening to expose Orochimaru's human experimentation involving the village's ninjas, Sarutobi Hizashi would have preferred to ignore Orochimaru entirely, silently stripping him of his right to inherit the Hokage title. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hizashi sighed deeply, his expression aging further. He gestured behind him, and four Umbu appeared, kneeling in response. Hokage Dano, have you ascertained the identity of that woman? Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled deeply from his pipe, slowly exhaling a smoke ring as he began to inquire of the Umbu ninjas behind him. Hokage Dano, we have only determined that the woman hails from the Hidden Grass Village and previously belonged to their Umbu forces, but as a non-combatant. Every ninja from the Hidden Grass Village who had any contact with her has been silenced by Orochimaru, and even the village's records have been incinerated by him, erasing all intelligence concerning that woman. However, it is confirmed that she belongs to the scattered Uzumaki clan, apart from her hair color. Both she and her daughter exhibit the Uzumaki clan's characteristic vitality and chakra abundance. The reporting Umbu did not dare to be negligent, relaying all the information in a rush. They were part of Sarutobi Hizashi's shadow guard, having long served in his protection, fully aware that this was a time of extraordinary circumstances. After listening to the report from the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. He pondered the necessity of determining the woman's lineage. Surely, with the use of the telescope technique to observe her hair color, he could ascertain her origins. Was it truly necessary to dispatch you all from the village to investigate? Although he understood that his disciple had little interest in women, the veracity of the scandalous rumors was negligible. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but entertain the thought that it would be wonderful if the village's gossip held some truth. If that child were indeed the illegitimate daughter of Orochimaru and some unknown woman, such a revelation would at least forge a tenuous connection between Orochimaru and the village. The old man's moral compass was rather lenient. He was quite open-minded regarding human experimentation. After all, his own mentor, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, had engaged in similar practices, so what harm would it be if his disciple did the same? Moreover, when Orochimaru defected from Konoha, he had utilized wood-release techniques. Though his mastery was rudimentary and the scale of his abilities paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage, it was still wood-release, an extraordinary power capable of quelling chaos. The very fact that Orochimaru could wield such abilities hinted at an impending surge in his strength. Since the death of Shinjuku, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sensed that his most prized disciple, Orochimaru, was increasingly severing ties with the village. When Orochimaru took Inuzuka Tsuki as his apprentice, Hiruzen had felt a flicker of hope, believing that his disciple had rekindled his connection with the village. However, he soon realized that Inuzuka Tsuki also seemed to lack a sense of belonging to the village, or even to her own clan. As a member of the Inuzuka clan, Tsuki had generously shared her developed techniques, the steel release synthesis formula and wind release chakra mode, without compensation. Yet, she hardly interacted with her clan, and even her dog refrained from mingling with the clan's canine companions. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to quell the village's rumors, providing the mother and daughter duo with the necessary support for their livelihood. If the child ever aspired to become a ninja, he would ensure she had the opportunity to attend the ninja academy, all while maintaining discreet surveillance without alerting them. After a lengthy contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally issued instructions to the 4 Umbu agents behind him. Yes, Lord Hokage, they replied in unison before silently departing the Hokage's office. Upon re-entering the secret laboratory within the Forest of Death, Hiruzen found it devoid of Orochimaru's shadow clones. The dimly lit space permeated with an eerie stillness. Inuzuka Tsuki quietly paced the laboratory, her fingers gliding over the expensive instruments, which had neither been confiscated by the village nor exhibited signs of damage. It was evident that this was not the initial site of Orochimaru's defection. Suddenly, the silence was pierced by a hissing sound as a small purple snake slithered from the corner of the room. Upon spotting Tsuki, it spoke. Lady Tsuki, Lord Orochimaru instructed me to wait for you. Little Purple, how was my teacher before he left? Was he injured? What did he say? Tsuki inquired calmly. Hiss. Lord Orochimaru has completed the resurrection technique using the Hashirama clone. He assured me that performing the technique with a soulless clone would not deplete his spirit. So you need not worry, the snake replied. He also mentioned that Konoha has become a hindrance in his quest for truth, and he no longer harbors any affection for the village. Please do not fret over his departure. Finally, the little snake added. Lord Orochimaru has arranged with Danzo to secure a position for you at Root. He entrusted you with delivering the final batch of experimental data to Danzo. As it spoke, the purple snake slithered toward the exit of the laboratory. Tsuki followed it into another room, where the snake pointed its tail towards a dusty iron box in the corner. Upon seeing the box, Tsuki noted the dust that had settled on it, indicating it contained the latest research findings. The first 2 pieces of information were already known to her and did not concern her much. However, upon hearing the last piece of news, her eyes brightened. It seemed Orochimaru had laid the groundwork for her before his departure. Both Orochimaru and Tsuki were not naive. They understood Danzo's character well. Danzo was not a benevolent, patient, or reliable predecessor. Thus, any agreement reached between Orochimaru and Danzo warranted skepticism. With a swift motion, Tsuki brushed the dust off the box and opened it, meticulously examining its contents. Indeed, the documents pertained entirely to experiments aimed at achieving a balance between the Sharingan and Hashirama cells. After reviewing the contents of the box, Tsuki closed it and addressed the purple snake. Little Purple, please convey my gratitude to my teacher and hand this scroll to him. She then produced a sealed scroll from her pocket and tossed it to the waiting little snake. Chapter 19. Meeting with Danzo. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan territory, Shisui and Itachi returned, unable to conceal their excitement. The day's events had truly been overwhelming. From the research findings presented by Inuzuka Tsuki to the grand vision articulated by Orochimaru, these 2 Uchiha had yet to realize that, having been infused with Tsuki's new ideas, they were increasingly distancing themselves from their clan, in stark contrast to the lofty ambitions and strategic vision of Orochimaru and Tsuki. The Uchiha clan's obsession with the Hokage position seemed utterly trivial. The clan's narrow perspective was insufficient to accommodate the broader horizons of the 2. When Shisui and Itachi re-evaluated their clan, it was as if Liu Bei were confronted by the petty desires of Su Shao, or Liang Jiaju encountered a younger sibling in a Mazda. Engaging in discussions about peace in the ninja world with someone preoccupied with how to incite a rebellion to become Hokage is akin to discussing the upheaval of heaven while they question whether one's eyes were dry during the chaos. With such disparate perspectives, how could meaningful dialogue ensue? If Tsuki aspired to be Hokage, she would undoubtedly declare, I aim to become Hokage to expedite the global dissemination of wood-release seeds, ensuring that no one suffers from hunger, and to realize everlasting peace under the protection of the first Hokage's will. Upon assuming the role, she would articulate her governance agenda with purpose and clarity. instilling confidence in her followers, a steadfast commitment to their cause. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's aspirations were painfully mundane. Uchiha clan, I want to be the chairman. Nara clan, why do you wish to be the chairman? Uchiha clan, because Konoha Company owes the Uchiha a chairman, and we must reclaim it. Yamanaka clan, on what grounds does Konoha Company owe you a chairman? Uchiha clan, we are co-founders of Konoha Company. Inuzuka clan, did you not get directly acquired by Chairman Hashirama back then? Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, that is irrelevant. Let us not delve into that. If you were to become chairman, how would you lead Konoha Company to profitability? Uchiha clan, well, we haven't thought about that yet. In any case, we simply want to become the chairman. Other shinobi, haha. Uchiha replied, I don't care. We must become the chairman. If we are not allowed to rise to power, we will expose the company's tax evasion, and we all perish together. Other shinobi, haha. With such a lack of credibility, they wish to incite rebellion. Even if the leader of the rebellion were their own father, they could not accompany him. And of course, slaying one's father is equally absurd. Shursui and Itachi found a secluded corner within the clan grounds and chatted until late into the night, still somewhat reluctant to part ways. It was only when their minds protested vigorously and their eyes grew heavy that they reluctantly returned home to rest. After receiving the information left for him by Orochimaru, Inuzuka Tsuki emerged from the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death and headed straight home. As anticipated, Danzo would soon send someone to pay him a visit. True to Tsuki's expectations, he had barely settled in at home when 4 root ninjas arrived that very evening, just like at the mission reception. The 4 root ninjas formed a subtle encirclement around him. The leading ninja stated, Inuzuka Tsuki, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Lead the way, honestly. There is no need for this display. We are all familiar with one another, Tsuki remarked, somewhat exasperated by the 4 ninjas surrounding him. Ignoring Tsuki's sarcasm, the 4 root ninjas took no notice of his lack of resistance. One of them stepped forward to lead, while the other 3 maintained their encirclement around Tsuki. The 5 of them wound around to the back of Hokage Rock and descended over 1,000 steps, finally arriving at the root base, which appeared to be a sub-base of sorts. The leading root ninja performed hand seals to dispel the seal on the gate, and then they entered in single file. After a lengthy walk, Tsuki finally encountered Danzo in a spacious hall. At this moment, the elder's appearance was identical to that in the original narrative. With his right arm and eye tightly bound in bandages, his left hand resting on a cane, seated prominently in the center of the hall. The 4 root ninjas knelt on one knee in unison, leaving Tsuki exposed in the middle, subtly suggesting he should kneel as well. Danzo-senpai, we are all acquainted. Let us forego such formalities. Tsuki asserted. Baka, you must address him as Lord Danzo. The leading root ninja, enraged by Tsuki's lack of respect, reprimanded him sharply. Danzo-senpai, I am not your subordinate, Tsuki directly reminded Danzo, disregarding the small fry beside him. Seeing Tsuki's nonchalant demeanor, Danzo's expression darkened as he said, Hizashi has already reassigned your direct team to Root. I am now your superior. Danzo-senpai, we are all reasonable people. There is no need for such pomp. Do we really need your subordinates to hear what we are about to discuss? Tsuki, weary of Danzo's formalities, bluntly stated. You scoundrel. Do you wish to die here? Tsuki's disrespect had long provoked the 4 brainwashed root ninjas, and upon hearing Tsuki draw attention to himself, they stood ready to strike. Stand down. Danzo naturally would not engage Tsuki, as Orochimaru still had many research achievements yet to share with him, all of which had been purchased with genuine resources from Root. Each request for funds came from the very individual before him. Observing his subordinates prepare to attack Tsuki, Danzo swiftly commanded them to retreat, his tone growing colder. With the figures of the ninjas fading away, Tsuki let out a sigh of relief. Had Danzo turned against him just then, he would have had no choice but to flee using reverse summoning, which was why he had not brought Wankai along. However, Danzo was inherently suspicious, and given Tsuki's previous dealings with him, any sudden change in demeanor could easily arouse Danzo's doubts. Thus, he had to maintain his previously established tough persona. Danzo-senpai, Orochimaru-sensei has expressed that Konoha's limitations have hindered his progress. He has long considered leaving Konoha, but due to the collaboration with you and his commitment to keeping promises, he has waited until now. Before his departure, he entrusted me with delivering the final batch of research data and equipment left in Konoha to you. After this is accomplished, I too shall leave Konoha to follow my teacher. In truth, with your wisdom, Danzo-senpai, you should not be confined to the constraints of the village. By elevating your perspective beyond the village, you will discover a far broader world. As he concluded, Tsuki subtly attempted to persuade Danzo, fully aware that Danzo would not abandon Konoha. Nevertheless, a few complimentary remarks cost him nothing, while also indicating his own resolve to depart the village. Yet Danzo paid no heed to Tsuki's words, dismissing his suggestion to defect from Konoha entirely. Instead, he threatened Tsuki. When Hizashi pursued Orochimaru, he was injured by wood release. If Orochimaru possesses the knowledge of wood release and shares it with me, I will allow you to leave. Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei has mastered the stable technique of Hashirama's cell transplantation, and these findings are included in the final batch of experimental data. Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, at the old location in the Forest of Death, I will deliver all the research data to you. With that, Tsuki turned and walked towards the exit of the base. Danzo's fixation on the matter was entirely within Tsuki's expectations. Having witnessed the power of wood release firsthand, Danzo was fervently obsessed with that force. After experiencing Orochimaru's wood release, he would be eager to pursue it. Wankai, have your subordinates assist me in delivering this scroll to Uchiha Shirsui. Tsuki commanded Wankai upon returning home. He added, remember, proceed with caution. We are surely being monitored by root ninjas. Afterward, Tsuki began to organize his ninja tools. For tomorrow marked a critical juncture in his plans, determining whether he could remain in Konoha or not. He could not afford to be careless. Chapter 20. The meeting in the dense forest in Konoha village. Within the depths of the forest of death, the moonlight shone brightly upon the earth. Yet it failed to penetrate the dense foliage of the forest. Traversing the night within the forest of death still required torches for illumination. At this moment, a small group of ninjas clad in long cloaks and adorned with animal masks emerged from the dense woods. They were Danzo's root ninjas, who instinctively surrounded Danzo to protect him. Compared to Sarutobi Izashi, who dared to leave the village alone to meet the daimyo in the land of fire, Danzo's courage was evidently lacking. Even with mastery over the Uchiha clan's life-altering genjutsu, Izanagi, Danzo remained true to his cowardly nature. On the night of the second Hokage's death, even if given another chance, Danzo would likely still hesitate to step forward. Concealed in the shadows, Tsuki observed Danzo. Surrounded by a protective circle of ninjas, and thought to himself, it is evident how fearful he is to require such a retinue even while operating within his own village. With the main character now present, Tsuki ceased his concealment, leaping from the thicket to stand before Danzo, coldly stating, Danzo-senpai, what is the meaning of bringing so many root ninjas here? Do you intend to ambush me? Upon the sudden appearance of Inuzuka Tsuki, Danzo was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Tsuki's remarkable skill in concealment, which had eluded his detection. Truly, he was a worthy disciple of the genius Orochimaru. Within the realm of shinobi, there are many who are hailed as perfect ninjas, with Orochimaru being one of them. His strength was multifaceted, not only evident in his mastery of an array of peculiar forbidden techniques, but also in the fundamental qualities of stealth, ambush, and assassination that every ninja should possess. However, upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry, Danzo's irritation flared, and he coldly retorted, my actions require no explanation to you. They are my guards and shall remain by my side at all times. Upon hearing the insincere reasoning from Danzo, Inuzuka Tsuki disdainfully curled his lip and scoffed, Danzo-senpai, I believe I have demonstrated sufficient sincerity to you. As a disciple of Orochimaru, I am not your subordinate. Even as I prepared to leave the village, I was still willing to visit you alone at the root, yet you have evidently failed to extend me the same respect. I have shared with you my plans following the data transfer, yet you still brought so many subordinates, never considering my choice. Since you lack sincerity, you must bid farewell to the power you so desperately desire. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki began to retreat slowly. Seeing Tsuki's intention to leave, Danzo felt a surge of urgency and immediately signaled the nearby root ninjas to encircle him. 12 root ninjas flickered into motion, swiftly surrounding Tsuki at the center. Observing their adept use of the body flicker technique, it was clear these were all well-trained elite ninjas. The atmosphere between the two parties became intensely charged. Tsuki halted in place, assuming a defensive stance to avoid provoking the root ninjas. He was not Uchiha Bido, even if he could enter a shallow sage mode. He was not in a position to dance upon the battlefield. Boss, what should we do? Wankai bared his teeth, glaring ferociously at the encroaching root ninjas. Wankai, are you afraid? A remnant cold smile lingered on Tsuki's face as he disregarded the encircling ninjas, his icy gaze fixated on Danzo outside the throng. The standoff persisted for a brief moment, neither side willing to make the first move. Danzo had long since memorized the intelligence on Tsuki. For one skilled in steel release like Tsuki, low-powered shuriken strikes would yield little effect, while high-powered ninjutsu lacked the element of stealth. Without seizing the data from his opponent, even killing him would be futile. Ultimately, it was Tsuki who broke the silence. He retrieved a scroll from his bosom, gripping it tightly in his palm, and threatened Danzo. Danzo-senpai, order your root subordinates to withdraw, or I shall destroy this data and wish you good fortune in the forthcoming battle. You should understand that my demise here signifies a complete rupture between Orochimaru and yourself. Therefore, it is time for you to make a choice. Peacefully complete the transfer and watch me disappear from the village, or engage in battle and gamble on our mutual fortune. With that, under Danzo's cold gaze, Tsuki calmly untied the binding of the scroll in his hand. All he needed to do was unfurl the scroll and tear off any corner, thereby disrupting the sealing technique within. The entities sealed within the scroll would be rendered summoning ineffective. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's ominous threat, Danzo's expression darkened to a terrifying degree, as if it could yield water. The scroll clutched in Inuzuka Tsuki's hand represented his sole hope of mastering the wood release technique. Indeed, it was the wood release, once a formidable force that quelled chaotic realms. Although the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen had aged, remnants of his former prowess still lingered, and Danzo, who regarded Hiruzen as his lifelong adversary, despite having grafted numerous Sharingan onto his arms, did not consider himself a match for him. The only hope of conquering Hiruzen in this lifetime resided within that scroll. Stand down. Danzo finally uttered a low command as Inuzuka Tsuki began to unfurl the scroll, feigning the act of tearing a corner from it. He could not afford to gamble. The blue flash, renowned throughout the ninja world for its swiftness, though slightly inferior in speed to the golden flash, was nonetheless beyond the capabilities of the ordinary shinobi accompanying him. After the confrontation commenced, he lacked the certainty to capture his opponent, should Tsuki succeed in escaping. He would forever lose the chance to grasp the wood release. Initially, he had intended to apprehend Inuzuka Tsuki post-engagement and negotiate for added benefits with Orochimaru. Yet that notion was evidently fading. This wolf from the Inuzuka clan was as astute and troublesome as the treacherous snake. Through their exchanges, Danzo had surmised that, akin to Orochimaru, Inuzuka Tsuki harbored no intention of remaining in Konoha. Like the ungrateful snake that was Orochimaru, Tsuki was a wolf that could not be tamed. At that moment, Danzo fervently cursed in silence, selectively disregarding the true reasons behind Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, as well as his own role in that betrayal. Those accursed rogue ninjas and their master-apprentice relationship. Danzo's countenance grew even more somber as he coldly instructed the Root ninjas, encircling Inuzuka Tsuki, "Do as he says. Leave the Death Forest training ground and return for me in half an hour." Understood. Upon hearing Danzo's command, the Root ninjas encircling Inuzuka Tsuki responded in unison, their figures flickering and swiftly vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Noticing that the Root ninjas surrounding him had all retreated, Inuzuka Tsuki secretly heightened his sage mode, sensing to its maximum, probing to confirm the withdrawal of the Root ninjas, and indeed, they had all departed. With this realization, he felt a wave of relief. This crucial step had finally succeeded, and the remaining matters would depend on his previous preparations. Chapter 21. Your sand value is gone. Inuzuka Tsuki. The old man has complied with your request and ordered all his subordinates to withdraw. Now, hand over the scroll to me. Seeing the departure of the Root subordinates, Inuzuka Tsuki showed no intention of handing over the scroll, to which Danzo suppressed his fury and commanded, unmoved by Danzo's words. Inuzuka Tsuki waited until he could no longer sense any presence of the Root ninjas before finally feeling at ease. He rolled up the scroll, secured it with a tie, and complimented, "Danzo-senpai, you are indeed a wise man, having made a prudent choice. There's no need for flattery, just give me the scroll." Danzo, witnessing Inuzuka Tsuki neatly rolling up the scroll, discreetly sighed in relief. Those who have never encountered wood release would not comprehend the magnitude of its power. Yet his tone remained laced with suppressed anger. Of course, Orochimaru-sensei never intended to renege on the deal, otherwise, he would not have left a subordinate here to complete our final transaction before departing the village. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki tossed the scroll to Danzo. As Danzo beheld the coveted power within reach, he could no longer contain his inner excitement and rushed forward, eager to seize the scroll even before it landed in his grasp. "Danzo-senpai, the wise choice I mentioned is that you were right to bring your subordinates," Inuzuka Tsuki murmured softly as Danzo drew nearer. At that moment, as Inuzuka Tsuki's words fell, the obedient hound, Wankai, who had been crouching beside him, suddenly had its azure eyes turn blood red. However, Danzo was entirely focused on the scroll and failed to notice the change in the dog's gaze. In an instant, Wankai lunged forward, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, transforming into Uchiha Shursui, whose three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly within his crimson eyes. From the outset, Wankai had been a transformation technique employed by Shursui, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Danzo suddenly became alert as Shursui closed in. "Uchiha? Inuzuka Tsuki. How dare you deceive me?" Upon witnessing the Sharingan, Danzo immediately realized he had been tricked. Inuzuka Tsuki had no intent to engage in a genuine transaction but had merely manipulated him into relocating his guard under the pretense of a deal and defection. However, it was too late for Danzo to grasp this truth. The moment he beheld the Sharingan, his hands, which had been raised to form seals, went limp. For a non-bloodline ninja, facing an illusionist with the Sharingan presented an insurmountable disadvantage, and even the formidable Danzo could not escape this reality. As his mind grew increasingly muddled, and his limbs weakened, a sense of dread filled Danzo, but in the depths of that fear, a resolute determination began to emerge. After all, he was an elder of the leaf. Even though a coward at heart, when pushed to desperation, Danzo possessed the courage to trade his life for that of an enemy. Inner four symbols. Under the duress of the illusion, Danzo's speech became somewhat slurred, yet each word remained exceptionally firm. Wankai. Seeing Danzo prepare to exchange lies with him and the others, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a surge of urgency, his body instantly transforming to a light brown hue, the hallmark of steel release activation. Simultaneously, a gust of howling winds enveloped him, propelling him recklessly towards Danzo, all while he prepared another contingency. With a resounding bang, the ground behind Danzo erupted into a large crater, revealing the true Wankai. At this moment, Wankai shed its usual laziness, embodying the essence of a true wolf king. Growling deeply, baring its gleaming white teeth. Together, Wankai and Inuzuka Tsuki charged towards Danzo without hesitation. As the pair approached Danzo, he finally uttered the fourth word. The inner four symbol seal was on the verge of activation. However, Danzo clearly had no opportunity to finish his final word. For Wankai's ivory teeth clamped down fiercely on Danzo's leg. accompanied by the agonizing sound of teeth sinking into flesh. A series of runes swiftly spread from the point where Wankai had bitten Toanzo's calf, forever sealing the last word needed to activate the inner four symbols within his mouth. With the dual pressures of sealing and illusion, unless Toanzo could unleash an explosive power akin to Uchiha Sasuke's, he would be utterly incapable of breaking free from this double assurance. With the successful capture of Toanzo, Inuzuka Tsuki finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had successfully navigated the most challenging step of his plan. "Sure, Sway, may I commence the interrogation now?" he inquired, observing Toanzo, who stood frozen and utterly bewildered. "Yes, my lord. I have already placed him under illusion control," Shursui respectfully replied. "Excellent. Capturing him was no easy feat," Inuzuka Tsuki remarked, then turned to Toanzo, who bore a dazed expression, asking, "Toanzo-senpai, were you the one funding Orochimaru-sensei's project on Hashirama cells?" Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry was shrouded in ambiguity. Orochimaru had long denied any association with the Hashirama cell transplantation scheme. Had it not been for Toanzo's support, Orochimaru would certainly not have revived a project devoid of prospects. Thus the answer to this question could only be affirmative. With Toanzo's affirmation, Inuzuka Tsuki's narrative for Shursui grew increasingly credible, further binding Toanzo to their cause. Contrary to Inuzuka Tsuki's expectations, both he and Wankai waited in vain for Toanzo's response. The Toanzo being interrogated resembled a soulless husk, responding only with silence. Witnessing this scene, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow, as the leader of the Root, had proven himself to be quite ruthless. Inuzuka Tsuki had assumed that only the subordinate ninjas of the Root would be subject to the secret anti-interrogation techniques, yet Toanzo, as leader, had exemplified this principle. Evidently, he too had been ensnared by the anti-interrogation techniques. After exerting immense effort to capture Toanzo, the situation had turned into a predicament akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, leaving Inuzuka Tsuki disheartened. "I refuse to believe that even after subduing him, I cannot extract information." Faced with this dilemma, Inuzuka Tsuki steeled his resolve and directly began to unravel the bandages wrapped around Toanzo's arm. As the layers of bandages fell away, a distinctly different arm from Toanzo's skin tone gradually revealed itself before the two men and the dog, now adorned with 6 3-tomo Sharingan, their tomo spinning slowly within the pupils. Upon seeing this arm, which drastically reduced one's sanity, Uchiha Shursui was left speechless, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 22. Severing the prestige of the third Hokage recently. Within the Uchiha clan, have there been any unexplained disappearances? After unveiling the truth behind this arm, Inuzuka Tsuki turned to Shursui and inquired. At the mention of this, Shursui finally snapped back to reality from his astonishment. Though his voice still trembled slightly, "I've heard that a private ninja has recently gone missing from the clan." Private ninja? Inuzuka Tsuki felt a tinge of curiosity, as he had never encountered the term private ninja before, prompting him to inquire further. The clan has been passed down since the Warring States period, possessing a well-established training system for ninjas and an ample reserve of ninjutsu. Some clan members do not receive their training at the Ninja Academy but are instead instructed by the clan itself. These individuals do not register as ninjas in the village but masquerade as ordinary civilians, forming a private army under the control of the clan leader and the Elder Council. Shursui explained. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki nodded, gaining a clear understanding of the nature of private ninjas, reminiscent of the era of noble families that employed private soldiers. It is no wonder that the Uchiha clan remained silent after losing a pair of Sharingan. Tsuki continued. I suspect that 4 of the eyes are remnants from previous ninja world wars, while the other 2 belong to that private ninja. After speaking, Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded the astonished Shursui and cautiously altered his approach to questioning Danzo. Senior Danzo, what is the experimental budget for Root this year, compared to his previous inquiry? This question evidently did not trigger the keywords related to the transplantation experiment of the Hashirama cells, falling outside the protected category. Danzo's face momentarily revealed a struggle. Yet he ultimately responded under the pressure of Genjutsu, 700 million RY. What is the allocation of these funds? Tsuki pressed further. Danzo fell silent again. But this silence lost its significance, with the arm in question present, and combined with rumors about Orochimaru's human experiments. It was evident to any discerning individual where the money had gone. Witnessing this scene, Shursui felt a wave of disorientation. He had harbored doubts about Inuzuka Tsuki's portrayal of Orochimaru, even if he trusted Tsuki. The fact remained that Orochimaru had been confirmed as a rogue ninja by the esteemed third Hokage, sowing seeds of doubt in his heart. Nevertheless, with the wood-release seed as evidence, Shursui was reluctant to believe that Tsuki's depiction of Orochimaru was fabricated. Upon hearing Danzo admit to funding Orochimaru with 700 million Ri, Shursui's heart plummeted. Furthermore, having witnessed Danzo's obsession with wood-release throughout, despair consumed Shursui. As an elder of Konoha, how could Danzo, in pursuit of his selfish desires, so recklessly implicate a successor of the will of fire like Orochimaru? Treating the lives of comrades in the village as mere trifles? Did such a person deserve to be an elder of Konoha? Ignoring the inner turmoil of Shursui at his side, Inuzuka Tsuki seized the opportunity created by the loophole in the confidentiality seal to press on. After all, people must converse. As an elder of the village, even if Danzo was reticent, he still needed to engage in daily communication. He could not possibly restrict himself to a mere phrase, Sarutobi. You will regret this. As long as Danzo needed to speak for communication, the tongue-twisting technique could only prohibit discussions involving certain keywords. Danzo's vague responses inadvertently facilitated Tsuki's manipulation of Shursui. At this juncture, Tsuki continued his questioning but shifted to an inconsequential query. Senior Danzo. How much funding did the daimyo allocate to the village this year? The daimyo has allocated a total of 8,200,000,000 ri to the village this year. That miserly old crow, Danzo replied, devoid of any psychological burden. However, upon hearing this response, Inuzuka Tsuki seemed to experience an emotional outburst. With a fierce wind surging around him, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the vicinity. Observing Tsuki's emotional upheaval, Shursui displayed confusion, feeling bewildered and anxious. Fearing that Tsuki might resort to violence against Danzo in vengeance for Orochimaru. This was merely a mundane question. He could not comprehend why Tsuki would lose control over it. Seeing his leader so engrossed in his performance, the sole audience member, an unremarkable figure in the political arena, failed to grasp the nuances of the high-stakes drama unfolding. With no other recourse, Wankai stepped in to support his leader, his comical visage now serious, reminding Inuzuka Tsuki, "Boss, remain calm. We only have 30 minutes." Upon hearing Wansai's words, Inuzuka Tsuki finally found a way out, hastily tempering her performance, yet she refrained from further inquiring about Danzo. Likewise, the observant Uchiha Shursui, who had been standing by in a daze, seized the opportunity to seek clarification from Wankai as he noticed the latter speaking. "Wansai-senpai, what has happened to Lord Tsuki?" Wansai's canine visage displayed an expression of exasperation as he rested his paw upon his forehead, indicating to Shursui, "This year, the entire Konoha has a budget of only 8,200,000,000. Danzo, as an elder, has the authority to allocate 720 million to Lord Orochimaru. Such a substantial sum indicates that not only is he involved in this matter, but there are also individuals with greater power who tacitly approve, if not actively support, this arrangement." Enough said. Upon hearing Wansai's words, Inuzuka Tsuki appeared to be struck at a sensitive point, his emotions flaring once more. With a swift motion, he drew the kunai from his waist and struck fiercely at Danzo's right arm, which was wrapped in bandages. Whoosh! A slender beam of cerulean light cut through the air as Danzo's arm was severed, blood gushing forth from the wound like a fountain, only to be swiftly healed by the overwhelming vitality of the Hashirama cells. The excruciating pain jolted Danzo awake from his illusion. "Lord Tsuki?" Shursui's expression shifted slightly as he witnessed Inuzuka Tsuki assaulting Shimura Danzo. After all, Danzo was an elder of the village. Should he perish here, the three of them, 2 men and a dog, would have no choice but to forsake Konoha and become renegades. As a ninja who upheld the will of fire, the notion of defection had never crossed Shursui's mind. Nevertheless, he regarded Inuzuka Tsuki as a respected senior and a beacon of the will of fire. Despite Tsuki's irrational decision, Shursui refrained from intervening. He had come to understand the reason behind Tsuki's sudden emotional upheaval. "Shursui, Wankai, please take that arm and leave for a moment. I have a few words to exchange with Elder Danzo." At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki was slightly out of breath, as though the force of his previous strike had drained all his energy. Understood. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's command, although fear gripped him at the thought of the sudden demise of Danzo, which would render them both without a foothold in Konoha, Shursui dutifully complied, walking 100 meters away alongside Wankai. After all, the agony of a severed limb lingered. Danzo, having regained consciousness, emitted a pained groan. His eyes fixed intently on the Inuzuka before him, yet still bound by the constraints of the sealing technique. "You ungrateful mongrel of the Inuzuka clan. How dare you deceive me? I shall surely take your life one day." Danzo bellowed, his gaze aflame with fury directed at Inuzuka Tsuki, as if he could unleash an inferno of wrath. Chapter 23. The enemy at the Hokage Tower. In response to Danzo's threats, Inuzuka Tsuki remained utterly unfazed. "When has flesh ever threatened the knife?" With an air of nonchalance, Tsuki retorted, "What deception are you referring to, esteemed elder?" Unperturbed by Danzo's fiery glare, he continued to counsel, "Do not be so irritable, Danzo-senpai. We of our standing must possess decorum." Observing the relaxed demeanor of the malevolent youth from the Inuzuka clan, Danzo inadvertently released a breath of relief. Even he was unaware that deep within, he was truly a coward, fearful of death, urging his subordinates to embrace it without hesitation, while he himself had never done so. In moments of life-threatening peril, he possessed the courage to fight for survival, but once that threat was alleviated, the earlier bravado vanished entirely. "Speak, mongrel, of the purpose behind your hostage-taking." Danzo inhaled deeply, finally calming the searing pain coursing through his body, and demanded with ire. With a swift motion, a dull thud echoed as Inuzuka Tsuki's right hand shot forth, akin to the moment Danzo had extracted Shursui's eye in the original narrative, piercing through the bandages to unearth the Sharingan hidden beneath. Ignoring Danzo's agonizing cries, Tsuki continued in a measured tone, "Esteemed elder, after capturing you, I shall still regard you as my equal. Yet, you show no respect for my dignity. As punishment, I shall take this eye of yours as well. For I am certain you have more in reserve. Unfazed by Danzo's venomous glare, Inuzuka Tsuki laid forth his terms. Elder, I am unlike Orochimaru sensei. The Inuzuka clan has roots in Konoha, thus I still feel a sense of belonging here. Unless absolutely necessary, I have never contemplated leaving Konoha. However, your roots are far too stringent to avoid future conflicts with you and to ensure harmonious collaboration going forward while preventing any unpleasantness. I must create an opportunity for an earnest discussion regarding our arrangements. Moreover, today's actions are of my own volition. Your agreement with Orochimaru sensei remains intact. Once my skills are sufficiently honed, Orochimaru sensei will provide you with the pertinent information, and I shall continue to serve as the liaison between you and him. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's words, Danzo finally realized that he was at the mercy of others, much like fish being prepared for a meal by a knife. It dawned on him that there would be no knife that feared fish. Acknowledging this, Danzo refrained from his usual obstinacy, allowing his tone to soften. Albeit still laced with coldness as he inquired, "Do you still wish to join my route? This must be your senior's intention, for Orochimaru sensei informed me before his departure. I suspect that a directive from the third Hokage will arrive shortly. If your senior welcomes it, I would be honored to join route. However, let us discuss the terms of my treatment beforehand. I intend to establish a second route under the auspices of route, and unless absolutely necessary, it would be wise for everyone to maintain their distance." Upon hearing the words of Inuzuka Tsuki, Danzo pondered for a moment, finally responding with a grim countenance. This time, there was no hesitation. He simply wished to extricate himself swiftly. He readily acquiesced to Tsuki's demands, having never intended to fulfill them anyway. Once he was free, he would mobilize all the root ninjas to rend Inuzuka Tsuki, his dog, and that accursed Uchiha into fragments. "Senior Danzo, your agreement lacks any semblance of sincerity," Tsuki remarked with a quiet scoff. He then shifted the conversation, saying, "However, it matters not. Should you breach our accord, your right arm will find itself in the Uchiha clan's territory, and your deeds shall become widely known throughout Konoha. Thanks to you, Orochimaru sensei has just vacated the village under similar circumstances. I trust you will not be an exception. Furthermore, your collaboration with Orochimaru sensei should cease here." With that, Tsuki dismissed the visibly shaken Danzo and turned to follow the path that Shui and the dog had taken, knowing that root ninjas would assist in unbinding Danzo's restraints. As Tsuki approached, his attire remained immaculate, untouched by even a speck of blood. Shui sighed in relief, fearing that Tsuki might recklessly slay Danzo. Though benevolent at heart, he believed that eliminating Danzo would be a boon for the village. However, the repercussions of such an act were too grave to bear at this juncture. "Lord Tsuki, I possess an illusion technique capable of altering the will of others, known as Kodoamatsukami. Might we employ this to modify Danzo's intentions?" Shui inquired cautiously. Fully aware of the sensitive nature of this technique, "Have you disclosed the details of this illusion to the village?" Tsuki retorted casually. "To foster better relations between the village and the clan, I once revealed the secret of this technique to Lord Third. Promising to alter the clan leaders will if necessary to prevent conflict between our clan and the village," Shui confessed earnestly. "Then it should not be utilized. The title of shinobi hero is not given lightly. Should those around him suddenly undergo a drastic change, he will be the first to suspect you." After stating this, Tsuki ceased conversing with Shui and quickened his pace, intent on moving forward. Observing this, Shui hurried to catch up with him. "Shui, you truly are an oblivious subordinate," Tsuki suddenly interjected, his words leaving Shui perplexed. Upon noticing the tear stains at the corners of Tsuki's eyes, Shui panicked and asked, "Lord Tsuki, have you been crying?" "Indeed. Just a few drops," Tsuki admitted candidly, forgoing any excuses about dust in his eyes. He continued, "Shui, from this day forth, you, I, Itachi, and Swamoku are the remaining bearers of the will of fire, for..." As he spoke, Tsuki's voice dwindled to an almost imperceptible whisper. Yet lip reading was a fundamental skill for all ninjas. At that moment, amidst the dark and ominous forest of death, Shusui's Sharingan flared to its utmost limit. The three tomo spinning wildly, clearly discerning every word uttered by Tsuki. "The enemy is at the Hokage's tower." Boom, boom, boom. It was as if countless explosive tags detonated within his mind, obliterating Shusui's consciousness with those final 5 words. He suddenly recalled the 2 questions Tsuki had posed to Danzo. Danzo had allocated 720 million ryo to Orochimaru, a sum equivalent to 1/10 of Konoha's annual military budget. Aside from the village's task allocations, this represented all of the village's ancillary income. The notion of mobilizing nearly 1/10 of the village's military funds without the knowledge of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was incredulous. A situation so absurd that even a dog would not believe it. Was it truly possible that the third Hokage remained oblivious to such a significant financial transaction? Or was he complicit in it? No one could have anticipated that this was the true position of root within Konoha, an actual state within a state, and a manifestation of the third Hokage's unwavering indulgence towards Danzo. Shui finally grasped why Tsuki had wept and why he had suddenly proclaimed that only they few remained as bearers of the will of fire within the village. Was it true that the third Hokage was involved? At this moment, the trio, 2 men and a dog, finally emerged from the confines of the Forest of Death. Yet Shursui felt a disorienting haze. Compared to the brightly lit Konoha, he yearned to linger in the shadows of the dark forest. Gazing at the red structure that stood at the village's heart, Shursui felt an unsettling sense of estrangement, as if he were encountering it anew. Return home and rest well. As per usual, keep today's events confidential. Tsuki casually instructed Shursui, as he and the dog enveloped themselves in an almost imperceptible gust of wind, their figures vanishing from sight. Chapter 24. A new life en route. On his way home, Inuzuka Tsuki greeted the clan members he encountered, receiving numerous looks of admiration. Unaffected by the recent defection of Orochimaru. Unlike the Uchiha or Hyuga clans, where the core of familial bonds is rooted in secret techniques rather than bloodline, the constraints upon Tsuki's clan were inherently less formidable. Individuals like Tsuki, who exhibited exceptional talent and contributed to the clan's legacy with secret techniques such as steel release and wind release chakra modes, were destined to be held in high regard within the clan. Upon entering the residence left to him by his parents, Tsuki finally felt a sense of relief. He had established defensive and sensory barriers around the mansion. While it could not guarantee absolute safety, it would certainly serve as a warning system. Once home, the dog, Wanchai, gazed in awe and sincerely remarked, "Boss, should the Oscars owe you a little golden statue?" Hearing the flattery from her own dog, Inuzuka Tsuki remained noncommittal and smiled, remarking, "Oscar has far too many little golden statuettes. Every iteration of the illustrious American film industry ought to claim one." After a brief pause, as if sensing the malevolence of her words, she added, striving to restore her image. "In truth, the emotions I expressed earlier were not entirely feigned. Within the human chest beats a heart, not a stone. Having traversed this world for over a decade, it is inconceivable that I have not forged any genuine connections." She continued, "Much like my esteemed mentor Orochimaru and my loyal subordinate Mizuki, when they transformed into living, breathing beings in this tangible realm. Orochimaru became the guiding light leading me into the world of ninjas, while Mizuki remained steadfastly devoted. They have evolved into entities of flesh and blood, possessing their own joys and sorrows, and once bonds of affection are established, severing them becomes an arduous task." Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's lament, Wankai ceased his playful demeanor and began to listen attentively. It is only when one truly engages with the harsh realities of the ninja world that they can grasp the ineffable greatness of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama. It is beyond imagination to conceive of the brutal Warring States period, which was 100-fold more savage than the Ninja World War, and such conflict persisted for centuries. Regrettably, no spirit or will can remain unchanged eternally. The first Hokage passed away less than 40 years ago, and the establishment of Konoha is merely a little over 50 years old. The will he bequeathed is perilously close to being forgotten. The founding of the village may have stemmed from a grand dream, yet after generations of inheritance, descendants like Danzo have forsaken that dream, focusing solely on personal gain, descending into selfishness and moral decay. Most reprehensibly, such individuals manage to occupy high positions of power, perhaps from the second Hokage onward. The original intentions behind the establishment of Konoha have been obscured. When the second Hokage discovered the unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan, his thoughts were not on resolution but rather on how to deal with those who posed a problem. As the arch-nemesis of the Uchiha, such a thought process is understandable. However, as the Hokage of the village, this method of problem-solving is evidently inadequate, thus giving rise to the hardliners against the Uchiha led by Danzo. In the end, Inuzuka Tsuki turned his gaze toward the moon outside the window. Although today's events were within his expectations, experiencing them firsthand still stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "Boss, are you feeling overwhelmed? Suddenly discussing philosophy with your dog? If you're unhappy in Konoha, we can always rebel. If there's no place for us here, we shall find another." Sensing Inuzuka Tsuki's despondency, Wankai attempted to lighten the mood with jest. "It's nothing, just a sudden bout of sentimentality. Rest now, Wankai." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded Wankai and retreated to the bathroom to wash up, subsequently changing into his pajamas and heading to bed. The following morning, Inuzuka Tsuki arose early to report to the route, at the very base where he usually met Danzo under the pretense of securing funding. Just as he stepped outside his home, two members of the Umbu, who had been lying in wait, appeared before him, delivering a directive from the Hokage. His ninja squad was to be formally integrated into the route as part of their standing forces. Without delay, Inuzuka Tsuki sought out his immediate superior, Danzo, as the rapport they had established the previous night made him a favorite subordinate in Danzo's eyes. Upon meeting his nominal leader, Shimura Danzo, Inuzuka Tsuki intended to exchange pleasantries. However, both were acutely aware of each other's backgrounds, leading to a decrease in the prior pretentiousness and formality. Inuzuka Tsuki wished to engage Danzo in casual conversation, perhaps even extract some intelligence from the old spy master. Due to the blood loss from the previous night, Danzo's complexion was alarmingly pale. Even after a night's rest, little color had returned to his face. As Inuzuka Tsuki approached, Danzo's expression involuntarily twisted, reminiscent of a vengeful figure. Nevertheless, witnessing Inuzuka Tsuki's unflinching demeanor, Danzo clenched his teeth in silent frustration, ultimately suppressing his anger. After all, This young man now represented a staggering investment exceeding 700 million from Orochimaru and Danzo's aspirations of becoming Hokage, rendering him temporarily untouchable. Disinterested in Inuzuka Tsuki's handsome visage, Danzo turned and exited the Root base, delegating the responsibility of receiving Inuzuka Tsuki to one of his subordinates. It was evident that Danzo had briefed this Root ninja beforehand. As the subordinate approached Inuzuka Tsuki with a degree of urgency, albeit with a somewhat brusque attitude, when Inuzuka Tsuki attempted to follow Danzo, the Root ninja gestured for him to halt, stating, "Jonin Inuzuka Tsuki, from this day forth, your squad is officially part of the Root. Lord Danzo has decreed that you and your team will be stationed here at the 13th subbase. You are not to approach Lord Danzo without his summons." With that, the Root ninja cast a peculiar glance at Inuzuka Tsuki before turning to pursue the already distant figure of Shimura Danzo. Perceiving Danzo's refusal to communicate and the scornful expression he directed at him, Inuzuka Tsuki chose not to engage and began to thoroughly inspect the subbase. The layout of the base resembled a bureaucratic complex from his previous life. Aside from the central conference room, all other rooms were merely single offices. The base bore numerous signs of equipment dismantling, with many facilities emptied. Clearly, upon returning the previous night, Danzo had not indulged in restful slumber like Inuzuka Tsuki, but had instead conducted a thorough cleanup of the base, with the core principle being to prevent Inuzuka Tsuki from gaining any advantage from the Root. What a miserly old man. After touring the entire subbase, Inuzuka Tsuki muttered in exasperation. He then instructed Wankai, summon Shisui, Mizuki, Kyuya, Yu, and Itachi to gather here. Before Itachi arrives, have Kyuya and Yu meticulously check this place to ensure Danzo hasn't hidden anything inappropriate. Danzo is still unaware that Itachi is one of us. We cannot expose him so easily. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki approached the central chair in the conference room, testing its comfort before exclaiming, "This chair is utterly uncomfortable. Indeed, I long for the grand sofas of my past life. Reclining on one was infinitely more comfortable than this." Wankai chimed in, echoing his master's sentiments. Inuzuka Tsuki was taken aback, surprised that his canine companion could recall such details from their previous life, prompting him to inquire, "You started remembering things from your past life?" "Of course. If you hadn't insisted on bathing me, I might still be nestled in the arms of my former mistress, watching movies." "Nonsense. If you hadn't come to the ninja world with me, at your age, the grass on your grave would be 3 feet high by now." Upon hearing Wankai reminisce about the past, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled and scolded, reflecting on his own regrets regarding the task of bathing Wankai. If given another chance, he vowed to dutifully remain in the director's office and experience the role of a nurse without meddling in affairs beyond his purview. Chapter 25. Materials for containing chakra. Watching Wankai depart from the Root base, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself alone in the dimly lit facility. As he sank into contemplation, Tsuki acknowledged that with Shisui's assistance, he had successfully achieved his current objectives. Although he had joined Danzo's Root following Orochimaru's defection, he managed to maintain a degree of autonomy within the organization. However, Tsuki was acutely aware that this independence was temporary. Danzo's vulnerability stemmed from his relentless ambition for the title of Hokage. He was willing to engage in questionable deeds as long as they remained obscured from public scrutiny. Inuzuka Tsuki understood this weakness of Danzo's, allowing him to leverage the stigma of human experimentation to exert control over Danzo while navigating the murky waters of Root's repugnant seals. Yet, given Danzo's cunning and ruthlessness, it was implausible that he would remain subservient to Tsuki's threats indefinitely. He would certainly seek an opportunity to escape this precarious situation. Moreover, Danzo still held the position of elder in Konoha, and unless Tsuki chose to follow Orochimaru's path and abandon the village, he could not easily eliminate him. Reflecting on his current predicament, Tsuki sighed inwardly, recognizing that personal strength was paramount. He needed to enhance his abilities promptly, for the ninja world differed from his previous life. Cunning and deception could only provide a fleeting competitive edge. Ultimately, formidable strength was the fundamental guarantee of success. Muttering to himself, Tsuki produced a stack of technical documents from his pocket, materials regarding curse seals that Orochimaru had given him during their last meeting. The curse seal was the result of Orochimaru's reverse engineering based on the unique physiology of the Chme clan, with the external curse seal being a tangible application of this technology, serving as a medium for utilizing sage arts. Having traversed the ninja world for over a decade, Tsuki had explored various power systems under Orochimaru's guidance. After thorough comparison, he concluded that only the power of cursed seals could lead to the pinnacle of the ninja realm. The Byakugan could evolve into the Tenseigan, and the Sharingan could transform into the Rinnegan, although the processes of evolution were intricate and arduous. These bloodlines possessed the potential to reach the 6 paths level of strength. As a civilian ninja devoid of a bloodline limit, Tsuki realized that the only way to participate in the 6 paths level battles immune to ninjutsu attacks was through the cultivation of sage arts. Only the power of sage arts could inflict genuine harm on the future Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails and the impending invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, like Orochimaru, Tsuki was a sage arts muggle. Not only had Orochimaru failed to master sage arts in the Richi cave, but Tsuki had also experienced failure in his attempts to cultivate sage arts there, nearly turning to stone in the process. In terms of innate talent for sage arts, neither Orochimaru nor Tsuki could compare to their other talented disciple, Kabuto Yakushi. Tsuki pondered that his good junior, Kabuto, still resided in the Konoha orphanage, and perhaps he could take the time to connect with him. Kabuto's talent rivaled that of Itachi, with some guidance. He could be cultivated and then sent to study under Orochimaru, returning as a highly skilled individual. After their mutual failures in mastering the sage arts of the Richi cave, Tsuki and Orochimaru encountered the CHMA clan, who were afflicted by sage art deficiencies, which provided them an opportunity for breakthroughs. The CHMA clan bore similarities to the toads of Maibokuzen and the snakes of Richi cave. They possessed an innate affinity for natural energy, allowing them to absorb vast amounts without severe consequences, merely experiencing slight petrification. However, unlike those sage species, the CHMA clan had not developed a systematic approach to cultivating sage arts. Consequently, they would automatically absorb wandering natural energy without the ability to properly digest it. This led to a gradual accumulation of natural energy within their bodies, and upon reaching a critical threshold, they would lose their sanity and engage in rampant slaughter until their internal reserves were depleted, an endless cycle culminating in their tragic demise during one of their frenzies. Upon recognizing the peculiarities of this clan, Tsuki and Orochimaru conducted in-depth research and ultimately developed a stage of results based on their physiology, which culminated in the creation of the cursed seal applied externally, given to Tsuki alongside the technical documentation from Orochimaru. This external curse seal functioned akin to a ninja tool. Essentially, it operated as a long-lasting substance that could autonomously absorb surrounding natural energy while controlling the absorption rate to ensure the host's internal natural energy remained balanced, allowing them to maintain a relatively shallow sage mode. This innovation enabled Tsuki and Orochimaru, both lacking sage arts talent, to utilize sage powers. Initially, the development of the cursed seal filled Tsuki with exuberance, while Orochimaru, in contrast, appeared disinterested, dismissing the technology. For Orochimaru, the solution to mastering sage arts lay in reincarnating into a body with acute sensitivity to natural energy, such as a clone of Hashirama Senju. This reflected a certain stubbornness reminiscent of cultivators in fantasy novels, who believed in relying solely on their intrinsic power. Now, Tsuki contemplated that the quickest path to enhancing his strength involved further exploring the potential of the sage arts cursed seal, as sage arts represented the only route for civilians to ascend to greatness. After reviewing the cursed seal technical documents, Tsuki completed his recent research progress and gained a deeper understanding of sage arts, recognizing it as a fusion of one's chakra with natural energy. According to Orochimaru's studies, the primary culprit behind the petrification of the body was natural energy, while sage arts themselves did not cause petrification. Instead, they gradually enhanced the host's physical attributes. This was also why the short-lived species of toads could live for millennia after practicing sage arts. The essence of a ninja cultivating sage arts lies in absorbing the surrounding ambient natural energy and then merging it with their own chakra to form sage chakra. If the absorption rate of natural energy exceeds the host's chakra's capacity to fuse with it, the excess natural energy will accumulate, resulting in the host's body turning to stone. Thus, only those with abundant chakra and acute perception of natural energy possessed the innate talent for cultivating sage arts. Perhaps Tsuki could find a chakra container, imprint the sage arts curse seal onto it, and then seal this container within himself like a tailed beast, utilizing a technique similar to Tsunade's mitotic regeneration. He could collect his chakra and condense sage chakra within the container. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Tsuki began to consider the feasibility of this plan. The absorption rate of the external curse seal could only be controlled during its creation, and to ensure safety, it had to be set at a minimal level, allowing the host to maintain a shallow sage mode. This posed a bottleneck for Tsuki's strength enhancement. To progress further into deeper sage modes, he would need to increase the absorption rate of natural energy, a feat his body would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Finding a container capable of holding vast amounts of chakra proved challenging. No wonder the ninjas of this world sought to study tailed beasts or jinchuriki, as the chakra of tailed beasts was incomparably superior to that of humans. After a prolonged period of silent contemplation, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself in a state of distress as he muttered to himself. He pondered the existence of materials capable of accommodating vast amounts of chakra. Even in the original narrative, he had not encountered anything of the sort beyond the tailed beasts. Was he to capture a tailed beast and then cultivate a rapport with it, allowing the creature to absorb natural energy on his behalf? He was no prince like Naruto. Such endeavors seemed far too fortuitous, and this plan appeared excessively cumbersome and inefficient, failing to guarantee a successful outcome. Even Naruto, a master of verbal persuasion, had taken over a decade to forge an alliance with the Nine Tails, and Inuzuka Tsuki could not afford to squander time in such a manner. The notion of artificially creating a tailed beast, akin to the endeavors of the Sannin of the Sky Village, was also unfeasible. Neither he nor Orochimaru possessed the technological expertise to fabricate a tailed beast, and starting from scratch would be an even more arduous task. Suddenly, after much deliberation, an epiphany struck Inuzuka Tsuki. What could surpass the Outer Path Chakra statue as a material capable of accommodating chakra? Chapter 26, The First Batch of Personnel Brother. Has Lord Third truly issued a transfer order to relocate us to the root? Inuzuka Aoi inquired with a grave expression, while Hinata cast a worried glance towards Inuzuka Tsuki. The Inuzuka and Hyuga clans, both esteemed ninja families of Konoha, were naturally more informed than the common ninja Mizuki, possessing knowledge from family members serving within the root. Root, Lord Tsuki, what kind of organization is this? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term and noticing the peculiar reactions of his two teammates, Mizuki also inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing Shueigong's inquiry, without awaiting Inuzuka Tsuki's response, Hinata solemnly began to elucidate. The root, reputed as the foundation of Konoha, originally functioned as the training division of the village's Umbu. However, through the passage of time, it has evolved into an independent entity specializing in intelligence and assassination. It is said that the current leader of the root is an elder of the village, shrouded in enigma, having never appeared in public. Beyond the village, the root is notorious for its ruthless and merciless operations, instilling fear in all who hear its name. Most crucially, once a Konoha ninja joins the root, they are bound for life, compelled to forsake their emotions, forget their name and past, with no possibility of resignation. In a previous life, Inuzuka Tsuki managed a moderately sized veterinary clinic and thus possessed the acumen to lead a team, resulting in a relatively harmonious atmosphere within the squad. The two clan members, rather than expressing disdain for Shueigong's ignorance, patiently provided explanations. After listening to Hinata's explanation, Mizuki also grew serious, as any rational individual would prefer to avoid entanglements with the intelligence department. Observing the grave expressions of his three subordinates, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled lightly and said, "Rest assured. The current leader of the root is Shimura Danzo, one of the 4 esteemed advisors of Konoha. Elder Danzo is profoundly principled. In order to preserve our team's combat effectiveness, he has graciously consented to allow me to continue leading our squad. Furthermore, Elder Danzo has assured me that he will not interfere with our internal affairs to maintain our operational integrity." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui, who was eavesdropping, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Had he not participated in the ambush against Danzo the previous night, he might have almost believed Inuzuka Tsuki's words. Little did he expect that their leader was so cunning, fabricating lies with such ease. How could one claim Danzo to be principled when he had only yielded after being thoroughly beaten and subsequently threatened? However, Shursui would never expose his leader, for despite his devotion to the will of fire and a love for peace, he remained an Uchiha. No member of the Uchiha clan could witness the aftermath of Danzo's actions and retain their composure. Comparatively, Shursui was among the more restrained of the Uchiha, having refrained from unleashing his wrath upon Danzo on the spot. Having allayed the concerns of his 3 subordinates, Inuzuka Tsuki began to discuss the pressing matters at hand. He first turned to Mizuki and inquired, "Mizuki, what is the current financial status of the Dragon Group?" Upon hearing this, Mizuki, who had just begun to feel relieved about joining the root, furrowed his brow in renewed worry and replied, "Captain, before leaving the village, Lord Orochimaru took all of the Dragon Group's liquid assets. Moreover, to penetrate the market, we sold the first batch of seeds on a plant first, pay later basis, promising that if the yield did not reach 3 times that of traditional seeds, no payment would be required. Consequently, the financial condition of the Dragon Group is dire, and we possess very little cash on hand." Inuzuka Tsuki let out a quiet sigh, careful not to let his subordinates perceive his distress. As a leader, even if he could not resolve the predicament, he must not display such weakness before his team. To do so would severely undermine their morale and betray the trust of his loyal subordinates. The current situation bore striking similarities to when Orochimaru was in charge. Even if Tsuki sought to convert technology into financial resources, the effects would not manifest immediately. He needed to devise a solution for their fiscal troubles, as time was not on his side. With this in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki instructed Mizuki, "Let us temporarily suspend any unnecessary technological research and strive to maintain the status quo until the first batch of seeds matures. Please procure a report on the grain situation in the Land of Water from our agricultural partners. I will handle the financial matters." As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki retrieved a savings book from his pocket, a compilation of his commissions from various missions over the years, as well as rewards for contributing the secret techniques of steel release and wind release chakra modes. Having been in this world for over a decade, he was not entirely without savings. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's orders, Mizuki quickly bowed in acknowledgement. "Sir, I also possess some savings that can be utilized to weather this storm," he offered. Seeing Inuzuka Tsuki producing his own funds, Shursui, Hinata, and Inuzuka Aoi hurriedly chimed in. Despite their youth, as seasoned ninjas, they had amassed considerable savings from accepting various missions, including numerous combat assignments. In this world, ninjas were akin to high-level laborers, and thus, the combined savings of the 3 amounted to several million ryo. Upon hearing the words of the 3 individuals, Inuzuka Tsuki cast a commendatory glance in their direction, yet firmly declined, stating, "There is no necessity. It is not a matter of underestimating you. The funds I possess are earmarked for acquiring intelligence pertaining to the Land of Rain, not to remedy the financial deficiencies of the Dragon Group. In comparison to the current fiscal shortfall of the organization, a mere 10 or 20 million is but a drop in the bucket." Even if I were to invest all my savings, it would not suffice to bridge the funding gap of the group. I am no brother Belt, and I have no intention of soliciting my employees for financial support. Once the discussion on finances concluded, it was fortuitous that Itachi arrived at this court base. And upon observing that all were present, Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly spoke. Now that everyone is gathered, the reason I have summoned you all here, despite the inherent risks, is to announce a significant matter. Pausing momentarily to ensure that everyone's attention was captivated, he continued, as you are all aware, Master Orochimaru is an exemplary inheritor of the will of fire, and serves as the spiritual leader for all of us present who strive to embody the ideals of the first Hokage. However, due to certain insurmountable circumstances, Master Orochimaru has departed from the village. At this juncture, Inuzuka Tsuki deliberately paused, refraining from elaborating on the specifics of these insurmountable circumstances. The 5 individuals present exchanged knowing glances, with Shursui discreetly glancing towards the Hokage Tower. Among them, Mizuki lacked any background or support. Prior to receiving the recognition and important responsibilities from Orochimaru and Inuzuka Tsuki, he had never been regarded by the village. Hinata was ensnared by the limitations of the Hyuga clan's cage bird technique, harboring deep resentment toward the main family, and consequently, dissatisfaction with the inaction of the Hokage and the Elder Council. Inuzuka Aoi, being Inuzuka Tsuki's cousin, held immense admiration for Tsuki's profound mastery of the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques and was a staunch supporter. Shursui was touched by Inuzuka Tsuki's kindness following the Nine Tails incident. And during their missions, he was astounded by Tsuki's adept use of ninja tools. Upon returning to the village, he was invited by Tsuki to witness the technological achievements of the Dragon Group. After witnessing the Dragon Group's capacity to realize peace within the ninja world, Shursui was left in awe of both Inuzuka Tsuki and the yet-to-be-met Orochimaru. As for Itachi, he now found himself as a mere appendage to Shursui. And following his exposure to Danzo's horrific human experiments the previous night, Shursui would undoubtedly share this incident and Tsuki's conjectures with Itachi, rendering any further effort from Tsuki unnecessary. Chapter 27. The Will of Fire Faction. It can be said that, at this moment, all 5 individuals present were ardent supporters of Inuzuka Tsuki and Orochimaru. Observing their reactions, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to convey. The departure of Master Orochimaru marks a significant loss for the village in its pursuit of the Will of Fire. Currently, it seems that we 6 may be the last remaining ninjas who uphold this belief. Therefore, I propose to establish an organization based on our group of 6. With the intent to continuously recruit those who genuinely believe in the Will of Fire. Inuzuka Tsuki did not elaborate on why only they 6 remained as adherents to the Will of Fire. The assembled individuals understood the general circumstances from the previous night and were aware of the underlying reasons, yet it was not the appropriate time to voice them. This organization shall serve as a home for all inheritors of the Will of Fire, with its mission to embody the Will of Fire and its ultimate goal to achieve lasting peace in the ninja world. The purpose of gathering you all today is to seek your opinions on whether you are willing to endorse and join this organization. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's proposal, the 5 individuals exhibited no hesitation, raising their hands in unison, resolutely expressing their desire to join. Even the canine companion, Wankai, squatting beside Inuzuka Tsuki, raised a paw high in agreement. Observing the outcome, a wave of joy surged within Inuzuka Tsuki's heart, although the result was anticipated. The fruition of long-standing efforts brought a delightful thrill. This was not merely an affiliation with an organization. Joining this group indicated an acknowledgement of Orochimaru, branded as a rogue ninja by the higher echelons of Konoha, as their leader. Though subtly implied, this marked a de facto severance from the village's hierarchy. Very well. My friends, remember this day well. When we achieve peace in the ninja world, our name shall be immortalized in future textbooks. And the people of the Land of Fire will extol our legends. They shall remember that we are the true inheritors of the Will of Fire, the cornerstone of peace in the ninja world. We shall lead our nation and the world towards everlasting tranquility. As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki's voice rose an octave, igniting excitement among the 5 present. Let us name our organization today. His words invigorated the atmosphere, and the 5 felt a fervent exhilaration bubbling within. I propose we name the organization the Flame Collective, signifying our status as the inheritors of the Will of Fire. Shizuku declared first. In response, Mizuki, unwilling to be overshadowed, countered. I suggest we call ourselves Dawn, heralding the light we shall bring to the ninja world. Both names proposed by Shizuku and Mizuki bore resemblance to Akatsuki, fittingly reflecting the organization's purpose. The scene erupted into a spirited debate, with Aoi supporting Mizuki's Dawn, while Hinata favored Shizuku's Flame. When it came to their cherished dreams, Shizuku shed his usual modesty, passionately defending his proposal, engaging in a heated exchange with Mizuki. Noticing that Inuzuka Tsuki had remained a silent observer throughout the dispute, Itachi couldn't help but inquire, Lord Tsuki, do you have any suggestions? At his prompting, both sides fell silent, eagerly turning their gazes toward Inuzuka Tsuki, curious about which faction he would endorse. With a smile, Inuzuka Tsuki remarked, both Flame and Dawn are commendable, embodying our mission. However, a group known as Akatsuki once thrived in the Land of Rain, similarly dedicated to achieving peace among ninjas. The names Flame and Dawn bear close resemblance to that organization. Therefore, I propose we name our group the Party of the Will of Fire, symbolizing our steadfast belief in this ideology, honoring the first Hokage as our founding sage. Upon hearing this, both Shizuku and Mizuki, who had previously held firm to their stances, fell into silence, their expression shifting to one of admiration. Compared to the names Flame or Dawn, the Party of the Will of Fire resonated with a more straightforward and grand essence. As the name suggests, this is a collective of ninjas who adhere to the Will of Fire, united in their goal to embody its principles. Observing the unanimous agreement among the five, Inuzuka Tsuki couldn't help but smile faintly. This maneuver was rather commendable. Occasionally showcasing one's leadership abilities is far from detrimental. It serves to bolster the authority of a leader. Having settled on the name, Inuzuka Tsuki seized the moment and continued, I propose that Orochimaru-sensei be appointed as the inaugural leader of our Will of Fire faction, for only he possesses the capability to guide us towards the ultimate realization of peace among ninjas. I concur. As soon as Inuzuka Tsuki's words fell, Shursui and Mizuki spoke in unison, having just been impressed by Tsuki's suggestion for the organization's name, their admiration for her wisdom deepening. Upon hearing the words of Jishui and Shuemu, the remaining three promptly chimed in. A step behind, Inuzuka Aoi then proposed, Brother, Lord Orochimaru has been forced away by treacherous individuals and is unable to carry out organizational matters. I believe it is appropriate for you to temporarily represent Lord Orochimaru and oversee all decision-making regarding the organization's affairs. Indeed, I too concur with the notion that the captain should take charge, Hinata affirmed in response. Upon hearing the two proposals, the remaining three unanimously expressed their agreement, insisting that Inuzuka Tsuki take charge of the organizational affairs. Very well. With the five unanimously endorsing him, Inuzuka Tsuki felt no inclination to decline. There exists a saying that one should not shy away from responsibilities when the time calls for it. Given that all present were merely teenagers, with Itachi being not even 10 years old, their cognitive understanding was remarkably close to that of adults. Inuzuka Tsuki was indeed the most suitable candidate for leadership among them. Should he decline this position, it was unlikely that the others could command the same respect, and the newly formed organization would risk imminent disintegration. Having established the fundamental organizational structure, Inuzuka Tsuki retrieved a scroll from within his robes, performed the necessary hand seals to unseal it, and extracted 5 external sealing tags. Since each individual's chakra capacity varied, their ability to absorb natural energy through these tags would differ as well, necessitating a bespoke design for each person's physique. These external sealing tags were custom-made by Inuzuka Tsuki for the 5 present, and unlike Orochimaru, he would not exploit his loyal subordinates to their detriment. These tags were crafted with the same robust materials and stable techniques as those currently in use by Inuzuka Tsuki, enabling a gradual absorption of natural energy and assisting ninjas in entering a shallow sage mode. This not only significantly enhanced the total chakra capacity of the ninjas, but also allowed their physiques to strengthen slowly under the nurturing of sage chakra. Distributing the external sealing tags according to their designated names, Inuzuka Tsuki introduced and cautioned, these are ninja tools developed in collaboration with my mentor Orochimaru. Affixed to your bodies. They will aid you in absorbing natural energy and help you enter a shallow sage mode, thereby greatly enhancing your combat capabilities, allowing even lower-ranked ninjas to unleash the strength of a chunin or even a special jonin. Moreover, they will gradually fortify the user's physique. However, sage mode carries certain risks. Excessive accumulation of natural energy may lead to petrification of the user's body. Remember, if you find your chakra waning during battle, remove the external sealing tag immediately. You are all invaluable subordinates to me, the seeds of the will of fire. You must exercise caution in using these seals. This is a command from your leader. Inuzuka Tsuki admonished with a serious expression. Chapter 28. Preparing to leave the village afterward, Inuzuka Tsuki solemnly affixed the external sealing tags onto the 5 individuals, ensuring they were placed on their arms for easy access, which he then concealed with wrist guards. When helping Mizuki, he particularly cautioned, Mizuki, you must refrain from using the tiger sealing tag any further. This is a directive as your acting leader. The tiger sealing tag is incomplete, and frequent use will shorten your lifespan. To enhance his combat prowess, Mizuki had, like in the original story, utilized the tiger sealing tag. Of course, the technique had matured significantly compared to the original, not exhausting one's full potential with a single use. Yet, frequent application would still result in a diminished lifespan. At that time, during the most intense period of the S3 season in the ninja world, casualties were rampant at the front line between Konoha and Kirigakure, with the bodies of fallen ninjas piling up like mountains. Everyone lived on the brink of death, rendering concerns about lifespan rather trivial, survival took precedence. Without the protection of the tiger sealing tag, Mizuki would have perished countless times. As a civilian ninja, a mere shadow in the village, Mizuki had often felt envious upon witnessing the 3rd Hokage comforting Iruka. Now, receiving genuine concern from his leader filled him with astonishment, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In the contemporary mainstream ideology, ninjas were expected to prioritize missions above all else. Yet Inuzuka Tsuki's attitude toward his subordinates contradicted this prevailing notion, making it all the more heartwarming. Upon receiving Inuzuka Tsuki's earnest admonition, Mizuki straightened his posture and declared, "Yes, my lord, but should it be to protect you and uphold your will, I shall unhesitatingly employ the tiger sealing tag, for your will is my ninja way." With the framework of the Will of Fire Party established and the ninja tools allocated to the 5 present, Inuzuka Tsuki began assigning tasks for the upcoming period. He designated Itachi to work with Mizuki, who currently managed the portion of Orochimaru's laboratory that was visible in the village. Including the segment capable of producing would release chakra fluid. Although the technologies were relatively mature, they would suffice for Itachi's technical enlightenment. He had already contemplated sending a student to Orochimaru. Once the financial issues were resolved, he would seek to bring Kabuto over, providing technical guidance before sending them both to Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru's departure, the technological advancements of the Shenlong group had stagnated. Aside from Inuzuka Tsuki himself, no one else in the village could adequately fill the role of Orochimaru's original tech pioneer. However, Inuzuka Tsuki's next task was to procure experimental materials capable of accommodating Sage Chakra while also addressing financial concerns, making it impossible for him to remain immersed in the technical laboratory. Thus, he could only cultivate talent himself. Both Itachi and Kabuto were young and in a fast-learning phase, making them suitable candidates for this endeavor. Before they matured, any complex technological breakthroughs could be coordinated through summoning beasts to contact Orochimaru. Inuzuka Tsuki instructed Kiba, Hinata, and Shizun to familiarize themselves with the use of the sealing tags as swiftly as possible, while also gathering intelligence regarding the Land of Rain, particularly concerning food supplies. Inuzuka Tsuki sought materials capable of containing vast amounts of chakra. Inspired by the tailed beasts, the outer path golem came to mind first. As it could accommodate the chakra of the Tintails, its biological structure surely constituting the finest material. Yet, at present, Nagato's strength was the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even with his mastery of shallow sage mode and slight improvements in physical prowess, Inuzuka Tsuki did not feel confident in facing Nagato directly. A forceful seizure was out of the question, necessitating alternative strategies. With all tasks allocated, the group wasted no time and promptly departed from the Root's main base. Inuzuka Tsuki had his own task. He needed to request leave from Danzo. For Konoha's ninjas, leaving the village was no simple matter, especially as Danzo was his nominal superior. Without his approval, Inuzuka Tsuki's unauthorized departure would be akin to defection. However, he imagined that Danzo's perception of him was as unfavorable as his own view of Danzo. Securing Danzo's consent would not be easy, necessitating careful consideration of his words. Outside Danzo's visible office, Inuzuka Tsuki had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Danzo remained preoccupied, showing no intention of summoning him. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki was unperturbed. Danzo was vengeful, having suffered a significant defeat at Inuzuka Tsuki's hands. Allowing Danzo to vent his frustrations would be beneficial for all, preventing a scenario where they would be at odds with one another. Thus, under the watchful eyes of passing Root ninjas, Inuzuka Tsuki remained calm, engaging in leisurely conversation with his companion, Wankai. "Boss, are we really going to the Land of Rain?" Wankai inquired in a hushed tone. "We have no choice. We are in dire need of funds. And my hypotheses regarding the Outer Path Golem are far too critical to abandon," Inuzuka Tsuki replied quietly. "If Nagato and Konan discover you are a member of Root, they might devour us without hesitation. I certainly do not wish to become a hot pot of dog meat." Wankai expressed his concerns upon realizing Inuzuka Tsuki's determination to venture to the Land of Rain. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled, offering reassurance. "Rest assured, Nagato is not like Obito. He values bonds, which is both a strength and a weakness that we can exploit. He will understand. Being a god in the Land of Rain is no easy task. Nagato indeed holds friendship in higher regard than Obito, as evidenced by his battle with Jiraiya, in stark contrast to Obito's mercilessness towards his mentor Minato and his family. Nagato initially sought to drive Jiraiya away when he infiltrated Amigakure to gather intelligence. He first dispatched Konan to expel Jiraiya, and when she was subdued, he sent the animal path, proficient in summoning techniques, to continue the pursuit. Although Nagato possessed a certain understanding of Jiraiya's capabilities, he employed a strategy akin to merely stoking the flames of conflict rather than extinguishing them, indicating that his primary intent was to repel Jiraiya, never to slay him. As Jiraiya entered Sage mode and grew increasingly formidable, ultimately defeating the animal, human, and hungry ghost paths, he began to uncover Nagato's hidden strengths, prompting Nagato to harbor lethal intentions. Nevertheless, even upon realizing that Jiraiya had discerned his trump cards, Nagato's initial assault with the Azura path merely severed Jiraiya's arm. Rationality dictated that he must eliminate Jiraiya, yet the tumult of his emotions led Nagato to hesitate, delaying his lethal strike. Even when Jiraiya lost his arm to a surprise attack, he could have escaped. Forcing the frog onto the water's surface epitomized Nagato's inner turmoil. Perhaps, deep down, Nagato's subconscious thought echoed, "Jiraiya-sensei, please leave swiftly. Do not compel me." However, when both parties are resolute in their unwavering convictions to achieve their goals, the inevitable conclusion is a confrontation of life and death. Inuzuka Tsuki was keen to continue her conversation with her canine companion when the door to Danzo's office swung open abruptly. A Root ninja emerged. His expression impassive as he announced, "Inuzuka Tsuki, Lord Danzo summons you." After gesturing for her to enter, he closed the door behind her, thwarting the attempt of her eager companion, Wankai, to follow. "Hey, what do you mean by this?" Wankai protested, left outside by the Root ninja. "Lord Danzo has only summoned Inuzuka Tsuki," casting a glance at the adorably foolish husky, who perked up his ears in a display of mock seriousness. The Root ninja suppressed a smile, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Emotions, after all, were strictly prohibited within the ranks of Root. Chapter 29, The Mother-Daughter Flowers Gifted by the Teacher Senior Danzo. Here is my application for leaving the village. I kindly request your approval. Within the office, Inuzuka Tsuki respectfully submitted her request, showing no signs of her recent actions of severing an adversary's arm and plucking out an eye. Having secured substantial gains, she knew appearances mattered. Even a clay figurine has its temper, especially when dealing with someone as irascible as Danzo. "Denied," Danzo declared from behind his desk, his face devoid of expression as he struggled to suppress the hatred boiling within him. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki offered a conciliatory smile. "Senior, Orochimaru-sensei has summoned me. Please consider this. If it helps, I am willing to sponsor Root with a sum of 1 million ryo." Observing the unyielding expression on Danzo's face, Inuzuka Tsuki clenched her teeth, rifling through her limited savings to offer an additional 1 million ryo, while persuasively adding, "Senior, just a signature could yield 1 million ryo. If I had that opportunity, I could bankrupt a feudal lord." Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's jest, Danzo's expression eased slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, surprising Inuzuka Tsuki with his words. "Should you forsake that Uchiha brat and lend your unwavering support for my ascendance as Hokage, I may consider granting a pardon to Orochimaru in the future, perhaps even appointing you as my successor." In response, Inuzuka Tsuki maintained a composed facade. Though internally, he was tumultuously astonished. He had not anticipated Danzo would attempt to win him over. This behavior was utterly out of character for someone like Danzo. Tsuki had always believed that in the world of shinobi, only he saw the eradication of foes as best achieved through their transformation into allies. Yet today, Danzo had demonstrated a willingness to embody this principle before him. Were it not for Danzo's unwavering hatred for the Uchiha, Tsuki might have doubted whether this was truly the man he knew. One must never underestimate any schemer within the shinobi world. Tsuki reminded himself, though he replied, "Elder Danzo, your proposal will be given due consideration by both Orochimaru-sensei and myself. As for the funding, you may send your Root subordinates to collect it." After speaking, Inuzuka Tsuki picked up the village exit permit that Danzo had already signed and took his leave. Observing Tsuki's departure, Danzo finally revealed the deep-seated hatred he had long suppressed, summoning a Root ninja to whisper a few commands. Both the financial strain and the enhancement of his own strength were urgent matters that could not afford any delay. Once he obtained the exit approval, Inuzuka Tsuki wasted no time. Accompanied solely by his loyal ninja dog, Wankai, he headed straight for the gates of Konoha. This mission was clandestine, and the risks of confronting pain were considerable. Thus, he refrained from bringing any subordinates along. Upon leaving the village, they made their way towards the land of rice, utilizing wind-release chakra mode to expedite their journey. The branches of trees obstructing their path were cleaved by the wind blades generated by their chakra, allowing them to traverse almost without detours. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki traveled at high speed for nearly 2 days before finally exiting the borders of the Land of Fire, entering the Land of Rice. Once within the Land of Rice, Tsuki sought refuge in a secluded izakaya to rest. There, he performed a summoning jutsu to call forth his contract beast, the snake Kinokawa, which he used to communicate with Orochimaru. "Kinokawa, please inform Orochimaru-sensei that I have arrived in the Land of Rice." "Understood, Lord Tsuki," the snake responded, bowing before vanishing in a plume of smoke. The Land of Rice, being a small nation, was much less expansive than Konoha, and Orochimaru did not keep Tsuki waiting long. Within 2 hours, he arrived at the izakaya. On the second floor, Tsuki had ordered a pot of sake and 4 dishes, including Orochimaru's favorite, boiled eggs, while allowing Wankai some time to frolic. As Orochimaru ascended the stairs, Tsuki was just pouring sake into 2 cups. Noticing Orochimaru's arrival, he quickly stood to greet him. After they were seated, Tsuki inquired, "Sensei, are you finding life in the Land of Rice to your liking? It seems a bit colder than the Land of Fire." Seeing Tsuki, Orochimaru smiled. Aside from that fool Jiraiya, this disciple was currently the only one he held in high regard. "Fortunately, I have established a shinobi village named Otogekure, allowing me to develop a village according to my desires, which brings me great joy," Orochimaru replied. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki wore a wry smile. The 3rd Hokage had forsaken the once-esteemed Orochimaru, opting instead for Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage. While Tsuki's mentor appeared unfazed on the surface, he harbored deep-seated grievances. Especially following Minato's demise, the 3rd Hokage's reluctance to appoint Orochimaru as his successor only intensified Tsuki's mentor's disappointment, leading him to engage in futile human experiments in collaboration with Danzo. Nevertheless, Tsuki always believed that even if the 3rd Hokage had promptly appointed Orochimaru as the Hokage after the 4th's fall, the outcome would not have been favorable. His mentor possessed a certain pride. Being regarded as the second-in-command would be perceived as an affront, even if he were the designated successor to the Hokage. Sensing the resentment in Orochimaru's words, Tsuki could only respond helplessly. Indeed, the third Hokage lacks the ability to recognize true talent. It has been proven that my mentor would have performed far better as the fourth Hokage than Minato did, and the village would have flourished under his leadership. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's evaluation of him and Namikaze's Minato, Orochimaru displayed an expression of inquiry. Even he regarded Namikaze Minato as a competent Hokage, possessing formidable strength and charismatic personality, rendering him the quintessential successor. Noticing Orochimaru's inquisitive demeanor, Inuzuka Tsuki paused momentarily, reflecting before articulating, as a husband. The fourth's act of devotion was indeed filled with emotion and righteousness. However, as Hokage, the leader of a village, his actions can only be deemed irresponsible. At this juncture, Inuzuka Tsuki prudently refrained from further comment, recognizing the need to comfort his mentor rather than disparage a village hero. Having discussed this matter, and observing Orochimaru's mood significantly improved, Inuzuka Tsuki proceeded to recount recent developments, including the establishment of the Will of Fire Party within the village and the incorporation of 2 Uchiha members. He shared all these details with Orochimaru, casually presenting the pair of Sharingan from Danzo's arm to him. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki harbored no concerns that Orochimaru would covet the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. The entire village was aware that the clan's combat prowess had once been bested by Hashirama Senju's would release techniques. Now, with a clone of Hashirama serving as a reincarnation body, Orochimaru was unlikely to regard the Uchiha's power with any desire. In closing, Inuzuka Tsuki made a lighthearted yet cautionary remark, sharing the village gossip regarding Orochimaru's scandalous affairs, presenting it as a jest while subtly warning him that the mother and daughter in question had attracted the village's attention. Upon hearing the matter, Orochimaru remained unfazed, exuding an air of indifference to praise or censure. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Inuzuka Tsuki, saying, "That mother and daughter duo is meant for you. The combination of the impure world reincarnation and cloning techniques is remarkably perfect. If you desire to cultivate, this is the training scroll for the impure world reincarnation." Chapter 30. Class Reunion. Observing Orochimaru's candid demeanor as he presented the scroll, even Inuzuka Tsuki found himself in a dilemma. This scroll held the key to mastering would release, the pinnacle of power in this world, rendering the transformation into a white phosphorus serpent trivial in comparison. Countless individuals sought such transformation, yet few achieved it. However, after much contemplation, Inuzuka Tsuki ultimately chose to decline the offer. Grateful for the opportunity to exist in this world, he preferred to forge a path distinct from those who came before him. Thus, he respectfully refused, stating, "Master, I do not wish to replicate the abilities of my predecessors, even if that power is formidable." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru displayed a look of surprise, as if he were re-evaluating his disciple. It was reminiscent of the moment in the original narrative when Orochimaru observed his 2 disciples, Kabuto and Sasuke, embarking on vastly different journeys, leaving a profound impact on him. Inuzuka Tsuki's rejection of the desire to replicate Orochimaru's power similarly stirred within him a sense of inspiration, as he recognized that his heir was not merely a poor imitation, but rather one who aspired to create a path entirely his own. It was a beauty of inheritance discernible only from the perspective of an immortal. After scrutinizing Inuzuka Tsuki for a moment, Orochimaru expressed with a hint of nostalgia, "Tsuki, you remain exceptionally talented." "You flatter me, master," Inuzuka Tsuki responded modestly, then shifted the topic, inquiring, "Master, have you made any progress on the task of deciphering the caged bird technique?" In response, Orochimaru asked with interest, suddenly curious about the caged bird, "Are you? And entangling yourself in matters that may offend the Hyuga clan, is this for your subordinate from the Hyuga clan?" "Indeed. I had promised you that I would assist him in breaking free from the bonds of the caged bird," Inuzuka Tsuki candidly admitted. "Tsuki, your methods resemble Jiraiya's, yet your intellect surpasses that fool's by leaps and bounds. I must say, you possess the potential to inherit the title of Hokage. Perhaps my departure from the village has hindered your progress," Orochimaru remarked with a sigh. He then addressed Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry. "The caged bird is unlike any other seal. It forms its own unique category, penetrating deeply into the recipient's soul, rendering it nearly impossible to break. Moreover, releasing the caged bird seal may not necessarily benefit the Hyuga ninja." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki sighed, having anticipated such a response. If the caged bird were truly so easily undone, it would not have persisted for centuries, from the Warring States period to the era of the hidden villages. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred and pondered for a long time before proposing, "Master Orochimaru, the caged bird seal typically remains dormant, activated only by the Hyuga clan's jutsu. Is there a possibility of maintaining the caged bird in a perpetual state of dormancy, perhaps by severing its connection to the clan's techniques, thereby preventing their jutsu from affecting the seal?" "That is indeed a thought-provoking approach. I shall endeavor to explore it," Orochimaru replied, his eyes lighting up at Inuzuka Tsuki's suggestion. Just as in their countless experiments together in the laboratory, Whenever Orochimaru's research hit a deadlock, his disciple would invariably present illuminating hypotheses. Additionally, I require would release chakra liquid. The more, the better. This matter can only be entrusted to you, who has already mastered the power of wood release. Inuzuka Tsuki added, seamlessly transitioning to his second request. Have you encountered any troubles? Orochimaru inquired with a raspy voice. Just minor inconveniences, nothing worth mentioning. For now, I can manage on my own, but if it becomes unmanageable, I will seek your assistance, master, Inuzuka Tsuki replied earnestly. This time, the opponent is paying 6 paths. Orochimaru had just acquired the power of wood release and had yet to master it fully. Moreover, a portion of Senju Hashirama's strength stemmed from the reincarnated Ashura chakra, which was absent in the Hashirama clone. Compared to the original Hashirama's wood release prowess, Orochimaru's ability would likely only be effective at about 60 to 70%, which might not be sufficient to assist. Very well, during this time, I will help you produce the wood release chakra liquid. Contact me through a summoning beast when you require my assistance. Seeing Inuzuka Tsuki's refusal, Orochimaru did not press the matter further. Suddenly, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and said, Tsuki, you should leave now. Trouble is approaching. After speaking, he raised a cup of sake from the table and drank it in one gulp. At the same time, subtle serpent scales appeared on his neck, and he instantly entered sage mode. With the combination of the seal and the clone of Hashirama's sage body, Orochimaru transitioned into sage mode with astonishing speed. Recognizing Orochimaru's reaction, Inuzuka Tsuki immediately understood who the trouble was, smiling as he remarked, Is it Jiraiya-sensei who has arrived? Orochimaru subtly nodded, muttering under his breath, That fool. Very well then, I shall not intrude on your gathering with your classmates, Inuzuka Tsuki acknowledged. Deciding not to interrupt the reunion of the two masters, after leaving a few bills, he summoned a faint gust of wind chakra around him, swiftly dashing toward the land of rain. Outside the tavern, Wonkai, who had been flirting with a female dog, wasted no time and activated his wind chakra mode. Trailing after Inuzuka Tsuki, on the second floor of the tavern, Orochimaru leisurely peeled a boiled egg, tilting his head back to swallow it whole before descending the stairs. On the first floor, a burly ninja clad in red with white hair stood at the entrance, fixated on Orochimaru as he descended. It was Jiraiya, wearing a troubled expression, who locked eyes with Orochimaru and asked, Orochimaru, have you truly defected? Indeed, I grew weary of the tiresome games of the ninja world long ago. Since leaving Konoha, I have felt liberated. Upon seeing Jiraiya, Orochimaru felt no joy in reuniting with an old friend. Instead, he spoke in a gravelly voice. Orochimaru, I refuse to believe you would betray us. I must bring you back to the village, Jiraiya asserted, his gaze lost in memories, momentarily faltering in his steps. His eyes clouded with emotion before he regained his composure. Humph, the tedious games of the ninja world, Jiraiya, you remain as foolish as ever. Noticing Jiraiya's resolute expression, Orochimaru scoffed dismissively before vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Orochimaru, do not flee. Seeing Orochimaru dash toward the distant forest, Jiraiya hurriedly pursued him. In the heart of the dense woods, Orochimaru stood still with his eyes closed. After a brief moment, Jiraiya arrived, breathless. Orochimaru, you're still quite impressive. Jiraiya marveled, secretly taken aback by Orochimaru's speed, which surpassed his own. I can grant you time to enter sage mode, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly as Jiraiya finally caught up. Chapter 31. Orochimaru versus Jiraiya. Humph. Do not underestimate me, you wretched serpent. You remain as insufferable as ever. Under the disdain of Orochimaru, Jiraiya let out a cold snort. Reminiscent of his youth spent trailing behind Orochimaru like a mere afterthought, he certainly would not allow Orochimaru the time to enter sage mode. Such power was beyond his mastery, let alone applying it against a comrade. With swift hand seals, Jiraiya shouted, Earth style, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, a swamp emerged within a 10-meter radius of Orochimaru, ensnaring his legs. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya launched a second wave of attack, his white hair elongating, curling towards Orochimaru, who was trapped in the swamp. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's main technique. This was a unique jutsu developed by Jiraiya, one that only he could perform. His technique was meticulously executed, focusing on capture rather than unleashing powerful offensive jutsu. Humph, Jiraiya, you're still as foolish as ever. Orochimaru scoffed at his legs ensnared by the yellow spring swamp, unperturbed. As he observed Jiraiya's curling hair, he formed hand seals and declared, Sage art, with style, birth of the trees. In an instant, colossal trees burst forth from the ground, engulfing the swamp and lifting Orochimaru into the air. Simultaneously, numerous vines emerged from the forest, aggressively advancing towards Jiraiya, thickening the already dense woodland. Witnessing this, Jiraiya's expression shifted. Though he had never witnessed with style firsthand, he had heard tales of its might from the third Hokage. He was astonished that Orochimaru could wield such power, a force once used by the first Hokage to quell chaos. As the overwhelming vines surged towards him, Jiraiya could no longer afford to hold back. He rapidly formed hand seals and exclaimed, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. A vast cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing the battle-ready toad, Fukasaku, at Jiraiya's feet. Without waiting for Fukasaku to speak, Jiraiya urgently commanded, Fukasaku, run. As a combat-type summoning beast, Fukasaku's battle instincts were unquestionable. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, he did not take the time to assess the battlefield but instead leaped backward with powerful hind legs, brandishing his sword to sever the pursuing vines. However, rather than summoning his usual multitude of snakes, Orochimaru gathered the attacking vines, which swiftly converged at the center of the battlefield, coalescing into a massive wooden dragon. Sage art, wood style, wood dragon technique. Upon the dragon's emergence, Orochimaru's raspy voice followed as he leaped atop the dragon's head. Gulping, Jiraiya found himself at a disadvantage against the immense wooden dragon formed from countless vines. Simultaneously, Fukasaku leaped out of the forest, realizing they would not stand a chance against Orochimaru's wood-style ninja. Fighting in the woods against a wood-style user would spell certain doom. What kind of trouble have you gotten us into, Jiraiya? Fukasaku asked, his expression grave. It's that Orochimaru. He has mastered sage art and wood-style, Jiraiya replied, equally somber. Upon hearing this, Fukasaku closed his eyes to sense the surrounding natural energy fluctuations and remarked, indeed, it carries the scent of the dragon cave's foul snakes. Jiraiya, we cannot contend with this opponent. You must summon the two great sages and enter sage mode swiftly. I will buy you time. With that, Fukasaku brandished his sword, pointing toward the distant wooden dragon. Suddenly, the ground around Fukasaku erupted, as several thick vines burst forth, ensnaring his legs and body, even disarming his sword. Before he could attempt to break free, the earth beneath him seemed to come alive, as rocky pillars emerged, curling around Fukasaku and forming a second layer of confinement. This is bad. It's the foul snake sage art, earthbound rebirth. Fukasaku exclaimed, panic rising as he found himself bound by both wood style and earth. As the wooden dragon charged toward him, its elongated body entwined around him, forming a third layer of binding, constricting Fukasaku tightly. The dragon's massive head loomed ominously, its eyes coldly fixated on him. Fukasaku, Jiraiya shouted in desperation. His hands, which had been poised to enter sage mode, were forced apart. Gathering chakra, he swiftly formed a Rasengan and hurled it at the wooden dragon to rescue Fukasaku. However, before the Rasengan could strike, Orochimaru's figure flickered, appearing before him, wielding the Kusanagi blade, unleashing a wind-infused chakra blade aimed at Jiraiya's head. Recognizing the threat, Jiraiya refrained from attacking the wooden dragon, hastily using his Rasengan to block the incoming strike. The clash resulted in a tremendous explosion, creating a fierce whirlwind around them. Yet, having already entered sage mode, Orochimaru's physical prowess far surpassed Jiraiya's. Despite Jiraiya's efforts, the overwhelming force sent him soaring into the air, and as he fell, vines detached from the wooden dragon, ensnaring him midair. Seeing Jiraiya ensnared by the wood-style vines, Orochimaru tilted his head back, sheathing his sword, his cold, slit eyes regarding the bound Jiraiya with disdain. Fool. He muttered softly before vanishing in a plume of smoke, leaving behind Jiraiya and Fukasaku ensnared by the wood-style. In this battle, Orochimaru seized the initiative, skillfully controlling the situation. Had Jiraiya entered sage mode, there might have been a chance for resistance. However, in his ordinary state, Orochimaru's advantage was overwhelming. Jiraiya, these vines are siphoning our chakra, Fukasaku exclaimed, his voice growing weaker. I know, Jiraiya replied, suspended in midair, feeling his chakra being gradually drained by the vines. He hastily absorbed the surrounding natural energy to compensate for the loss. Indeed, after several minutes, the vines, having absorbed a significant amount of natural energy, began to petrify at their points of absorption. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya exerted himself to break free from the stone restraints, then performed the seals to dismiss Fukasaku, sending him back. The wooden dragon, now depleted of chakra, charged toward Jiraiya but faltered, transforming into a wooden statue. With a sigh of relief, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Though the battle had been brief, his chakra had been nearly depleted by the wooden dragon. How could that rascal Orochimaru have mastered with style? Jiraiya contemplated while stroking his chin, showing no signs of disappointment at having been defeated by Orochimaru. After all, he had been bested by Orochimaru numerous times throughout his early life. At that moment, Jiraiya even felt a sense of secret delight, despite Orochimaru's vocal bravado. He had once again spared Jiraiya, just as he had during the siege by the hidden stone village. Deep down, Orochimaru must still regard him as a comrade. However, it seemed that Orochimaru had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Had he perhaps been too preoccupied with updating his paradise of intimacy to hone his own skills? No. He could not allow that wretched snake to continue basking in superiority. He decided to gather intelligence on Orochimaru first, putting a halt to his updates for paradise of intimacy. As Jiraiya sat in place, lost in thought, he refrained from pursuing Orochimaru, given that Orochimaru had become adept at utilizing sage technique and would release. Even if Jiraiya entered sage mode, capturing Orochimaru alive was out of the question. It would only escalate the battle. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, Jiraiya rose and made his way toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 32. Reflections on War. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Tsuki and her canine companion, Okawari, sped along, having activated their wind-release chakra mode. Upon re-entering the Land of Fire, they deactivated the mode. The journey from the Land of Rice to the Land of Rain required traversing a significant portion of the Land of Fire once more. a distance comparable to that from the hidden leaf to the land of rice. Even at their utmost speed, it would take at least 2 days for the duo to arrive. Furthermore, combat was likely in the land of rain. Tsuki needed to conserve her chakra for battle rather than solely focusing on speed, thus she was not in a hurry. Boss, with Orochimaru being so powerful now, why not recruit him as our enforcer? He must have a keen interest in the Rinnegan. Okawari inquired curiously as they ran. Orochimaru-sensei is busy having a reunion with Jiraiya-senpai. By now, it should be wrapping up. Moreover, while bringing Orochimaru-sensei on board could counterbalance the power of pain, if the Rinnegan were to fall into the wrong hands, it could provoke a desperate reaction from the enemy, forcing them to summon Uchiha Madara prematurely. Facing a fully realized Uchiha Madara would leave us with no means of retreat. Upon hearing Wansai's inquiry, Inuzuka Tsuki responded, possessing a rough estimation in her mind regarding the comparative battle prowess of Orochimaru and Jiraiya at that moment. In the original narrative, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were portrayed as evenly matched adversaries. Orochimaru's strength lay in his tenacity, being virtually impossible to defeat, while Jiraiya's prowess was characterized by his balanced capabilities across various domains, lacking any significant weaknesses. Now, with Orochimaru having mastered advanced Sage techniques, he could swiftly enter Sage mode, and coupled with his large scale would release attacks that absorb chakra properties, he had effectively compensated for his previously weak offensive capabilities. It was certain that Jiraiya would be caught off guard by Orochimaru. Using herself as a benchmark, Inuzuka Tsuki reasoned that after mastering Sage mode through external curse seals, her Sage mode self could vanquish her non-Sage self in merely 1 to 2 minutes, and while capturing would take a bit longer, it would not exceed 5 minutes. Thus, she surmised that the power comparison between Orochimaru and Jiraiya would not deviate significantly from her own capabilities in Sage mode. An hour had elapsed since Inuzuka Tsuki departed from the izakaya, leading her to speculate that the confrontation between the two had likely concluded. As for the threat posed by Uchiha Madara, she remained considerably wary. Even without soul vulnerabilities, Orochimaru's would release might still render him inferior to Madara. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent not to corner the Akatsuki organization into a desperate situation. Boss, I feel like Orochimaru has changed completely since his defection. He has complied with all your requests. Do you think it could be a ruse? Wankai expressed his concerns. In a single meeting, Orochimaru was to assist Inuzuka Tsuki in creating would-release chakra liquid and help her surpass the caged bird technique, which felt somewhat unreal to Wankai. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki remarked, indeed, he has undergone a significant transformation. If it weren't for your foul tongue, I wouldn't have to bring you along every time I meet with Orochimaru-sensei. After teasing her canine companion, she continued to explain. The amicable relationship with Orochimaru-sensei stems from 2 reasons. Firstly, I have demonstrated my worth. Only when you are beneficial to others will they wish to associate with you. Have you heard the saying that genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration? Yet without that 1% of inspiration, even 999% of perspiration amounts to nothing. Over the past decade, I have consistently provided that 1% of inspiration. Moreover, technological advancement demands substantial financial resources, and the Shenlong Group has been responsible for helping Orochimaru-sensei monetize his technological endeavors. As long as he continues to pursue truth, he will eternally rely on my assistance. On the other hand, human relationships are built on emotions. After a decade of interaction, establishing a solid bond is quite simple, provided one's tongue is not as foul as yours. I am not a human, I am a dog. Wankai muttered in dissatisfaction upon hearing his master's remark about his tongue. However, noticing Inuzuka Tsuki's displeased expression, he quickly shifted the subject. Just like how you deceived Uchiha Shursui. That wasn't pure deception. About 90% of what I said to Shursui was true. I merely altered some causal relationships. Wasn't he Orochimaru-sensei's would-release experiment funded by Danzo? Inuzuka Tsuki defended herself. Boss, you were truly scheming, Wankai concluded. At that moment, the duos, a human and a dog, were sprinting at a conventional ninja pace when suddenly, Inuzuka Tsuki drew her long blade from her waist and executed a powerful downward slash. In an instant, a nearly 4-meter-long chakra wind blade surged forth from the blade, cleaving through the air. As this strike descended, a series of sharp popping sounds echoed before them, signaling the snapping of steel wires. Inuzuka Tsuki quickly realized they were likely ambushed and sought a place to take cover. Seizing a branch of moderate thickness, she leveraged it to land on a tree trunk, while Wankai, lacking hands and possessing only paws, descended towards the ground. Just as Wankai was about to hit the ground, a thin iron chain suddenly shot from behind, wrapping around his waist and yanking him back up into the tree. At that moment, a series of explosive tags detonated below, filling the air with chaos. Boss, these guys are even more treacherous than you. Upon hearing a series of explosive sounds akin to firecrackers erupting from the ground, Wankai was so startled that his canine visage turned pale, prompting him to exclaim. Such a magnitude of detonation, although not lethal to him with his steel escape, would undoubtedly leave his fur in disarray and cause him some minor injuries. Upon hearing Wankai's words, Inuzuka Tsuki's face fell, and he felt a twinge of regret for having rescued such a foul-mouthed individual. Suddenly, He comprehended the wisdom behind the old adage that one cannot expect ivory from the mouth of a dog. Indeed, the words of our ancestors are never without merit. When it became evident that all traps had failed, 5 ninjas emerged from the shadows of the forest. Each wore a headband marked by a deep cut, a symbol of betrayal, though the origin of this tradition remained a mystery. Observing the symbols on the headbands of the 5 renegade ninjas blocking their path, comprising 2 rock ninjas, 1 sand ninja, 1 mist ninja, and 1 grass ninja, it was clear they were a hastily assembled team, maintaining a cautious distance from one another, true to their reputation. The blue flash of Konoha remained as vigilant as it had been 2 years prior. The mist ninja among them spoke first, his voice grating like gravel, clearly marred by past injuries. Have you seen me before? Inuzuka Tsuki turned his curious gaze toward the mist ninja. Since his rebirth, he had indeed interacted most frequently with the mist village, yet he could not recall this particular ninja. However, his words evidently incensed the mist ninja, who tilted his head back, revealing a prominent white scar on his neck, a remnant of a healed wound. Remember this, I am Ryushu. 2 years ago, you bastard slit my throat. But fortune smiled upon me, and I clawed my way back from the depths of hell to seek your life. Apologies, but I truly cannot recall you. However, during the Ninja World War, we all fought for our respective masters. As long as the conflict remains within the bounds of warfare, there is no need to carry animosity beyond the battlefield. If you leave now, I will spare your life. As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki's tone grew somber. Those who do not face battle often prefer to discuss it, readily clamoring for war, and in the past, he had been one of them. Yet, those who truly engage in combat despise such discussions. They prefer to converse about cats and dogs, family, and culinary delights, avoiding the grim realities of the war that looms so close. Who wishes to speak of their own mortality? War is not a picnic. The majority on the battlefield are ordinary ninjas, mere fodder. Individuals like Minato Namikaze are the anomalies amidst the chaos. These insights were lessons that Inuzuka Tsuki gleaned only after experiencing the ravages of war firsthand. Chapter 33, once a renowned black market assassin, ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's words, the mist ninja erupted into a fit of manic laughter, his sanity teetering on the brink of madness. He bellowed at Inuzuka Tsuki. You killed Shang Yuin, you killed Maki, you killed Ryoko, and now, surrounded by us, you suddenly wish to spare me? Spare your pretense, you bastard. We shall slay you. Rend your body to pieces, and leave your head as a trophy to forever relish your fear. Realizing the 5 had formed a surrounding formation, Inuzuka Tsuki understood the futility of persuasion and opted to change the subject. Before the battle commences, let us share a few final words. Regardless of the outcome, these shall be your last utterances. What is the bounty on my head? This time, the mist ninja among the 5 remained silent. Having drawn his ninja blade and prepared for combat, the lead rock ninja exchanged glances with his companion and coldly stated, 80 million. It appeared that after supporting Orochimaru, the finances of the root were not in great shape. Danzo offered a bounty on my life that barely exceeded 100 million. Inuzuka Tsuki murmured under his breath upon hearing his worth. The great ninja villages prided themselves on honor and seldom accepted assassination missions unless during wartime to target enemy ninjas. However, the black market was indifferent to such decorum. As long as the payment was sufficient, they dared to issue bounties on anyone, Orochimaru being the sole exception. At that moment, the 5 had completed their encirclement, each retrieving a shuriken from their ninja gear. In unison, countless shuriken and kunai flew towards Inuzuka Tsuki, effectively locking down all avenues of evasion. Wind style, great breakthrough, Inuzuka Tsuki declared, his hands swiftly forming seals as he inhaled deeply and expelled a gust of wind in all directions. Unlike the vacuum wave wind technique, the great breakthrough dispersed rather than concentrated. Originally designed to enhance the power of fire techniques, it bore minimal lethality against ninjas, but adeptly countered the barrage of shuriken. After executing the wind technique, Inuzuka Tsuki gauged the distance the 5 had been blown back and quietly instructed Wankai, handle these 5 rogue ninjas. Following his command, Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded Wansai's mutterings, retreating swiftly while delivering a blow that sent a grass ninja, who had approached from that direction, flying. Outside the fray, Inuzuka Tsuki employed a summoning technique to call forth the messenger koi, instructing, relay a message to Mizuki, requesting him to clone a version of myself, then exchange its head for a bounty in the black market of the Land of Fire. Upon concluding his summoning, Inuzuka Tsuki looked towards the ongoing battle with Wankai against the remaining 5 rogue ninjas. During the brief time he instructed Koi, Wankai had already torn into the throat of the grass ninja and was now engaged in a tussle with the other 4 ninjas. Observing the remaining 4, it was evident that only the leader among them, a rock ninja, possessed the skill level of a jonin. Wankai, equipped with an external curse seal on its neck and teeth inscribed with sealing techniques akin to Orochimaru's, navigated the skirmish with ease. For Wankai, the entire confrontation resembled a mere trivial interlude. Disregarding the melee between the 4 ninjas and the dog, Inuzuka Tsuki turned his gaze towards the depths of the dense forest. In sage mode, he sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent while conversing with Koi. Come forth, he commanded, addressing the shadowy woods. Yet the concealed ninja remained silent. Noting the stranger's reluctance to reveal themselves, Inuzuka Tsuki hurled a kunai affixed with an explosive tag. Upon impact, a resounding explosion echoed through the underbrush, and a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds leaped forth from the thicket. The newcomer donned a white cloth hat and a dark gray mask obscuring much of his face, bearing the forehead protector of the rogue ninjas from the village of Rain. His red and green eyes glinted with an eerie sharpness, radiating a dangerous aura. It was Kakuzu, now affiliated with the Akatsuki organization. Upon recognizing Kakuzu, Inuzuka Tsuki sighed with relief, not out of disdain for the seasoned powerhouse, but rather due to Kakuzu's fighting style posing little threat. Inuzuka Tsuki had long been inspired by the fourth Hokage's combat methodology. Lacking the innate spatial abilities to master the flying thunder god technique, he had forged a unique path, developing a wind chakra mode. The fourth strength lay in his speed, granting him the initiative to dictate when and where battles would unfold. In the past, Inuzuka Tsuki had emulated the fourth, feeling secure as long as his opponent was not adept in speed or long-range capabilities. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki greeted with a smile. "Ah, it is Kakuzu from the black market. Have you come for the 80 million as well?" Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki mention the bounty of 80 million on the black market, Kakuzu's eyes twitched at the corners, his gaze sharpening. He fixated intently on Inuzuka Tsuki, the palpable aura of murderous intent resurfacing. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "It is you, you scoundrel, who dares to impersonate me." The tone of this statement was assertive rather than interrogative, imbued with a deep-seated animosity. Upon hearing the words of Kakuzu, Inuzuka Tsuki instantaneously discerned the source of the murderous intent, and his demeanor swiftly diminished, losing the ease and comfort he had just moments ago. It was evident that Kakuzu had overheard Tsuki's conversation with the snake ninja, Keizuki, hidden within the thicket. This was indeed the origin of the ominous aura. Years prior, when Tsuki ventured into the black market to exchange the bounty for Orochimaru's head, he had used none other than Kakuzu's visage. However, Tsuki had his reasons for adopting Kakuzu's face. He was left with no alternative. On one hand, if he were to present the severed head of Orochimaru while bearing the countenance of an obscure nobody, any reasonable individual would find it suspicious. On the other hand, with a bounty of 350 million, a typical ninja would incur a hefty fee of 30 to 40%, leaving them with only about 220 million, having to surrender over 100 million to the black market as a processing fee. Kakuzu, however, was a seasoned veteran of the black market, enjoying a preferential share as a top-tier assassin, with a fee percentage of merely 5 to 10. Left with no choice, Tsuki resorted to a modified technique to don Kakuzu's face and proceeded to claim the bounty. Kakuzu, with his extensive experience and reputation built over decades, felt aggrieved by this impersonation, sensing a significant loss, especially after being blacklisted by the entire ninja world following the Orochimaru incident. With the 5 great nations' black markets refusing to assign him any missions, now confronted by the very individual who had usurped his identity, even Tsuki, known for his audacity, dared not respond directly. Instead, he feigned a smile and offered flattery. "Ah, Kakuzu-senpai, it has been ages since I last heard your legendary tales. I see you've joined the Akatsuki. I recall the numerous battles you fought against our first leader, neither yielding in victory nor defeat. All the ninjas of Konoha still vividly remember your valiant figure." Without a hint of embarrassment, Tsuki tactfully lauded Kakuzu's storied past. "I shall end your life." Kakuzu, seemingly unfazed by Tsuki's flattery, spoke with a voice steeped in profound enmity. He then seized the expansive cloak of the Akatsuki and hurled it skyward with ferocity. Witnessing Kakuzu's reaction, Tsuki's expression shifted dramatically, and he anxiously exclaimed, "Senpai, you mustn't remove it." But it was too late, as soon as the words left his lips. Kakuzu had launched the Akatsuki cloak into the air. Subsequently, Kakuzu unleashed 4 shurikens, propelling himself forward with the speed of lightning, charging towards Tsuki with a reckless abandon that suggested a battle to the death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsuki was acutely aware of the seasoned shadow-level adversary before him. Had he encountered Kakuzu prior to acquiring his external curse mark, he would have been resigned to his fate. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, emitting a resonant clang of metal against metal. Kakuzu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young opponent possessed the steel release Kekkei Genkai. Had it not been for the heart of the earth attribute, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Tsuki, on his part, refrained from underestimating Kakuzu, recognizing him as one of the most seasoned shadow-level warriors. With combat prowess rivaling that of the third Hokage, and with 5 hearts to boot, Kakuzu proved even more formidable, finding his initial attack ineffective. Tsuki swiftly drew his long blade from his waist, launching a fierce strike towards Kakuzu. As he did so, a roaring wind chakra enveloped the blade, extending it to nearly 4 meters in length to prevent Kakuzu from evading. In Chapter 34, the first clash with a shadow-level adversary commenced. As Tsuki's blade howled through the air, Kakuzu remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping the attack and retaliating with a lightning-quick punch aimed at Tsuki's chest. The impact sent Tsuki flying several meters away. Despite having reinforced his body with steel release, he sustained minor injuries. Kakuzu, a veteran of nearly a century, effortlessly evaded Tsuki's follow-up strikes with a mere sidestep. He chose to forego his kunai in favor of a fist, aware that blunt weapons were far more effective against a ninja adept in steel release. Had he drawn a kunai, Tsuki would likely have emerged relatively unscathed. Coughing lightly, Tsuki expelled a small amount of congealed blood, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had initially assumed Kakuzu's combat style would pose little threat. Yet the depth of Kakuzu's experience exceeded Tsuki's expectations. While Kakuzu's strength and speed were slightly inferior to his own, his combat experience compensated for it, amplifying Tsuki's sense of peril. Fire release, head-driven pain. Kakuzu, having felled Tsuki, showed no signs of relent. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire technique to suppress Tsuki's rise, a torrent of flames surging towards him. The inferno enveloped Tsuki's entire field of vision, prompting a change in his expression as he realized escape was impossible. He quickly formed hand seals and called out, "Sage Art, wind release, great breakthrough." In an instant, the surroundings erupted into chaos, and under the howling wind, the flames were drawn back. Suddenly, Tsuki sensed a faint tremor beneath him, prompting a swift leap into the air. At that very moment, Kakuzu erupted from the ground, his hands mere inches from Tsuki's legs. Only after retreating to a safe distance did Tsuki wipe the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that had it not been for the enhanced sensory abilities granted by Sage Mode, he might have met a dire fate. "Kakuzu-senpai, are you truly intent on a life-and-death struggle?" Tsuki inquired, his seriousness evident as he fixed his gaze upon Kaku. The individual before him was the most formidable opponent he had encountered since becoming a ninja, even more challenging than those whose fighting styles countered his own. Kakuzu's strength and speed might be slightly inferior, yet his adeptness in steel release and potent ninjutsu, coupled with his vast combat experience, placed him well beyond Tsuki's reach in terms of skill. As a martial arts ninja, Tsuki found himself at a disadvantage in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he was not alone. "I intend to use your corpse to vindicate my honor." With that declaration, four masked black creatures emerged from Kakuzu's back. Before Tsuki could utter another word, one of the creatures joined Kakuzu in a defensive stance, while the others unleashed a barrage of powerful ninjutsu. Wind release, pressure harm, lightning release, false darkness, fire release, head-driven pain. All were formidable offensive techniques, particularly the combination of wind and fire, which unleashed a massive assault. Upon witnessing the scale of the three techniques, Tsuki had no intention of confronting them head-on. Instead, he enveloped himself in a faint blue wind chakra, vanishing from sight in an instant. In terms of close combat, Kakuzu was exceedingly troublesome, leaving even Tsuki hesitant to claim victory. Yet, he was an Inuzuka, and it was through synergy with his Nikin that the full strength of the Inuzuka clan was realized. The proverb held true, where the Inuzuka leads, with their Nikin, they stride through the ninja world. This was not merely an assault on Kakuzu. He was but one man, while Tsuki and his loyal companion, Wagatsuma, would face him together. Akin to an army in battle. "Wagatsuma, enough games." A formidable foe approaches. Inuzuka Tsuki swiftly dashed towards Wankai, who was entangled in combat with several rogue ninjas, calling out loudly. Upon noticing Kakuzu trailing behind Inuzuka Tsuki, Wankai understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further entangling himself with the rogue ninjas. His form suddenly expanded, a result of acquiring sage techniques combined with the Inuzuka clan's secret Nindog jutsu. At that moment, Wankai's physique resembled that of a mighty lion, with swirling wind blades intensifying around him as he rapidly charged towards two IWA ninjas. Recognizing the formidable foes nearby, Inuzuka Tsuki dared not remain idle and followed Wankai towards the remaining Suna and Kiri ninjas. Upon witnessing the ethereal blue chakra enveloping Inuzuka Tsuki, a Kiri ninja inexplicably lost control, acting like a madman. With a frenzied expression, the mist ninja brandished his kunai and recklessly charged at Inuzuka Tsuki, abandoning all defense. With a flash of blue, "Perish!" the Kiri ninja shouted wildly. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Inuzuka Tsuki executed an astonishing maneuver, redirecting his charge towards a Suna ninja who had assumed a defensive stance. In that fleeting moment, as Inuzuka Tsuki distanced himself from the Kiri ninja, an array of arcs surged from the mist ninja, erupting into a massive explosion that illuminated the area like a miniature sun, engulfing him entirely in flames. It was the sound of countless explosive tags detonating. From the moment the Kiri ninja had caught sight of Inuzuka Tsuki, he had been secretly adorned with explosive tags beneath his clothing, intent on a mutual demise from the start. The shocking scene left the Suna ninja momentarily stunned, a lapse in focus that proved fatal in battle. In that instant of distraction, Inuzuka Tsuki's blade swept across the Suna ninja's neck, severing his head. The decapitated head burst forth, spraying a crimson fountain of blood that was swiftly dispersed by the wind jutsu swirling around Inuzuka Tsuki. Turning to face the Kiri ninja, he found the area transformed into a deep crater, thick black smoke rising, with flesh and blood scattered across the ground, mingled with pale bone fragments. "I shall remember the Mist Dragon show," Inuzuka Tsuki murmured solemnly, taking in the shocking sight. The unexpected prowess of the Mist ninjas left a lasting impression on him. Not far away, Kakuzu approached slowly, offering a low praise. At that moment, four shadowy figures trailed behind him, indicating he had no immediate intention to attack. observing Kakuzu's approach. Wankai, having dispatched the two IWA ninjas, hurriedly ran over, his eyes fixed on Kakuzu, baring his sharp teeth and emitting a threatening growl, creating a standoff between man and dog against Kakuzu. Sensing Kakuzu's temporary withdrawal from aggression, Inuzuka Tsuki reached out to comfort Wankai, saying, "Indeed, the village of Kiri breeds formidable warriors." Inuzuka Tsuki recalled the ninjas who had fought valiantly alongside him on the front lines in Kiri and the legendary Kisame, who would rather be devoured by sharks than divulge secrets, earning respect even as an adversary. "Kakuzu-senpai, shall we continue?" Inuzuka Tsuki inquired softly, his eyes reflecting anticipation. He lacked absolute confidence in this battle, and even if he were to defeat Kakuzu here, it would bear no benefit but rather hinder future plans with Akatsuki. Kakuzu sneered. "You believe I would let you go after you've destroyed my source of income? Senpai, even if you kill me, you won't receive your bounty. I've heard you've been blacklisted by the entire black market after Orochimaru's incident. Brat, how dare you speak?" Kakuzu, incensed by Inuzuka Tsuki's pointed remarks, felt his patience snap as he launched an attack. Suddenly, numerous black threads erupted from the ground, ensnaring the limbs of both Inuzuka Tsuki and Wankai. In a flurry, as Kakuzu attempted to ambush them from below, Inuzuka Tsuki remained composed, the wind blades surrounding him converging fiercely to sever the black tendrils. "Boss, it seems we haven't fought side by side in quite some time," Wankai exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of facing a seasoned shadow-level adversary. His demeanor shifting from foolishness to fierce determination, eyes gleaming with resolve. In truth, both master and dog had no significant lineage. Their strength had surged after training under Orochimaru. Thus, Wankai had fully emulated Inuzuka Tsuki, acquiring the steel release abilities and wind chakra mode that Tsuki had developed to augment their offensive capabilities. Inuzuka Tsuki had also mimicked Orochimaru's modifications on Wankai, inscribing sealing techniques onto his teeth, enabling him to temporarily immobilize opponents with a bite. Infused with his canine companion's fighting spirit, Inuzuka Tsuki set aside concerns over the outcome of the battle. With the power of sage techniques, few ninjas could pose a threat to him now. Rarely did formidable opponents arise. If necessary, he could always negotiate after subduing them. After all, strength reigned supreme in the ninja world, and yielding without the might of Hashirama would only invite ridicule. Then let us engage. Having resolved his thoughts, Inuzuka Tsuki wiped the blood from his mouth, a confident smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, the azure chakra enveloping him intensified, and the wind blades surged with renewed ferocity. In a mere moment, Inuzuka Tsuki appeared above Kakuzu's head, so swift that his previous position left behind a residual shadow. How swift! Kakuzu marveled at Inuzuka Tsuki's speed, yet his hands moved without hesitation, crossing his arms defensively as the brown steel release enveloped them. Boom, boom, boom. What seemed like a simple sword strike unleashed a series of explosive sounds as Inuzuka Tsuki's blade collided with Kakuzu's arms. The immense force failed to sever the steel defense, yet it propelled Kakuzu away like a baseball. Before Kakuzu could hit the ground, Wankai, a step behind Inuzuka Tsuki, surged forward, his form swelling, resembling a roaring lion. With elongated claws imbued with wind blades, he viciously raked at Kakuzu's abdomen, igniting sparks with each strike. Had a regular ninja been struck, their insides would have been obliterated. However, like Inuzuka Tsuki, Kakuzu possessed a steel release bloodline, rendering such an attack non-lethal. "Boss, this guy is quite adept with his steel release. Our attacks are ineffective," Wankai reported, observing Kakuzu's seemingly unscathed form. "Then let us first deal with the masked monstrosity and implement the strategy prepared for hiding against his true form." Inuzuka Tsuki gritted his teeth, his voice seething with determination, recognizing the futility of their assault. The nature of steel release was such that without a corresponding lightning release to breach its defenses, or without a jutsu like wind release, Raisin Shuriken achieving a certain threshold of power, inflicting damage proved exceedingly difficult. Rising from the ground, dusting himself off, Kakuzu regarded Inuzuka Tsuki and Wankai with a grave expression. Initially, he had easily overpowered Inuzuka Tsuki, dismissing the blue flash as a mere product of Konoha-esque training. Now that Inuzuka Tsuki was unleashing his full strength, Kakuzu found himself on the defensive and finally took the threat seriously. Surrounded by wind chakra to enhance speed and power, while reinforcing his body with steel release to guard against the wind chakra's assault, Kakuzu realized this dual approach was indeed troublesome. After nearly a century of experience in the ninja world, Kakuzu discerned the essence of Inuzuka Tsuki after just a few exchanges. However, comprehension does not equate to competence in confrontation. Much like the third Recruitment, who, despite his advantages in speed, strength, and defense, lacking any extraordinary techniques, managed to withstand the assault of thousands of IWA ninjas for 3 days and nights. The ability to integrate offense, defense, and speed can often present an insurmountable challenge due to the absence of apparent weaknesses. At this moment, Kakuzu felt the weight of urgency. In combat against a high-speed taijutsu ninja, seizing the initiative is paramount. The opponent could launch a second wave of attacks at any moment. If caught in a continuous barrage, Kakuzu might not even have the opportunity to form hand signs. As Kakuzu began to perform the necessary seals for his fire release technique, Inuzuka Tsuki swiftly vanished from sight. generating a howling gust of wind. Yet this time, his target was not Kakuzu's main body. By the time Kakuzu completed his seals, Inuzuka Tsuki had already dashed toward the monstrous figure adorned with a red mask. The long blade sliced through the monster's mask, cleaving it in two. These clumsy creatures could serve as cannon fodder, but one should not expect them to possess profound taijutsu skills. Now targeted by Inuzuka Tsuki. The fire attribute mask shattered as easily as paper. You bastard, return my heart. The fire release monster was obliterated by Inuzuka Tsuki's strike, and Kakuzu's fire attack was thwarted. Each heart had been meticulously chosen by Kakuzu, and the ease with which Inuzuka Tsuki destroyed one intensified his fury. Yet, Kakuzu, seasoned in battle, managed to maintain his composure amidst his rage, hastily summoning back the remaining 3 masked creatures as he rushed towards them. Trying to flee? Observing the masks hastening toward his main body, Inuzuka Tsuki scoffed. He would not allow them to escape easily. He immediately charged toward the most significant threat. The purple lightning attribute monster. Steel release, born of the fusion of earth and yang releases, is most effectively countered by lightning release. Had Kakuzu not attempted to unleash fire release just moments ago, Tsuki's primary target would undoubtedly have been the purple lightning mask. Not a chance. As Inuzuka Tsuki aimed to annihilate his heart, Kakuzu's expression turned frantic as he hurried toward his 3 remaining hearts. However, after taking only 2 steps, he found himself ensnared by Inuzuka Tsuki's ninja dog, Wankai. Although the dog could not breach Kakuzu's defenses, Kakuzu was equally unable to hinder the agile canine. Realizing their impending doom, the remaining 3 masked creatures began to merge in place, swiftly transforming into a larger black monster. This new entity bore 3 masks. The purple lightning mask and a deep blue water mask opened their mouths, preparing to unleash a wide-ranging ninjutsu. Observing this, Inuzuka Tsuki accelerated his pace, his pale blue chakra cloak intensifying and his wind attribute blades growing increasingly fierce. Subtle cuts began to appear on his body, indicating that his formidable wind chakra was piercing through the steel defenses. Sky-soaring dragon flash. With a low call, Inuzuka Tsuki propelled himself like a cannonball toward the monster formed from the 3 masks. Just as the masks were about to execute their wide-range ninjutsu, Tsuki's long blade sliced through, cleaving the water and lightning masks in half. The wind mask, too, sustained severe damage from the swirling wind blades enveloping Tsuki. And with a swift turn, he severed it completely. At this point, all 4 of Kakuzu's masks lay shattered, leaving only his main body intact. As Inuzuka Tsuki utilized Sage Chakra to mend the minute wounds on his body, he advanced steadily towards Kakuzu's main form. The true threat had always resided in Kakuzu's mastery of steel release. However, Inuzuka Tsuki felt no urgency. Even Kakuzu could not compare to a sage ninja in terms of endurance. The outcome of the battle was already determined. Had Kakuzu not summoned the 4 monstrous masks, Inuzuka Tsuki would never have achieved victory. Had he known that Tsuki had a ninja dog assisting him, Kakuzu would not have summoned the masks, thus granting Tsuki the opportunity to dismantle them one by one. As Inuzuka Tsuki drew nearer, Kakuzu's expression shifted, betraying a hint of panic. The level of threat posed by Tsuki exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, it was now inconsequential. The ensuing combat entered a phase of futility, with Inuzuka Tsuki and Wankai alternating their assaults on Kakuzu, while the other replenished chakra. Coupled with the enhancements from sage techniques, Kakuzu soon found himself in a predicament of dwindling chakra. Despite possessing the steel release bloodline, substantial chakra was required to sustain it. The more chakra infused, the greater the enhancement to his physique. After entangling Kakuzu for nearly half an hour, his chakra finally reached a critical low. Inuzuka Tsuki's ninja blade breached Kakuzu's steel defenses, severing his right leg with a decisive strike. Just like the cursed body of a hibi, once Kakuzu's limb was severed, countless black tentacle-like threads extended from the stump, attempting to reattach the severed limb. Witnessing this grotesque form of bodily augmentation, Inuzuka Tsuki grimaced in disgust. These beings had modified their bodies to resemble a black light virus, utterly devoid of humanity. Unless one employed a technique like wind release, spiraling shuriken, capable of penetrating to the cellular level, eliminating these creatures would prove exceedingly difficult. Before Kakuzu's black threads could reassemble his leg, Wankai bit down on the severed limb, the sealing runes on its teeth spreading to envelop the entire leg. As Kakuzu sought to reattach his leg, he immediately sensed something amiss. The limb, rejoined, felt as heavy as stone, stifled by the sealing technique and rendered unresponsive. With the loss of a leg, Kakuzu's combat prowess diminished significantly, leaving him unable to resist as Inuzuka Tsuki continued to sever his remaining limbs. Subsequently, Wankai executed sealing techniques on each, stripping Kakuzu of any control over his body. Gazing at Inuzuka Tsuki with fierce eyes, Kakuzu appeared menacing. Yet Tsuki felt a twinge of helplessness. He could not comprehend the mindset of these rogue ninjas. If not for their aggressive demeanor, he would have had no interest in engaging them in battle. Their fierce glares made it seem as though he were the bully. However, Inuzuka Tsuki had no intention of killing Kakuzu. The likelihood of successfully commandeering an outer path golem was minimal. Even defeating Nagato would not guarantee the retrieval of the golem once it was returned to the moon after dispelling the summoning. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki could only continue to implore Kakuzu, Sr., There is no enmity between us. There is absolutely no need for conflict. Upon hearing these words, Jiao Du's forehead veins throbbed ominously. I have been blacklisted by the entire black market, and it is you, scoundrel, who is to blame for this misfortune. You severed my means of livelihood, yet you dare to claim there is no enmity between us? However, now that I find myself at your mercy, I have come to terms with the matter of money. With my life hanging by a thread, what value does wealth hold? Heaving a sigh inwardly, Jiao Du continued, this marks the second time I have fallen to a leaf ninja. Leaf ninja, reveal your name to me. Should fortune allow us to cross paths again in the afterlife, I shall recount your deeds to that person. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled lightly and said, I am Inuzuka Tsuki, a special jonin of the leaf. Esteemed elder, I assure you, there is no animosity between us. To speak candidly, it was I who first misappropriated your name. Thus it is I who bears the fault. However, should you agree to cease hostilities, I am willing to offer you a sum for the use of your likeness. And in addition, I shall bestow upon you a source of wealth. Inuzuka Tsuki pledged earnestly. Upon hearing that Inuzuka Tsuki had no intention of killing him and was even prepared to offer a sum of money, Kakuzu's fierce gaze softened slightly. His eyes fixated on Inuzuka Tsuki as he inquired in a low voice, how much? True to his avaricious nature, Kakuzu exhibited an attitude that prioritized wealth over life itself, leaving both Inuzuka Tsuki and Wankai momentarily stunned. Ultimately, Inuzuka Tsuki could only respond with resignation. The portrait fee is 80 million. Once my subordinates retrieve the bounty from the black market, the payment will be made immediately. As for the source of funds, I wish to meet your leader. We can discuss the details further upon our meeting. To prevent any unpleasantness, I must seal your chakra using a sealing technique. I kindly ask you not to resist. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded Kakuzu and began to form hand seals to execute the chakra sealing technique. After nearly an hour of effort, he finally succeeded. Unlike the fourth Hokage, Inuzuka Tsuki's mastery over sealing techniques was not as profound or swift, and completely sealing a shadow-level powerhouse was no easy feat therefore. During the battle, he had to rely on Wankai to inscribe the sealing technique onto his fangs. During this time, Wankai returned with Kakuzu's black cloak adorned with red clouds, and Inuzuka Tsuki thoughtfully helped him don it. Kakuzu-senpai, you can still wear the cloak after removing it. It can be said that surviving a great calamity brings forth future blessings. Inuzuka Tsuki could not help but praise. There's no need for mockery. Since you have spared me this time, I shall kill someone for you free of charge in the future, Kakuzu replied in a deep voice. Having been defeated and spared by Konoha ninjas twice, even the money-driven Kakuzu rarely spoke the word free. Senpai, you truly have a sense of humor. Why would I want to kill anyone? It is far better for us to work harmoniously and earn money together. I have always believed that the ninja world is not merely about fighting, but rather about the intricacies of human relationships. A ninja who does not think will forever be a mere tool for the ninja village. Upon hearing Kakuzu offer to assist him in taking a life for free, Inuzuka Tsuki resolutely declined without a moment's hesitation. He then proceeded to expound upon his personal interpretations, which starkly contrasted with the prevailing consensus within the ninja world. At this, Kakuzu's eyes brightened. He recalled how he had once been deceived by the Takigakure, naively undertaking the assassination of the first Hokage. Had it not been for the first Hokage's mercy, he would likely have met his demise many years ago. Inuzuka Tsuki's assertion that ninja who do not employ their intellect can only serve as mere enforcers for their villages struck a profound chord within Kaku. Observing Kakuzu's reaction, Inuzuka Tsuki seized the moment. Kakuzu-senpai, I believe you are squandering your extraordinary abilities. How could one possibly amass wealth through mere labor? If your goal is to generate income, it would be far more prudent to leverage your talents. Becoming the wealthiest figure in the ninja world is entirely within your reach. Why waste your time on such trivial endeavors? Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki assert his ambition to become the wealthiest individual in the shinobi world, Kakuzu could not suppress a smirk of disdain. While he acknowledged that many of the young lad's ideas resonated with his own, the mere notion that a mere child from Konoha could instruct him on financial matters was utterly laughable. After decades of navigating the underbelly of the black market, he felt no need to entertain such absurdity, even if this child were to best him in combat. The prospect of him imparting wisdom on the art of wealth accumulation was preposterous. Should he encounter the formidable pain, he could always spare the boy for now, only to eliminate him upon their next meeting. Yet, being looked down upon in his domain of expertise ignited a flicker of indignation within Kakuzu. Unable to contain himself, he retorted dismissively, a mere special jonin from Konoha dares to enlighten me on financial matters? Encouraged by Kakuzu's response, Inuzuka Tsuki's spirits soared. As long as the elder was willing to engage, he had succeeded. His greatest fear was silence. He continued, Senior, you have crossed blades with the first Hokage. Thus you must possess some comprehension of his might. However, are you aware of the vast sums of money he can mobilize? Allow me to enlighten you. If he so desired, he could command hundreds of billions. You frequently engage with the black market, yet do you know their commission rates? Let me inform you. Ordinary ninjas who accept tasks from the black market typically surrender 30 to 40% of their earnings. Thus, even if those 5 individuals were to wager my life for a bounty, they would at most secure 50 million. as the black market extracts 40% from each bounty ninja. Contemplate the magnitude of that wealth. Chapter 37. A little shock for Kakuzu. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback by Tsuki's words, his face betraying a sense of disbelief akin to that of someone who had witnessed the vastness of the world. Is it truly possible, he mused, that those wretched souls of the black market could extract such exorbitant commissions? Indeed, Tsuki replied with a wry smile. Only a seasoned assassin like yourself could command a 90% share, with the black market taking but a mere 10%. If it were some nameless individual, they would be subjected to a commission of no less than 30%. Do you think I would frivolously borrow your reputation? Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki divulge numerous secrets of the black market, Kakuzu fell into a state of stupefaction. As an S-rank rogue ninja from Takigakure, having traversed the ninja world for many years as a renowned powerhouse, he certainly could not have begun his career as a novice, lacking any opportunity to engage with such clandestine matters. Now enlightened about the division of profits within the black market, Kakuzu's thoughts ascended. Extracting a 30% commission from all black market ninjas represented an immense fortune. However, this revelation was swiftly followed by a surge of fury. You scoundrel! You've at least profited 500 million ryo off my reputation, and yet you've only compensated me with 80 million for expenses. I shall surely kill you. Seeing Kakuzu's rage, Inuzuka Tsuki, with a hand on his forehead, responded with resignation, Senior, one cannot simply articulate matters in such a manner without my assistance. Would you possess the capability to defeat Orochimaru? If you cannot vanquish Orochimaru, then that 500 million ryo in commissions would merely be a mirage, an illusion. Furthermore, Inuzuka Tsuki concealed another thought in his heart. Had Kakuzu sought out Orochimaru himself, he would have long been placed on the experimental table, in essence. He had saved him twice. Focus, Senior. When cultivating advanced ninjutsu, where is your insight? What future lies in mere violence? Even if you were to slaughter the black market, you would merely be taking down insignificant thugs, while the powerful behind the scenes would continue to reap the rewards. It is said that the first Hokage was a notorious gambler. Why, despite his losses, could he mobilize hundreds of billions? You toil for scraps while the black market takes its cut? The platform, Senior. The first Hokage had Konoha, the foremost ninja village, as his mission platform. At this point, Inuzuka Tsuki finally highlighted the crux of his argument. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu felt a twinge of disappointment, reverting to his earlier disdain. Even you, Konoha ninjas, cannot fathom the true terror of the first Hokage in his prime. Do you believe that a village like Konoha, with its monstrous ninjas, could be established by just anyone? Perhaps only the current leader of Akatsuki and Uchiha Madara from the past could rival his might. Kakuzu felt somewhat deflated, having expected more profound insights from this youth, only to find suggestions to emulate the first Hokage in establishing a ninja village. As one who had once confronted the god of ninjas in a hostile manner, Kakuzu alone might elucidate the true power of the first Hokage, an entity far beyond human comprehension. Without such strength, how could one effortlessly establish the foremost ninja village in the world? How could one subdue Uchiha Madara, who was not akin to the first Hokage, who kneeled before others? Senior, I reiterate, do not fixate solely on violence. There are myriad paths to wealth beyond that of a ninja. Have you ever heard of the Shenlong Group? Upon mentioning the first Hokage's strength, Inuzuka Tsuki chose not to dwell on the subject, but rather guided the conversation from alternate angles. The Shenlong Group? I have not heard of it, Kakuzu replied honestly. Having been entrenched in the black market, he had indeed never encountered any mention of the Shenlong Group. After receiving this response, Inuzuka Tsuki felt somewhat disheartened, even beginning to question the abilities of Mizuki, Hinatayu, and Inuzuka Aoi, who held knowledge of advanced agricultural techniques. At this juncture, the world of Naruto was still in the twilight of feudal society, with the nascent stages of capitalism just beginning to emerge, agriculture dominating the global economy. It was disconcerting that these three individuals, wielding advanced agricultural technology, could allow the Shenlong Group to remain obscure. It underscored the unreliability of entrusting commerce to ninjas. With no other recourse, Inuzuka Tsuki retrieved a scroll from within his garments, unsealing it to produce a vial of would-release chakra liquid, leading Kakuzu to a nearby rice paddy. The rice plants, at this moment, were in a state of lackluster growth, displaying a pallid yellow during their crucial nutrient-absorbing phase. To achieve the most striking effect, Inuzuka Tsuki wasted no time, pouring nearly one-third of the vial into the paddy. This act was purely for demonstration. Even if the resulting rice were sold, it would not match the value of the chakra liquid used. More so, it was intended to provide Kakuzu with a spectacle of awe. As the chakra liquid seeped into the paddy, the water rapidly evaporated, visibly absorbed by the plants. In its stead, the rice began to flourish at an astonishing rate, quickly transitioning through the stages of heading, maturation, and fruition, all within less than an hour. Typically, rice would grow to waist height, yet in this paddy, the plants thrived to such an extent that they towered over Inuzuka Tsuki himself, who stood at 1.8 meters, rendering him invisible amidst the verdant sea. Inuzuka Tsuki did not keep the suspense. He leaped into the paddy and broke off an arm-length ear of rice, peeling it before Kakuzu. From the ear, he extracted over 100 grains, each as large as a fingertip, and held them in his palm, stating, "Do you see, Kakuzu-senpai? In the future, Every nation, every landlord. Every self-sustaining farmer in the ninja world will require our produce. Compared to such products, what does the economy of a mere ninja village amount to? Witnessing this miraculous scene, Kakuzu fell into a state of shock. Despite his immersion in black market bounty tasks, having lived for over 90 years, he understood the implications of what he beheld. This heralded a complete agricultural revolution. Should this technology be disseminated, there would be no more famine in the ninja world or beyond. By controlling agricultural production in a few nations, what significance would a mere ninja village hold? As for the possibility of violent seizures by ninja villages, Kakuzu felt no concern. He possessed the power of the Rinnegan behind him. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Kakuzu stammered, This is wood release. Aha. Correct, Kakuzu-senpai. This liquefied wood release chakra is our Shenlong group's flagship product. Once you meet your leaders, I shall grant you the exclusive rights to operate this product in the Land of Rain. Just imagine the profits you will earn. How could mere labor compare to the swift gains of commerce? Having uttered these words, Inuzuka Tsuki waited a considerable time for Kakuzu's response. Glancing back only to find Kakuzu's green-eyed crimson orbs curving into crescent moons. Though his face was partially obscured by a mask, it was evident that he was grinning widely beneath it. Chapter 38. Recruitment. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki continued onward toward the Land of Rain with Kakuzu, imparting new ideologies and knowledge along the way. Over the course of 2 to 3 days, Kakuzu was utterly captivated by the profound insights of this elite Konoha J-nin. Beyond the demonstration of the wood release chakra liquid, Tsuki proposed countless innovative business models, many of which Kakuzu found promising. Hey, Inuzuka Tsuki, does your Shenlong group still have openings? If you allow me to join, I might consider waiving that 80 million for the use of my likeness. As they engaged in lively conversation, Kakuzu suddenly hesitated to inquire. As a member of Akatsuki, it was remarkable that Kakuzu would request to join the Shenlong group. With his chakra sealed, he could only ride atop the back of his loyal steed, and upon hearing this, the beast subtly curled its lip in amusement. It appeared that the leader's persuasive mode was proving effective once more. At this rate, Kakuzu would inevitably follow in the footsteps of Zetsu, eventually succumbing to the leader's charms. Upon hearing the name Kakuzu, Inuzuka Tsuki pondered, contemplating whether reaching out to the Akatsuki would provoke a sensitive response from Obito and his cohorts. If Kagaya, that cowardly figure, deemed the situation uncontrollable and resorted to summoning Uchiha Madara through Edo Tensei, the consequences would be dire. The current shinobi world could not withstand Madara's onslaught. However, while Kagaya could roam freely and infiltrate any location, she was not omniscient. Tsuki's interaction with Kakuzu had certainly gone unnoticed by her. Otherwise, she would not have allowed him to be captured. Regardless, an opportunity presented itself, and it would be foolish to decline it. With this thought in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki feigned astonishment and exclaimed, Really? If someone of your esteemed stature, Kakuzu-senpai, could join our dragon group, it would be splendid. I wholeheartedly welcome you on behalf of the dragon group. Having resolved to accept Kakuzu, Tsuki wasted no time and began to introduce him to the dragon group. Ha ha ha, Kakuzu-senpai. Your discernment is remarkable. Our dragon group is a super organization equipped with core technologies. In any industry we set our sights on, every coin that falls belongs to us. Our organizational hierarchy consists of employees, supervisors, managers, directors, vice presidents, and presidents, with each level offering vastly different salaries and benefits. As long as you work diligently, there will be ample opportunities for growth and career advancement. I was once merely an intern at the Dragon Group, yet I currently hold the position of vice president. Given your strength and reputation, I believe you would have no trouble serving as the director of sales. I have decided to grant you the exclusive sales rights for the wood release chakra liquid in the surrounding nations of the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Rivers, with you fully responsible for sales and operations, sharing a 10 cut of total sales. Tsuki's elaborate presentation left Kakuzu feeling both impressed and puzzled, though he expressed dissatisfaction upon hearing the profit-sharing percentage. Why only 10? The black market bounties only take a 10 commission from me. Noticing Kakuzu's discontent, Tsuki reassured him, Senpai, the total income from all black market tasks is minimal compared to the market potential of the wood release chakra liquid. If you earn less than 10 times what you previously made, I will make up the difference. Having lived for over a century, Kakuzu was well aware of the disparity in earnings. His comments were merely a tactic to negotiate a higher percentage. Realizing Tsuki was not easily swayed, he promptly shifted his approach. How about this? I can forego the salary and benefits, but I want a 20 share. Tsuki, feeling exasperated, sensed that the dynamics of this world were skewed. A powerful figure was quibbling over wages. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuki firmly declined, stating, that simply won't do. Your base salary will be 500,000 Ryo per month, and not a single Ryo less. Seeing that Tsuki was resolute in her stance, Kakuzu chose not to press further regarding the profit-sharing issue and accepted the terms offered. Thus, although Kakuzu had become Tsuki's captive and was somewhat shamefully sealed of chakra before being tossed onto the back of her companion, he successfully became an employee of the Dragon Group before entering the Land of Rain, effectively aligning himself with Tsuki. Relieved by the successful recruitment of Kakuzu, Tsuki felt a sense of accomplishment. Granting him exclusive rights would allow the Akatsuki to assist in expanding their market while covertly enabling Kakuzu to monitor Obito and his associates. As for any potential dangers Kakuzu might face within the Akatsuki due to their collaboration, Tsuki remained unperturbed. Currently, no one in the Dragon Group was a Leaf Ninja. And on the surface, it merely appeared that the Dragon Group had employed a few ninjas as staff. In times of peace, didn't T-Ninja villages function as labor companies? The Land of Rain, situated at the crossroads of the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries, was indeed a battleground, perpetually embroiled in chaos and conflict. During the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo of the Salamander rose to prominence, gradually unifying the Land of Rain. Consequently, the governance of the Land of Rain differed from other nations. It lacked a feudal lord, and the leader of Amigakure was the highest authority in the land. At this juncture, Hanzo, who had become decayed and corrupt following the unification of the Land of Rain, had been slain by Nagato, who subsequently assumed leadership of the nation. Nevertheless, the anguish wrought by war could not be eradicated simply by replacing a leader. Currently, at least one-third of the population faced starvation. The Land of Rain was under lockdown, with Rain ninjas rigorously screening all entrants, particularly scrutinizing those dressed as ninjas. Utilizing Kakuzu's long robe, Tsuki, Kaku, and her dog managed to enter without incident. However, shortly after crossing into the Land of Rain, Tsuki felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Although Kakuzu had joined the Dragon Group, Tsuki was still hesitant to lift the chakra seal, as their unusual trio was likely to attract the attention of other Akatsuki members. Chapter 39, The White Tiger of Akatsuki. At last, as the trio approached the outskirts of Amigakure, a blue-haired kunoichi soared above them. Suspended in midair, she sported a pair of pristine wings crafted entirely of paper, her flowing robe concealing her graceful form, while her deep blue hair danced in the wind. This figure was Konan, who appeared to be in her early 20s, still not having matured into the alluring woman she would later become. However, her somewhat aloof demeanor already suggested an air of distance. She was one of the members of the organization, known as the White Tiger of Akatsuki. Upon seeing Konan hovering above, Kakuzu introduced her to Tsuki without a hint of discomfort, seemingly unaffected by the notion of betraying the organization. This was hardly surprising. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, and Nagato and Konan, who were native to the Land of Rain, were part of the Akatsuki, which at this moment had no enmity with the Leaf Village. As long as they safeguarded their information, there was no need for subterfuge. Upon hearing Kakuzu's introduction, however, Konan's expression hardened. Upon spotting Tsuki's Konoha headband, her gaze turned even colder as she coldly addressed Kakuzu. Kakuzu, how dare you betray us? Without waiting for Tsuki to respond, she turned her attention to Tsuki. A ninja from Konoha? You cannot leave here alive. Before Tsuki could utter a word, Konan's paper wings flapped, unleashing a barrage of paper shurikens aimed directly at Tsuki. Earth style, earth wall. Before she could fully articulate her defense, an onslaught of paper shurikens struck, catching Tsuki off guard. She had not anticipated the depth of Konan's animosity towards Leaf Ninjas, and thus was taken completely by surprise. Hastily employing her earth-style techniques for protection, Senpai, it seems your standing in the organization is rather tenuous. Hiding behind a wall of earth, Inuzuka Tsuki taunted Kakuzu. Though he was a member of the Akatsuki, merely walking alongside the ninjas of Konoha, Konan's ruthless attack revealed her deep-seated animosity towards them. In a certain sense, her hostility mirrored that of Nagato, highlighting the tragic fate orchestrated by Danzo. With no mercy shown by the adversary, Tsuki could only reluctantly engage. Empowered by sage techniques, he reinforced the earthen barrier before him, thickening it to withstand the relentless barrage of shurikens. Kakuzu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized his lack of standing within the organization, as he had hardly interacted with Konan, who, despite her cold demeanor, had never resorted to lethal measures over trivial disagreements. As the paper shurikens densely peppered the earthen wall, their true nature was revealed. They were explosive tags folded into origami. Soon, these tags detonated, unleashing a cacophony of explosions that began to shake Tsuki's fortified barrier. Witnessing this, Tsuki's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Konan could so easily suppress him. This was a sage-enhanced earth wall, yet it struggled to endure the onslaught of the explosive tags. In desperation, Tsuki formed a series of hand seals, raising additional earth walls for defense. Harnessing chakra from the sage's markings, his reserves ample enough to sustain the effort without concern. Using these stone barriers as cover, Tsuki retreated with Kakuzu, dodging the explosions. Observing his leader in distress, the dog Wankai gleefully remarked, "Boss, I think your earth wall is so weak because you don't sculpt a proper dog head." Annoyed by his pet's sharp tongue, Tsuki kicked Wankai out of the protective circle. Blast! Wankai yelped, finding himself exposed to the rain of explosive tags. In a hurry, he activated his wind chakra mode, swiftly maneuvering to evade the impending blasts. Noticing a dog emerge from behind the earth wall, Konan's expression hardened. Her wings trembled again, sending even more explosive shuriken towards Wankai, causing chaos. For a fleeting moment, most of the explosive tag's attention was drawn to Wankai, granting Tsuki a brief respite. Seizing the opportunity, he executed another set of hand seals, raising an earth wall beneath him that propelled him skyward, approaching the airborne Konan. Channeling his wind chakra, Tsuki leapt, his long blade enveloped in swirling wind blades, striking fiercely at Conan, who was momentarily caught off guard by his unusual close-range approach. Yet, she remained composed. As Tsuki surged forward, unable to evade, she unleashed another barrage of spiraling explosive tags. Surrounded by the oncoming shurikens, Tsuki had no choice but to push his steel transformation to its limits, his body turning a steely hue as he rapidly formed seals, preparing for a mutually destructive confrontation. With Conan's agility, a single blow was essential. Otherwise, finding another opportunity would prove elusive. Wind release, great breakthrough. Tsuki unleashed a fierce gale, causing some explosive tags to be blown back, disrupting the air currents and momentarily destabilizing Conan's wings. The ensuing explosions erupted like a sky full of fireworks, engulfing Tsuki in flames and forcing Conan to the ground under the blast's influence. Although Tsuki sustained minor injuries, the collateral damage from his own explosive tags also hindered Conan's flight, pulling her back to earth. In that moment, Conan felt a fleeting sense of relief. Thinking the explosive tags had neutralized Tsuki, and even if she suffered some injury, the tide of battle remained unchanged. Suddenly, two low incantations echoed through the smoke of the explosions, shattering her moment of solace. As she descended, the ground beneath her transformed into a mire, swiftly followed by a torrent of mud and rock. Utilizing the steel defense against the explosive tags, Tsuki executed two earth techniques to restrict Conan's movement, preventing her from taking to the skies again and forcing her into close combat. In hand-to-hand combat, even Pain would struggle against him. A fact well demonstrated during Pain's invasion of Konoha, when his aunt Inuzuka Joie and cousin Inuzuka Hana had proven their prowess. With the mud torrent surging, the mire swiftly enveloped Conan, making it impossible for her to ascend. Seizing the moment, Tsuki charged towards her without granting her a moment's respite. Compared to the battle-hardened Kakuzu, Conan was indeed easier to handle. As long as he prevented her from preparing a sufficient number of explosive tags, her threat diminished significantly. Shinra Tensei. Just as Tsuki prepared to subdue Conan, a figure cloaked in Akatsuki garb suddenly appeared nearby. The man's low voice sent Tsuki's heart racing. He hastily hurled a chain towards Conan's waist, ensnaring her. The moment the chain latched on, a force akin to a sledgehammer struck Tsuki, sending him flying. Boss. Seeing Tsuki propelled away by the Shinra Tensei's repulsive force, Wansai's expression changed dramatically. He quickly positioned himself in front of Tsuki, who was now dangerously close to the earth walls he had raised for protection. Bang, bang, bang. The duo, like tumbling gourds, crashed through three earthen barriers before finally halting. Already injured from the explosive tags, Tsuki now bore further wounds from the repulsive assault, coughing blood as his insides felt as if they were shredded. Had he not maintained his steel transformation, that single blow might have claimed his life. Wankai, are you alright? After landing, Tsuki turned anxiously to check on Wansai's condition. Knowing his loyal companion had taken the brunt of the impact while shielding him. I'm fine, boss, just a minor injury. Most of the force was absorbed by the steel defense, Wankai replied. Compared to the injuries sustained by Inuzuka Tsuki, Wansai's wounds were evidently far more severe. As he spoke, blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth, indicating that his injuries were anything but trivial. Witnessing Wansai's condition, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a sense of relief deep within. The healing power of ninjutsu was formidable, akin to being treated by a master healer. As long as vital organs were not affected, recovery was possible, and at least there was no immediate threat to life. However, this relief was quickly overshadowed by a surge of rage. Tsuki had come to the land of rain with the intent of conducting business, never anticipating that he would be ambushed repeatedly by the Akatsuki, resulting in Wankai sustaining grave injuries. It was essential to note that the invention of would-release chakra liquid was desperately needed by the land of rain, capable of saving half of its populace. Thus, the difficulties faced in this endeavor were disheartening. With a flicker of anger igniting within him, Tsuki could no longer maintain his usual demeanor of goodwill. A formidable killing intent radiated from him as he forcefully yanked the chain in his hands, pulling the dazed Conan, who had been struck by a landslide, toward him. Not far away, Pain was unable to prevent Conan's abduction. Upon witnessing this eerily familiar scene, his heart sank. At that moment, Pain did not dare to show any sign of weakness and approached Inuzuka Tsuki with a facade of calm, gazing into Pain's lifeless eyes. Tsuki couldn't help but smile coldly. He and Wankai had traversed this world together, relying on one another, much like Wansai's unwavering loyalty to him. In Tsuki's heart, Wankai had long become his closest companion. As Wankai lay grievously injured at the hands of Pain, Tsuki's hatred for the Akatsuki reached its zenith. All he desired was to annihilate this group of fiends. Tightening his grip on the captured Conan, Tsuki fixed his gaze on Pain, stating coldly, leader of the Akatsuki, surrender the Rinnegan, or I shall take this woman's life. The moment the words escaped his lips, everyone present was taken aback, and Tsuki felt Conan tremble violently in his arms. This declaration evoked a profound terror within Conan, bringing back vivid memories of her previous abduction, where Yahiko had sacrificed his life to save her. Now, as she faced another abduction, she could scarcely fathom the price that might be demanded of her. You will not. Before Pain could utter a word, Conan shrieked in despair, her voice resembling that of a wild beast, a sound one would hardly expect from a beautiful woman. Subsequently, she began to struggle frantically, disregarding the lethal edge that was mere inches away, and even Tsuki, in sage mode, found it challenging to restrain her. Observing this turmoil, Kakuzu felt torn. He had the opportunity to draw a salary from both the Akatsuki and the Dragon Group. Furthermore, he could exclusively sell the would-release chakra liquid across the land of rain, the land of grass, the land of river, and the land of ghosts, an immense financial prospect. Yet, suddenly, his current and former leaders were at odds, leaving him no chance to mediate. Inuzuka Tsuki, did you not claim that the shinobi world is not merely about violence, but about human relationships? Kakuzu admonished Tsuki coldly. Although Tsuki had sealed Kakuzu's chakra, rendering him at his mercy, Pain evidently held the advantage in this confrontation, forcing Kakuzu to lean towards Pain's side. Seeing Kakuzu attempt to intervene, Wankai, despite his own injuries, hurriedly chimed in. Yes, boss, you once said that ninjas who do not think can only fly forever. Wankai understood that his injuries were the catalyst for Tsuki's reckless actions. He sensed that Tsuki was on the verge of declaring a deadly vendetta against Pain. Thus, he earnestly attempted to dissuade him. In contrast to Kakuzu, Wankai had a deeper understanding of the true nature behind the Akatsuki. He recognized that seizing the Rinnegan would only incite madness in Tobi and Kagaya. If the two were to disregard everything and choose to reincarnate Uchiha Madara, who in the shinobi world could withstand such a monstrosity, while Wankai endeavored to persuade Tsuki, Konan's struggles intensified. In a panic, Tsuki tightened the chains binding her, but she managed to break free with sheer force. Witnessing this, Wankai bit down fiercely on Konan's thigh, leaving 4 puncture wounds on her smooth, stocking-clad leg, simultaneously placing a seal on her body. Boss, it's fine. Biting this ugly woman is revenge enough. If she dies here today, our objective shall never be fulfilled. Upon hearing Xiaonan referred to as an ugly woman, Kakuzu's lips twitched slightly. Though he had little interest in women, he could not deny that Xiaonan was indeed a remarkable beauty. It was perplexing that she would be labeled as such. However, upon realizing that the one who called her ugly was a ninja hound, Kakuzu found solace, surmising that the aesthetic sensibilities of humans and ninja hounds were not aligned. Inuzuka Tsuki's gaze fixated on Pain for quite some time before she lowered her eyes to the 4 gaping wounds on Xiaonan's legs, oozing blood. Ultimately, she exhaled deeply, abandoning any thoughts of a desperate struggle. Chapter 41. Endurance. After living 2 lives, despite being under 18 in this incarnation, Inuzuka Tsuki's true age surpassed 40. She had outgrown the age of impulsiveness. Engaging in battle against the Akatsuki could indeed serve as vengeance for Wangsai's injuries and provide a release for the pent-up frustration from being attacked by the organization. Yet, while acting on impulse was easy, achieving a conclusion proved challenging. After much deliberation, Inuzuka Tsuki decided against confronting Nagato. You truly are fortunate, little blonde, to have escaped the clutches of Hanzo. What of the little redhead? Now it seems only you and the little blue-haired one remain. Tsuki scrutinized Pain for a prolonged moment before speaking slowly, subtly gesturing towards Xiaonan. She did not explicitly acknowledge Pain's current identity, still referring to him as Yahiko, intentionally feigning ignorance of his true information. In the world of ninjas, intelligence was deemed more precious than life itself. The repercussions of divulging information could lead to being targeted by adversaries exploiting weaknesses. In this realm, no power was invincible. Being marked for targeting often culminated in a dead end. Thus, possessing knowledge of the adversary's information could ironically place one at a disadvantage in negotiations. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry, Nagato was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would be acquainted with the 3 of them. However, with Konan being held captive in their grasp, Nagato had no time to dwell on his astonishment. He coldly demanded, "What is your name?" Inuzuka Tsuki. "A special jonin of Konoha," came the reply. "As a ninja of the leaf, should you release Konan, I can assure you of your safe passage. This is the promise of a god." Upon hearing Nagato refer to himself as a god, Inuzuka Tsuki scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "How utterly presumptuous to claim divinity. Can a god, so ensnared by ties, truly be called a god? As for the safety of the young girl, you may rest assured, I am a ninja, a merchant, not a brigand. And I would never resort to such despicable acts of kidnapping and extortion," Inuzuka Tsuki assured, while threatening Nagato to relinquish the golem using Konan as leverage. Yet he acknowledged that such an action would only forge enmity between them and venture beyond his moral boundaries. Unless absolutely necessary, Inuzuka Tsuki would refrain from pursuing such a course of action. Upon hearing those words, Nagato secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After Yahiko's demise, he and Konan had become each other's greatest vulnerabilities. Now, as they faced each other, there was no need for deceit. Since a promise had been made not to use Konan as leverage, her life was not in immediate danger. Thus, Nagato directly demanded, "Then release her. And I vow to let you go. Rest assured, this woman is merely a pretext for our discussion and will not be a bargaining chip. When I depart, she will be freed, and that is my promise," Inuzuka Tsuki replied. Seeing that he could not compel the immediate release of Konan and recognizing her temporary safety, Nagato ceased his insistence, turning instead to a more vigilant stance, contemplating a surprise maneuver using the universal pull to rescue her. To divert Inuzuka Tsuki's attention, he inquired, "Konoha ninja, do you recognize us?" Inuzuka Tsuki, aware of Nagato's ruse, feigned ignorance, tightening his embrace around Konan and responding with a smile, "Indeed. I've observed you for some time. You were disciples of Jiraiya-sensei in your youth and later established an organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, aspiring to serve as a bridge among the fire, wind, and earth nations to forge lasting peace. During my travels in the ninja world with Orochimaru-sensei, I heard tales of you. Although I find your ambitions rather foolish, Orochimaru surprisingly holds you in high regard, which is why I have kept an eye on you. I never expected you to survive an ambush from Hanzo of the Salamander. Perhaps you were indeed someone of significance to Orochimaru." Inuzuka Tsuki spoke casually, attempting to project an air of mystery. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu had concealed himself underground, unwilling to expend energy rescuing Konan. In his view, her death would only plunge pain into greater darkness and madness, potentially leading to the revival of Uchiha Madara. Now that Senju Hashirama was dead, who in the ninja world could rival Madara? Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's fabrications, Kurizetsu found himself in contemplation, pondering whether Orochimaru had indeed visited the Land of Rain and if he had taken an interest in Akatsuki. The legendary Sannin were no ordinary figures. Orochimaru was the most formidable among them. Would this affect their ultimate plan? It seemed prudent to dispatch some white Zetsu to monitor Orochimaru closely. Neither Inuzuka Tsuki nor Nagato realized that Kurizetsu was eavesdropping on their conversation from below. At that moment, when Nagato heard Orochimaru's name mentioned, he recalled his first encounter with the Sannin, a time when Yahiko was still alive. "Orochimaru, one of the Sannin," Nagato murmured, his mind drifting back to the memory of that cold man. He then continued to question Inuzuka Tsuki. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" "The future of the Land of Rain. And I am also quite curious whether the man who claims to be a god can truly sever all worldly ties." Upon hearing Nagato broach the subject, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled brightly. "Allow Kakuza to elaborate on the specifics. Speaking of which, your Akatsuki has ambushed me twice, and therefore, I have a special request regarding your supply," he said, gesturing for Kakuzu to step forward and converse with Nagato. Under the cold scrutiny of the leader's unfeeling gaze, Kakuzu felt a chill run down his spine. Acutely aware of the lethal potential before him, he knew he could not withstand even 10 minutes under such scrutiny. Kakuzu, fearing for his life, wondered why he practiced the immortal technique of the Earth Grudge fear if he were not afraid of death. Now, with his chakra sealed and feeling the weight of both former leaders' gazes upon him, he longed to master the technique of intangibility. He had resolved that if he were to escape this encounter unscathed, he would seek out the heart of an intangibility ninja. Reluctantly, Kakuzu approached Nagato, first emphasizing that his chakra was sealed, indicating he posed no threat, and then leaned in to whisper discreetly about the wood-release chakra liquid. Upon hearing of the existence of this miraculous wood-release chakra liquid, even Pain of the Akatsuki displayed a visage of astonishment and disbelief. Inquiring of Inuzuka Tsuki, "Do you truly consent to sell that to us?" "Naturally, my purpose for coming here is to promote this very item. However, the hospitality displayed by your Rain Village and the Akatsuki leaves much to be desired." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki released Konan and retrieved a scroll from within his robes, performing the necessary jutsu to unravel its seal, from which he extracted a vial of emerald green liquid. Universal Pull. Seizing the opportunity as Inuzuka Tsuki released Konan, Pain swiftly activated his Rinnegan's Universal Pull, drawing Konan back from Tsuki's side. Observing the unfolding scene, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled lightly and remarked, "I did mention that I would return this woman to you before my departure, but if you are eager to rescue her, it matters not. After I have conveyed my intentions, she will no longer serve a purpose." Chapter 42. Threat. Noticing Inuzuka Tsuki's calm and composed demeanor, Nagato began to waver, cautiously probing. "Konoha ninja, are you not afraid that I might kill you?" Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from further discourse, offering a commanding smile as he declared, "Firstly, you cannot kill me. Secondly, should you dare to lay a hand upon me, all grain merchants across the neighboring nations of the Land of Rain, who have dealings with the Dragon Group, will categorically refuse to supply food to your land." Prior to my arrival, the Dragon Group conducted calculations, revealing that such sanctions would inevitably lead to the demise of over 600,000 souls in the Land of Rain. This, too, is what piqued my curiosity earlier. Can one who deems themselves divine truly cast aside the shackles of the mundane and act upon their whims? At this moment, Inuzuka Tsuki exhibited no trepidation regarding Nagato's potential betrayal. During the negotiations, he and Wankai had already consumed specially formulated military rations and healing ointments. Though these did not allow for an immediate restoration of their injuries, activating the wind-release chakra mode to make their escape was entirely feasible. If they were resolutely intent on retreating, even Nagato, with his Rinnegan, would be unable to detain them. The six paths of Pain and Nagato's true form cannot stray too far from one another, otherwise, the transmission of chakra becomes exceedingly difficult. This limitation constrains the range of the six paths of Pain's attacks, representing their most significant vulnerability. In terms of speed, Inuzuka Tsuki held only the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in high regard, dismissing any other ninja in the shinobi world, including the fourth Recruitment, who would have to await the outcome of their battle before any judgment could be made. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's words, Nagato found himself entangled in a web of conflict. He harbored a profound desire to eliminate the Konoha ninja before him. Ever since Yahiko's demise, avenging him had become an obsession, and had it not been for Jiraiya's influence, he might have been the one to initiate the collapse of Konoha, rather than Orochimaru. Yet, the repercussions of such an action weighed heavily on Nagato's conscience. The individual before him carried the hopes of the 600,000 citizens of the Rain Country. To strike at him would herald the starvation of countless innocents. Perhaps, as this Konoha ninja had asserted, he was indeed unworthy of the title he claimed, God, struggling to sever the ties that bound him to the mundane world. Pain. Grant him his wish. As Nagato wrestled with the decision to attack Inuzuka Tsuki, Konan spoke up, her voice laced with sorrow yet imbued with a chilling resolve. Turning to her, he observed Konan with her lips pressed tightly together, a visage of determination, though her teeth had drawn blood from biting her own lip. Upon learning of the item Inuzuka Tsuki had brought from Coup, Konan began to persuade Nagato, for she, who regarded Yahiko as both leader and beloved, held an even deeper animosity towards the Konoha ninja. However, Konan possessed a keener understanding of the realities faced by the Rain Country, as Nagato's injuries rendered him immobile. She stood as the visible leader of Amigakure. As a leader, Konan was acutely aware of the dire state of their homeland. The ninjas of Amigakure were struggling to secure sustenance, let alone the general populace of the Rain Country. Should they face further sanctions on food supplies, the land would indeed witness a calamity of starvation. State your terms, Konoha ninja. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Nagato ultimately relinquished his intention to strike down Inuzuka Tsuki, his tone chillingly indifferent. Upon hearing those words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a sense of relief deep within. Acquiring the materials for the Outer Path Golem through trade would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome. Not only would he obtain the coveted materials, but the Shenlong group could also expand its market, resulting in a mutually beneficial transaction. Eagerly, he voiced his request, in addition to the standard purchase price. I require that golem, the one summoned by that little red-haired boy during your ambush by Hanzo of the Salamander. This is the price for your 2 attacks against me. You were present at that time? At the mention of that battle, Nagato's murderous intent surged once more, nearly overwhelming him with the impulse to eliminate Inuzuka Tsuki on the spot. Calm down, remain composed. The commission from Hanzo of the Salamander was directed at the roots of Konoha, and has no connection with other Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru-sensei, and I merely happened to be traveling there. You were lying on the ground, and we thought you were dead. If that little red-haired boy had perished, it would indeed have been a pity. At this remark, Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly smirked, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. However, that little red-haired boy is quite fortunate. Soon, 6 million people will accompany him to the grave. What a grand funeral it will be. Each word struck like daggers, piercing the hearts of Nagato and Konan, sending a chill down their spines as they involuntarily shivered. You bastard. The Deva Path of Pain glared intently at Inuzuka Tsuki, words escaping through gritted teeth. Flattery. The standoff persisted for a considerable time, causing the hidden Black Zetsu to sweat in anticipation. Although unaware of the specifics of the trade, it was evident that Pain's concern indicated the item was of utmost necessity. Should Pain ultimately agree to trade the Outer Path Golem, the situation would become untenable. This matter must be reported to Obito. With that thought, Black Zetsu prepared to stealthily depart. Obito was currently manipulating the Mizukage in the Land of Water, a considerable distance away, and even with his speed, finding Obito would take time. Just as Black Zetsu was about to leave, Nagato finally spoke, uttering words that eased Black Zetsu's tension and halted his departure. Impossible. After a prolonged standoff, Nagato resolutely refused. The golem was the vessel for the nine-tailed beasts and the foundation for his creation of weapons of mass destruction. There was no way he would trade it to anyone else. Upon hearing Nagato's refusal, Inuzuka Tsuki remained undeterred. He had anticipated Nagato's response. His initial demand for the entire golem was merely a rhetorical maneuver intended to allow some room for negotiation. It was akin to the wisdom of the ancients. When one perceives a room as too dim and wishes to open a window, others will invariably resist. However, if one proposes to remove the roof entirely, they may find the window opened willingly. Thus, faced with Nagato's rejection, Inuzuka Tsuki maintained his composure and, with an easy tone, suggested, then let us settle for one arm of the golem. This time, Nagato did not outright refuse. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, preparing to acquiesce. In his estimation, severing an arm would have minimal impact on the golem's overall functionality, and with an ample supply of chakra, the arm would eventually regenerate. Yet, just as Nagato was about to concede, Konan suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself between Inuzuka Tsuki and Pain, her gaze fixed intently on the grinning Tsuki. She resolutely interjected. Absolutely not. We would rather starve than agree to this. With that, she turned away from Tsuki, casting a gentle look at Nagato before her expression shifted to one of firm resolve, effectively silencing his hesitation. The meaning in Konan's eyes was unmistakable to Nagato. I have already lost Yahiko. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Sustaining the golem requires an immense amount of your chakra. Should we sacrifice an arm and attempt to restore it by drawing upon your chakra, you would surely perish. The chakra needed to regenerate even a single arm of the golem would be catastrophic for you. Chapter 43. Return to Konoha. Seeing the unwavering determination in Konan's eyes, which bore the weight of a potential farewell, both Nagato and Inuzuka Tsuki realized the futility of their negotiation. Thus, Tsuki decided against further insistence and took a step back, stating, "Then let us settle for a single hand of the golem. This is my final offer, and I shall not yield further." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan was resolutely inclined to oppose, but Nagato seized the opportunity and employed the universal pull technique, drawing Xiaonan behind him. He responded affirmatively, prompting Inuzuka Tsuki to gaze at Nagato with a hint of admiration, having already formed some conjectures regarding Xiaonan's earlier adamant reaction. When Nagato summoned the outer path golem, he was pierced by a chakra rod extending from the golem, nearly draining him to a husk. It seemed the outer path golem not only served as a chakra reservoir, but also actively absorbed the host's chakra. Now, the golem was virtually merged with Nagato. Restoring the damage inflicted upon it would likely require a substantial amount of chakra, rendering injury to the golem tantamount to injuring Nagato himself. Observing Nagato's swift agreement, Inuzuka Tsuki solemnly inquired, "Xiao Huamao, what is your name?" Knowing the intricacies of pain, this marked Inuzuka Tsuki's first proactive inquiry since their meeting. A gesture of respect towards Nagato. "Pain, you are indeed a worthy god of the land of rain," Inuzuka Tsuki praised. Beneath the surface, Kurizetsu, eavesdropping on their transaction, let out a sigh of relief. It was merely a hand, and with Nagato's continuous supply of chakra, it would be restored within 2 years, a negligible loss. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki lingered in the land of rain for 3 more days, awaiting Orochimaru's production of over 1,000 vials of wood-release chakra liquid, before finalizing the transaction with Pain and Xiaonan. This batch of wood-release chakra liquid would suffice for the agricultural needs of the land of rain for an entire year, and could spare a portion for Kakuzu to sell to the neighboring countries of Kawa, Kusa, and Oni, delineating Kakuzu's operational territory. Upon seeing the abundant 1,000-plus vials of wood-release chakra liquid, Kakuzu's eyes widened with delight, as he realized he could earn a commission based on the Dragon Group's headquarters pricing while also inflating the price privately for additional profit, a veritable win-win situation. The parties agreed that Pain would provide one hand of the outer path golem and prepay 20 billion Ryo for 2 years of procurement costs. For the next decade, Inuzuka Tsuki would deliver sufficient wood-release chakra liquid to the land of rain annually, with payment due upon delivery. After the transaction was concluded, Inuzuka Tsuki imparted the breeding technique to Pain, Kakuzu, and others, before setting off back to Konoha with the left hand of the outer path golem in tow. On the return journey, Inuzuka Tsuki did not divert to Orochimaru's location. With the hand of the outer path golem secured, he was eager to put his ideas into practice. Upon returning to the village, he found it had undergone significant transformation. During the Ninetales rampage, countless structures in Konoha had been laid to waste, leaving half the village in ruins. From the 51st to the 53rd year, Konoha had remained in a state of repair, resembling a vast construction site. Each return to the village revealed a stark contrast to its former self, and after 2 years of restoration efforts, Konoha was nearing completion. The newly constructed buildings shed the cold, militaristic aesthetics of yore, emerging as more aesthetically pleasing structures that infused a sense of life into the village, bringing it closer to its depiction in the manga, with only the Hokage rock of the 4 great Hokage remaining unchanged. Upon returning to Konoha, Inuzuka Tsuki granted Wonkai an extended break, while he himself chose not to rest, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. This incident with the Akatsuki had brought the Dragon Group a development fund of 20 billion Ryo, effectively draining the accumulated funds of the Rain Village and the Akatsuki. Even after accounting for the portion needed to support Orochimaru's experiments, nearly 15 billion Ryo remained at his disposal, sufficient to sustain the Dragon Group for an extended period and temporarily alleviate its financial woes. More importantly, in this trade, Inuzuka Tsuki had acquired the essential experimental materials for enhancing his power, the bodily tissues of the outer path golem. Moreover, he had directly exchanged for the left hand of the outer path golem, which, given its colossal size, provided ample experimental material. However, Inuzuka Tsuki remained inwardly vigilant. Aware that his association with the Akatsuki was not without its drawbacks, he was now undoubtedly within the sights of Obito, Kurizetsu, and others. While he would not face immediate attacks from them, he was almost certain that a white Setsu would be monitoring him in the foreseeable future. Given these circumstances, Inuzuka Tsuki felt compelled to remain active. He briefly greeted Danzo, informing him of his return to the village and advising against any underhanded dealings. He then handed over the scroll containing the sealed funds to the Mizuki trio, cautioning them on various matters. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki hurried to the secret laboratory situated within the Forest of Death. This laboratory was Orochimaru's most treasured legacy left in the village, the core of the numerous laboratories he had constructed. Even during Orochimaru's defection, he had not divulged its location, and it remained heavily sealed. The only absolutely secure place at that moment. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Inuzuka Tsuki cautiously unsealed the protective barriers, wary of any potential white Zetsu lurking nearby. He then retrieved the sealing scroll, unbound it, and took out the core item of this transaction, the hand of the outer path golem. Though it was merely a hand, its size was equivalent to 3 or 4 times that of Inuzuka Tsuki himself. Not rushing into immediate experimentation, Inuzuka Tsuki first inspected the material of the hand. Its color and texture resembled that of desiccated wood. He carefully sliced off a pinky finger, roughly the diameter of his thigh, and attempted to channel chakra into it. However, he found that the chakra he infused into the pinky finger seemed to vanish without a trace, yielding no discernible reaction. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki procured a carving knife. Scraping off some powder from the pinky, and donned sterile gloves to place the powder on a slide for microscopic examination. Under the microscope, what he observed astonished him. He had always presumed the outer path golem to be a form of animal, yet its cellular structure appeared more akin to some form of fiber. This was reasonable, as the outer path golem was the shell of the 10 tails, which was an embodiment of the god tree, and the god tree should be a unique type of plant from the Tsutsuki planet. Thus, its fibrous nature was not surprising. However, it remained uncertain whether the flora of the Tsutsuki planet possessed characteristics akin to those of the shinobi world. Gazing at the material beneath the microscope, Inuzuka Tsuki pondered aloud. Chapter 44. The characteristics of the golem. After examining the structure of the golem under the microscope, Inuzuka Tsuki removed his sterile gloves and touched the pinky finger directly. Initially, he felt nothing, but as time passed, he sensed that the pinky seemed to draw on his chakra, and the longer he touched it, the stronger the pull became. After several minutes of continuous contact, Inuzuka Tsuki forcefully withdrew his hand from the golem's pinky. Frowning at the appendage before him, if the outer path golem possesses such a characteristic, it cannot serve as a chakra vessel. Directly sealing part of the golem's body tissues within a host would result in the golem continuously siphoning the host chakra, eventually leaving them as mere husks. But wood. Upon contemplating the essence of wood, Inuzuka Tsuki's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he suddenly recalled another object, one that was abundantly present in the laboratory. With swift precision, he severed a segment from his pinky finger and proceeded to the experimental table, retrieving 2 vials of wood-release chakra fluid from beneath the surface. He sealed the wood-release chakra fluid along with the severed finger of the magical statue within a hermetically sealed container. Initially, there was no observable reaction between the 2 substances, but moments later, Tsuki witnessed the wood-release chakra fluid being absorbed at a visibly rapid rate by the finger of the magical statue. Despite consuming 2 vials of the wood-release chakra fluid, the finger showed no discernible changes. What an astonishing capacity for chakra! Tsuki exclaimed in astonishment, recalling that the wood-release chakra fluid was extracted from the cells of Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru had once estimated that a single vial of this fluid was roughly equivalent to 1/10 of Hashirama's chakra. Now, even though the container held merely a segment of the magical statue's finger, its ability to absorb 2 vials of chakra without any evident change was simply unfathomable. But wait. It appears to be regenerating. Tsuki's keen senses detected that the severed edge of the finger was becoming jagged. Upon closer examination, he realized that the finger seemed to be gradually healing, albeit at an incredibly slow pace. Consume as much as you can. We have an infinite supply. Tsuki declared with gritted teeth, swiftly retrieving more than a dozen vials of wood-release chakra fluid from beneath the table. Through countless experiments conducted by Orochimaru and Tsuki on Hashirama cells, they had discovered that as long as energy was supplied, these cells could generate an inexhaustible amount of chakra. With extensive experimentation, the cells used for extracting the wood-release chakra had diverged significantly from the original Hashirama cells, resembling Hela cells in biology. Tsuki and Orochimaru bore no moral qualms about this. After all, Hashirama's own brother had conducted similar cell transplantation experiments, so what was there to be concerned about? They were doing this for the greater good of the ninja world. The vitality of Hashirama's cells was vigorous, and their invasive capacity rivaled that of cancer cells. The wood-release chakra fluid extracted from them was a potent concentration of that vitality. According to Orochimaru's calculations, even Hashirama himself, without entering sage mode, could never extract more than 10 vials of wood-release chakra fluid in one go. Observing that the finger had absorbed 2 vials of chakra fluid without any apparent response, Tsuki continued to pour in fresh wood-release chakra fluid, treating the vials, worth 10 million each, as mere elixirs of joy. For him, industrially produced substances, no matter how costly, warranted no frugality. As the volume of wood-release chakra fluid poured and increased, the absorption rate of the finger visibly slowed and eventually ceased. Noticing this, Tsuki cautiously withdrew the excess chakra fluid back into the vials and finally beheld the finger in its restored form. It now resembled a miniature version of the magical statue. Yet unlike the statue, it exhibited a vibrant green hue and was only the size of Tsuki's head. It truly resembles a plant more and more, Tsuki mused. Observing the body tissue detached from the magical statue, which resembled a branch freshly cut from a tree. Given the right conditions, it might grow into a new tree. He then attempted to channel chakra into the finger once more, only to be surprised that, although the absorption was significantly slower after being filled with wood-release chakra, it was still capable of absorbing chakra. In light of this, Tsuki applied an external sealing technique and activated Sage Mode, expanding his sensory perception. Within this heightened state, he perceived the miniature magical statue slowly growing as it absorbed chakra, albeit at an imperceptibly minor rate. It appeared that in order to utilize the statue as a chakra reservoir, its growth would need to be halted, otherwise, no amount of chakra would suffice. This might require the aid of a powerful shaping seal. With this thought in mind, Tsuki formed seals to summon the messenger serpent, Koji. Koji, I need you to fetch me the strongest shaping seal data from Orochimaru-sensei. He commanded. Yes, my lord. Koji replied, preparing to perform the reverse summoning when suddenly, as if recalling something, it bent low and slowly released a long sword from its mouth. Handing the sword to Tsuki, Koji added, My lord, tomorrow is your birthday. This is a gift from Orochimaru-sensei. Please convey my gratitude to Orochimaru-sensei, Tsuki said as he accepted the sword and dismissed Koji, examining the weapon closely. This sword bore resemblance to Orochimaru's famed Kusanagi, yet it was broader and more robust, its form both elegant and powerful. Glimmering with a chilling light that captivated the heart, evidently a creation of great care from Orochimaru. Tsuki unsheathed the sword, testing its balance and feel. And upon infusing it with chakra, he found it flowed with greater ease than his kunai. If the second Hokage wields the sword of Raijin, then I shall name you the sword of Fujin. Tsuki remarked with satisfaction, replacing his previous kunai with the new sword. This dynamic between Tsuki and Orochimaru showcased their shared mastery over the hearts of others. Both were equally adept at fostering an atmosphere of comfort and trust, often leading those they acknowledged to willingly devote themselves. Safeguarding the sword of Fujin, Tsuki retrieved his experimental log and began documenting the characteristics of the magical statue. First, the statue appeared to be a type of plant, actively absorbing chakra from its surroundings, with an accelerated absorption rate correlating to prolonged contact. Second, the body tissue of the statue did not perish upon detachment. After absorbing sufficient chakra, it could transform into a new magical statue, akin to how certain tree branches could grow into new individuals when planted. Third, the body tissue underwent 3 stages post-detachment: the repair stage, the filling stage, and the growth stage, with the repair stage involving chakra absorption for restoration. Upon completion, if filled with chakra, it would enter the filling stage, during which the absorbed chakra would influence the statue's characteristics, such as the green hue resulting from would release chakra absorption. After reaching full capacity, additional chakra could cause the statue to expand gradually. Chapter 45. Retreat. Having elucidated some of the statue's characteristics, Tsuki shifted his experimental focus to determine whether the miniature magical statue could unexpectedly evolve into a diminutive version of the 10 tails. However, lacking the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts made this collection nearly impossible. Thus, Tsuki opted for a secondary approach, severing another segment from the magical statue's pinky and extracting various chakra fluids to feed it sequentially. To his relief, after the new segment absorbed 9 distinct types of chakra, it manifested a colorful magical statue but did not evolve into a miniature 10 tails. It seemed that the evolution of the magical statue into a 10 tails necessitated the 9 different types of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. Without the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, even if one were to absorb the 9 distinct attributes of chakra, the golem would not evolve. In 2 experiments, 2 segments of the golem's pinky were utilized, while Inuzuka Tsuki procured the final segment of the pinky, preparing to embark on another experimental direction. He meticulously inscribed countless seals of sage arts upon it, compelling the digit to voraciously absorb the surrounding natural energy. Curious to ascertain whether the golem would turn to stone after an excess of natural energy absorption. After a continuous wait of 2 days, during which Inuzuka Tsuki assisted by infusing some natural energy himself, the segment was finally saturated with it. The outcome was quite promising. The golem's bodily tissues remained unscathed by the natural energy, showing no signs of petrification. As the 9 tails had described the 10 tails, the latter is the embodiment of the divine tree and the progenitor of chakra. Thus, in the realm of sage perception, the 10 tails represents nature itself. Consequently, the outer path golem, as the vessel of the 10 tails, would undoubtedly be immune to the corrosion of natural energy. With these 2 realizations, Inuzuka Tsuki sighed in relief and formally commenced his plan to enhance his strength. The first step involved severing the remaining 4 fingers from the golem, reducing its left hand to merely a palm. He cultivated the 3 severed fingers into independent, miniature golems. And Inuzuka Tsuki discerned that a complete tissue was more amenable to restoration. Although fingers would enlarge the golem, they would hinder the repair process. Moreover, given the golem's immense chakra capacity, an oversized form was simply wasteful. The difference between 4,000 and 5,000 chakra was negligible, as Inuzuka Tsuki could scarcely utilize it all. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that retaining only the palm sufficed, with the remaining 4 fingers reserved for future experimentation. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki procured a massive sealed container, placing the palm within, and poured copious amounts of wood-released chakra liquid into it. His aim was to restore the palm into a large outer path golem. After pouring over 100 vials of wood-released chakra liquid, the large outer path golem finally took shape. Due to the differing foundations, the present outer path golem was significantly larger than a mere phalanx segment. Towering over 3 meters in height, even while seated cross-legged on the ground, it loomed half a head above Inuzuka Tsuki. This initial phase consumed 3 full days. Upon its completion, Inuzuka Tsuki promptly proceeded to the second stage, whereupon he etched a colossal sage art seal upon the chest of the outer path golem, a size hundreds of times greater than an ordinary sage art seal. Once inscribed, the large outer path golem commenced the automatic absorption of the surrounding natural energy. To regulate the absorption rate, Inuzuka Tsuki employed a sealing technique around the perimeter of the sage art seal, acting as a switch for the golem's natural energy intake. After devoting another 3 days to this endeavor, he embarked upon the most arduous step, retrieving countless soldier food pills and provisions from the laboratory. He then sat cross-legged before the golem, simultaneously refining chakra and infusing his own chakra reserves into the golem's body. Thus, the natural energy absorbed by the golem would merge with Inuzuka Tsuki's chakra, generating a composite sage chakra within the golem. This step bore resemblance to Tsunade's usual reinforcement of her Byakugo seal, yet the total chakra infused far exceeded that of Tsunade's Byakugo, constituting a far more monumental task that required an immense investment of time. Without the assistance of the seal for natural energy absorption, it would have been nearly impossible for Inuzuka Tsuki to accomplish the infusion on his own. Having prepared thoroughly, Inuzuka Tsuki recognized that he would be out of contact for a period. He took the time to leave the laboratory and brief his 2 groups of subordinates, the Mizuki trio, along with Shirzue and Itachi from the Uchiha clan, about the future plans of the Dragon Group, before settling down in the laboratory to commence his sage infusion work. Apart from his 5 subordinates from the Will of Fire faction and his loyal Ninken, Inuzuka Tsuki's seclusion went unnoticed by others. In the aftermath of Orochimaru's defection, the village implemented precautionary measures against ninjas affiliated with Orochimaru, marginalizing most of them, subjecting them to discrimination by mainstream ninjas, making advancement more difficult and access to high-value missions more challenging. The representative of this group was Inuzuka Tsuki's junior sister, Waizaki Akane. A smaller faction consisted of the 4 members of Inuzuka Tsuki's team, due to his close association with Orochimaru as an experimental assistant. They were assigned by the 3rd Hokage to Root for surveillance, falling under the jurisdiction of Danzo, and becoming a standard combat unit of Root. This circumstance elucidated why Inuzuka Tsuki refused to defect while aspiring to vie for the position of Hokage, no matter who it was. Being demoted from the esteemed legacy of the 6th Hokage to a mere figure in the shadows would not bring joy. As Shamago once stated, "I must reclaim my dignity, not to prove my greatness, but to make them aware that what I have lost, I shall retrieve." Yet, currently, Danzo's surveillance proved ineffectual, as Inuzuka Tsuki openly declared his identity within Root. He was the liaison between Orochimaru and Danzo, leveraging Orochimaru's would release secrets and the blackmail material he had on Danzo to maintain his team's independent status within Root, garnering little attention. At present, Inuzuka Tsuki held a wealth of incriminating information against Danzo. Unless absolutely necessary, Danzo, a cowardly rogue, would not dare confront Inuzuka Tsuki. After all, the worst that could happen to Inuzuka Tsuki was defection, while Danzo still aspired to be Konoha's Hokage. However, this situation bore negative repercussions. Following the ambush of Danzo, which involved Uchiha ninjas, Danzo intensified his oppressive measures against the Uchiha clan within the village, employing methods so severe that even the 3rd Hokage expressed discontent. Danzo aimed to tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation further, anticipating that when the village became aware of his ocular jutsu experiments, the public disdain towards him would be mitigated. Chapter 46. The situation in the ninja world. Beyond the escalating tensions within the village, the broader landscape of the ninja world was equally tumultuous. Konoha had forged an alliance with Suna. However, Suna occasionally engaged in petty provocations against Konoha, such as permitting Awagakure ninjas to traverse their borders. Moreover, following the turmoil of the Nine Tails incident, the death of the 4th Hokage, and Orochimaru's defection, the prospects of peace talks between Konoha and Awagakure plummeted. Despite suffering considerable losses, Inoki was evidently keen to seize this rare opportunity to further exploit the war potential of Awagakure, aiming to vanquish Konoha. At this juncture, conflicts along the border between fire and earth continued unabated, and the fire and thunder borders were equally volatile. With the formidable Killer Bee and the perfect Jinchuriki of the wood release, the potential for war loomed large, making it improbable for them to engage in peace talks with Konoha. Tensions among the 3 factions were palpable, under the shadow of impending war. Sarutobi Hiruzen could scarcely allocate time to address Danzo's troubles, allowing him to carry on with his internal machinations while ineptly handling external conflicts. Nevertheless, both Kumogakure and Awagakure held reservations. They feared the return of the legendary Sannin. Throughout the 3rd Great Ninja War, Tsunade had remained conspicuously absent from the battlefield, suggesting her potential return to Konoha in times of crisis. As for Orochimaru, the truth of his defection remained uncertain. Whether it was genuine or a cunning ruse orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage and his apprentice to draw the enemy in was yet to be uncovered. The elusive Orochimaru had successfully swindled billions in bounties from the black market And now, Kumogakure and Iwagakure possessed a bounty for Orochimaru's head. Rumors circulated of Orochimaru's collusion with the immortal ninja, Kakuzu, who was allegedly involved in the black market scheme. Furthermore, recent intelligence indicated that Jiraiya had just returned to Konoha. In the realm of hidden clouds and concealed rocks, caution reigned supreme. Both factions harbored deep-seated enmity. The third generation of Recruitment had met their demise at the hands of the Rock Village. Fearful of initiating an attack that might invite a concentrated response from Konoha, they were reluctant to make the first move, resulting in a stalemate akin to 3 battered and scarred dogs clinging stubbornly to a single bone, none willing to relent, yet none eager to strike, leaving only minor skirmishes along the borders. Meanwhile, in a desolate village at the southwestern frontier of the Land of Fire, the village head, Ishida Jiro, found himself engulfed in agitation. Once an ordinary villager, a twist of fate led him to rescue a wandering ninja, who imparted to him the art of chakra refinement and several assassination techniques. Upon the ninja's departure, Ishida, unable to endure the solitude, conspired with his sister-in-law to murder his parents and elder brother, seizing control of the family's assets. Fortunately, such dramatic events did not transpire within the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, this melodramatic tale would have surely awakened multiple pairs of Sharingan. After eliminating any family members who stood in his way, Ishida, emboldened by his newfound abilities and family foundation, began to consume the village's land, gradually expanding his reach. At that time, the Third Great Ninja War was underway, and the southwestern frontier was not a frontline battleground. As Konoha withdrew its ninjas to engage in combat with Iwagakure and Sunagakure, a power vacuum emerged, allowing Ishida to act with impunity. He began to hire wandering ninjas and rogue samurai, further encroaching on the surrounding territories. By the time the Third Great Ninja War began to wane, Ishida had amassed 30,000 acres of land, establishing himself as a prominent landlord. Such stories of common families rising to wealth through land acquisition were not uncommon in the Land of Fire. Their ascent typically followed a pattern. The first generation would accumulate wealth through relentless land grabs, while the second generation would focus on family reputation, constructing roads and bridges, and educating their offspring in ninjutsu to become ninjas or in scholarly pursuits to serve as officials, thereby securing various forms of protection for the family. At this juncture, the Ishida family remained in the initial phase, and their reputation was less than stellar, with Ishida himself being derisively referred to as Vampire Ishida by the villagers. Recently, Ishida encountered a troubling matter. 3 months prior, a wandering ninja had approached him, extolling the virtues of a special rice seed that purportedly yielded 5 times the harvest of ordinary seeds, with shorter growth cycles and superior adaptability to the environment, an absolute bargain. Having risen from a farming background to land ownership, Ishida was not easily swayed by such claims and scoffed at the ninja's assertions. Even after the ninja offered free samples for trial, Ishida, feeling insulted, summoned his hired rogue samurai and ninjas to expel the audacious salesman, leaving no means of contact behind. He dismissed the incident as a mere triviality, only to learn later that the neighboring Matsuki family not only participated in the free trial but also purchased some of the rice seeds, leading Ishida to ridicule the Matsuki patriarch for an extended period. Now, prior to the rice harvest season, the Matsuki family's trial crop of these super rice had matured astonishingly, yielding more than 10 times the output of conventional rice, revealing that the ninja's claim of 5 times the yield was based on the highest production rates of standard rice. The rice plants stood as tall as a man, with grains the size of fingertips, appearing almost miraculous. The foolish villagers believed that the Matsuki family had received divine favor, eagerly seeking employment as tenants on their land, a truly absurd spectacle. Left with no choice, Ishida begrudgingly approached the Matsuki family for assistance, hoping to contact the wandering ninja to cultivate this extraordinary rice. However, the arrogant Matsuki patriarch audaciously refused his request, dismissing any collaboration with a family of thieves like the Ishidas. Infuriated, Ishida's temper flared as he overturned the tea table before him, shattering exquisite tea utensils worth enough to sustain a tenant farmer's family for a decade. "What troubles you, Lord Ishida?" The clamor drew the attention of others in the tea room, and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a kimono, with artfully applied makeup, entered. Upon seeing the wrecked tea set, she inquired in a voice dripping with allure. "It's those scoundrels from the Matsuki family. One day, I shall rid the world of them." Ishida replied, his ire slightly abated upon her arrival, yet he still seethed with resentment. Hearing this, the woman, Ishida Maki, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "I thought something serious had befallen you, but it's merely those sanctimonious Matsuki folk. Once they procure their rice seeds, we can send our wandering ninjas to ambush them along the way, can't we?" Upon hearing the plan proposed by Mafe, Shirtion irritably scratched his scalp and hesitantly replied, "But now that the war has ceased and Konoha has extricated itself from the conflict, any further acts of plunder might provoke the intervention of Konoha ninjas. And then there will be no way to resolve it. Rest assured, my Lord Shirtion," Mafe reassured, "the ceasefire between Konoha, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure has yet to be established. Although large-scale battles have subsided, skirmishes along the borders persist, and Konoha, having suffered significant losses from a monster invasion 2 years ago, is unlikely to achieve a lasting peace so soon. Mafe nestled into Shirtian's embrace, playfully coaxing him while her delicate fingers seductively tugged at the collar of his kimono, her other hand wandering restlessly elsewhere. At such a moment, serious matters could hardly be discussed, and Shirtian felt his temper flaring recently. Soon, the tea room was filled with alluring sounds of pleasure. Observing the two fleshly creatures beginning to writhe, the maid stationed outside instinctively closed the tea room door for them. Inuzuka Tsuki had secluded himself for 3 months, a stark contrast to Jiraiya, who, being the least adept at sage mode, required approximately 15 minutes to enter it. One can only imagine the extent of sage chakra Tsuki had accumulated in those 3 months. During his seclusion, only Wankai and the messenger serpent, Xiaoji, visited the secret laboratory once. Xiaoji returned from Orochimaru with a powerful sealing scroll, while Wankai had brought Tsuki some sustenance. At this moment, a colossal outer path golem brimming with sage chakra sat before Inuzuka Tsuki, a testament to his efforts over the past 3 months. Following the instructions on the sealing scroll, Tsuki intricately carved various complex sealing runes onto the body of the golem. Once the runes were completed, Tsuki let out a sigh of relief and swiftly formed hundreds of hand seals, knowing that with such a large sealing technique, every seal must be precise. Form of the sealing technique, seal. Tsuki called out, and with his voice, the runes on the golem shimmered with a brilliant white light, transforming into chains that began to rotate around the golem's body at an ever-quickening pace. Soon, the runes tightened, compressing the golem's form inward, while a massive chakra vortex lifted the golem into the air. As the runes spun faster, the golem continually collapsed inward until it condensed into a sphere the size of a head, with intertwining runes flashing across its surface, emitting dazzling white light. The sphere hovered in the air, rotating in tandem with the runes, and the air around it shimmered, distorted by the dense energy. Gazing at the floating sphere, Tsuki cradled it in his palms, commencing the most crucial part of the sealing process. 5-element sealing technique, seal. The culmination of months of effort lay before him. And without delay, Tsuki chanted, eagerly sealing the sphere within himself. The 5-element sealing technique, akin to the 8-trigram sealing technique, was developed to create Jinchuriki. Though slightly less potent than the latter, it facilitated the extraction of tailed beast chakra. The outer path golem container crafted by Tsuki was devoid of consciousness and posed no resistance, entirely filled with his own sage chakra, ensuring no risk of tailed beast chakra corruption, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of the 5-element sealing. Having never experienced being a Jinchuriki, Tsuki could not fathom that it would feel like this. The instant the sphere was sealed within him, it felt as if countless parched pipes were simultaneously connected to a water source, and a torrent of sage chakra surged through Tsuki's veins, invigorating his limbs and body. In that instant, Tsuki felt his strength, defense, and agility multiply several times over, with his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu abilities experiencing exponential enhancement. His sage perception extended infinitely, reaching the very edge of the death forest. Within his perception, he detected a white zetsu standing beneath a tree in the death forest, which glanced around for a while before gradually merging into the trunk and vanishing. However, Tsuki could faintly sense something concealed within that tree. Indeed, surveillance was in play. Fortunately, having remained hidden in this laboratory, if he fully activated his sage mode perception, he could pinpoint the location of the zetsu. Relieved by this newfound ability, Tsuki realized that with sage mode, monitoring the zetsu would no longer be entirely fruitless. Was this the sensation experienced by the first Hokage, Naruto, and Jiraiya when they entered sage mode? It was an entirely different realm compared to the externally activated sage mode through cursed seals. Tsuki closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, murmuring in astonishment. He then shut his eyes again, maximizing his sage mode perception to meticulously observe the changes within himself. Inside Tsuki, a sphere floated serenely within the ceiling space, rotating smoothly, reminiscent of a golden elixir in cultivation tales. This golden elixir was etched with various runes, resonating with those within the ceiling space. Some runes absorbed the surrounding natural energy, others extracted Tsuki's chakra, while some linked Tsuki's body with the elixir, merging them into one. Natural energy continuously fused with Tsuki's chakra within the elixir, which functioned like Tsuki's heart, relentlessly pumping out sage chakra through the runes, circulating throughout Tsuki's body before returning to the elixir. Thus, Tsuki spent considerable time observing the elixir, attentively gauging the rate at which it accumulated sage chakra and the rhythm of its release. After some observation, Tsuki discovered that each time the elixir pumped out sage chakra and reabsorbed it, the total chakra diminished slightly, with this portion of sage chakra being absorbed by his body. As long as he controlled the rhythm of sage chakra production, he could maintain the elixir's fullness indefinitely, keeping his body forever in this elevated sage mode. It seemed he would have to cultivate an insatiable appetite in the future. Tsuki mused, realizing that generating sage chakra required a substantial amount of his own chakra to merge with natural energy, which could only be replenished through food. Moreover, as his body thrived on sage chakra, his physique would gradually strengthen, necessitating even more sustenance to sustain this consumption, inevitably leading to an ever-increasing appetite. Did the serpents of Miyaboka Mountain and the toads of the Ryuchi cave not require such hearty appetites? Reflecting on this, Tsuki suddenly recalled his initial encounter with the White Snake Sage and the Three Snake Ladies. In his memory, both the White Snake Sage and the Three Snake Ladies maintained Sage mode for extended periods, similar to his current state, yet they did not require excessive feeding. The Three Snake Ladies set various trials for devouring humans, akin to rules established by the White Snake Sage or their peculiar preferences. In truth, they seldom consumed food. In the original narrative, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain did not exhibit any extraordinary appetite either. Contemplating this, Tsuki speculated aloud. Could it be that they possess a unique method of sage cultivation? He decided to set this thought aside for now, intending to consult the White Snake Sage once he encountered a bottleneck in his sage training. Chapter 48. The troubles after exiting. As Inuzuka Tsuki contemplated his own condition and sought to alter the flow of his chakra, his stomach audibly protested. After patting his famished belly, he turned and made his way out of the laboratory in search of sustenance. Having subsisted on compressed biscuits for an extended period, even the most delectable snacks in the lab no longer appealed to him. Upon reaching the commercial street, Tsuki indulged in a refreshing bath, washing away the grime accumulated over the past 3 months. He then strolled through the bustling marketplace of Konoha, purchasing an array of delicacies, grilled meats, glutinous rice dumplings, and red bean soup. As he ambled along, savoring the skewered dumplings, he relished this rare moment of leisure, even as his extraordinary appetite drew the attention of many passers-by. "Captain, you finally emerged." Suddenly, Shimizu, Inuzuka Aoya, Hyugayu, and Shizum burst forth from the crowd, seizing Tsuki as if fearing he might flee. Following closely behind was his loyal Nikin, Wankai, who, upon seeing Tsuki, murmured, "Boss, during your absence, those 4 have nearly lost their minds." Before Tsuki could respond, Shizum and Shimizu each grasped one of his sleeves, pulling him away from the throng. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Tsuki felt a tinge of frustration, realizing that his moment of tranquility was about to be cut short. Recognizing this, he swiftly broke free from their grasp and darted to the nearby Ichiraka ramen stall. Calling out, "Handmaid, I'll take 10 bowls of ramen. Every flavor, please. Also, get me 10 skewers of sweet dumplings and 100 meat skewers. Here's the payment." Ensure it's delivered to Wankai once ready. Without waiting for the stunned chef to respond, he left Wankai at the ramen shop as a delivery person and hurried off with Shizum and the others, leaving the commercial street behind. "Take your time, one at a time." The sky isn't falling. Observing the 4 in a flurry of anxiety, Tsuki gently reassured them. Strangely enough, despite their initial urgency, his calm demeanor seemed to soothe their frayed nerves. Once their agitation subsided, Tsuki rummaged through his bags and produced 4 large cups of beverages, then swapped them for smaller ones before handing them out. With his burgeoning appetite, he felt a protective instinct over his food. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Inuzuka Aoya, Hyugayu, and Shizum, Tsuki gestured for Shimizu to speak first. Though Shimizu's circumstances had significantly changed compared to the original narrative, his propensity for jealousy remained unchanged. Tsuki's gesture was intended to mitigate any feelings of envy, as maintaining harmony within the team was paramount during this critical time. "Captain, this time is different. The sky might truly fall." Shimizu rushed forward, his urgency palpable. However, upon noticing Tsuki's serene composure, he steadied himself and organized his thoughts before continuing. "While you were away, there have been continuous waves of good news. The merchants, having witnessed the quality of our seeds, have been clamoring to place orders. Currently, our production cannot keep pace with the demand. However, as Shimizu detailed the situation, he recounted an incident during a seed delivery to the southern territories, where he was ambushed by ninjas from the Kazakage clan. In the ensuing confrontation, Shimizu dispatched 2 of their number but was recognized due to his Konoha forehead protector. Although the Kazakage clan claimed to have misunderstood and retreated, Shimizu harbored doubts about his identity being compromised. "At least you weren't injured. Have we clarified the situation? Who hired the assailants?" Tsuki inquired, relieved yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. The urgency of concealing their identities had lessened. Exposure, while undesirable, was not catastrophic. Before the sale of the wood-released chakra liquid, the Shenlong group had been focused solely on research, maintaining a low profile in the Land of Fire. If Shimizu's identity were to be revealed, it could lead back to the organization as true leader. In this world, the notion of ninjas engaging in commerce was fraught with suspicion, not only among the villages but also within the Land of Fire itself. The reasoning was straightforward. Ninjas wielded military power, and if they were to gain financial independence, it could lead to troubling consequences. In Tsuki's previous life, such organizations would have been classified as warlords. Nonetheless, he had already begun selling the wood-released chakra liquid in the Land of Rain, with future plans to distribute it in the Land of Grass, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Demons. The likelihood of the village tracing back to him was minimal. The employer was a small family named Ishida from the southern frontier, a recent upstart. "The Kazakage clan did not conceal this information from us," Shimizu reported, reassured that he had not jeopardized Tsuki's plans. He understood the gravity of the situation and the need for discretion. Moving forward, refrain from handling deliveries. Let ordinary workers from the organization manage that. And we should consider sharing a portion of the profits with the village, Tsuki directed. After addressing the confidentiality breach, Tsuki outlined the next steps. "Shimizu, Aoya, you Focus solely on the sales of the wood-release chakra liquid. If production cannot keep up, initiate pre-sales. These premium seeds are a valuable commodity. There is no need to worry about market saturation. Merchants will eagerly stock up. I intend for the seeds in circulation to remain unplanted for the next 2 years. The wood-release chakra liquid posed no technical challenges, and Tsuki had also sold it to another organization adept in wood-release techniques. Even if Obito were to consider imitation, it would be a trivial endeavor for Kagaya, a being who had existed for centuries. Sustaining the Akatsuki organization required financial resources for various operations. Conan-S explosive tags, Sasori-S puppets, Pain-S life support devices, and the arsenal of the Azura Path, all necessitating funding. If alternative revenue streams could be established, the Akatsuki would not hesitate to capitalize on them. Envisioning the expression on Kagaya-S face upon discovering that Pain had exchanged parts of the outer path for something she could easily replicate was indeed a spectacle to behold. Chapter 49, Subordinate reporting Tsuki aimed to exploit a temporal advantage. Capturing the market for the next 2 years so that when the Akatsuki organization produced the wood-release chakra liquid, he could leverage economies of scale to undercut them. Having concluded his discussion with Shimizu, Tsuki turned his attention to Shizum, signaling him to speak. At Tsuki's prompting, Shizum stepped forward, urgency evident in his demeanor. Lord, since that fateful night, the village has grown increasingly hostile towards the Uchiha clan. Elder Danzo and Root has been tightening its grip, and tensions between the clan and the village are escalating. I fear a conflict could erupt, spiraling out of control. Upon hearing this, Tsuki furrowed his brow, harboring some resentment towards Danzo. Following the Ninetales incident, Konoha had lost its deterrent in the form of the Jinchuriki, leading to intensifying border skirmishes with the Cloud Village. While the Stone Village was also beginning to stir, Towanzo, that old fellow, is adept in internal strife, yet inept in external conflicts. And now he is embroiled in discord within his own ranks. Although dissatisfied with Towanzo, Inuzuka Tsuki reassured Shursui, do not worry, the third Hokage is discerning. There will be no conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan before a peace accord is reached with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Sir, there is a small matter, he continued. Itachi's recent behavior has been rather peculiar. I inquired about it, but he remains reticent. Might you, Shursui, engage him in conversation? Shursui has always regarded Itachi as a younger brother, while Itachi holds Shursui in high esteem, viewing him as an elder sibling. Though Shursui downplayed the matter, his concern and anticipation were palpable, clearly hoping that Inuzuka Tsuki could assist in speaking with Itachi. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a twinge of confusion. After all, Shursui had not met the same fate as in the original narrative, with Shursui bearing the burden of the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan. It would stand to reason that Itachi should not be acting unusually. However, Itachi was known for his maturity and profound thoughts. If he found himself ensnared in an inextricable dilemma, it must indeed be a matter of considerable complexity. After a moment of contemplation, Inuzuka Tsuki acquiesced. Very well. Have him come to see me shortly. Subsequently, Aoi and Hyugayu each recounted the pressing matters that had befallen them. Hyugayu was charged with the clandestine recruitment of members for the Will of Fire faction within the village, prioritizing those who had been adversely affected by Orochimaru's treachery. Yet, Yu's activities had caught the attention of Inuzuka Tsuki's junior disciple, Mitarashi Anko. As one of Orochimaru's 2 remaining disciples, Tsuki and Anko were not well acquainted, their paths having rarely crossed. Orochimaru's decision to take Anko as his pupil seemed more aligned with fulfilling a specific objective rather than the transmission of legacy that characterized Tsuki's own relationship with his mentor. Such matters, of course, were not known to those outside the clan. Currently, Anko was secretly investigating Hyugayu, a fact that Yu had only confirmed through his sage mode perception after Tsuki had bestowed upon him an external curse seal. Anko had yet to uncover any core information. Her curiosity was piqued by the gathering of Orochimaru's former subordinates and her exclusion from their activities. However, due to Anko's formidable identity, Yu found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate this situation. Upon hearing this matter, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a slight headache. A person with the temperament of Akamatsu is truly not suitable for the role of instigator. Such affairs are simply beyond her capabilities. After a prolonged contemplation, Inuzuka Tsuki could only sign resignation and instructed Hinatayu to avoid her as much as possible. Next came Inuzuka Saiga, whose troubles were similarly entwined with Danzo. Inuzuka Tsuki's team operated as an entirely independent unit within the route, which displeased Danzo immensely. He initially intended to adopt a cold approach, refusing to allocate funds or assign missions, thereby severing the financial support for the team in the hopes of inciting internal discord that would lead to their own downfall. As the saying goes, even emperors cannot afford to starve their soldiers. Konoha ninjas, even those who have entered the Umbu or the route, still require remuneration, for who would risk their lives otherwise? However, little did Danzo know that the entire Shenlong group was under the Inuzuka name. Inuzuka Tsuki's resources were more than sufficient not only to sustain their team, but also to support the route itself. Observing that his strategy of cutting off funds was yielding no results, Danzo could no longer remain passive and proactively sought to convey a message to Inuzuka Saiga, demanding that Inuzuka Tsuki's team undertake a portion of the route's tasks. Upon hearing about the troublesome matter that Danzo had instigated, Inuzuka Tsuki's expression turned long and drawn. His comrades were engaged in matters worth hundreds of billions. Who had the time to waste on those trivial root missions? However, Danzo was undeniably Tsuki's superior in the open hierarchy, and the fear of being forced to graduate from Root and subsequently be dispatched to Konoha village loomed over him. The Root organization, although ostensibly a training department for the Umbu, would only lead Tsuki to the Umbu under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage, which could prove to be quite troublesome. Danzo appeared to be firm, yet in truth, he harbored a certain fragility. This was in stark contrast to Sarutobi, who, although seemingly weak, was resolute when it came to fundamental principles. Such leadership left Tsuki in a quandary. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Inuzuka Aoi. Please inform Elder Danzo that we are willing to undertake some root missions. He then lamented, if only Lord Orochimaru were the Hokage, we wouldn't be entangled in such predicaments. As he uttered these words, Tsuki discreetly observed his four subordinates. Hinata Yu, Mizuki, and Inuzuka Aoi maintained their usual expressions, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of his statement. However, Shirsue's face momentarily stiffened. Tsuki pondered inwardly. It seemed that the unification efforts were still lacking. After all, Shirsue's ancestor was a disciple of the second Hokage, granting him an innate affinity towards the Hokage lineage represented by the third. Nonetheless, there was some progress, having mingled with Tsuki and the others for so long. Shirsue was well aware of their intentions, yet refrained from alerting the third Hokage. Perhaps he harbored hopes that Tsuki would compete for and peacefully assume the position of Hokage. Finally, having dismissed the four troublesome subordinates, Tsuki stretched languidly and began to relish the delicacies he had procured from the commercial district, savoring this rare moment of leisure. My lord. Before Tsuki could raise his chopsticks, Mizuki rushed back, his demeanor serious as he fixed his gaze upon Tsuki. My lord, Uchiha Shirsue is unstable. His heart is not with us. This group of Uchiha is utterly unreliable. You must prepare accordingly. Mizuki's warning startled Tsuki slightly, and he inquired, what leads you to such a conclusion? Is this your own opinion? Or do Aoi and you share it as well? My lord, with sensory ninjutsu, it's not just me. Just now, both Aoi and you noticed Shirsue's reaction. He still harbors illusions about the third Hokage and could very well betray us. Mizuki, do not overthink this. There is no such thing as absolute loyalty. If Shirsue were to betray us, we would have long been forced to leave the village and seek out Lord Orochimaru. This is my stance. Relay it to Aoi and you. Our current strength and development do not even match that of the Uchiha clan. What benefit does Shirsue gain from associating with us? Therefore, unless we have irrefutable evidence, do not doubt your comrades. After concluding, Tsuki sent Mizuki away and resumed his enjoyment of the bowl of Ichiraka ramen, simultaneously contemplating how to further undermine the third Hokage's reputation, thanks to Danzo's dark dealings. There was no shortage of scandalous material concerning the Hokage faction, and Tsuki was preparing for a decisive strike. My lord, as Tsuki was immersed in strategizing against the Hokage, a youthful voice suddenly emerged from behind him. It was Uchiha Itachi. In stark contrast to his previous exuberance, the young Itachi now appeared dispirited, resembling a weary middle-aged man far beyond his years. Itachi, why the long face? Smile a little, you're still young. Come, sit down, and share some food with me. Tsuki opened a box of fresh ramen and pushed it toward Itachi, specially selecting a spicy flavor. My lord, did you summon me? Itachi, seemingly lost in thought, did not acknowledge the ramen. He appeared as despondent as Kakashi, his eyes reflecting profound fatigue. Observing this, Tsuki felt no awkwardness. Placing the ramen aside and addressing the matter directly, Itachi, your recent changes have not gone unnoticed by Shirsue. He is concerned for you and wishes for me to speak with you. Following their previous discussion in the laboratory, Shirsue had privately confided in Tsuki that he had found a cause worth dedicating his life to, mentioning that your aspirations mirrored his own. However, the current state you present is not indicative of someone with a clear life goal. Upon hearing those words, a flicker of struggle crossed Itachi's eyes. He did not directly answer Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry, but solemnly proposed, My lord, I wish to engage in a contest with you. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki became intrigued. His curiosity piqued as he wondered what events had transpired with Itachi. Thus, he did not decline Itachi's proposal, rising to brush off the dust from his attire, signaling that he was prepared, inviting Itachi to make the first move. After all, this was a formidable opponent from the original narrative, capable of dispatching his teacher with but a glance. Tsuki was genuinely curious about the current prowess of the 10-year-old Uchiha Itachi. Seeing that Tsuki was ready, Itachi wasted no time. His right hand delved into his ninja tool pouch, and in a flash, he unleashed 2 shuriken towards Tsuki. Swish, swish, swish. Itachi's hands moved tirelessly, casting forth a barrage of over a dozen shuriken, which collided mid-air, effectively blocking all possible escape routes for Tsuki. Faced with this scenario, Tsuki could only smile wryly, abandoning his intention to evade. Activating the wind-release chakra mode, a swirling vortex of wind erupted around him, dispersing all the shuriken. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the opportunity presented by the shuriken's blockade, Itachi quickly formed hand seals, unleashing the advanced fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. With the external curse mark activated, his chakra reserves were ample enough to sustain such a large-scale technique. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, cascading forth like a rushing river, engulfing the area where Tsuki stood, producing a series of deafening roars that illuminated the nearby stream in a crimson glow. Before the flames had even begun to dissipate, Itachi suddenly heard Tsuki's voice of commendation. Your chakra levels are impressive. It appears you have completely mastered the external curse mark. Truly, you are a prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan. At the very moment Itachi unleashed the great fireball, Tsuki, propelled by the rapid speed afforded by the wind-released chakra mode, had already teleported behind Itachi. With a swift motion, he drew the sword of the wind god, aiming a strike at Uchiha Itachi. Hearing the praise from behind, Itachi's neck bristled with a surge of instinct honed through rigorous training, signaling an imminent attack on that vulnerable spot. In the fleeting moment before the arrow was loosed, Itachi activated his Sharingan, the three tomo spinning rapidly in his eyes. With a deft motion, he raised his kunai just in time to deflect the strike from Inuzuka Tsuki's long sword. The sharp clang of metal resonated through the air. And it was only then that Itachi beheld the scene behind him. Inuzuka Tsuki stood casually, his sword drawn halfway, revealing a segment of its blade, while Itachi's kunai positioned itself perfectly against the razor edge. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, the tomo in Itachi's eyes whirled even faster, nearly merging into a singularity as he fixed his gaze upon Inuzuka Tsuki. It was Itachi's genjutsu. Under the weight of Itachi's stare, even Inuzuka Tsuki felt his consciousness waver momentarily. When he opened his eyes again, he found Itachi discarding the broken kunai and retrieving a fresh one from his ninja tool pouch, poised to launch an attack. The essence of genjutsu lies in the deception of the five senses, and it can be unraveled by disturbing one's own chakra. After sealing the golden elixir, Inuzuka Tsuki discovered that by disrupting the rhythm of chakra supplied by the elixir, the vast sage chakra would inadvertently disturb his own chakra, aiding him in breaking the illusion. As Itachi's kunai threatened to strike his throat, Inuzuka Tsuki's left hand transformed into a steely gray, seizing Itachi's kunai with lightning speed. With a slight exertion of force, the kunai in Itachi's grip shattered, the broken half now held against Itachi's throat. Your talent is truly remarkable. Even I find myself ensnared by your genjutsu. To unlock the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age would surely bring joy to your esteemed predecessor, Fugaku, Inuzuka Tsuki praised. However, upon hearing the commendation, Itachi felt no joy. He stared blankly at the half kunai pressed against his throat, his eyes momentarily vacant. Then, astonishingly, he shut his eyes and charged upward. A series of metallic cracks echoed as the half kunai in Inuzuka Tsuki's grasp shattered instantly. Non-chakra metal tends to fracture when inundated with a surge of chakra. Itachi's reckless charge resulted in a miss, leaving only a few shallow scratches on his throat. Inuzuka Tsuki's expression shifted, his gaze turning solemn as he scrutinized the seemingly resigned Uchiha Itachi. Are you seeking death? He questioned. In response, Itachi neither confirmed nor denied. Nor did he attempt to argue. His eyes remained devoid of spirit. Sir, I lack the ability to end my own life. Please, grant me the mercy of your blade. Upon hearing those words, Inuzuka Tsuki recalled the original narrative. Indeed, Itachi had once attempted to take his own life during his youth. Yet just as he was about to plunge into the abyss, his instinct for survival intervened, extinguishing any thoughts of self-destruction. What could have led him to contemplate such a grave decision after all these years? Speak plainly if you have something to say. If you remain silent, I shall summon Shursui and employ Genjutsu upon you. Inuzuka Tsuki made no effort to persuade him, but instead issued a direct threat to call for parental intervention. Recognizing that the intent to end one's life and emotional instability were entirely disparate concepts. Sir, I have already left a farewell note. I beseech you to assist me. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained resolute in his silence, his gaze deepening in despair. Wankai, go fetch Shursui. Observing Itachi's reluctance to divulge his thoughts, Inuzuka Tsuki called out without hesitation to the nearby woods. Chapter 51. The despairing Uchiha Itachi. Ultimately, Shursui did not arrive, and Inuzuka Tsuki and Uchiha Itachi found themselves in a stalemate by the riverside for a brief moment. Seated upon the picnic blanket spread by Inuzuka Tsuki, the two figures, one large, one small, sat by the riverbank, and it was then that Itachi began to unveil his innermost thoughts. At this point, Wankai turned back towards the grove, continuing his search for his beloved little companions, casually snatching 2 packets of snacks from Inuzuka Tsuki along the way. Sir, do you believe the Uchiha clan should exist? Itachi asked, his pupils devoid of focus, his tone melancholic. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki remained silent, choosing instead to listen intently. He understood that Itachi was not seeking his answer, for the truth resided within the depths of his own heart. Should such a despicable clan truly have a place in this world, one that generates suffering and hatred only to derive strength from it, reveling in their own malevolence? When I was 4 years old, my father took me to the battlefield. Why did he bring me there? He uttered many grand philosophies, insisting that I must inherit the glory of the Uchiha clan, to become a formidable ninja, and to comprehend the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Yet, the most crucial point was one he never articulated. To acquire the Sharingan and attain immense power, one must destroy what is cherished before their very eyes. My father understood my reverence for life and sought to reveal to me the fragility of existence. Life is indeed fragile, hence humanity's inherent desire to survive. I do not wish to witness life dissipate like the wind, yet my father insisted on taking action, even if it meant wielding my kunai to sever another's throat. No matter how reluctant I felt, I still hesitated to strike, nearly falling victim to my own compassion, ultimately rescued by my father. In truth, I hold no gratitude towards him. As I beheld the severed throat, I awakened my Sharingan and witnessed my father's unrestrained ecstasy. He exhibited no mercy for the lives recently extinguished, regardless of the countless Konoha shinobi and civilians from the land of fire among them, such a despicable clan, a twisted clan. Upon hearing Itachi's words, which flowed like a dreamlike murmur, Inuzuka Tsuki furrowed her brow but refrained from speaking, patiently waiting for Itachi to unburden his heart. Master, after uncovering that truth, I can only feel disdain for our clan, inflicting suffering and drawing strength from it, all for the sake of the evolution of the Sharingan. While reveling in such filthy power, this reality of our lineage is truly repugnant. Having expressed all his innermost thoughts in one breath, Itachi gasped for air, his emotions running high. Upon listening to Itachi's words, Inuzuka Tsuki finally grasped the crux of the matter and directly inquired. Did you come across the experimental records of the second Hokage in the group laboratory? During the collaboration between Orochimaru and Danzo, the Shinnon group conveniently transferred all the human experimentation records from the root, which had been sealed by the second Hokage, to their laboratory. It was unexpected that Itachi Uchiha would come across them. Within those records, the second Hokage systematically argued that the Uchiha clan was the greatest destabilizing factor in the ninja world. Itachi's current mental state bore striking resemblance to that of his original counterpart after Shirsue's death, when he annihilated his clan. Though he lacked the means to obliterate the entire Uchiha lineage and instead chose self-destruction. Perhaps one of the reasons for the original Itachi's destruction of his family was his disdain for the malevolent evolution of the Sharingan. In response, Itachi nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Itachi's recognition, Inuzuka Tsuki sought to comfort him, stating, due to some long-standing grievances, the second Hokage harbored biases against the Uchiha. The experimental records are rife with slander and malicious speculation about the clan. Both Orochimaru and I believe that the second's records lack rigor. You need not take them to heart. Statements such as the Uchiha are inherently evil, all Uchihas are insane. And those who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan should be executed were so extreme that even the second Hokage later deemed them inappropriate and refuted them in subsequent records. As far as I know, on the eve of the second Hokage's retraction of his conclusions, Lord Uzumaki Mido visited the secret laboratory. It was a raid on the secret laboratory. You need not spare the second any leniency, Inuzuka Tsuki remarked with a hint of exasperation. Itachi was far more astute than Shirsue and was not easily swayed. During the era of the second Hokage, the police force had yet to be established, and the Uchiha had numerous opportunities to engage in battle. Coupled with the harrowing experiences of the First Great Ninja War, a substantial number of Uchiha and Senju corpses were accumulated. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was a ruthless individual who dared to dissect his own brother while his sister-in-law was still alive. Under the direction of the second Hokage, the village conducted extensive experiments on these remains, yielding a clearer understanding of the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uchiha clans through countless experimental records. These records were sealed within the root, which was responsible for handling sordid affairs, and later, due to the collaboration between Orochimaru and Danzo, they found their way into Inuzuka Tsuki's possession. Consequently, the Shinnon group also retained backups of these records, allowing Itachi to uncover the truth behind the Sharingan. It is undeniable that the final conclusions drawn by the second Hokage are profoundly despairing. The Sharingan will continuously evolve. Yet the cost of such evolution is the extraction of power from suffering. This inevitably leads to the conclusion that those Uchihas with advanced Sharingan are often unstable madmen. In summary, the more powerful they become, the more deranged they are. The second Hokage's aversion towards the Uchiha was not solely due to the long-standing feud between the clans, but also stemmed from a deep-seated fear. Who would not fear a mad and wielding the button of a nuclear bomb? Moreover, the more deranged that madman becomes, the greater the destructive potential of the bomb in their hands. It is hardly surprising that the second Hokage would despise the Uchiha. Lacking the overwhelming strength of the first Hokage to suppress the current era's threats, he was compelled to consider the Uchiha's latent danger from his position. At this moment, Itachi found himself in a state akin to that of the former SHT, ensnared in self-doubt. SHT's choice to suppress his madness was to retreat from the world or to find a lock for himself, one that would confine him during moments of insanity. Itachi's choice, however, leaned towards self-destruction. Yet, Inuzuka Tsuki's attempts at consolation appeared ineffective, as Itachi still spoke with a heavy heart. Perhaps the second Hokage was not entirely wrong. The existence of the Uchiha poses a threat to a peaceful world. The more unhinged the Uchiha become, the stronger they will grow. The second's description is indeed apartment. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki helplessly pressed his forehead, realizing that Itachi had become obstinate. It seemed that without presenting some substantial information today, there would be no way to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. After a moment of contemplation, Inuzuka Tsuki carefully chose his words and began. During the Third Great Ninja War, the hidden mist fell into internal strife, rendering it incapable of organizing an offensive, and the scale of battles along the mist front remained at a low intensity. Consequently, Master Orochimaru found himself with a considerable amount of free time, during which he took me on a journey throughout the entire ninja world. Have you ever heard of the Three Great Sage Lands? Inuzuka Tsuki inquired. I have heard of them. My clan once had a ninja who signed a contract with a summoning beast from the Three Great Sage Lands. Itachi replied earnestly when questioned by Inuzuka Tsuki. Indeed, your esteemed Uchiha clan boasts a rich history. Prior to Master Orochimaru's mention of the Dragon Cave, I had never encountered any references to the Three Great Sage Lands. Inuzuka Tsuki complimented the Uchiha clan, noting that his own Inuzuka clan had never produced a ninja who established a contract with any of the Three Great Sage Lands. Chapter 52. The Tale of Inuzuka Tsuki. In truth, the Three Great Sage Lands do not possess a singular alignment. Konoha is not the sole partner of the Three Great Sage Lands, and the ninjas who have signed summoning contracts with them are not limited to the legendary three ninjas. For instance, the snake from the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru's former contract holder, was a ninja from the Sand Village. Pausing briefly, Inuzuka Tsuki continued. At that time, Master Orochimaru had a whimsical idea to bypass the summoning method and seek the entrance to the Three Great Sage Lands within the ninja world. Although it was a fanciful notion, we ultimately succeeded. In a hidden valley within the Land of Fire, we discovered the gateway to the Dragon Cave. Master Orochimaru soon realized that the Dragon Cave existed in a separate dimension, with only the spatial gate in the valley linking it to the ninja world. The valley was rich in natural energy, perpetually influenced by it. The inhabitants of that valley faced similar afflictions as you do, yet in a more direct manner. We refer to them as the Sage Clan. This clan unconsciously absorbs the surrounding natural energy, yet they are not transformed into stone by it. As the natural energy accumulates within them, they gradually lose their sanity, succumbing to madness and attacking all living beings in their vicinity. For this clan, their fate is either to be slain by their frenzied kin or to perish amidst their own insanity. Fortunately, the population of this clan is sparse, and they lack any inherited ninja techniques. In other words, while they possess formidable physical strength, their actual combat prowess is rather weak, allowing Master Orochimaru and me to easily subdue them. Itachi, may I pose a question to you? Should we eradicate them? Inuzuka Tsuki turned to Itachi, inquiring with a smile in his eyes. Upon hearing the question, Itachi immediately responded, of course not. They pose no threat to anyone, nor do they jeopardize the peace of the ninja world. However, ninjutsu is indeed learnable. I have imparted to you the external curse seals, which you should comprehend the terrifying enhancement that sage techniques can bestow upon a ninja's prowess. An external curse seal can easily enable a lower-ranked ninja to slay a middle-ranked or even a special upper-ranked ninja. By the way, it is worth mentioning that one can only attain the most superficial level of sage mode through external curse seals, remaining far from the innate sage body they possess. I can unequivocally conclude that once the inheritance of ninjutsu is acquired, the Sage Clan would indeed become a threat to the entire ninja realm. Do you now believe we should eradicate the Sage Clan? Once again posed with the same question by Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi fell into deep contemplation. In a secluded valley lived a family cut off from the world. Suddenly, two ninjas intruded upon their sanctuary. These ninjas discovered the family's unique bloodline and deemed them a significant threat to the peace of the ninja world, despite the family having never committed any wrongdoing. Should they be exterminated? After much reflection, Itachi finally sighed and said, My lord, I do not know. Upon hearing Weasel's response, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled lightly and remarked, As for others, I cannot say, but certainly Master Orochimaru has never contemplated the annihilation of their kind. He believes that every being is inherently entitled to the rights of existence, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. This notion is an extension of the Will of Fire's spirit. Furthermore, he contends that ninjas who uphold the Will of Fire should not engage in the wanton slaughter of living beings. Inuzuka Tsuki had long forgotten who originally proposed the doctrine of inherent human rights in her past life. Nonetheless, in the realm of ninjas, it was Orochimaru who championed this principle. Regardless of whether Orochimaru had articulated it or not, Inuzuka Tsuki spoke on his behalf. Upon hearing these words, Itachi expressed his reverence, stating, Indeed, Lord Orochimaru is the true inheritor of the Will of Fire. Sensing that Itachi was captivated, Inuzuka Tsuki continued, However, mere kindness cannot resolve the issues at hand. Allowing the clan of Sunin to maintain the status quo would be an act of irresponsibility towards future generations. The inherent issues of this clan must be addressed. Which brings me to the second tale. At this point, Inuzuka Tsuki mentally prepared his phrasing. While the first story had a source, the second would be entirely original. In fact, the ninja world is vast, and during our travels with Lord Orochimaru, we encountered an array of bizarre phenomena. For instance, in a certain region, The populace would gather wild herbs and blend them with various peculiar substances, even including ashes from cooking pots and dust from rafters, concocting a medicinal brew to treat ailments. Initially, both my teacher and I dismissed this as foolish sorcery, yet the concoction indeed proved effective in healing. Upon conducting scientific research, we discovered that the medicinal value of many strange ingredients could be rationally explained through science. In my view, the evolution of the Sharingan parallels the medicinal practices of that region. It is undoubtedly possible to uncover a scientific explanation behind it. Itachi, I believe that once you grasp the true reason behind the evolution of the Sharingan, you will certainly discover a new method for its advancement, leading your clan away from the lamentable fate of relying solely on mental stimulation for its evolution. Upon hearing these words, Itachi's previously lifeless eyes finally sparked with a flicker of hope, only to quickly succumb to despair as he lamented. Even a genius like the second Hokage could not uncover such a method. Can I truly achieve this? Observing Itachi's lack of confidence, Inuzuka Tsuki responded with a reassuring smile. Itachi, you are underestimating yourself. You too are a prodigy. Allow me to share a secret. I have made a pact with teacher Orochimaru to find a way to suppress the madness of the Sage clan. And I have now discovered such a method. So, do you possess the courage to embrace this challenge and change the fate of your entire clan? Upon hearing this, Itachi's voice brimmed with excitement, tinged with disbelief. Sir, is what you say truly genuine? Although he had never met the Sage clan, he had deeply empathized with them in his heart. The knowledge that Inuzuka Tsuki had resolved the peril of madness afflicting the CHMA clan filled Itachi with uncontainable enthusiasm. Of course, I will demonstrate it to you when the time comes. Compared to the Sage clan, addressing the physical issues of the Uchiha may be more feasible. Given the foundational research of the second Hokage, both Orochimaru and I are staunch advocates of technological supremacy, firmly believing that advancements in technology can resolve all human dilemmas. If you find yourself momentarily lacking faith, why not place your trust in the tenets of technological supremacy espoused by my teacher and me? Reassured and guided towards a clear objective by Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi felt his heart slowly unburdening, shedding the earlier gloom as he walked away with renewed vigor. Tsuki further promised that he would soon escort Itachi to Orochimaru for guidance on devising a solution to the Uchiha's physical afflictions. With all matters resolved, Inuzuka Tsuki finally exhaled in relief and began to indulge in the culinary delights before him. As Itachi departed, Wankai emerged from the thicket, casually opening a package of Ichiraka ramen and joining Tsuki in a meal. Boss, aren't you worried that by sending Uchiha Itachi to Orochimaru, he might be reincarnated at the whim of the latter? Wankai inquired between slurps of noodles. Huh. With the Senju Hashirama clones available as reincarnation material, do you truly believe Orochimaru would choose Itachi's body? Who would prefer pickles over a delectable roast? Tsuki jested in response to Wankai's concerns. But Orochimaru has long coveted the Uchiha bloodline, Wankai countered. That's old news. In truth, Orochimaru is quite protective of his intellect. Upon realizing that the Uchiha bloodline could impact mental stability, he abandoned his pursuit of the Uchiha. If he were genuinely intent on seizing the Uchiha bloodline, he would have abducted one during his defection. Moreover, his desire for the Uchiha bloodline stemmed from a sense of humiliation by Itachi, as he recognized that no matter how advanced ninjutsu became, it could not surpass the power of bloodline abilities. However, he gained would release through reincarnation, a bloodline ability not standard to the Senju but uniquely developed by the first Hokage. From this perspective, the evolution of ninjutsu has already transcended bloodlines. When cloning technology matures further, it is conceivable that the Sharingan may one day be regarded as mere ninja tools, though that is a tale for another time. Well then, when shall we send Uchiha Itachi off? With his apprehensions alleviated by Tsuki, Wankai shifted his focus to the logistics. In a few days, the Sharingan is a copying eye, capable of swiftly replicating complex physical techniques, and thus can also quickly absorb knowledge. I anticipate that Itachi will soon master the information pertaining to the Sharingan compiled by the Shenlong group, Tsuki replied. All right, it seems I will be traveling again soon. It feels as if I have only just returned. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki mention the imminent departure, Wankai, feeling disheartened, lamented. It takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury. I have only just recovered from my last encounter with pain, and now we are to set off again. With this thought, he complained, Boss, is it truly worth it to embark on a long journey merely to escort Uchiha Itachi? Perhaps we should send more along the way? Noticing Wankai's discontent, Inuzuka Tsuki jestingly retorted, What can be done? Should I leave you behind? I fear Orochimaru might turn you into a hot pot. With a chuckle at the playful banter, Wankai awkwardly smiled but quickly suggested, Since we are essentially sending students to Orochimaru, whether we send one sheep or two, it is the same. Why not increase our numbers and send several individuals at once? Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki experienced a moment of inspiration. Indeed, Wankai had sparked a revelation within him. Given that Orochimaru currently required assistance to manage various tasks, why not send more individuals his way? Could it be that he feared Orochimaru, as a mentor, might mistreat his underlings? Certainly not. Moreover, Yakushi Nanoyu was still at the orphanage. Instead of allowing him to squander his life at the root, it would be wiser to bundle him off to teacher Orochimaru. With this thought in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki hastened his meal, devouring the food before him like a whirlwind, leaving no room for Wonkai, who sought to join in the feast. Yakushi Nanoyu had once been a member of the Root, serving as a medical ninja. While her medical skills could be considered decent, they paled in comparison to a master like Tsunade. Her true talents lay in espionage and intelligence gathering, earning her the moniker the Wandering Shrine Maiden. Working in such a clandestine organization necessitated a degree of moral compromise. Acts of abduction and the slaughter of enemy civilians were commonplace, and Nanoyu was no exception. Yet, akin to the flicker of benevolence that resides in every heart, she too harbored a yearning for goodness. After being compelled by Danzo to execute a civilian child, she could no longer suppress the turmoil within her and subsequently retired from the Root. Following her departure, Nanoyu established the Konoha orphanage and undertook the role of its director, providing shelter for many children who had lost their parents in the ravages of war. Among them was a stray child whom she named Yukushi Kabuto, the very disciple that Inuzuka Tsuki had come to seek. At this moment, two factions faced off at the entrance of the orphanage, one comprised of Root members donning animal masks and cloaks, led by Danzo Shimura himself. Opposing them were a group of children, both boys and girls, who stood protectively in front of a blonde woman, defiantly confronting the Root ninjas. How disgraceful for you, the so-called Wandering Shrine Maiden, to choose to care for a group of children. Danzo sneered as he observed Yakushi Nanoyu surrounded by the youngsters. Sir, I have already withdrawn from the Root, Nanoyu weakly reminded him. Under Danzo's cold, emotionless gaze, she felt a chill run through her. She was acutely aware of her superior's ruthless nature and feared for the safety of her charges. Noticing Nanoyu's reaction, Danzo disdainfully glanced at the children, scoffing. I have no interest in them. Nanoyu, I am here for you. Sir, I have abandoned that name, she replied. Oh, will you also forsake the financial aid? Danzo inquired with a mocking tone. Upon hearing these words, Yanoyu felt a surge of panic. The majority of the orphanage's funding came from Konoha's allocations, and Danzo, as an elder of the village, could easily obstruct their resources, leaving the orphanage on the brink of starvation. Sir, the third Hokage once promised to provide financial support for the orphanage. Upon hearing this, Danzo displayed a disdainful expression, mocking, I never imagined that you, once an elite of Root and revered as the walking priestess, could be so ignorant now. As he spoke, Danzo dismissed the matter, prompting one of his subordinate ninjas to interject. With the formidable enemy looming, war with the Cloud and Rock villages could erupt at any moment. We require you to infiltrate the Rock village to gather intelligence on their offensive plans, as this is a prerequisite for continuing the financial support for the orphanage. Give up on that notion. We would rather starve than allow the director to accompany you, shouted one of the orphans surrounding Yanoyu before the Root ninja could finish his statement. Just then, a lowly orphan's interruption filled the air with tension, causing the Root ninja to seethe with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Noticing Danzo's indifferent demeanor, the Root ninja flung two shurikens towards the child's face. Watch out, Yanoyu exclaimed, panic-stricken, as the shurikens hurtled toward them. In a moment of peril, a white-haired child leaped forward, tackling the targeted orphan to the ground, saving his life. Both only sustained minor scrapes. The Root ninja, feeling humiliated that two mere children had evaded his attack, grew even more furious and readied himself to perform a ninjutsu assault. Witnessing this scene, Yanoyu felt a rush of dread and hastily acquiesced. Sir, I agree. Just as Yanoyu was about to respond, two gusts of wind approached rapidly, and a person along with a dog suddenly appeared between them. It was Inuzuka Tsuki and her canine companion, Wanshai. Their timely arrival was attributed to Tsuki's sage mode perception, purposefully manifesting at the moment of dire need. Ignoring the defensive stance of the Root ninjas and Danzo, Tsuki addressed Yanoyu. Are you the renowned Yaoshir Yanoyu, once the most exceptional spy of Root? Startled by the entrance of the duo, Yanoyu could only nod in stunned agreement. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki jested. As a spy, yet your reputation precedes you. You are rather inadequate in your espionage duties. Is Elder Danzo present as well? After her remark, Inuzuka Tsuki seemingly noticed Danzo's presence and turned to greet him. The Inuzuka Hound, what brings you here? Danzo's anger surged upon seeing Inuzuka Tsuki, unable to maintain his previously composed demeanor. Elder, do your eyes not ache? Inuzuka Tsuki inquired, a flicker of danger flashing in her eyes at Danzo's address. Were it not for the ultimate plan, she would have relished the opportunity to settle matters with this old man right then and there. Danzo, stifled by Inuzuka Tsuki's veiled mockery, felt a surge of frustration. Yet, knowing that she was indifferent to betrayal, he lacked the courage to engage in a destructive confrontation. Observing Danzo's capitulation, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from further taunts and directly stated her purpose. Elder, Aoba conveyed your message to me, requesting that our team undertake a portion of the Root's assignments. I find this quite necessary. I have heard that medic ninja Yakushi Nanoyu was formerly affiliated with Root. Hence I wish to recruit her for our team as medical support. You wouldn't mind, would you? Inuzuka Tsuki, do not overstep. Danzo's anger flared once more at her words, as this scoundrel brazenly poached personnel from Root, completely disregarding her position. Recognizing Danzo's imminent eruption, Inuzuka Tsuki understood the need to temper her approach. She softened her tone, suggesting, Elder, may we speak in private? She then instructed Yakushi Nanoyu to follow, proceeding to the edge of the woods. As Inuzuka Tsuki's tone grew more conciliatory, Danzo also reined in his anger and followed her, with Yakushi Nanoyu closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, Inuzuka Tsuki waved her hand, casting a soundproof barrier. Ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, she continued, Elder, I am prepared to offer 200 million Ryo. This includes returning the 80 million Ryo you used to eliminate me, along with an additional 120 million Ryo. In exchange for this woman joining my team. At her words, Yakushi Nanoyu gasped in disbelief, exchanging glances with Danzo. Feeling as though she had stumbled upon something she should not have. Simultaneously, Danzo felt a wave of shock. Inuzuka Tsuki's statement undeniably implicated them as the masterminds behind the Orochimaru incident. This suggested that Orochimaru indeed had colluded with the bounty ninja. Yet he pondered why one would go to such lengths for a mere medical ninja. Could it be? Observing Yakushi Nanoyu's somewhat voluptuous figure, Danzo believed he had uncovered the truth. Rumors had circulated that Orochimaru kept a young mistress in the village, with whom he bore a child. It appeared that his disciples were equally lacking in integrity, unlike himself, who had maintained his moral standing. Astute, Danzo sensed he had grasped the essence of the situation. However, since Inuzuka Tsuki was willing to pay such a hefty sum, he saw no reason to decline. 200 million Ryo was undoubtedly more valuable than a wandering priestess. And it would also replenish the root's coffers, which had been depleted by Orochimaru. Just as Danzo prepared to acquiesce, Inuzuka Tsuki pressed on, Elder Danzo. Orochimaru requires all updated information on the Sharingan. This sum will also cover the cost of the materials. That is impossible, Danzo replied decisively. Undeterred by Danzo's refusal, Inuzuka Tsuki continued, add an extra 50 million. If you still do not agree, we will have to part ways, and this collaboration will be nullified. It seems this woman may have overheard something significant. You might need to address that afterward. It appears not only will the collaboration fail, but you may also face a loss of both personnel and funds. With a chilling smile that revealed her pearly white teeth, Inuzuka Tsuki uttered her most callous words with a demeanor as cool as 37 degrees. Upon hearing these words, even Danzo fell silent, his face betraying a struggle as he pondered deeply for a considerable time before finally conceding with a heavy agreement. Witnessing Danzo's capitulation, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled and continued to put forth her demands. Senior, I have heard that Root has recently recruited numerous talents. Our small team is also part of Root. Have you considered injecting some fresh blood into our ranks? Inuzuka Tsuki, do not overreach. Danzo's voice was icy, filled with indignation at Tsuki's audacity to request personnel, as if she believed herself an integral part of Root. Patience, Senior Danzo. I am willing to offer 10 million for each individual. While it was not entirely out of the question, Danzo's anger began to wane upon realizing that Tsuki was not seeking to exploit him for free. He acquiesced, asking, Whom do you desire? Yamanaka F, Oil Woman Kirin, and Shin, and I've heard there's a little fellow named Sai as well, Inuzuka Tsuki boldly proclaimed. At this, Danzo's fury reignited. Was this girl intent on sweeping away all his capable subordinates? Did she think acquiring a few talents from those clans would be an easy feat? After a mere exchange of words with Tsuki, Danzo's wrath had ebbed and flowed multiple times. That is impossible. Firmly rejecting Inuzuka Tsuki's exorbitant demands, Danzo remained resolute. However, Tsuki, undeterred, swiftly placed her payment on the table, continuing, Then I shall settle for Yamanaka F, for 210 million. I will deliver it to you promptly. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki dismissed the silence barrier, ignoring the covetous gazes of the numerous Root ninjas, signaling Yakushi Nan to accompany her back to the orphanage. Inuzuka-sama. Yakushi Nan trailed behind Tsuki, contemplating her address and wording for quite some time before finally speaking. Yet, before she could finish, Tsuki comforted her, saying, Do not worry. I shall compensate for the aid funding that Danzo has withdrawn. In the future, you will not only be able to provide them with nourishment, but also invite some teachers to impart knowledge to them, without any cost to you. You can continue to manage the orphanage here with peace of mind, but the education must include teachings related to the will of fire. In fact, I believe that. Compared to your medical ninjutsu and espionage skills, your talent for education is even more exceptional. Tsuki continued, that little fellow demonstrated impressive mastery of his techniques earlier. Many medical nin cannot match his proficiency. Having praised Yakushi Nan's educational abilities, Inuzuka Tsuki also commended Kabuto, who, during the negotiations with Danzo, had remarkably employed medical ninjutsu to treat the injuries of the assaulted orphan. Chapter 55. Inuzuka Tsuki's ambitions upon hearing that Inuzuka Tsuki was willing to invest in the orphanage. Yakushi Nono let out a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of Inuzuka Tsuki's true identity, one could surmise that anyone capable of standing up to Danzo must be a person of great stature, unlikely to deceive them. However, when Inuzuka Tsuki mentioned Yakushi Kabuto, Nono's heart sank once more. This man had just displayed a disregard for human life, and Nono could hardly entrust Kabuto to him. Desperately, he pleaded, My lord, if you have any tasks for me, no matter how perilous they may be, I am willing to assist you. Please do not involve that child. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt as though he had assumed the role of a villain. Having expended such a considerable sum of money, coupled with the earlier incident of a timely intervention. It seemed he had utterly failed to gain the trust of the pharmacist, Yaoyu. In a state of resignation, Inuzuka Tsuki could only offer reassurance. It is not that I require his assistance. Rather, there is a distinguished individual who has taken an interest in his intellect. Rest assured. Even if you harbor doubts about my character, you should have confidence in my intellect. I have invested 120 million for a singular mind, intending to have him engage in endeavors of greater value. If the task were to be one of a shinobi's mission, I could procure 4 elite shinobi from Konoha for merely 20 million, who would undoubtedly perform 100 times better than he could. Seizing every opportunity, Inuzuka Tsuki, while comforting Yaoyu, subtly insinuated that the mission proposed by Danzo was nefarious in nature and was, in fact, a deathly undertaking. Upon hearing these words, the pharmacist Nanoyu slightly exhaled in relief. The individual before her had sought a secret technique ninja from Danzo for merely 10 million ryo, which suggested that he would not scheme against her child for a sum of 120 million ryo. As long as Do was not in imminent danger, she could temporarily set her mind at ease. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki expended 120 million ryo to finally reclaim her junior apprentice. However, this amount paled in comparison to Do's intellect. As they departed the orphanage, Do quietly followed behind Inuzuka Tsuki, appearing almost obedient, completely devoid of the demeanor typical of a future antagonist. Am I to blame? Inuzuka Tsuki inquired with a smile upon witnessing this scene. I hold no grievances against you, my lady, Do replied, instantly donning a somewhat fabricated, innocent smile. Yet, considering his age, his ability to react so promptly was commendable. That smile seems a bit forced. Inuzuka Tsuki remarked, before continuing, nevertheless, you may blame me if you wish. My intent is to send you to my mentor as his disciple. Even if you resent my interference in your life, acquiring knowledge is beneficial. When you were caught in the rain, Nanoyu held an umbrella for you. Consider it a passing on of kindness. Learn to extend an umbrella for others. As for what lies ahead, time will reveal true intentions. Inuzuka Tsuki paid no heed to Do's underlying animosity. He was merely a child for now. As long as she instilled in him a sense of right and wrong, he would naturally develop his own judgments. Of course, she dared not rely on Orochimaru to impart such moral lessons. During the establishment of the Will of Fire faction, Inuzuka Tsuki had already begun preparations to enrich the meaning of the Will of Fire. It did not consume much of her effort. She merely emulated the Declaration of Independence from her previous life to create a Will of Fire declaration, distributing these pamphlets to Shursui, Kiba, Mizuki, and others, encouraging them to utilize the pamphlet to recruit members for the Will of Fire faction. When encountering the Hyuga branch family, she emphasized freedom. When meeting former subordinates of Orochimaru, she spoke of equality, and when addressing the often discriminated Uchiha Pigeon faction, she highlighted fairness. Itachi possessed several copies as well, without needing Inuzuka Tsuki's prompting. He would naturally provide one to Do, as he too had the task of expanding the Will of Fire faction's network. Inuzuka Tsuki could not recite these classic texts verbatim, yet her 9 years of compulsory education had equipped her to recall several core values such as human rights, rule of law, freedom, and equality. The initial essence of the Will of Fire ideology encompassed inheritance, bonds, camaraderie, and the protection of the village's descendants. This ideological content bore resemblance to the chivalry upheld by the Hongxing society and shared similarities with the feudal concepts of heavenly parents in the restoration of the Ming dynasty. In this era, the spirit of the Will of Fire was sufficient to unify the hearts of the people of Konoha, yet sufficiency does not equate to excellence. The measure of excellence must come through comparison. Even if Inuzuka Tsuki's articulation were lacking, her Will of Fire declaration served as the foundation for the revolutionary fervor, far surpassing the teachings of the Hongxing society. By crafting a few phrases inspired by those classics, embellished with allegorical tales, she created a discourse potent enough to resonate within this world, undoubtedly more effective than the traditional Will of Fire in uniting the populace. Moreover, this world was transitioning from a feudal samurai system towards the nascent stages of capitalism, where the samurai regime had incorporated the classes of the ninja world, resulting in an exceptionally powerful samurai governance. The weaker civilian ninjas and the populace of the Land of Fire found themselves with little recourse to resist. In such a societal milieu, the citizens of the Land of Fire and the majority of ninjas would undoubtedly prefer to embrace the Will of Fire declaration rather than some whimsical notion of leaves fluttering, where fire thrives eternally. To put it plainly, Inuzuka Tsuki was digging into the roots of Konoha. The foundation of its establishment lay in the Will of Fire, which represented a shared value system among the diverse ninja clans that had congregated in Konoha, an essence that no formidable bloodline could supplant. Without the spirit of the Will of Fire to unite them, why would they heed the directives of the third Hokage? Now, having forcefully elucidated the essence of the Will of Fire, Inuzuka Tsuki had delved deeper into its interpretation. With the promotion of this revised Will of Fire, in contrast to the previous understanding, it was likely that the populace would gravitate towards the spirit of the Will of Fire as interpreted by Inuzuka Tsuki or the Will of Fire faction as proclamation. Consequently, one might question whether the third Hokage, representing the power core of Konoha, could still be deemed the legitimate inheritor of the Will of Fire. If not for being the legitimate heir, What grounds does the third Hokage have to govern us? This is the correct approach to rebellion. Before engaging in conflict, one must first dismantle the ideological foundation of the opponent, then cultivate a new class of beneficiaries, and subsequently seize the governance of Konoha in a manner that appears seamless. Without undergoing this process, relying solely on force to instigate a coup, even if successful, what value is there in inheriting a Konoha rife with insurrection? Surely, one cannot genuinely believe that by eliminating the current Hokage and self-proclaiming as Hokage, all of Konoha's shinobi would submit willingly. Regardless of one's strength or the number of adversaries vanquished, conquering through sheer force is a strategy of the lowest order. No matter how fearsome the enemy may be rendered, it does not prevent them from harboring resentment. As long as there remains a flicker of rebellion in their hearts, further insurrections are inevitable. A rebellion amidst the chaos of Konoha does not serve the interests of Inuzuka Tsuki or Orochimaru. Inuzuka Tsuki aspires to become Hokage to leverage the entire village and even the populace of the Land of Fire. The strongest bloodline in this world ultimately descends from the Otsutsuki clan. Attempting to oppose them with a flawed lineage is utterly fantastical. Moreover, Inuzuka Tsuki himself lacks a significant bloodline, excelling only in scientific endeavors. To combat the ever-emerging Otsutsuki clan, or even to counterattack the Otsutsuki planet, he must seek strength through scientific means. However, developing science is an intellectually demanding task that Orochimaru cannot manage alone. Additionally, Orochimaru has been thoroughly drained of his zest by Inuzuka Tsuki. This implies that relying solely on Orochimaru's self-singular drive has rendered technological advancement exceedingly challenging. Inuzuka Tsuki must discover a new engine for technological growth. As for why he does not leap directly to more advanced ideologies, it is partly due to Inuzuka Tsuki's insufficient level of understanding. He only grasps the superficial aspects. Had he been aware of the peculiar experience of transmigration, he would have long since memorized the ancestral dragon-slaying techniques. Another reason is that the progression of the era has not yet reached that pinnacle. One must consume meals bite by bite and traverse paths step by step. Taking overly large strides may lead to setbacks. Nevertheless, the seeds have been sown. And as long as they flourish, it is only a matter of time before someone recalls the greatness of the future. Having been slightly soothed by Inuzuka Tsuki, Kabuto's animosity waned somewhat. One statement from Inuzuka Tsuki resonated with him. Recalling the time when he was caught in the rain, the director held an umbrella for him. If he could pass on this kindness, the director would surely be pleased. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki awaited the arrival of Yamashiro Kazuki. Ensuring that Shursui confirmed that Kazuki had not been assigned any unpleasant tasks or subjected to distasteful seals. Inuzuka Tsuki then received a mission from Danzo, embarking with Itachi, Kabuto, and Yamashiro Kazuki towards the Land of Rice. Regarding the qualifications of the three to leave the village, Inuzuka Tsuki exerted little effort. Itachi, as the younger branch of a prominent family, could easily depart under the guise of travel. Kabuto, now merely a civilian from Konoha, was beyond the village's jurisdiction. And Yamashiro Kazuki, being a member of Root, had never been registered within the Konoha shinobi system. Inuzuka Tsuki had painstakingly chosen these three students. Itachi sought to alter his family's fate with strong determination to learn. Kabuto shared a past bond with Orochimaru, ensuring compatibility. And Yamashiro Kazuki, being from Root, possessed a simplistic worldview, making him more susceptible to indoctrination. Inuzuka Tsuki considered every aspect, believing he must find a suitable fit for Orochimaru. Kabuto and Yamashiro Kazuki, residing in the Root base, accompanied Inuzuka Tsuki without the need for separate assembly. As they approached departure, they waited briefly at Inuzuka Tsuki's home until Itachi finally arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer was a member of the Uchiha clan, Kabuto was slightly taken aback. Adjusting his glasses and scrutinizing him closely. Having spent considerable time in Konoha, he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's notorious reputation. He did not anticipate that among his future classmates, alongside a member of the Yamashiro clan, would be an Uchiha. With such a selection of students, it was truly remarkable that esteemed individual considered himself a genius. In contrast, Yamashiro Kazuki remained silent, betraying no emotion. The first lesson upon joining Root was to suppress feelings. Even in the presence of Danzo's hostile Uchiha, he displayed no signs of emotional disturbance. This state was evidently somewhat inhumane. While Orochimaru's followers were merely misguided, Danzo's trained shinobi had essentially become machines. However, this could only be rectified as Yamashiro Kazuki gradually regained his former self. Inuzuka Tsuki could only patiently guide him back. Noticing the two youths beside Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi was also somewhat surprised. He had assumed he would be the sole student advancing to Orochimaru's tutelage, not expecting two classmates. Yet, due to the Uchiha clan's strict upbringing and the current antagonism towards them within the village, Itachi refrained from approaching without an introduction from Inuzuka Tsuki. The Uchiha clan is particularly concerned with their familial image. Individuals like Obito, whose left half of the face grew onto the right, are considered anomalies among them. Observing the approaching Uchiha Itachi, Kabuto silently took his place behind Inuzuka Tsuki, slightly furrowing his brow. Honestly, his first impression of his future classmate was rather poor. Although Itachi exhibited respect and humility, He could not conceal the inherent arrogance that Kabuto found most detestable. Indeed, the sentiments expressed by Konoha shinobi regarding the Uchiha were not unfounded. With the trio assembled, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled and introduced them. This is Uchiha Itachi, skilled in Jinjutsu and fire-style techniques. This is Kabuto Yakushi, proficient in medical ninjutsu. And this is Yamashiro Kazuki, adept in the mental arts of the Yamashiro clan. Recently, teacher Orochimaru has expressed interest in accepting new disciples. However, I have heard that there are many talented children under teacher Orochimaru's guidance. So whether you can become his official disciples will depend on your efforts. If you succeed in his trials, you will be my junior in the future. Best of luck. After introducing the trio, Inuzuka Tsuki encouraged them with a smile and turned to Itachi, asking, "Did Elder Fugaku truly permit you to travel outside the village?" Upon hearing this, Itachi smiled shyly and explained, "After a sparring match with my father, we reached a tenuous stalemate, thanks to the external curse mark you provided, along with Sure Sway's endorsement. Only then did my father reluctantly agree to let me leave the village." Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a twinge of apprehension. The genius of the Uchiha clan was truly remarkable. Before him stood Itachi, not yet 10 years old, yet capable of matching Uchiha Fugaku in combat. Even without revealing his Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi's talent was undeniably extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled and said, "As long as Fugaku-senpai agrees, we shall proceed." With that, he performed the necessary hand seals to invoke a summoning technique, calling forth a specialized ninja snake from the dragon cave. "I must ask for your patience. I will release you once we leave the village," he added, concealing the 3 children within the serpent's belly before turning to exit the village. Once outside the hidden leaf, Inuzuka Tsuki released the 3 young ones, leading them on a leisurely journey. Due to the presence of the ordinary D, their pace was unhurried. As they traversed the uneven roads of the Land of Fire, the Shinobi World War had persisted for nearly a decade, and even the prosperous Land of Fire began to see a rise in banditry. As they traveled, they encountered numerous waves of marauders and rogue ninjas. Some would retreat upon spotting the Leaf Village headbands, but others, undeterred, would engage recklessly. Throughout their journey, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from intervening, allowing Itachi and Yamanaka F to handle all conflicts. After defeating a group of rogue ninjas, Itachi hesitated, casting a glance at the only surviving lower-ranking ninja before looking back at Inuzuka Tsuki, seemingly seeking guidance. Chapter 57. A return to the Sound Ninja Village. Their travels led them through several desolate villages, a testament to the crime of wielding power without purpose. Observing Itachi's inquiry, Inuzuka Tsuki, though burdened with sorrow, instructed, at times, the abuse of kindness can also constitute a crime. After resolving the conflict with the rogue ninjas, the quartet continued onward. "Sir, why are there so many wars in this world?" D asked, his eyes filled with confusion as he witnessed the carnage before them. "It is a matter of survival. The populace lacks resources necessary for existence, leading them to wage wars for what little remains. Such conflicts deplete resources further, entrenching the cycle of suffering, driving people to become bandits, resulting in a proliferation of thieves across the land. Why is there a lack of resources?" D persisted, still searching for clarity. "Due to technological constraints, inequitable distribution, and many other factors. These, you must discover for yourself. What I share is merely my understanding. You must seek your own answers." The benevolence of Yakushi Nanoyu was commendable, yet in the grand scheme of the world, her efforts were but a mere raindrop in the ocean. To create a shield capable of safeguarding the entire Land of Fire is no simple task. Gazing at the youthful faces of Itachi, D, and Yamanaka F, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a sense of melancholy. He had sown the seeds of thought. Now, he awaited their gradual growth and blossoming. After a week of travel, they finally crossed the border into the Land of Rice. Returning to this land, the environment remained unchanged, yet the tavern where they previously met Orochimaru was bustling with activity. A nearby grove had suddenly flourished, with vines twisting into the form of a divine dragon, prompting the local populace to believe in miraculous occurrences, flocking to witness the spectacle. "Sir, that seems like would release." Despite decades apart, the Uchiha clan was well versed in the art. Even the typically composed Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by the signs of wood release in the grove. "It is indeed a technique of Orochimaru's sensei. It appears he has made swift progress in his mastery of wood release," Inuzuka Tsuki remarked with a smile. "If you are interested, he may teach you. But you must possess chakra of water, earth, and yang natures. We have confirmed that bloodline limit techniques can indeed be learned later in life." "I lack earth nature," Itachi said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "That is of no concern. There exists a method to acquire chakra attributes later on. I can teach you when the opportunity arises," Inuzuka Tsuki replied with a smile. Since embarking on the path of golden elixir cultivation, he discovered that the chakra within granted him attributes he had not previously possessed. Currently, he wielded 7 chakra types: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Though he was proficient only in wind and earth release techniques, the Land of Rice, a small nation nestled between the Land of Frost and the Land of Fire, had not been significantly affected by the wars, allowing its people to enjoy a rare tranquility, observing the exceptionally tall rice plants. Inuzuka Tsuki realized that Orochimaru had not relied solely on brute force to dominate the land of rice as in his previous life. Rather, he had skillfully bound the economy and technology to his advantage. With such ties established, it was likely that even if the daimyo of the land of rice were aware of Orochimaru's status as an S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha, they would still shield him. Strolling leisurely through the land of rice, the four soon arrived at the entrance of a small ninja village, the Sound Village founded by Orochimaru. Compared to Konoha, the Sound Village was considerably smaller, with far fewer ninjas visible within its confines. As they approached the gate, a kunai struck the ground before Inuzuka Tsuki. Pausing, he requested, "Please announce my arrival. I wish to speak with the leader of the Sound Village." Barely had his words left his lips when two figures, one clad in white and the other in green, leaped from the high walls of the village, scrutinizing Inuzuka Tsuki. "Who are you?" they inquired. Upon recognizing their faces, Inuzuka Tsuki was momentarily taken aback. The child dressed in green was none other than the crystal release ninja, Honglian, while the one in a white kimono with white hair was Kimimaro, endowed with the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline. "Orochimaru-sama is my teacher. I am his disciple. Please, assist me in relaying my message," Inuzuka Tsuki replied without showing any sign of surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor. He then turned to the three young leaf ninjas following him and smiled. "It seems your study abroad experience will not be overly tedious." "Nonsense. Orochimaru-sama has no disciples." Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki declare himself a disciple of Orochimaru, both Honglian and Juanmalu were instantly incensed. In their hearts, Orochimaru was their savior, the one who had rescued them from the brink of death, the individual they held in the highest regard. They could not fathom that this individual before them could possibly be a disciple of such a formidable ninja. As they observed this person audaciously impersonating Orochimaru's disciple, they resolutely decided to eliminate him in order to uphold their master's esteemed reputation. Crystal Release, Emerald Crystal Blade, Corpse Bone Path, Camellia Dance. Honglian manifested a crescent-shaped crystal blade from his wrist, while Juanmalu summoned a bone sword from his palm, both launching an assault on Inuzuka Tsuki with a swift motion. As the two approached, Inuzuka Tsuki brandished the Wind God Sword, a brilliant flash slicing through the air, leaving only a gleaming trail of light. The crystal blade and bone sword shattered simultaneously, instilling a sense of trepidation in the two assailants. "Stop," as Inuzuka Tsuki made his move. Itachi and Yamashiro Kaze prepared to engage. Suddenly, a resounding male voice echoed from the Sound Ninja Village. A boy with orange hair dashed forward, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "Lord Tsuki, it's wonderful to see you again." The newcomer was Shugo, the only person in the Sound Ninja Village, aside from Orochimaru, who had ever met Inuzuka Tsuki. Observing Shugo's arrival, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled, saying, "I happened to pass through the land of rice, so I thought I would visit you and your master. I bring good news." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki turned to introduce Itachi. "This is Shugo of the Sage Clan, whom I mentioned to you." Upon hearing the introduction of Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi, breaking his usual silence, hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Although they had never met before, the shared circumstances rendered Itachi particularly fond of Shugo. However, at that moment, Shugo was far too consumed by elation to acknowledge Itachi's greeting. Realizing the good news that Inuzuka Tsuki had just conveyed, Shugo's heart brimmed with overwhelming joy, and he could scarcely believe his ears as he inquired, "Are you saying?" "Indeed, it pertains to the solution I promised you regarding your clan's sage art physique. First, allow me to meet with Lord Orochimaru, and shortly thereafter, I shall assist you," Inuzuka Tsuki replied with a smile. "Please, follow me." Upon learning that Inuzuka Tsuki had found a remedy for the sage clan's erratic physique, Shugo was beside himself with joy, promptly leading Inuzuka Tsuki into the Sound Ninja Village and arriving at the entrance of an underground laboratory. "Wait for me here." Upon reaching the laboratory door, Inuzuka Tsuki cheerfully instructed the others, and then, with a casual stride, entered the laboratory, utilizing the perception granted by Sage Mode. Inuzuka Tsuki traversed several corridors until arriving at a concealed chamber. Pushing open the large laboratory door, he beheld a multitude of Orochimaru's shadow clones tirelessly engaged in research at the workbench. Observing this scene, Inuzuka Tsuki deftly took a beaker and a test tube from one of the clones and joined Orochimaru in his endeavors, casually exchanging pleasantries as he remarked, "Master, you truly are diligent." Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru wearily rubbed his eyes, his distinctive raspy voice uttering, "There is no alternative. The more one knows, the more one becomes acutely aware of their past ignorance. After achieving my goal of immortality through the techniques of impure reincarnation and cloning, my research has gradually slowed, with certain fields even beginning to stagnate. As you are aware, for individuals like us, the sole avenue for enhancing our power lies in the pursuit of truth. If this exploration falters, so too does our advancement in strength." Upon hearing Orochimaru's grievances, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a surge of delight within. Orochimaru's pursuit of truth had stagnated, rendering the moment ripe for counsel. With this thought in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from expressing it outright. Instead, he smiled and deftly shifted the topic. "Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. I have come to seek your guidance, for I have uncovered a new system of cultivation. This not only fulfills our earlier promise to the Uzumaki clan, but also serves as a foundational framework for broader dissemination. I have named it the Golden Elixir Flow System. As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki produced a scroll from his robes and presented it to Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru dispelled all his shadow clones. In a manner reminiscent of the past, Inuzuka Tsuki retrieved some freshly brewed tea from the cabinet of the experimental table, assisting Orochimaru in alleviating the memory shock from his shadow clones. It is worth noting that only someone like Orochimaru, who has undergone bodily transformation, could withstand such an ordeal. For an ordinary person engaging in scientific research through the shadow clone technique, the ensuing memory shock and mental fatigue could easily lead to cerebral demise. After accepting the tea from Inuzuka Tsuki, Orochimaru took a sip and eagerly unfurled the scroll to peruse its contents. If anyone in the ninja world were cursed by knowledge, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. Combining curse seals, chakra vessels, and sealing techniques is a remarkable feat. By utilizing materials from chakra vessels to create elixirs, and then employing the method of sealing tailed beasts to embed these elixirs within a host, one could cultivate using a technique akin to Tsunade-in sealing, thereby storing vast amounts of Senjutsu chakra. Although this still constitutes an integration of existing technologies, the overall concept of cultivation is nothing short of ingenious. Delightedly examining the scroll in hand, Orochimaru extolled its virtues, for the system had thoroughly studied the properties of Senjutsu chakra, and he was acutely aware of the immense value held by techniques that could enable one to maintain Sage Mode for 24 hours. This is largely thanks to the inspiration provided by you, Lord Jiraiya, and Lady Tsunade. The Curse Seal, Senjutsu, and In sealing represent the core strengths of my mentors and their predecessors. And it is only by standing on the shoulders of giants that I could integrate them so seamlessly, Tsuki humbly replied with a smile. Tsuki, you truly are a master of flattery. Orochimaru teased back, amused by Tsuki's reverse compliments. Indeed, this is the truth. When constructing this new cultivation system, I certainly drew upon the ultimate techniques of the three legendary ninjas. Tsuki defended with a smile, acknowledging that no one dislikes receiving praise, Orochimaru included. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Have you come to me because this cultivation system has encountered difficulties? Orochimaru inquired directly. While a measure of flattery can be beneficial for both body and mind, neither of them favored pointless conversation, prompting Orochimaru to appropriately terminate the exchange of pleasantries. Indeed, I cannot hide this from you. The sole limitation to promoting this cultivation system lies in the materials. The ingredients for crafting the elixir are derived from chakra vessels known as the Outer Path Golem. Currently, I possess a limited supply of such materials. Aside from what I have reserved for my subordinates, I can only provide you with one finger of a golem for research. After a brief pause, Tsuki continued, furthermore, as far as I know, even if we were to obtain the Outer Path Golem, it would not suffice to supply all of Konoha, and eventually, we will exhaust our resources. Thus, we must seek alternative materials. This dilemma regarding the search for substitutes is beyond my capacity to resolve and can only rely on your expertise, Master. Hearing this, Orochimaru chuckled bitterly and said, You truly have a knack for presenting me with challenges. My current projects are piling up like mountains. In response to Orochimaru's complaint, Inuzuka smiled and remarked, As the saying goes, those capable must bear more burdens. You, Master, are the strongest research-oriented ninja in the shinobi world. Such formidable challenges can only be entrusted to you. After a brief discussion, they finalized the details regarding the materials for the elixir. Inuzuka then proposed, Master, would you be interested in witnessing a demonstration of the elixir cultivation system? I have set aside a portion of materials specifically for Showu. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips, genuinely intrigued by the method of cultivating the golden core. He mused that witnessing it firsthand might spark inspiration for his other research endeavors. Thus, he remarked, Let us observe it then. It will surely delight that little fellow, Chongwu. With that, Orochimaru led the way, and Inuzuka Tsuki followed his guidance into a new laboratory. At that moment, the villagers of Sound and the three reserved disciples brought by Tsuki gathered anxiously in a corner, keenly observing the scene unfolding at the center of the lab. As before, Inuzuka Tsuki produced a well-repaired small outer and meticulously inscribed it with seals and enchantments. After several hours of diligent work, Tsuki rose to form the necessary hand seals for the sealing technique. Instantly, the small outer at the center collapsed into a diminutive golden core, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, slightly smaller than the one Tsuki utilized. Its appearance mirrored Tsuki's golden core, encased in an intricate lattice of runic chains, resembling a wooden sphere. Subsequently, Tsuki beckoned Chongwu to approach, inscribing the 5-element seal upon him in the manner of sealing a jinchuriki. Observing Tsuki's fervent activity, Chongwu felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, his expression betraying his anxiety. The conundrum that had plagued their village for millennia was on the verge of resolution. Yet he found it difficult to believe, hesitantly questioning, My lord, is success truly attainable? Fear not, I have succeeded once before. This is a thoroughly developed technique. Tsuki reassured him with a smile, then gradually rose, forming over 100 seals. Chapter 59, The Bewitchment of Orochimaru's Seal. Tsuki commanded,
lowering the golden core into Chongwu's being. The moment the sealing was completed, Chongwu felt the natural energy that had long been pinned up within him suddenly find an outlet, all drawn into the small sphere. The bloodthirsty thoughts that had burdened his mind for so long vanished in an instant, and he had never felt such liberation in his body before. "My lord, you have succeeded," Chongwu exclaimed with exuberance, tears of joy streaming down his face. Witnessing Chongwu's ecstatic outburst, Itachi, standing in the corner, clenched his fists tightly. His breath heavy. Even he, usually composed, could not contain his emotions. Observing the elated Chongwu, Tsuki brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and cheerfully instructed. "Try to gradually transfer your chakra essence into the golden core, merging your cultivated chakra with the natural abilities within it to refine sage chakra. Then attempt to extract it once more." Upon hearing this, Chongwu eagerly nodded, obediently settling into a meditative position to integrate the sage chakra as instructed by Tsuki. Moments later, he sprang from the experimental table, kneeling before Tsuki in a torrent of tears, declaring, "Lord Tsuki, I vow here that our clan shall forever follow you, dedicating our strength to your cause, even at the cost of our lives." Taken aback by Chongwu's sudden pledge of loyalty, Tsuki was unperturbed, smiling as he reassured. "There is no need for such fervor. This was a promise made by me and my teacher to you. However, due to the limitations of materials for crafting the golden core, this solution cannot yet be widely shared with your kin. Serve Orochimaru well, and once new materials are found, the shackles of your clan's fate will be fully undone." Having witnessed Tsuki's initiation of Chongwu into the golden core cultivation, besides Itachi, Orochimaru wore an expression of excitement. As a researcher, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this cultivation system. Both he and Tsuki had encountered the White Snake Sage and understood the ability of sage chakra to mitigate human aging. Under the nurturing of sage arts, it was said that the White Snake Sage lived for centuries, and with the golden core cultivation system, Orochimaru could also achieve longevity, replacing his body every few hundred years. "My teacher, what are your thoughts after witnessing all this?" After bidding farewell to the children from Sound Village and the trio from Konoha, Tsuki and Orochimaru strolled through the fields near Sound Village when Tsuki suddenly inquired, "Are you referring to the prospects of this cultivation system?" Orochimaru retorted, perplexed, as he struggled to grasp Tsuki's intent. "Of course not. I have long anticipated the prospects of this cultivation system. I seek reflections on a more grandiose scale." Tsuki paused, seemingly composing his thoughts, before continuing, "The golden core cultivation is merely an integration of existing ninjutsu and techniques. The principles are not complex. However, if it could be extensively promoted, it could unleash a force capable of transforming the entire ninja world. If a spark of inspiration were to strike you, I believe you could also unravel this method of cultivation. I ponder whether you feel that the pace of your research has slowed because your inspirations have dwindled. Have you considered that, relying solely on your current approach, you may never achieve significant breakthroughs, even if you devote your entire life to it?" Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation for a considerable time, suddenly uttering an offhand remark. "Moon, the pain following the dissolution of my shadow clones has been diminishing of late. Are you suggesting that your research progress has slowed, with the impact of new memories from the shadow clones becoming increasingly negligible?" In response to Orochimaru's lament, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled. "Truly, you are my most exceptional disciple. Conversing with you is such a delight." However, despite the praise, Orochimaru's tone was laced with concern, devoid of any joy. For a researcher like Orochimaru, the setbacks in scientific inquiry were profoundly disheartening. Once one grasps the core principles, they can unleash tremendous power, with all other forces merely extensions of these fundamental laws. Inuzuka Tsuki, who had traversed from the modern world, could empathize deeply with Orochimaru's sentiments. It was akin to the absence of relativity rendering nuclear weaponry unattainable. All other forms of power merely extend from these essential truths. Orochimaru's stagnation in research significantly hampered his potential for advancement. In the original narrative, it could be said that Orochimaru had wandered for decades, forsaking the pursuit of essential truths for the triviality of bloodline pursuits. Now, under the influence of Inuzuka Tsuki, Orochimaru had utilized cloning technology to create superior reincarnations for himself. Yet, after overcoming the challenges of reincarnation and making substantial progress in strength, he found his path still obstructed. After gathering his thoughts, Inuzuka Tsuki remarked with a smile, "Orochimaru-sensei, I believe our current difficulties stem from two main aspects. First, the financial issue. The funding gap for our project is widening. We lack the resources to acquire many new instruments, and numerous ideas must be temporarily shelved due to financial constraints, severely hindering our research progress. Even with the daimyo of the Land of Rice providing national support, it is but a drop in the bucket, scarcely bridging the funding gap. Second, the foundational issue. Don't you feel it, sensei? On this protracted journey of scientific inquiry, there are remarkably few who can accompany you. Relying solely on you makes it increasingly challenging to manage all project timelines. We cannot detach ourselves from the existing societal foundation while aspiring to develop technologies that transcend centuries. We require a multitude of technical talents. On one hand, these talents can undertake peripheral, less critical research tasks, allowing you to concentrate on cutting-edge studies. Yet, The reality is that even the cleaning of the laboratory is performed by your shadow clones, for apart from you, no one else can maintain such a high-end facility. On the other hand, they can provide us with inspiration. For an individual, a fleeting insight akin to the golden elixir cultivation method is exceedingly rare. However, such moments are fortuitous and elusive. For this predicament, the only strategy one can conceive is to increase the base number, if we can engage thousands. If not tens of thousands, in participation, surely someone will possess a stroke of genius. Tsuki, do you have any concrete solutions? Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's proposal, Orochimaru inquired eagerly. Having been tormented for ages by the stagnation of his current technologies, amused by Orochimaru's inquiry, Inuzuka Tsuki produced a scroll from his robes and handed it to him, stating, "My proposal is to vie for the position of Hokage, using it as a springboard to propel the advancement of the entire world and elevate the technological standards globally. Harnessing the strength of the multitude of Fire Country citizens to assist us in our scientific endeavors, even if those elite researchers are scarce. Among the millions of citizens in the Fire Country, there will surely emerge over 10,000 highly qualified researchers." Chapter 60. The coup proposal. The specific plan is to rely on the Shenlong group to systematically monetize our existing technologies, distributing the profits to the various ninja clans and civilian ninjas of Konoha, by binding them with incentives, enticing them with external seals, and the golden elixir cultivation method. We can unify their thoughts through the declaration of the will of fire. As he spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki handed over a slim booklet, which contained his newly crafted version of the declaration of the will of fire, and continued, "By undertaking this, we shall, at most, endure for a year, after which we will bind the majority of Konoha's ninjas to our cause, transforming them into our staunch supporters. At that point, only remnants of the old era will remain by the side of the third Hokage, and with your esteemed reputation. A single call will rally all Konoha ninjas to support you as the new Hokage. There lies a splendid opportunity before us. We possess the would-release chakra liquid technology, which is already triggering a revolution in agriculture. Through our agricultural advantages, we will transform the entire agricultural system. In the future, farmers in the Fire Country will find that cultivating the land is increasingly unprofitable, leading to a significant decrease in the population engaged in farming. Once you ascend to the position of Hokage, we will liberate these human resources from the land and redirect them into industrial sectors, extending our developmental reach into transportation, energy, communications, steel, daily necessities, and various other domains, generating immense wealth. Those who have departed from the land will also accumulate a certain degree of wealth. Subsequently, we will foster foundational education, nurturing specialized technical talents among their progeny, thus achieving a technological leap for the entire world." After listening to Inuzuka Tsuki's grand vision, even Orochimaru fell silent. After briefly reviewing the declaration of the will of fire, Orochimaru pondered for a long time before exclaiming, "Tsuki, do you intend to upend the entire shinobi world?" In response, Inuzuka Tsuki offered no explanation, merely responding humbly, "Even if I do not initiate this upheaval, others will inevitably do so in due time. However, despite our comprehensive plans for this revolution, we will encounter numerous challenges. Both the Land of Fire and the other four great nations impose stringent controls over essential trade, such as food, which directly affects the livelihood of the populace. Without formidable protection, our agricultural revolution may very well attract the ire of the old powers represented by the feudal lords. Furthermore, during the technological transition, we will face myriad obstacles necessitating a robust governing body. Unfortunately, the administrative capacity of the Land of Fire is inferior to that of our Hidden Leaf. We cannot rely on them." In conclusion, Inuzuka Tsuki stated, "The current ruling institution of the Land of Fire does not meet our requirements. Moreover, throughout this technological transformation, we will gradually erode the administrative and tax powers of the feudal lords, rendering them our natural adversaries. We must establish a new, powerful governing body to implement our entire plan. If only my teacher could ascend as the fifth Hokage, many complications would be alleviated. At that point, we could establish a shogunate in the Land of Fire, with my teacher concurrently serving as shogun, effectively treating the feudal lords as mere livestock." Having articulated the entirety of his plan in one breath, Inuzuka Tsuki took a sip of water to soothe his throat and gazed expectantly at Orochimaru. Struck by the ambitious scheme of his disciple, Orochimaru remained silent for a considerable time, unable to utter a word. Finally, he could only express his admiration, saying, "Tsuki, you are truly destined to become a Hokage, just like Minato Namikaze." Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki felt somewhat speechless. Whenever the topic of Hokage arose, Orochimaru invariably diverted the conversation to Minato Namikaze. Only he, as Orochimaru's disciple, understood the deep-seated resentment Orochimaru harbored regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to pass the mantle to Minato. Aware of Orochimaru's lingering jealousy toward Minato, Inuzuka Tsuki could only offer a reluctant consolation. "Master, the fourth Hokage has been deceased for nearly 3 years now. There is truly no need for you to dwell on it so. If you can realize your grand vision, you shall surpass the first Hokage and become the greatest Hokage in history." Subsequently, both remained silent, leisurely strolling outside the village of sound. The recent revelations had been profoundly shocking, and Orochimaru required time to process them, while Inuzuka Tsuki awaited Orochimaru's stance of support. Tsuki's personal strength was still inadequate, and his influence was insufficient. Relying solely on himself to execute this coup would likely take several years. To conserve time and expedite the coup, thereby consolidating greater forces to confront the Otsutsuki, Orochimaru's prestige was indispensable. If he could garner Orochimaru's support, the coup could be advanced significantly. Master Orochimaru, what are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan? Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly inquired, perhaps feeling the wait was too tedious. Orochimaru, without raising his head, appeared somewhat distracted. Clearly, he held no interest in the Uchiha's bloodline, which could influence mental states and personal judgment. Yet, upon being questioned by his disciple, he replied, during the era of the second Hokage, the village conducted an research on the Uchiha's bloodline, ultimately concluding that they are a cursed clan. How so? Inuzuka Tsuki, already aware of the answer, feigned ignorance to draw out the discussion. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a remarkably unique bloodline, capable of continuous evolution. But the price of such evolution is often unbearable. Their kin must rely on intense emotional turmoil induced by suffering to enhance their bloodline's power, such as the death of a loved one, a collapse of faith, or disillusionment with a certain reality. This anguish is not something the average person can endure, and the evolution of the Sharingan further entraps them in that suffering. According to the research of the second Hokage, the pinnacle of Sharingan evolution is known as the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, and only those Uchiha who possess it may be considered truly powerful. However, due to the nature of their bloodline's evolution, the Uchiha strong are often extremely radical, with each pair of eternal Meijiki Sharingan wielders being a volatile threat. This was also one of the reasons the second Hokage established a police force to manage them. Though all this was common knowledge, Inuzuka Tsuki listened intently until Orochimaru finished, finally remarking, "We must strive to keep the Uchiha from engaging in the brutal wars of the ninja world, minimizing their chances of awakening the eternal Meijiki." One must admit, the second Hokage was rather astute. Haha. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's praise of the second Hokage, even though Orochimaru held a profound respect for the second Hokage, he couldn't help but scoff derisively. Preventing the outbreak of the Shinobi World War was merely one of the reasons, and not even the primary one. From a personal standpoint, the second Hokage harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the Uchiha clan, which explains why he assigned all the undesirable policing duties to them, thereby gradually isolating the Uchiha within the village. Once the Uchiha were devoid of their Sharingan, the second Hokage would not hesitate to eradicate them altogether. He had been scheming for this for quite some time. Yet, fate was unkind, and he met his demise far too early. Chapter 61, Orochimaru's Dilemma. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled softly and remarked, "However, did not Danzo-senpai inherit the will of the second Hokage? He has been patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike against the Uchiha clan. Yet, the aspirations of the second Hokage may very well be dashed. Oh, have there been any recent developments in the village? Could it be that the Uchiha have unveiled a new Meijiki Sharingan, thereby enhancing their power?" Orochimaru inquired with keen interest upon hearing Tsuki's mention of the second Hokage's thwarted plans. "Not quite," Tsuki replied. "A mere one or two pairs of Meijiki Sharingan cannot sway the balance of power between the village and the Uchiha. Rather, it is due to a certain Uchiha youth who has witnessed the second Hokage's experiments, as well as my endeavors to liberate Go from his destiny. He now seeks to alter the evolutionary process of the Sharingan through technological means, with the hope of changing the fate of the Uchiha clan. As you know, technology is a wondrous thing. From a cosmic perspective, the curiosity of the first humans about the sky led to their eventual ascent into the heavens in but a fleeting moment. When a question emerges, it signifies that a solution will inevitably follow." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's interest was piqued further, a mysterious smile gracing his features. "Are you referring to that Uchiha lad you brought along? A youth burdened with ideals, determined to save his clan? Apart from Ryangwu, I never expected such an inspiring tale to have a sequel. It is indeed fascinating." Evidently, Orochimaru's personal inclinations had undergone a peculiar transformation. Reminiscent of his own words in the original narrative, "Previously, I aspired to become the wind, sweeping across lands to turn windmills. Now, I yearn to be the windmill, awaiting the breeze that will set me in motion." He increasingly found himself enamored by the narratives of children who, through relentless effort, ultimately realized their dreams. At times, he would even assume the role of a mysterious elder, intervening to offer guidance, and then observing their progress from a distance. Perhaps this affinity stemmed from his own existence as an immortal. From the perspective of one who surpasses time, such endeavors indeed appear more captivating. The situation concerning the Uchiha clan is unique. I believe the third Hokage and Elder Danzo have not handled the Uchiha issue effectively. If the intention is to eradicate the Uchiha clan once and for all, one must first adopt a conciliatory approach, presenting a facade of weakness to incite their arrogance and lower their guard, thus allowing for a decisive strike when the moment is ripe. Conversely, if the aim is to pacify the Uchiha, it is imperative to win their hearts through gentle persuasion, fostering loyalty between the Uchiha and the village to prevent the emergence of rebellion. Both strategies are dichotomous. Either one must act decisively or abstain altogether. In either case, the current approach of the third Hokage, allowing Danzo's provocations to persist while suppressing the Uchiha, is far less effective. The third Hokage is cultivating the very soil of insurrection. I believe that if Orochimaru were to assume the position of Hokage, he would adeptly navigate the tumult surrounding the Uchiha clan, perhaps mirroring the second or fourth Hokage by taking an Uchiha disciple under his wing, which would be a prudent choice. Inuzuka Tsuki analyzed the third Hokage's policies and began reflecting, subtly mentioning the fourth Hokage to entice Orochimaru to join the fray for the position of Hokage. How is it that you comprehend what Sarutobi-sensei fails to see? It appears he is indeed growing feeble, Orochimaru remarked, taking a rare jab at the third Hokage. In the original narrative, Naruto's moments of piercing his palm with kunai symbolize unwavering conviction. Notably, during the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru too pierced his wrist with a kunai to reinforce his resolve, seeking to persuade others to sever ties with the third Hokage, a task fraught with difficulty. At this juncture, Konoha's policy towards the Uchiha is bewildering. The upper echelons of the ninja clans are overtly distrustful of the Uchiha, yet the third Hokage, as the leader, neither seeks to dispel this distrust nor employs decisive measures to obliterate the Uchiha threat and curtail the escalation of conflict. Instead, he permits Danzo to incessantly provoke and taunt the Uchiha clan. It is akin to facing a rare dilemma, A or B, after much contemplation. Sarutobi chose Er, which bears little distinction from apathy. If such an approach could alleviate the Uchiha dilemma, it would require divine intervention to yield results. Indeed, rather than allowing the third Hokage to commit errors that would lead to his ousting, it would be more prudent for us to facilitate his removal and rectify those mistakes. Inuzuka Tsuki continued to entice, stating, even as Hokage, you would encounter the Uchiha conundrum. Emulating the second Hokage by taking an Uchiha disciple would be a commendable choice. I believe Itachi is a remarkable candidate, exceptional, and, more importantly, steadfast in his convictions. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru looked at his disciple with a hint of surprise. He was immensely satisfied with this disciple in every aspect. If he were to ascend to the position of Hokage, Inuzuka Tsuki would undoubtedly be the next in line. As for Ikado, Orochimaru dismissed the absurd thought from his mind. He never anticipated that his well-trained disciple would present him with a challenger today, or rather, 3 potential challengers. With this in mind, Orochimaru recalled Yakushi Kabuto and Yamanaka Kaze, prompting him to inquire, who were the other two? Yakushi Kabuto, the adopted son of the root spy Yakushi Nanoyu, was a rare talent who could proficiently wield sage techniques at such a young age. Yamanaka Kaze, assigned to me by Danzo, is a member of the Yamanaka clan, whose loyalty has been verified, and he has already begun to master the clan's secret arts. Reflecting on the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, Orochimaru marveled at the village's abundance of talent. Thus, it could be said that Konoha is the largest violent organization and talent pool in the ninja world. Even if my mentor has reservations about the third Hokage, he should not easily relinquish the position of first heir to Konoha. Inuzuka Tsuki gently persuaded, presenting facts and reasoning that seemed to sway Orochimaru, who nodded imperceptibly. However, the notion that Inuzuka Tsuki had found 3 rivals, one of whom had the Uchiha clan as a backing, made Orochimaru regard him with an odd expression. Unfazed by Orochimaru's scrutiny, Inuzuka Tsuki replied, "It's not as complicated as you think, master. At least in my generation, the position of Hokage is undisputed. Even if they aspire to the role, Itachi and the others can only contend for the next generation. Furthermore, power is merely a tool for us to explore the supreme forces of this world. If we become enamored with it, we will soon become the next third Hokage or Danzo." Inuzuka Tsuki's words startled Orochimaru. Moments ago, as Tsuki convinced him to vie for the position of Hokage, he had even envisioned himself clad in ceremonial robes and adorned with the Hokage hat. Yet, Tsuki's final statement felt like a cold splash of water over him. Becoming enamored with power would only lead to one losing their way. As explorers, they should pursue that supreme force, with everything being merely a means to that lofty goal. Chapter 62. Inuzuka Tsuki versus Orochimaru Tsuki. I am gratified by your understanding. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before continuing onward. An exceptional disciple instills a sense of accomplishment in a teacher, making them feel they have nurtured a genius. Yet, in reality, such brilliance stems from the disciple's own merit, with the teacher's guidance merely serving as an embellishment. After a while, the master and disciple arrived at a vast expanse of grassland. Orochimaru halted, turned, and gazed toward the direction of Konoha. Despite Inuzuka Tsuki presenting various arguments, Orochimaru hesitated to engage in conflict with the third Hokage. After a prolonged silence, as if having made a resolute decision, Orochimaru said to Inuzuka Tsuki, "Tsuki, we have been apart for so long, and I have yet to assess your strength. Today, allow me to see how much you have grown." At the same time, Orochimaru placed the weight of his decision about confronting the third Hokage upon this battle. Should Tsuki triumph, he would choose to face Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru thought to himself. Multiple serpent hands. In an instant, Orochimaru entered sage mode, launching an immediate assault without granting Tsuki a moment to react. As a ninja, stealth was paramount, and with Orochimaru, there would be no forewarning. At most, he would refrain from delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, countless serpent heads erupted from his sleeves, lunging toward Inuzuka Tsuki with gaping maws. Unfazed by the onslaught of serpentine jaws, Tsuki summoned a gust of wind chakra, although the scale of his chakra appeared diminished compared to his previous wind-style chakra mode. With even the wind blades that once danced around him now absent. Wind release, quick draw slash. Remaining stationary, Inuzuka Tsuki unsheathed the wind god sword, unleashing a pale blue chakra wind blade toward the serpent heads. Just as they were about to collide, the chakra wind blade shattered into myriad wind blade remnants, reducing all incoming serpent heads to mere fragments. Unlike the previous whirlwind that accompanied his wind-style chakra mode, Tsuki now contained his chakra. With the wind blades that once appeared around him completely vanished, the wind chakra enveloped him, resembling a light blue chakra armor. Have you developed a new technique? Seeing the transformed Inuzuka Tsuki, Orochimaru inquired with intrigue. Indeed, Sage Mode not only significantly amplifies the power of ninjutsu but also enhances perception and chakra control, Tsuki clarified, elaborating. Moreover, prolonged exposure to Sage Chakra seems to have altered my body, enabling me to maintain my current form, albeit relying on shaping seals. Master, this is my newly developed ninjutsu, Wind God Mode, built upon Sage Mode. Be cautious. As Tsuki concluded, he vanished from his position, reappearing instantaneously above Orochimaru, bringing the Wind God Sword down forcefully toward Orochimaru's head. Clang! Orochimaru brandished the Kusanagi sword to parry. The Wind God Sword and Kusanagi sword clashing with a resonant metallic ring. Before the echoes faded, both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously, the fierce sword light enveloping them as their blades met, erupting in a shower of sparks. Clang, 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 clang. Both combatants exhibited remarkable agility, their blades darting toward each other's vital points like two venomous serpents. In a moment, the battlefield was illuminated with flashing sword lights, occasionally sending wild grass fluttering through the air. Orochimaru's battle experience surpassed that of Inuzuka Tsuki, allowing him to exploit a flaw. With the sound of rushing wind, he aimed to strike toward Tsuki's throat. It's over, Tsuki, Orochimaru murmured, aware that Tsuki possessed the steel-release bloodline. Yet he believed it could not withstand the sharp Kusanagi sword. Inuzuka Tsuki, undeterred by the incoming blade, confronted Orochimaru head-on, lunging directly toward the sword's edge, his long sword piercing toward Orochimaru's chest. Swoosh! Clang! The sound of steel meeting flesh and the clash of metal resonated simultaneously as Tsuki's Wind God Sword pierced through Orochimaru's heart with ease, while the Kusanagi sword failed to breach Tsuki's skin, leaving merely a faint scratch upon his throat. What astonishing defense! Orochimaru marveled at the incredible scene before him. Has your steel release ability been enhanced too? Indeed, the Golden Elixir Flow Sage technique strengthens all ninjutsu comprehensively, and steel release is no exception, Tsuki replied. Now, let me test your current defenses. With that, Orochimaru hurled the Kusanagi sword into the air, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Seeing this, Inuzuka Tsuki promptly prepared to withdraw his sword, but was firmly grasped by Orochimaru's arm after he completed the seals. From the ground behind Orochimaru, a vine suddenly erupted, coiling around the airborne Kusanagi sword, using its momentum to strike down toward Inuzuka Tsuki. The Kusanagi sword, a divine weapon, coupled with the force of inertia, made Tsuki's expression shift as he quickly summoned a vast amount of Sage Chakra to bolster his steel release defense. Steel release, body of gods and demons. With a shout, the Kusanagi sword crashed against Tsuki's arm, rebounding with a deafening explosion that shattered his left arm's protective wrist guard, leaving a shallow wound that oozed a trickle of blood. Such terrifying defense. Orochimaru was taken aback. The regenerative capabilities of the first Hokage's clone were indeed extraordinary, observing that Orochimaru remained unaffected despite having his heart pierced. Inuzuka Tsuki drew forth the sword of the wind god and praised, Master, my swordsmanship is inherited from your serpent flow technique. If this battle were to be decided through taijutsu, you would likely not stand a chance against me. After complimenting Orochimaru, Tsuki teased with a smile, Tsuki, I am truly astonished by your strength, speed, and defense. You have surpassed that group from the hidden cloud. Orochimaru rasped his admiration, maintaining an air of indifference. In a battle employing techniques from the same school, naturally, the party with superior physical attributes holds the advantage, with an abundance of senjutsu chakra augmenting him. Inuzuka Tsuki's physical prowess exceeded Orochimaru's, yet the physical capabilities of the Hashirama clone were equally formidable, ensuring that Orochimaru was not entirely at a disadvantage. Tsuki, why not test my newfound power? Orochimaru declared, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Senjutsu, would release. Birth of the World Trees. Senjutsu, would release. Wood Dragon Technique. In an instant, twisted trees erupted from the ground, encircling Inuzuka Tsuki in their midst. Numerous vines writhed furiously, coiling at Orochimaru's feet to form 8 majestic wooden dragons. With cold, piercing gazes, the 8 dragons loomed over Tsuki, who stood at the center, while Orochimaru perched atop the head of the largest dragon, 9 eyes gleaming with mockery. Chapter 63, The Memory of the Soul. Experiencing the legendary wood release for the first time, Inuzuka Tsuki was filled with curiosity. What power did this force, said to have quelled tumultuous ears, truly possess? Surrounded by 8 wooden dragons, Tsuki did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he scrutinized the dragons, hoping to discern their characteristics and strengths. He sensed that even without making contact with the vines, he could feel a subtle suppression of his chakra. Is this the wood release of the first Hokage? Truly breathtaking. Tsuki marveled internally. If Orochimaru's wood release was of such scale and might, one could only imagine the awe-inspiring spectacle when wielded by the first Hokage himself. It is worth noting that even with a perfectly replicated Hashirama clone, Orochimaru's acquired power was still devoid of the aspect derived from Asura's reincarnation, leaving his mastery of wood release lacking in comparison to the original. Just as the true ace up the sleeve of the first Hokage in Sage mode was the Senjutsu, wood release, true Thousand Hands, Orochimaru had merely summoned 8 wooden dragons. Tsuki did not believe that Orochimaru could reserve his strength during their skirmish, suggesting that the scene before him was indeed the limit of Orochimaru's wood release capabilities. After a meticulous examination of the wood release's effects, Inuzuka Tsuki decided to unleash his true power, channeling Senjutsu chakra into the sword of the wind god. Instantly, a 10-meter-long wind blade extended from the sword, pointing menacingly at the wooden dragons. Seeing Tsuki prepared, Orochimaru ceased waiting, emitting a low chuckle before gesturing, prompting the 8 wooden dragons to surge towards Tsuki. Undeterred, Tsuki raised the wind blade, confronting the dragons, and the battlefield erupted in clouds of dust and explosive sounds. Not far from the battlefield, on a large tree, Itachi, Kabuto, Jago, and Kimimaro crouched on the branches, gazing in awe at the distant clash. Is this what battles between masters look like? It's simply astonishing, one remarked. Should we assist Lord Orochimaru? Honglian timidly inquired, aware that even together they would merely be cannon fodder in such a grand conflict. Especially since the dark-haired boy named Itachi and the white-haired boy named Kabuto were both brought by that man. In response, Jago shook his head, saying, Lord Orochimaru and Tsuki are merely sparring. I sense no malice from them, thus there is no need for assistance. Moreover, even if we joined forces, it would not alter the outcome. Kimimaro, awestruck, could hardly find words, realizing that only by reaching such strength could one become a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Hey, dark-haired brat. White-haired brat. I will surely defeat you both and prove to Lord Orochimaru that I alone am the most exceptional candidate to be his new disciple. Kimimaro suddenly provoked Itachi and Kabuto beside him. Neither the precocious Kabuto nor the composed Itachi responded to Kimimaro's taunt. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, turning to Kimimaro with a gentle smile, though his thoughts were entirely elsewhere as he subtly glanced at the unresponsive Itachi, reflecting, the arrogant Uchiha heir is utterly detestable, no matter how one views it. On the battlefield, Inuzuka Tsuki looked up at the remaining 4 wooden dragons, his gaze gradually calming. Perhaps due to the exaggerated portrayal of wood release in the original narrative, he had held unrealistic assessments of its power. Upon direct engagement, Tsuki realized that the strength of the wood release was not insurmountable. While the wooden dragons were indeed formidable and possessed the ability to absorb chakra, their defensive capabilities were lacking. With the enhancement from the wind release, the sword of the wind god could easily rend the bodies of the wooden dragons. However, Orochimaru's wood release also held its own dazzling aspects. In Tsuki's line of sight, new wooden dragons were steadily forming, suggesting that unless Orochimaru's chakra was exhausted, this battle would never conclude. After severing 4 wooden dragons, Tsuki exhaled, realizing that his efforts were ultimately futile. As long as they remained within the birth of the world trees, no matter how he fought, the wooden dragons would never be eradicated. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki waved away the chakra blade from the sword of the wind god, sheathing the sword once more. He then extended his hands to form seals, concluding that since the wooden dragons were inexhaustible, he would unleash the power of a high-level ninjutsu to obliterate the entire forest. As he completed the seals, Tsuki shouted, Wind release, wings of the wind. Instantly, 2 pale blue wings sprouted from the wind armor enveloping Tsuki, and as they flapped, the rich wind attribute wings lifted him into the air. In a sense, the ability to fly also signified a ninja's formidable strength. Tsuki feared that upon encountering Conan next time, she would take to the skies and engage him in guerrilla tactics. Therefore, after developing the golden elixir cultivation system, Tsuki immediately set about researching flight capabilities. Essentially, ninjutsu was merely a transformation and alteration of chakra's form and nature, and this held true for all ninjutsu. Thanks to his enhanced chakra control from Sage Arts, Tsuki swiftly developed the wind release, wings of the wind, which, while impressive, had a rather taxing chakra consumption. Ascending into the air, Inuzuka Tsuki quickly completed the hand seals and exclaimed, Senjutsu, wind release, storm dance. In an instant, a ferocious tornado rapidly formed around Inuzuka Tsuki, concealing within it countless blades of wind that seemed to flay the very essence of the world. The tumultuous storm enveloped the entire realm created by Orochimaru. The earth trembled, the sky quivered, and the trees within the forest were uprooted and swept skyward by the ferocious winds, while the 8 wooden dragons were torn asunder by the tempest. The storm's reach expanded, soon affecting Orochimaru's very being. The enhancement of Sage Chakra upon ninjutsu was vividly manifested in Inuzuka Tsuki. The golden elixir sealed by Inuzuka Tsuki was crafted from the finest materials for chakra absorption in the entire ninja realm, and coupled with his long-term state in Sage mode. He was continuously influenced by Sage Chakra. When he desired it, his single burst of chakra was not inferior to that of Shinja Hashirama. Thus, the scope of the wind release surpassed even the realm of the forest creation, as Orochimaru's creation was utterly obliterated by the tempest unleashed by Inuzuka Tsuki. Witnessing this scene, Orochimaru was struck with awe, yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, forming seals with haste as he intoned, Sage Art, Earth Release, Earth Prison. Having seen his ninjutsu effortlessly countered by Inuzuka Tsuki, he could only summon a substantial earthen wall to encase himself. After a considerable time, the dust settled, and Inuzuka Tsuki dissipated the wings of wind behind him, gracefully returning to the ground. The sound of cracking earth echoed as Orochimaru's summoned prison crumbled, revealing his true form. Gazing at the student before him, who far exceeded his expectations, Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled, saying, Tsuki, to have nurtured such an exceptional disciple. It seems I have surpassed that fool Jiraiya. I concede. This disciple had indeed surpassed him in strength, even eclipsing his own master, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In terms of power, Inuzuka Tsuki had qualified to become Hokage. All that remained was the recognition of the entire village. The two dispelled their battle stances and turned towards the Sound Village. After exchanging a few words regarding their plans, Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly inquired, Master, what are your thoughts on those three children? Recalling the demeanor of Uchiha Itachi, Yakushi Kabuto, and Yamashiro Aoi, Orochimaru hesitated before responding. I have reservations about that Uchiha Itachi. After receiving Orochimaru's approval, Inuzuka Tsuki decided not to linger in the Sound Village any longer. As the ancients have said, revolution is not a dinner party. To instigate a coup, he had numerous preparations to undertake. Before departing the Sound Village, Inuzuka Tsuki sought out Uchiha Itachi, offering him some brief guidance, not on how to be wary of Orochimaru, but rather on the direction of research concerning the Sharingan. Indeed, upon first encountering the research manuscripts of the second Hokage, Inuzuka Tsuki had formed some conjectures about the Sharingan. According to the second Hokage's research, ninjas from the Uchiha clan produce a unique chakra in response to intense emotional stimuli, which catalyzes the awakening or evolution of the Sharingan. Inuzuka Tsuki speculated that this chakra was a form of highly purine chakra, and that artificially synthesizing such chakra might provide a viable solution. Before leaving the Sound Village, he shared this hypothesis with Itachi, thus providing him with a foundational research direction. Upon departing from the Sound Village, Inuzuka Tsuki chose not to return to his own village, as he was still burdened with a mission from the Root organization, specifically a rather troublesome intelligence-gathering task. This time spent outside the village afforded him ample opportunity. Due to Inuzuka Tsuki's interference during Kabuto's espionage assignment, Danzo retaliated by assigning the task of investigating the movements of the rock-hidden village to Inuzuka Tsuki. Such missions rarely encountered combat, but were incredibly time-consuming, and it was clear Danzo intended to sideline Inuzuka Tsuki. The events of that fateful night in the Death Forest had long since passed, and Danzo likely recognized his cowardly nature. He dared not confront Inuzuka Tsuki directly and chose instead to adopt a stance of ignorance. However, Inuzuka Tsuki had his own considerations. The constraints of the village were too numerous, and he had to remain vigilant against the third Hokage's crystal ball technique. Therefore, he accepted the task. Of course, Inuzuka Tsuki would not personally venture to the land of Earth to undertake such a tedious espionage mission. It was far more advantageous for civilians to conduct such intelligence gathering, as employing numerous agents was precisely what such tasks entailed. By merely observing the flow of provisions and ninja tools, the deployment of the Rock-Hidden Village's military forces would become abundantly clear, and his subordinates would likely execute this task even more efficiently. Arriving at a secret factory affiliated with the Shenlong Group, Inuzuka Tsuki met with the factory's supervisor, instructing them to organize two teams, one to infiltrate the Rock-Hidden Village for espionage, and the other to travel to Konoha to oversee the transportation of super rice seeds, directing all tasks assigned to the village to be coordinated through Mizuki, allowing them to fabricate their own rationale. Since Mizuki had been exposed, Inuzuka Tsuki intended to position him as the designated liaison between the Shenlong Group and the Leaf Village, with the Shenlong Group's coffers brimming. As long as they provided ample task allocations to Konoha, the Shenlong Group would become a substantial patron of the village. And appointing a specific liaison was certainly not an unreasonable request. Inuzuka Tsuki also prepared a plan to be conveyed to Mizuki, Aoi, and Shirzue by the snake ninja, Kazumi. Meanwhile, Mizuki, Aoi, and Shirzue were tirelessly engaged, with only Hyuga occupied with counter-surveillance of Aikido, thus enjoying a brief respite. The trio was diligently working to recruit members for the Will of Fire faction across 3 different groups, but their efforts were not yielding the desired results. Aside from Aoi, who had some success in recruiting from Orochimaru's former subordinates, Mizuki and Shirzue faced considerable difficulty in attracting new members. This was hardly surprising. For ordinary ninjas from Konoha, the third Hokage symbolized the very essence of the Will of Fire, with the third Hokage unifying the village. How could the ninjas and civilians of Konoha be easily persuaded to join an organization claiming to represent the will of fire? The former subordinates of Orochimaru were more inclined to join the will of fire faction due to the unjust treatment they had endured in the wake of his defection, receiving the most arduous tasks while being compensated the least, and whenever an opportunity for promotion to Chunin or Jonin arose, they were inexplicably supplanted by others. This created a profound need for camaraderie among them, and upon discovering a group comprised entirely of Orochimaru's former subordinates, they would naturally find themselves drawn in. If this situation persisted, the tasks assigned by their superiors would inevitably falter. At this moment, the four gathered together, all bearing expressions of distress. When Mizuki spoke first, the ninjas in the village simply do not acknowledge us. During recruitment efforts, some even suspected our motives, forcing me to resort to genjutsu to obscure their memories. Indeed, Aoi replied, only those left behind by Lord Orochimaru recognize us, making it slightly easier to recruit from among them. Just then, a plume of smoke erupted among the four, and the snake ninja Koizumi materialized before them. Without wasting words, she produced a scroll from her person and handed it over to Inuzuka Aoi. Eagerly, Aoi took the scroll and opened it, beckoning the others to join him in examining its contents. The master wishes for us to cooperate with him? Shirzue, with keen insight, was the first to discern the beginning, though the message's content was rather vague, leaving him perplexed by the latter portions. Yes, Aoi confirmed. The master states that the time is ripe. The plan may commence. After perusing the scroll of Inuzuka Tsuki, Aoi, Mizuki, and Hinata Yu displayed enigmatic smiles. The trio tacitly refrained from informing Shirzue, for Tsuki, aware of Shirzue's character, had advised against doubting one's comrades. However, the three were not well acquainted with Shirzue, and his recent demeanor had indeed raised concerns. In matters of political upheaval, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Thus, the trio reached an unspoken agreement to discreetly shield Shirzue, revealing only what he needed to know. Upon seeing the three conclude their examination of the scroll, the snake ninja flicked its tongue and hissed, stating, "Hiss," aside from the scroll. "My lord also sent a message for you, Hiss, to take turns seeking him out for training in the Golden Pill-style ninja arts." Golden Pill-style ninja arts? What is that? Hiss, I do not know. Just go and find out. Hiss, the message has been delivered, and now I must return for my meal. Today, Lord Orochimaru treated me to delicious little white mice. With that, the snake ninja transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. In the past 6 months, Sarutobi Hizashi had rarely found respite, but now a long-awaited smile graced his face, for the village had suddenly received an influx of substantial funds, greatly alleviating its financial strain. Indeed, it was a considerable sum, rather than a mere abundance of task allocations. In Hizashi's view, domestic escort missions, even those classified as C-rank, hardly constituted significant endeavors. Yet, a mysterious consortium known as the Dragon Group had recently inundated Konoha with numerous escort missions classified as B or even A rank, akin to bestowing free gifts upon the village. In the present year of Konoha's 54th era, 3 years had elapsed since the Ninetales incident, yet its scars still lingered over the village. The immense loss of life and the astronomical costs of reconstruction continued to burden Konoha, taking 2 full years to restore even with the aid of feudal lords. This turmoil severely impacted both domestic and international confidence in Konoha's capabilities, resulting in a slight decline in task allocations. Amidst such internal and external tribulations, the Dragon Group emerged as a veritable savior for Konoha. In light of the benefits brought by the Dragon Group, their request to designate all missions to Mizuki was a minor flaw, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Once tasked to Mizuki, it was ultimately up to the village to dictate how those missions were distributed. According to the Dragon Group's manager, Mizuki had once rescued the heiress of the Dragon Group during a mission, a classic tale of heroism. How fortunate he was. Though Mizuki's abilities were somewhat mediocre, his looks were undeniably handsome, reminiscent of my own youthful charm. The aged third Hokage felt a twinge of envy for Mizuki, reflecting on how he had never encountered such exquisite opportunities in his youth. However, thoughts of Mizuki soon turned to concern, for he was a member of Inuzuka Tsuki's team. The fallout from Orochimaru's defection had led to Mizuki being reassigned to the Root Division alongside Tsuki, making it difficult to persuade Danzo to release him. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha, Hinata and Inuzuka Aoi wore amused expressions as they teased the despondent Mizuki. What is the matter? The hero who saved the fair maiden seemed suddenly melancholic. At their words, Mizuki cast a dejected glance at them, lamenting, "Don't mention it. It's all due to the ridiculous excuse concocted by my lord. Little Tsubaki has been threatening to break up every few days. All because of her gaggle of friends, strategist ninja Nara Yui, vanguard ninja Yuzuki Yuka, demolition ninja Yuhi Kurinai, and my own cousin, Inuzuka Hana. Can you please advise your cousin to keep her distance from Tsubaki? Otherwise, I'll be tormented to death by them." At this, Aoi and Hinata erupted into laughter. Suddenly, they felt a renewed appreciation for their singlehood. Observing Mizuki's forlorn state, Hinata chuckled, then couldn't help but muse. At least it spares us from having to serve that rabble in the main family once we have children. Upon hearing these words, Kiba and Mizuki fell into silence. the atmosphere becoming awkward. Hinata's dissatisfaction with the clan was well known among the team, leaving them at a loss for words of comfort. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, Hinata quickly closed his mouth and looked at his two teammates with an apologetic expression. Do not worry, the Lord has promised. And he will not go back on his word. Indeed, the Lord has never spoken falsely. He will surely assist you in lifting the cage bird seal. After a prolonged silence, Kiba and Mizuki resorted to those cliché reassurances to comfort Hinata. The topic had been broached unexpectedly, and sensing the disquiet in the atmosphere, Hinata hastily redirected the conversation, saying, by the way, that Gai Shirzue must have gone to the Lord to train in the Jindan flow ninjutsu. Yes, he made an excuse to leave the village yesterday. I do not understand why the Lord trusts him so much, Mizuki replied, somewhat enviously. Over the past 6 months, the three had gradually practiced the Jindan flow ninjutsu, well aware of its formidable power. With the enhancement of the complete sage mode, Hinata, who was once limited to a radius of 1 meter for his healing technique, could now extend it to over 10 meters. When activating his technique, the chakra storm he summoned resembled a tempest of gale force winds. Thanks to the augmented chakra manipulation from sage mode, Kiba successfully cultivated the long-sought wind release chakra mode, overcoming his previous inability to fuse steel release to withstand the cutting force of wind release chakra. Mizuki had made the most significant advancements. He no longer regarded the tiger seal as a forbidden technique. Each time he invoked it, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall humanoid tiger, akin to a warrior deity. With Shirzue's strength surpassing theirs, it was certain that he would become even more formidable after training in the Jindan flow ninjutsu. This concerned the trio, who knew where his loyalties would lie if a coup were to unfold in the future, whether he would side with the third Hokage. How does it feel? In the training ground, Shirzue stood in awe at the scale of his great fireball technique until Kiba approached and patted him on the shoulder, snapping him back to reality. The great fireball technique was a signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, aside from the number of Tomo in the Sharingan. The power of the great fireball was a crucial measure of an Uchiha's strength. The typical great fireball had a diameter of 5 to 10 meters. When using an external seal, Shirzue's fireball reached a diameter of 15 meters. However, the fireball he had just casually unleashed exceeded 30 meters in diameter. If he were to execute it with full intent, its diameter could potentially reach 50 meters. Most ninjas would be unable to escape the attack range of a 50-meter diameter fireball and would have no choice but to endure it. Not every ninja possesses the ability to deploy a water technique of the same scale as Kisame's, and for the majority, enduring such an attack would mean certain death. Even Susanoo could not completely shield against high-temperature damage. Shirzue knew that even activating it would not suffice against sustained attacks from a fireball of such magnitude. Incredible, Lord! Shirzue marveled at the great fireball he had cast. The Jindan flow ninjutsu can also enhance physical prowess. Perhaps it will even augment your body flicker technique. You can explore it further when you return, Kiba said, feeling a swell of pride at having developed a technique that could impress a master like Shirzue. Before preparing to leave the training ground, Lord, are we going to instigate a rebellion? Shirzue suddenly inquired as Kiba was about to depart. Having spent time together, Shirzue held Kiba in high regard, even venerating him, and he was fond of their current endeavors. In Shirzue's mind, Kiba was their leader. The notion of betrayal was unfathomable to him. Even if Kiba were to raise the banner of rebellion, Shirzue would follow him without hesitation. Yet, rather than a coup, Shirzue hoped Kiba could ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage through peaceful means. His question stemmed from a desire to understand Kiba's stance. It must be said that in the realm of persuasion, Kiba had surpassed Orochimaru, to the point where it could hardly be called brainwashing. It was more akin to unification. Shirzue was different from Mizuki and the others, who either came from humble beginnings or had always trailed behind Kiba, harboring grievances against the village. Shirzue, hailing from one of the founding clans, the Uchiha, with an ancestor who was a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, and being the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, would remain a steadfast pillar of Konoha, regardless of who held power. If one were to draw a comparison, Shirzue represented the quintessential noble of Konoha, a steadfast supporter of the village's ideals. Only a fool like Danzo would conspire against the very foundation of the village for the sake of a mere eye. Yet, in less than half a year of interacting with Kiba, Shirzue's mindset had shifted to one of unwavering loyalty, though he hoped his leader would not raise the banner of rebellion. If he did, Shirzue would follow him to the ends of the earth. This transformation in Shirzue could be attributed not only to Danzo's machinations but also to Konoha's neglect of ideological education. The wisdom of the ancients regarding the need for unity and cohesion was indeed paramount. Hearing this, Kiba turned to meet Shirzue's earnest gaze and solemnly declared, "We shall not rebel. As long as the Third Lord upholds the will of fire, we shall forever be the sharp edge of his sword." With that, Kiba turned and left, already formulating a comprehensive plan to sway Shirzue's unwavering loyalty to the Third Hokage, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate further at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Jishue felt a sense of relief. The master harbored no intentions of rebellion, which was indeed a favorable development. He resolved to exert greater effort in persuading the Dove faction within the clan to join the Will of Fire party, thereby assisting the master in succeeding as the 5th Hokage. Currently, a significant portion of Konoha's ninja, approximately 40%, are engaged under the employment of the Shinlong Group. Due to the group's pressing demands, Mizuki has been designated as the principal executor of these missions, possessing a certain degree of task allocation authority. Consequently, among the ninjas employed by the Shinlong Group, half hail from Orochimaru's former ranks. Although the Elder Council finds this situation lamentable, they have opted to maintain the status quo rather than profit from it. Mizuki faced no repercussions for this, as he was the appointed task executor. And aiding comrades in similar predicaments was not inherently wrong. The third Hokage is even contemplating a shift in the village's perception towards Orochimaru's former subordinates. Most of these individuals, primarily Chunin and Genin, endure the village's exorbitant commission deductions, despite many possessing qualifications and capabilities for promotion to special jounin. However, they have been stymied by the village's constraints. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki is devising plans to allow the external curse marks and certain ninjutsu to be taught, limited exclusively to members of the Will of Fire Party, with eligibility contingent upon proven strength, contributions, and loyalty. To facilitate this, the Shinlong Group has established a unique contribution value system for members of the Will of Fire Party. In addition to the task commissions dispersed in the village, these contribution values can be exchanged for various industrial products manufactured by the Shinlong Group, such as refrigerators, washing machines, and electric fans. As the industrial sector within the ninja world is just beginning to take shape, these items remain exceedingly rare and costly. Presently, Tsuki intends to include external curse marks and some basic ninjutsu in the exchange offerings. In the Hokage office of Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his old comrade, Shimura Danzo, are locked in a fierce standoff, while Mito Gate-in and Tintin sit nearby, wearing expressions of helplessness. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Danzo, I am the Hokage. During the Elder Council meeting, Sarutobi and Danzo maintained a fierce gaze upon one another, neither willing to concede. It was only when Sarutobi emphasized his status as Hokage that Danzo reluctantly yielded, though still visibly disgruntled. Ultimately, it was Mito Gate-in who mediated, allowing both to return to the conference table. Mizuki must be withdrawn from the Root organization, and the suppression of Orochimaru's former subordinates must cease. This is an order with no room for negotiation. Ignoring Danzo's dissatisfaction, the third Hokage declared resolutely, leaving no opportunity for counterargument. Observing the firm stance of the third Hokage, Danzo's gaze turned colder, secretly reveling in his own amusement, as he was keenly aware of Inuzuka Tsuki's reckless nature, which showed no respect for him. Yet he held a significant advantage over Tsuki, making the situation quite troublesome. With Tsuki at the forefront, Mizuki, Inuzuka Aoi, and Hyuga disregarded Danzo's commands entirely. And Danzo even begrudged their presence in the Root organization. Given that Hiruzen demanded Mizuki's release from the Root, Danzo was more than willing to go along with it. But he still needed to maintain appearances, ensuring that Hiruzen did not achieve an easy victory. With this in mind, Danzo remarked, "Very well. I consent to Mizuki's exit from the Root, but Hiruzen, you must allocate additional funds to sustain the operations of the Root organization." Everyone was aware that a substantial sum of money had recently been received by the village, comparable to the allocations from the feudal lords. And Danzo had long set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. Any organization seeking to function effectively requires adequate financial support, and the Root ninjas also need salaries. Maintaining a high-pressure policy without funding could incite rebellion among the inadequately compensated Root ninjas. Furthermore, during Danzo's collaboration with Orochimaru, nearly 700 million in funds had been misappropriated, leading to a dire financial situation that Danzo could not afford to overlook. Hiruzen, the Root's finances have been critically overspent in recent years. You must exercise moderation. Danzo, do not push your luck. The village has received a significant influx of funds, and all departments are receiving allocations, except for the Root. As the argument escalated, the two began to clash fiercely once more. Danzo's demands appeared reasonable, with the task quotas provided by the Shinlong Group. Various departments, including Konoha Academy, Konoha Hospital, and the Umbu, had received additional funding. Even the Uchiha-led police department had recently received a financial boost, leaving the Root organization under Danzo's command as the sole department without supplementary funds, which was indeed difficult to justify. However, those present understood the reality. The Root's prior budget had been severely exceeded, and the third Hokage's actions were merely an attempt at balancing past expenditures. Yet, considering Danzo's concessions regarding Mizuki, the third Hokage ultimately acquiesced, stating, "Danzo, I can allocate an additional sum. But you must also exercise restraint and refrain from targeting the Uchiha clan. You know the truth about that clan." Danzo, however, disregarded this caution, fixating solely on the promise of further funds, his attention fading from the latter part of Hiruzen's statement. Seeing Danzo, who typically concealed his emotions, now reveling in apparent victory, Sarutobi felt a wave of resignation. His old comrade had succumbed to darkness for far too long, and he bore some responsibility for this transformation. With this in mind, the third Hokage resolved to alter his approach, continuing, "These funds will not be allocated without purpose. Recently, the priestess from the land of demons has sought assistance from Konoha, Sunagakure and Awagakure, requesting that we send ninjas to aid in sealing interdimensional creatures threatening the peace of the ninja world, in exchange for funding. The Root organization must handle this matter adeptly. Finding it impossible to sway Danzo, the third Hokage resorted to assigning him a task, hoping to channel his restless energy productively. Chapter 67, Uchiha Itachi vs. Kimimaro. Agreed. Upon hearing the conditions set forth by Sarutobi Hisashi, Danzo Shimura did not hesitate for a moment. He agreed immediately. He had already devised a plan upon receiving the task requirements, intending to collaborate with Sarutobi Hisashi to issue orders to Inuzuka Tsuki, delegating this mission to his team and allowing them to continue their operations outside the village, thereby sparing himself from the distaste of remaining within its confines. As the meeting reached this juncture, its continuation seemed unnecessary. The quarrels between Sarutobi Hisashi and Danzo, despite reaching consensus on all topics, left an air of discontent lingering in the room. However, upon exiting the Hokage building, Danzo's previously sullen expression transformed into a smirk. For he had secured new funding and dispatched Inuzuka Tsuki's team during today's elder meeting, feeling as though he had emerged victorious. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki was engaged in surveillance operations near Awagakure. Sending him to undertake this task, particularly with the arrival of the Blue Flash, was a testament to the village's seriousness in seeking aid from the land of ghosts, Danzo mused. As the high-level meeting concluded, two Root ninjas swiftly relayed orders to Inuzuka Tsuki's team, while simultaneously, a messenger hawk soared into the distant sky, carrying a letter. 3 days later, Inuzuka Tsuki received the message from the hawk, conveyed through one of his merchants. Upon seeing the signature of the third Hokage, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Danzo Shimura truly had a knack for creating trouble for him. It seemed imperative to expedite the execution of their coup plan. He could no longer afford to waste time with that group of elderly men and women. Resolving this, Inuzuka Tsuki temporarily postponed the contribution point redemption plan for the Shenlong group, and with a swift motion, departed the group's headquarters towards Odogakure. For this mission, he intended to bring Itachi along, as the presence of a formidable ally would be beneficial against the demonic entities they were to face. As for Kabuto, his foundational skills paled in comparison to Itachi's, and he likely had yet to develop any combat capabilities at this point. Shortly thereafter, Inuzuka Tsuki arrived at Odogakure once again. After 6 months apart, he was greeted by numerous new faces, a bizarre figure with 6 arms, eccentric twins, a round boy with an unusual hairstyle, and a fierce red-haired woman. These were the initial members of the Sound Four. At that moment, they were merely 6 or 7 years old, gathered around Kabuto. Observing a sparring match, the white-haired boy, Kagaya Kimimaro, wielded a bone sword, facing the stoic Uchiha Itachi. I will undoubtedly defeat you, Uchiha Itachi, and prove to Lord Orochimaru that I am worthy of becoming his new disciple. Kimimaro declared fervently, his bone sword aimed directly at Itachi. Itachi, maintaining his expressionless demeanor, regarded Kimimaro with indifference. His purpose for being there was to discover a new evolution for the Sharingan with Orochimaru's assistance, and he had no desire to squander time. Yet, the tenacity of this white-haired boy proved to be quite troublesome. If he did not accept Kimimaro's challenge, he would find himself incessantly hounded. Reluctantly, Itachi resolved to teach him a lesson every couple of weeks to ensure a semblance of peace. Make it quick. Lord Orochimaru's experiment is about to commence, he stated, devoid of any emotion. At this, Kimimaro's frustration intensified, the Uchiha clan's inherited arrogance provoking him further. You insolent fool. I will demonstrate to Lord Orochimaru that I am superior to you. Only I am destined to become his new disciple. Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's emotionless words, the observer, Kabuto, adjusted his glasses and discreetly cast a glance at Itachi. In this unfamiliar village, he had formed a decent rapport with both Itachi and Kimimaro, considering them as friends. However, Itachi's unconscious arrogance always seemed to strike a nerve, though Kabuto remained composed. Unlike Kimimaro, the arrogance of the Uchiha clan is truly irksome, Kabuto mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to Itachi, his seemingly simple remark had inadvertently mocked 2 individuals and added 2 complications to his brother's path to becoming Hokage. Kimimaro unleashed a barrage of tin bone projectiles, then, with lightning speed, advanced towards Itachi. Despite his youth, Kimimaro possessed considerable chakra and physical prowess due to his external curse mark. Aware of the threat posed by the bone projectiles, Itachi did not underestimate the attack. He had faced Kimimaro's challenges every couple of weeks during his 6 months of training in the Sound Village and understood the potency of those bone techniques. In a flash, Itachi hurled several shurikens to deflect the bone projectiles, then swiftly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. As he spoke, a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, forcing Kimimaro to evade. However, in that moment of retreat, Kimimaro hastily launched a bone projectile to halt Itachi's advance. Anticipating this, Itachi subtly dodged the incoming attack and drew a kunai to strike at Kimimaro. As the kunai flew towards him, Kimimaro raised his bone sword to block, deflecting the shuriken and continuing his charge at Itachi. His strength largely lay in taijutsu, believing that close combat would offer him a glimmer of hope against Itachi. At that moment, however, a whooshing sound emerged from behind Kimimaro. The the kunai's wire was connected. Itachi yanked the wire, redirecting the kunai back at Kimimaro. Simultaneously, he threw 3 additional kunai, creating a pincer attack. With no means of escape, Kimimaro suddenly manifested white markings on his body, which quickly coalesced into a layer of exoskeleton. This skeletal armor enveloped him, reminiscent of a medieval knight. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai struck Kimimaro's armor, all bouncing off harmlessly. Observing Kimimaro encased in bone armor, Itachi relinquished his use of weapons, exerting force with his legs as he drew his sword to confront Kimimaro. Witnessing the battle reach this juncture, Kabuto shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave, leaving behind the 4 spectators still engaged in the confrontation. Kimimaro had effectively lost once Itachi forced him out of his armor. The process of retracting the armor was slow, and its weight became a burden during close combat, limiting Kimimaro's other techniques. As expected, after a brief exchange with Itachi, Kimimaro was left gasping for breath. Indeed, the young warrior could not bear the burden of the armor. Realizing the strain of his own armor, Kimimaro hastily attempted to retract it into his body. Yet, Itachi seized the opportunity, launching a relentless offensive that pushed Kimimaro back at every turn. Soon, Kimimaro could no longer withstand the dazzling onslaught of Itachi's attacks and was forced to look directly at Itachi's blade. In that fleeting moment, as Kimimaro raised his gaze, Itachi's black pupils transformed into 3 spinning tomo, and upon witnessing the Sharingan, Kimimaro stood frozen in place. The battle concluded instantaneously. Chapter 68. A new method to awaken the Sharingan. Having subdued Kimimaro, Itachi sheathed his sword, disregarding the presence of the Sound 4, and turned towards Orochimaru's laboratory. This fellow seems to be stronger than Kimimaro. Should we consider aligning ourselves with him? However, it appears that Lord Orochimaru favors that individual named Kabuto more. The Sound 4 exchanged remarks, though it seemed they ultimately remained undecided. As Itachi walked a few steps, a person and a dog suddenly appeared before him. Observing the freshly invigorated Uchiha Itachi, the dog, Wanchai, quipped, "It seems you've been getting along quite well with your classmates." At this remark, Itachi responded with an awkward smile, choosing to ignore Wanchai's banter. He understood that this dog had a tendency to become more unruly when engaged. Instead, he addressed Inuzuka Tsuki, "My lord. That child belongs to the Kagaya clan, does he not? It seems you've made significant progress, completely refraining from using brute force." Inuzuka Tsuki praised, then continued, "How is the research coming along?" Upon hearing this, Itachi looked at Inuzuka Tsuki, and his 3-tomo Sharingan swiftly morphed into a shape resembling a 3-bladed windmill. "Menjikyu? Have you succeeded?" Inuzuka Tsuki exclaimed with excitement, uncertain if it was possible to awaken the Sharingan after surpassing mental stimulation. Witnessing Itachi's success, he felt genuine happiness for him. In response, Itachi offered a wry smile. "My lord, we have succeeded, though not entirely. The situation is somewhat complex. In any case, we shall discuss it further with Lord Orochimaru." Noticing Itachi's troubled expression, Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled and reassured him, "As long as the theory holds, the subsequent issues can be resolved gradually. There is no need to fixate on achieving everything in one step." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from pressing further, and the trio made their way to Orochimaru's laboratory. Itachi led Inuzuka Tsuki to the entrance, pushing the door open to find Orochimaru engrossed in his experiments. Surrounded by multiple shadow clones, each diligently occupied with their tasks. If Orochimaru were an employee, he would undoubtedly delight any capitalist. After discerning which one was the real Orochimaru, Inuzuka Tsuki inquired, "Master, how did you unlock the Manjikyu Sharingan?" So engrossed in his experiment, Orochimaru had not noticed Inuzuka Tsuki's arrival until the sudden question interrupted him. He promptly halted his work, eagerly ushering both individuals to the hall outside the laboratory, clearly thrilled by the research on the Uchiha Sharingan, especially since it had been a while since he had produced any results. The 3 of them settled down, and Itachi respectfully prepared tea for both. After a sip, Orochimaru, in his raspy voice, explained, "This discovery owes much to your earlier suggestion regarding the chakra computer. We utilized the prototype of the chakra computer to analyze the chakra that stimulates the awakening of the Sharingan and discovered that this chakra is merely a fusion of Yin and fire styles. The chakra computer was an idea proposed by Inuzuka Tsuki in his early years, aimed at developing new bloodline techniques. Unlike humans, machines can tirelessly analyze and identify the chakra fusion ratios of bloodline techniques. However, the actual results did not meet the initial expectations. The chakra computer could only analyze existing bloodline techniques but could not create new ones from scratch. For instance, if Inuzuka Tsuki wished to master magnet release, he would need to capture a magnet release ninja and use the chakra computer to analyze him, identifying the ratios of wind and lightning attributes within magnet release to master it. Tsuki, do you realize how monumental this discovery is? It overturns all our previous assumptions. We have long believed that only bloodline techniques of the elemental release could be replicated, while those of ocular or physical nature could not. This has proven erroneous. The root of the Sharingan's physical mutation is a special chakra, as long as one possesses this unique fusion of Yin and fire chakra. Even an ordinary person may awaken the Sharingan, albeit the probability is significantly lower than that of the Uchiha clan, rendering it nearly negligible. Upon discussing this recent discovery, Orochimaru exhibited an expression of fervent excitement. It had been quite some time since he had achieved a successful experiment, let alone one of such monumental significance. Hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki began to ponder deeply. Orochimaru's revelation had sparked an epiphany within him. If a certain unique chakra could induce physical mutations, what transformations might arise from the fusion of the 7 elemental chakra types to form a bloodline limit? Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. The essence of a 6 paths level ninja stemmed from the chakra of the bloodline limit, rather than the ability to unlock such powers only after attaining 6 path status. In other words, if we were to concoct that special chakra using yin and yang chakra liquids, could it not assist the Sharingan in awakening the Meijiki? Inuzuka Tsuki formulated this conclusion. Yet upon recalling Itachi's distressed visage, he pressed further. If success has been achieved, why does Itachi still appear so troubled? In response, Orochimaru gradually tempered his enthusiasm, offering a wry smile as he elucidated. We were indeed overly ambitious in our earlier endeavors. The truth is, without the assistance of the first Hokage cells, it would have been impossible for us to mass-produce the chakra liquids of various types. The first Hokage lacked yin chakra, rendering the cost of producing yin chakra prohibitively high. Unlike other elemental chakras, yin chakra is a manifestation of pure spiritual energy, necessitating the involvement of a soul. We could only extract it from ninjas possessing yin chakra, and the purity was alarmingly low. Due to insufficient purity, it took an exorbitant amount, 1 billion ryo, to produce a single vial of yin chakra liquid. Furthermore, it required the entirety of 1 vial of yin chakra to assist Itachi in awakening the Meijiki Sharingan. After sharing this, Orochimaru meticulously recounted the experimental details, succinctly stating that the extracted yin chakra's low purity necessitated a transformation through sheer volume, essentially leveraging significant effort to achieve miraculous results. Moreover, ninjas endowed with yin chakra were exceedingly rare, resulting in exorbitant extraction costs. Thus, 2 formidable challenges lay before them, each more vexing than the last. After listening to Orochimaru's account, Inuzuka Tsuki couldn't help but smile bitterly. Being of a technical background, he was well aware of the issues plaguing the entire process. Firstly, the artificially produced yin release chakra, fused with fire release chakra, lacked the purity of the chakra generated in the brain through mental stimulation by the Uchiha clan, resulting in considerable waste. Secondly, the cost of collecting yin release chakra was exorbitant, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. While laboratory preparation was somewhat acceptable, transitioning to industrial production would be unfeasible. Even with the full support of the Dragon Group, sustaining the Uchiha clan's ocular needs would be impossible. It was indeed a case of both success and failure. Understanding all the details, Inuzuka Tsuki wore a pained expression and turned to Itachi, asking, Itachi, what differences do you perceive between the Meijiki Sharingan activated through yin release chakra and the traditional version? In the realm of ninjas, to acquire a substantial amount of yin release chakra, Inuzuka Tsuki could only think of the 2 tails, which possessed both yin and fire attributes, and the 9 tails, which had both yin and yang attributes. However, the yin half of the 9 tails was sealed within the belly of the Shinigami, and the 2 tails was surrounded by the Cloud Village's henchmen, making either option difficult to approach. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain whether investing 1 billion ryo to unlock a pair of Meijiki Sharingan was truly worthwhile, as pouring vast resources into the Uchiha clan would be irresponsible to others. In response, Itachi remarked, according to family records, the Sharingan is referred to as the eye of the mind's reflection. The Meijiki awakens a technique that embodies the host's intense obsession. Yet this pair does not possess such a special ability, only the use of Susanoo. As he spoke, Itachi gestured to his own eyes and then activated his Meijiki, revealing a crimson ribcage enveloping him. Upon witnessing Itachi's Susanoo, Inuzuka Tsuki closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling somewhat disappointed. Could 1 billion ryo only translate to a single Susanoo? The cost-effectiveness was truly lacking. It is worth noting that Inuzuka Tsuki had just sealed a golden elixir for sure sway, and without considering the outer path's golem. Preparing the golden elixir required only around 30 million ryo in materials. In comparison, a ninja who had undergone training with the golden elixir would far surpass Itachi, who had merely activated Susanoo, making the value proposition quite unfavorable. With this in mind, Inuzuka Tsuki could only offer reassurance to Itachi, saying, the major issues have been resolved. These minor obstacles shall be overcome in due course. After comforting Itachi for a while, Inuzuka Tsuki dismissed him, leaving himself alone once more with Orochimaru in the laboratory. Teacher, how's the research on the Hyuga clan's caged bird technique progressing? Inuzuka Tsuki inquired about another matter, as breaking the caged bird technique was a crucial component of his upcoming plans. In response, Orochimaru smiled and produced a scroll from his robe, tossing it to Inuzuka Tsuki. This matter is far simpler than the Meijiki Sharingan. While it is impossible to completely lift the caged bird curse mark, according to your thinking, preventing the main branch of the Hyuga clan from activating the caged bird technique is actually quite straightforward. By applying a defensive curse mark on the perimeter, one can block the commands needed to activate the original curse mark. Teacher, you truly are a genius. Problems that have persisted for centuries seem to be effortlessly resolved in your hands. Indeed, truth is held by but a few. Inuzuka Tsuki, perusing the curse mark in his hand, couldn't resist flattering Orochimaru. Hearing this, Orochimaru, his voice raspy, chuckled and explained, such defensive curse marks are prevalent in the ninja world. With a slight modification, they can effectively block the commands for activating the curse mark from the Hyuga main branch. The fact that this was previously overlooked suggests that some individuals were intent on suppressing its emergence. It appears that the Hyuga clan is far more decayed than we had imagined. However, using this method to break the caged bird curse mark means that if a Hyuga clan member dies, the curse mark would still destroy the Byakugan, and the Byakugan sealed by the caged bird technique would still lack the critical vision from behind. Teacher, we are not saviors. We cannot expect our generation to complete everything. Inuzuka Tsuki remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the drawbacks of this approach with a smile. Observing Inuzuka Tsuki's cheerful demeanor, Orochimaru felt a surge of emotion. Tsuki, to the subordinates of your Hyuga clan and all the members of the branch family, you are their savior. After equipping himself with the necessary tools from Orochimaru, Inuzuka Tsuki exchanged a few pleasantries, offering some conjectures about his research, and also relayed the mission issued by the third Hokage in Danzo. During this time, he inquired about Orochimaru's disciples and learned that he had indeed taken Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha Itachi as his students. However, upon understanding Orochimaru's attitude, Inuzuka Tsuki couldn't help but find it amusing. Orochimaru readily accepted Kabuto as a disciple, expressing admiration for him, seeing a reflection of himself in Kabuto. Yet, accepting Itachi as a disciple seemed more of a reluctant effort to placate the Uchiha clan in anticipation of the future Hokage succession. Even though Itachi's strength far surpassed Kabuto's and his talent was greater, Orochimaru still favored Kabuto slightly more, as his focus shifted from exploring bloodlines to seeking truth. Orochimaru's bias toward the Sharingan dissipated entirely. In his view, any power is merely an extension of the fundamental truths of the world. In terms of exploring truth, Kabuto's future achievements would vastly eclipse those of Itachi. After a lengthy conversation, Inuzuka Tsuki stood to take his leave, preparing to embark on a journey to the land of demons. This expedition would involve combat, facing formidable foes such as the monstrous White Kai. And Inuzuka Tsuki wished to bring Itachi along to expose him to genuine battle. Talent must be cultivated step by step. 3 days later, Inuzuka Tsuki entered the land of demons with Itachi. He began to understand why automobiles were yet to exist in this world. The endurance and mobility of ninjas were truly remarkable. Based on the timeline, Ao and Hyuga, you should have arrived ahead of them. And Inuzuka Tsuki's primary objective was to rendezvous with them. Due to the Dragon Group's influence, Mizuki had been reassigned by the third Hokage and would not participate in this mission. It remained to be seen who the third Hokage would send to replace him in their squad. Sir. Indeed. As Inuzuka Tsuki and Itachi stepped into the first town of the land of demons, they were immediately called out to, and on the matter of how to regroup. His subordinates had certainly spared him the trouble. Turning around, he saw the familiar faces of Hyuga Yu and Ao, and the newcomer assigned to their squad was none other than Uchiha Shursui. Upon seeing Shursui approach, Itachi was delighted and hurried forward to greet him. Brother Shursui, Senior Ao. Senior Yu. It's been a while. The group had not met for half a year, and their reunion brought joy to both sides. Unlike Shursui, who was conflicted, Itachi's loyalty to Orochimaru and Inuzuka Tsuki was unwavering, endearing him to Mizuki, Ao, and Yu even more. In the original narrative, Itachi's ideals regarding the village and clan were inherited from Shursui, but in this lifetime, Inuzuka Tsuki's influence on Itachi was undoubtedly greater. After some pleasantries, the three reported to Inuzuka Tsuki about their recent circumstances. Ever since the Dragon Group intervened in the village's mission system, influenced by self-interest and the Will of Fire declaration, their efforts to develop members of the Will of Fire faction had accelerated significantly. Once the small talk concluded, Itachi excitedly pulled Shursui closer, his dark pupils swiftly transforming into the three-bladed windmill pattern, eager to share his achievements from the past 6 months. Upon seeing Itachi's Manjiki, Shursui's heart trembled. Though he maintained a neutral expression and asked, Itachi, you've awakened the Manjiki? Noticing Shursui's reaction, Itachi quickly clarified, Brother Shursui, this Manjiki Sharingan was activated through a new method, without any mental stimulation. From now on, our clan will no longer need to endure the traditional means of unlocking our eyes. Upon finishing his words, Itachi looked gravely at Shursui. Hearing this, Shursui's eyes first flashed with bewilderment, then disbelief, but upon seeing Itachi's sincere expression, he ultimately confirmed the truth of the news. Suddenly, Shursui embraced Itachi tightly. Brother Shursui? It's nothing, Itachi, I'm just so happy. Shursui's tone was filled with uncontainable joy and excitement, even trembling slightly, with tears welling in the corners of his eyes, entirely disregarding the presence of Kiba and Hinata. No one understood better than him the darkness one must endure to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. However, with Itachi's arrival, the clan would no longer have to suffer such torment, nor would they have to seek power through pain. After embracing Itachi for a long while, Shursui finally released him. Still placing his hands on Itachi's shoulders, he exclaimed, Itachi, Having experienced the awakening of the Mangeki, I have always been worried, even in despair. The clan longs for power. Yet they have no idea of the suffering and trials required to attain the power of the Mangeki. But now, thanks to you, they will never have to endure such pain again. Itachi, you are the greatest ninja in the history of the Uchiha clan, or not? Shisui said earnestly, hastily wiping his tears with his sleeve. This is all thanks to Lord Orochimaru and Brother Tsuki for developing this new approach. Seeing Shisui's emotional state, Itachi quickly replied sincerely. He truly did not want to take credit. The foundation was laid by the second Hokage, the concept proposed by Inuzuka Tsuki, and the practical execution was done by Orochimaru, while he merely assisted. Upon hearing this, Shisui turned to Inuzuka Tsuki and suddenly knelt on one knee with utmost seriousness. My lord, Uchiha Shisui pledges his loyalty to you and will never betray. All right, enough of the melodrama. This was a promise made to Itachi. Watching Itachi and Shisui embrace and weep, and then witnessing Shisui unexpectedly kneel, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled and said, pleased for them. Shisui, how did you get assigned to this squad? Once Shisui stabilized his emotions, Inuzuka Tsuki asked with a smile, somewhat puzzled by the decision to assign an Uchiha ninja to Root. Even the third Hokage wouldn't make such a blunder unless he personally intervened to create discord between Root and the Uchiha. The village assigned the S-rank mission in the Land of Demons to you, and abruptly transferred Elder Mizuki. Thus, I requested Lord Third to assign me to your squad. Shisui respectfully replied, you really do know how to put the third Hokage in a difficult position. Inuzuka Tsuki was about to jest with Shisui when suddenly his sage senses detected a surge of unfamiliar chakra approaching rapidly. It seems we may have trouble, Inuzuka Tsuki exclaimed as the strange chakra drew nearer. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently. Boom, 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 accompanied by a deep rumbling. The earth began to quake as immense clouds of dust suddenly billowed from the distance. At that moment, the four stood at the town's gate, and Inuzuka Tsuki turned to gaze at the distant horizon, where a dark line slowly and steadily advanced towards them. Upon seeing this, Hinata quickly activated his Byakugan, revealing a vast expanse of puppet soldiers marching in unison toward the town. This is indeed a significant problem. Observing the sheer number of puppets, Inuzuka Tsuki did not dare to delay. For ninjas, dealing with such a massive army typically involved disrupting supply lines and undermining command systems. Facing them head-on was tantamount to seeking death. However, these were lifeless puppets, controlled by the citizens of the Land of Demons, leaving them no choice but to confront them directly. Inuzuka Tsuki quickly devised a battle plan. Shisui, Kiba, your techniques are suited for offense. Focus on slowing the advance of the puppet soldiers. Hinata, Itachi, assist the townsfolk in their evacuation while I find the mayor. Afterward, all four responded in unison and vanished from their positions. Boss, I feel like you're starting to resemble a succubus. Regarding the imminent enemy, Wankai remained unfazed, leisurely trailing behind Inuzuka Tsuki while making a quip. That succubus you mentioned had better be Liu Bei. In the face of danger, Inuzuka Tsuki shot a sideways glance at his canine companion, suppressing the urge to smack him. These ninjas are far too obedient to you. Of course, it is because I have given them hope. As they spoke, Inuzuka Tsuki located the town mayor, who was startled to find a person and a dog suddenly appear before him, causing him to plummet to the ground in fear. Ninja. The mayor trembled. For to the common folk of this world, ninjas were no mere soldiers. Time was of the essence, and Inuzuka Tsuki wasted no words, directly instructing. I am a Leaf Village ninja dispatched by Lady Miko. An army of monstrous spirits is just outside the town. Hurry and organize the townsfolk's evacuation. Without waiting for the mayor's response, Inuzuka Tsuki hurriedly turned and rushed towards the town's exterior to assist Shisui and Kiba, anxious about the combat prowess of the puppets and eager to support his subordinates. Meanwhile, outside the town, clouds of dust swirled as the puppet army surged forth, occasionally accompanied by thunderous roars. The puppet soldiers rushed into the dust, only to be blown apart in a violent explosion, scattering debris everywhere. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shisui positioned himself before the puppet soldiers, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing the Uchiha clan's signature technique. Enormous fireballs, comparable to tailed beast bombs, soared towards the puppet army, creating massive explosions that rocked the battlefield. Kiba, too, refrained from allowing his ninja dog, Wolfmaru, to join the fray. Instead, he utilized the steel release and wind release chakra modes developed by Inuzuka Tsuki. At that moment, he mirrored the former Inuzuka Tsuki, surrounded by a faint blue wind chakra, moving with lightning speed into the throngs of puppets, shattering them effortlessly. The steel release and wind release chakra modes were complementary techniques. Without the protection of steel release, wind release chakra could easily be harmful to oneself. Previously, Kiba had struggled to master steel release, limiting him to brief bursts of wind release chakra. However, after training in the golden elixir flow techniques, his chakra control had significantly improved, finally allowing him to master this coveted style. Wankai, you finally made it. Outside the battlefield, Wolfmaru paced anxiously. Unlike Wankai, whose personality was relaxed, Wolfmaru was a quintessential loyal dog. Otherwise, he would not have dared to bare his teeth at Inuzuka Tsuki back then. What are you panicking about? Aren't they handling it quite well? Wankai replied leisurely. Wankai, Look at those shattered puppets. They're not dead. The puppet army has already been dismantled several times by Big Brother Kiba and the others. Wolfmaru exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, Kiba on the battlefield also spotted Inuzuka Tsuki approaching and quickly withdrew from the fray, panting heavily as he shouted, "Cousin, these wretched creatures cannot be killed." Indeed, whether it was the puppets blown apart by Shirsue's fireballs or those smashed by Kiba, regardless of how many pieces they were reduced to, they would slowly reassemble and reform into battle lines, marching toward them with fierce intent. Chapter 71. Sage Art Combination, my lord. I just pledged my loyalty to you. Despite being halted by Inuzuka Tsuki, Shirsue obediently closed his Manjiki Sharingan, yet stubbornly insisted, but it should not be used on the blade. Inuzuka Tsuki, filled with indignation, declared as he withdrew from combat alongside Shirsue, although they had barely exchanged a few blows. Tsuki had already discerned that the wind release sword was not particularly effective against the puppet army. The shattered remnants of the puppets reassembled at an astonishing pace, while those reduced to mere fragments required a significantly longer time to recover. Rather than relying on physical techniques to confront them, it would be more prudent to employ ninjutsu to identify the weaknesses of the puppet army. Tsuki proclaimed, "Let us combine our ninjutsu. I shall wield the wind, and you shall wield fire." With that, Tsuki swiftly formed hand seals, wind release, storm dance. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, countless tornadoes erupted from Tsuki's position, expanding outward. Observing this, Shirsue hurriedly executed his most formidable fire release technique, fire release, great fire annihilation. As the fire technique merged with Tsuki's wind, the tornadoes transformed into violent fiery vortices, causing colossal serpentine flames to swirl across the battlefield, obscuring the sky. The fiery tornadoes ravaged the entire battlefield, lifting numerous puppets into the air while debris rained down from above. Although the remnants continued to recover, their rate of regeneration significantly diminished. As the fiery tornadoes gradually subsided, the puppet army before them was utterly decimated. In the original narrative, only a select few, such as the first Hokage, Jiraiya, and Naruto, were capable of utilizing sage techniques, and the might of combined sage techniques was never fully displayed. Witnessing the overwhelming power of their combined technique, Tsuki couldn't help but marvel. With such city-destroying prowess at their disposal, what need was there for Jinchuriki to exist? With the obstruction mission accomplished, Tsuki exhaled in relief and cautioned Shirsue. Itachi has informed me that the Manjiki Sharingan's ocular power cannot regenerate. Until this issue is resolved, we must refrain from recklessly expending its power. Before Shirsue could respond, the voice of Hai Jie rang out from the town. "My lord, the residents have all evacuated. We should withdraw as well." "Very well. Let us proceed to the Shrine of the Maiden in the Land of Demons." Upon learning that the townsfolk had all retreated, Tsuki promptly replied, "The puppets here were mere worthless targets. Instead of entangling with them, it was far more advantageous to rendezvous with the maiden and defeat the malevolent creatures controlling them from behind the scenes." Although the Land of Demons held a prestigious position among neighboring countries due to the maiden's presence, its geographical size was relatively modest. The 5 companions and 2 dogs soon arrived at the maiden's palace. At that moment, the palace was enveloped in a perceptive barrier. A young man clad in green samurai attire and presenting himself as a guard hastily approached Tsuki and his companions. "Are you esteemed ninjas from Konoha? I am Tsutsui, the captain of the Maiden's Guard," he inquired respectfully. "I am Inuzuka Tsuki, and these are my teammates Uchiha Shirsue, Hai Jie, Inuzuka Kga, and Uchiha Itachi. Is the maiden in good health?" Noticing the absence of signs of an attack on the palace, Tsuki felt a wave of relief wash over him. "The maiden is well and awaits your esteemed presence inside," Tsutsui replied, leading Tsuki and his companions toward the palace. As they traversed the path to the maiden's palace, Tsuki inquired about the situation of the Sunagakure and Awagakure teams. He learned that the Sunagakure team was led by the elder Chiyo, a skilled puppeteer, while the Awagakure team was personally commanded by Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, who had already reached the inner sanctum. Upon entering the inner hall, they discovered it crowded with the maiden's guards. Both Sunagakure and Awagakure had dispatched 3 elite squads to provide support, encircling the maiden at the center. Upon seeing the newcomers dressed as Konohagakure ninjas, one of the Awagakure ninjas sneered, "Is this all that Konoha has sent, a bunch of kids? Why are you so slow? Have they sent you to your demise?" This individual was clearly attempting to provoke them. Although the border between fire and earth had not witnessed significant conflict for some time, technically, Konoha and IWA were still in a state of war, and they remained adversaries. Provoked by the Awagakure ninja's taunt, the hot-headed Kga was ready to confront him. But Tsuki swiftly restrained him. Despite the ongoing conflict between Awagakure and Konohagakure, this mission was a collaborative effort, and there was no need to engage with their provocations. Tsuki chose to ignore the Awagakure ninja and stepped forward, addressing the maiden with utmost seriousness. "Your Highness, we encountered numerous puppet attacks on the villages along the way. We managed to evacuate the local populace, but I implore you to prepare for the safety of the remaining citizens as soon as possible." Upon hearing these words, the priestess Moreau exhibited a subtle change in her expression, finally comprehending why only the leaf ninja had arrived late. Surely, the hidden stone and hidden sand would remain indifferent to the lives of their own people. Moreau developed a considerable fondness for the Leaf Group and cast a peculiar glance at the Sand and Stone ninjas. She hastily summoned her captain of the guard and whispered a few instructions, then solemnly bowed to Inuzuka Getsu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Inuzuka, for protecting the citizens of my land of demons." At that moment, although Moreau maintained an impassive demeanor, her heart seethed with indignation. She had expended a fortune equivalent to dozens of S-rank missions to enlist their aid. Yet the Sand and Stone ninjas displayed such blatant disregard for the lives of the people of the land of demons. Her bow was not merely a formal gesture of thanks to Inuzuka Getsu, but also a veiled expression of dissatisfaction towards the Sand and Stone ninjas. Upon witnessing the priestess's reaction, the previously arrogant and sardonic Stone ninjas immediately grasped the implications, their bravado deflating like a chicken caught by the throat, leaving them speechless. Although they had arrived swiftly, their actions had not met the expectations of their benefactor, and as a result of this incident, the future allocation of missions in the land of demons would likely be destined for the Leaf. This cunning individual had effortlessly secured the entire mission share of the land of demons with just a few well-chosen words, and perhaps even more than that. The priestess held an esteemed status and reputation not only in the surrounding land of Marsh but also in the northern regions of the Wind Country and the southern regions of the Earth Country. Under Moreau's influence, it was probable that the internal mission allocation within the Earth Country would also shift towards the Leaf. Acknowledging the prowess of Inuzuka Getsu, the Stone Ninja dared not continue his bluster and prudently fell silent. Observing this turn of events, the leader of the Stone contingent, Keidu, finally opened his squinted eyes, intent on salvaging the dignity of his team, but upon laying eyes on Inuzuka Getsu, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "You are the Blue Flash of the Leaf?" Keidu queried, his voice tinged with uncertainty. With Keidu's revelation of his identity, the elderly Chiyo, who had been a mere observer, also turned her gaze to Inuzuka Getsu, grateful for his esteemed mentor, who had garnered some renown within the ninja world. Chapter 72, The Battle Plan. 1. The Blue Flash, Inuzuka Getsu, disciple of the Leaf's sagacious Orochimaru, who had once been one of the legendary Sannin, instilled fear in the hidden mist during the war, maintaining the most stable front among the four major battle lines of the Leaf. While the Leaf fought against the mist, Inuzuka Getsu had stayed close to Orochimaru, and it was unexpected that the old Sarutobi Hiruzen placed such importance on this mission, even dispatching such formidable strength amidst the conflict with the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone. Could it be true, as the rumor suggested, that Orochimaru's defection was a scheme orchestrated by the treacherous Third Hokage? The reports from Hidden Sand spies hinted that Orochimaru's concubine and illegitimate daughter remained in the Leaf, a fact well known among the Leaf's populace. It seems prudent to reconsider the Hidden Sand's wavering policies. As Keidu unveiled Inuzuka Getsu's identity, the latter felt a twinge of surprise. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had never ventured into Stone territory, and he had not anticipated that a Stone ninja would recognize him. In light of this revelation, Inuzuka Getsu scrutinized the burly Keidu. "Blue Flash, thank you for sparing my daughter," Keidu finally managed to utter, albeit reluctantly, his voice gruff yet subdued. "Your daughter? Are you referring to the young girl from the fire and river border?" Inuzuka Getsu feigned enlightenment, casting a discreet glance at Chiyo when mentioning the girl from the fire and river border. Chiyo, caught in Inuzuka Getsu's gaze, felt a hint of embarrassment. Despite her advanced years, the Fire and Wind countries had signed a formal alliance, and the Hidden Sand's covert machinations against their ally, now exposed, were far from honorable. Noting Chiyo's reaction, Inuzuka Getsu suppressed a smirk, dismissing the elderly woman as he continued speaking to Keidu. "Had I known she was your daughter, I certainly would not have been so lenient." "Scoundrel, what did you just say?" A Stone ninja accompanying Keidu retorted angrily, only to be restrained by Keidu. With the employer already displeased with their performance, it would be folly to quarrel with their savior now, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Hidden Stone in the eyes of their benefactor. It was wiser to adopt a more gracious posture, allowing the employer to see that the Hidden Stone was also composed of honorable individuals, thereby regaining some favor. As the atmosphere between the Leaf and Stone gradually softened, the priestess Moreau seized the opportunity to mediate, eager to prevent any conflict among these historically contentious ninja villages. She had employed these ninjas to assist her in sealing the malevolent creature, the Wraith, and did not wish for them to engage in combat among themselves. Ninjas, akin to mercenaries, must also consider their image before their employer. Having accepted their compensation, it would be disgraceful to behave disrespectfully in front of the employer, staging a free-for-all. Thus, neither party had any intention of resorting to violence, and under Miro's guidance, they settled down to discuss the details of the mission. To my shame, the Wraith is an ancient demon that descended upon my land of demons, sealed within the extreme flame cave of the land of Marsh by the ancestors of my priestess clan, tasked with suppressing and maintaining the seal through generations. However, a recent volcanic eruption near the extreme flame cave disrupted the original sealing geomancy, allowing the Wraith to escape partially. I have employed you, esteemed ninjas, to assist in resealing this malevolent entity. Should the Wraith fully escape, the world would descend into a hellish nightmare under its monstrous army. Upon hearing these words, The crowd exhibited a range of expressions, clearly skeptical of the priestess's dire warnings. All present hailed from the great shinobi village, having subdued even the fearsome-tailed beasts. How could they possibly regard a mere monster with such reverence? Observing the indifference of the sand and rock village representatives, Inuzuka Tsuki felt compelled to support the priestess, sounding an alarm in order to safeguard the common folk of the land of demons along our route. My subordinates and I have engaged in combat with the animated puppets controlled by the malevolent entity, Wraith. While these puppets lack individual strength, they are fearless in the face of death, tireless, and require no sustenance, capable of infinite regeneration. We have encountered no fewer than 100,000 of these puppets. Should they disperse throughout the shinobi world, it would spell catastrophe for all nations. Indeed, she spoke the truth. Moreover, Wraith's minions included the notorious Dark Cult, whose nefarious disciples venerate Wraith's wicked power and willingly serve its whims. Among the Dark Cult are many formidable ninjas, and it is said they possess forbidden techniques known as dark medical ninjutsu, capable of transferring chakra externally. The priestess continued, and upon mentioning the Dark Cult, both Tsuchi and Chiyo began to take heed. The Wind and Earth nations share borders with the land of demons, and thus, the cult's activities are not confined to its territory. Traces of the Dark Cult can also be found within the Wind and Fire nations. While they may not pose a direct threat to the great shinobi village, they are akin to bothersome flies, disrupting the peace within our lands. And both Tsuchi and Chiyo have had dealings with them in the past. Next, the priestess provided an overview of the entity Wraith. According to her, Wraith's chakra rivals that of the tailed beasts, causing Tsuchi and Chiyo to change countenance. Subsequently, Inuzuka Tsuki shared the intelligence he had gathered regarding the animated puppets. These puppets are truly revolting, requiring dismemberment into tiny fragments to prevent their rapid restoration. Once everyone had spoken, Inuzuka Tsuki summarized, thus, we face three primary adversaries, the Wraith itself, which is sealed within the extreme flame cave and is on the verge of breaking free. The members of the Dark Cult swayed by Wraith's influence, and the vast army of animated puppets under Wraith's control. Correct? There are indeed these three factions we must contend with if we are to seal Wraith. Upon concluding his summary, the priestess herself affirmed, in light of this, the most efficient strategy would be a decapitation tactic. We must concentrate our forces to launch a surprise assault on the extreme flame cave and seal the monster Wraith in one fell swoop. However, this would leave us unable to protect the citizens of the land of demons, Tsuchi pondered, seemingly attempting to salvage some semblance of concern. Fear not. For the target of those puppet legions is me. As long as I proceed to the extreme flame cave, the puppet legions will redirect their attention. The priestess reassured with a gentle smile. Then, there are no further questions. Your Grace, how long will it take to seal Wraith? Inuzuka Tsuki inquired suddenly. Taken aback by Tsuki's question, the priestess felt a tinge of embarrassment. The sealing techniques passed down from her ancestors had never failed, yet she had never sealed Wraith before. How could she possibly know? With a hint of shame, she replied, I do not know. Chapter 73. The Battle Plan, 2. Noticing the priestess's awkward response, Inuzuka Tsuki recognized he had posed a foolish question. After all, the priestess had never sealed a monster before, leaving no experience to draw upon. With this realization, he continued. In the shinobi world, the casting time for large-scale sealing techniques seldom exceeds 1 day. If we assume a day is required, we will need to account for escorting you to the extreme flame cave in the land of swamps, while simultaneously holding off the puppet legion and the Dark Cult for an entire day. Indeed, while the duration cannot be precisely determined, it is imperative that we are not disturbed while performing the sealing technique, the priestess concurred. Given this, let us draft the battle plan as follows. Lord Tsuchi will lead the main forces of rock and sand to intercept the puppet legions along the way, slowing their advance. Elder Chiyo will command the puppet masters from the sand village to hunt down any hidden Dark Cult ninjas. I can dispatch my subordinates, proficient in tracking, from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans to assist Elder Chiyo. As for your Grace, I will take 2 other subordinates to escort you to the extreme flame cave with utmost speed. I believe our swiftness will afford us additional time. Inuzuka Tsuki inquired whether Lord Tsuchi and Elder Chiyo had any objections. Unbeknownst to him, Inuzuka Tsuki had subtly assumed command, yet his plan was thoroughly reasonable. The rock ninjas excel in earth techniques, possessing wide-area attack capabilities but lacking precision, making them well-suited to confront the cumbersome puppet legions. In contrast, the puppet masters are elite within the ninja ranks, requiring a high level of knowledge to create their puppets. Their skills are exquisite, and Elder Chiyo, experienced in poison, can exert greater influence in battles against human foes. Additionally, Inuzuka Tsuki dispatched skilled trackers, Inuzuka Kiba and Hyugayu, to compensate for any shortcomings from Elder Chiyo. Moreover, with Konoha and Iwagakure embroiled in conflict, and Sunagakure caught between the two, Inuzuka Tsuki deliberately refrained from allowing Iwagakure and Konoha to command one another, ensuring the maximization of their respective strengths while fostering cooperation among the 3 factions. As Tsuki concluded, Tsuchi instinctively prepared to counter, yet found himself at a loss for words. The divisions and assignments Tsuki proposed were indeed impeccable. Elder Chiyo too felt a shiver of wariness as she pondered the entire battle plan, unable to find any flaws. Was it possible that after Orochimaru, Konoha had produced another strategic genius? Assigning interception and assault tasks to others while reserving the simplest escort and reconnaissance duties for himself, such a maneuver left one speechless. Konoha's talent pool was indeed formidable. I can only hope that Orochimaru has truly defected, and that this young lad will soon follow suit, seeking his teacher's guidance. Envying Konoha's wealth of talent, Chiyo nodded in agreement with Inuzuka Tsuki's battle plan, though her thoughts were far from benign. Since there are no objections, let us commence our actions. Kiba, accompany Elder Chiyo and assist her in locating all dark cult members lurking within the land of demons. Inuzuka Tsuki commanded, adding a remark to convey his democratic approach. Yes, Captain. Kiba and Hyuga responded with bowed heads, aligning themselves behind Elder Chiyo. With the battle plan established, moments later, only Inuzuka Tsuki, Shursui, Itachi, and the seated priestess, Moroku, remained in the hall. Time is of the essence, Your Grace. Let us depart promptly, Inuzuka Tsuki urged. Just as he finished speaking, a childish voice suddenly echoed from within. Mama, I don't want you to go. A golden-haired little girl stumbled awkwardly from the inner room, rushing into the priestess Moroku's embrace. Eluding the watchful gaze of the priestess's attendant, tears streamed down the child's face, and no matter how steely-hearted one might be, witnessing such a scene would soften even the most resolute. The priestess gazed at the child with tender affection, feeling a sudden tightness in her throat as she struggled to suppress her own tears. Gently stroking the child's soft, long hair, she spoke softly, "Is a Shuan. Mama must attend to something very important. Is this your daughter?" Upon hearing the name of the little girl, Inuzuka Tsuki couldn't help but steal a few more glances. She was the renowned reserve princess from the original story, and surprisingly, quite adorable, despite being merely a toddler of 3 or 4 years. Observing the tender bond between mother and daughter before him, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a slight emotional stir. Having read the original tale, he was aware that the priestess would meet her doom alongside the monstrous beings, never to return. Shizuku, Itachi, you have 10 minutes to check your ninja tools. We depart in 10 minutes. Inuzuka Tsuki suddenly instructed Shizuku and Itachi, then turned towards the priestess, Mirai, saying, Your Highness, you may spend a bit more time with your daughter during this interval. After speaking, Inuzuka Tsuki strode towards the palace exit, with Shizuku and Itachi hastily following in his wake. Thank you, the priestess murmured gratefully, watching his retreating figure, fully aware that the task of organizing ninja tools was merely a facade. 10 minutes later, as the priestess emerged from the grand hall, her eyes were slightly red, evidently having shed tears in secret. However, Inuzuka Tsuki refrained from offering consolation. Everyone had their own mission and destiny, a lesson he had grasped after witnessing a decade of battlefield carnage. Gesturing for the priestess to take her place upon Wansai's back, Inuzuka Tsuki and his companions departed from the shrine dedicated to the priestess, hastening towards the direction of the land of marsh. The distance from the land of demons to the land of marsh was not particularly far. If Inuzuka Tsuki were to travel alone, he could likely reach his destination in under 3 or 4 hours. Yet, the priestess, despite possessing sealing powers, was merely an ordinary human in terms of physical constitution. To accommodate her, the group suppressed their speed, anticipating a journey of approximately 2 days. At this moment, Inuzuka Tsuki forged ahead, with Shizuka bringing up the rear, Wankai carrying the priestess, and Itachi providing close protection. After a day and a half of travel, Shizuku suddenly reported from the back, My lord, we are being pursued by ninjas. Within his perceptive range, several unfamiliar chakra signatures had appeared, rapidly closing in on them. After training in the golden elixir flow ninjutsu, Shizuku had developed sensory abilities akin to sage techniques, allowing him to detect chakra fluctuations within a certain range. Coupled with his innate chakra control, his sensory range was nearly equivalent to that of Inuzuka Tsuki. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Tsuki promptly activated his sage perception to full capacity, indeed sensing a group of unfamiliar chakra signatures approximately 1 kilometer behind them. Chapter 74. The Dark Cult. 1. It appeared to be ninjas from the Dark Cult. 5 in total, with one possessing chakra fluctuations at the level of AJ mean. Assessing the enemy's numbers and strength, Inuzuka Tsuki inquired of the priestess, Your Highness, how far are we from the extreme flame cave in the land of marsh? At our current speed, we still require about 3 hours of travel. We must hasten. The enemy evidently possesses the ability to track your true form. Our shadow clones have not deceived them. Then let us accelerate. I can manage. Though physically weakened from 2 days of lying on Wansai's back, the priestess resolutely declared. Having reached an agreement with the priestess, Inuzuka Tsuki resolved to quicken their pace, determined to reach the extreme flame cave in one go. He and Itachi would take on the defense at the cave's entrance. With this thought, Inuzuka Tsuki commanded, Shizuku, focus on hindering the pursuing ninjas. If they are weak, try to capture their leader alive. The Dark Cult was not merely a sinister cult. They possessed considerable technical prowess, many techniques of which even Inuzuka Tsuki lacked, such as the ability to externally supplement chakra, while he could only manifest chakra in physical form. Now, Shizuku had activated the Manjiki Sharingan and trained in the Golden Elixir Flow Ninjutsu, placing him among the stronger ranks of shadow-level warriors, making him a formidable opponent in the ninja world. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki directly commanded the capture to bolster their own technical capabilities. After finalizing their strategy, Inuzuka Tsuki exchanged words with the priestess before swiftly increasing his speed alongside Itachi, leaving Shizuka behind as they continued towards the extreme flame cave. Shortly after their departure, a scruffy-haired ninja, accompanied by 4 subordinates, arrived at their original location. Sensing the sudden increase in the priestess's speed, the long-haired ninja stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Have they already discovered me? Truly impressive, those from Konoha." The newcomer was none other than Huang Quan, the current priest of the Dark Cult, the very individual responsible for unleashing the monstrous beings the second time in the original tale. At that moment, Huang Quan prepared to accelerate his pursuit. Suddenly, from a nearby thicket, a massive fireball, several dozen meters in diameter, hurtled towards them. Fire release, grand fireball technique. As the fireball approached, a low voice echoed from the underbrush, none other than Shizuku, who had been lying in ambush. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Huang Quan and his companions had no time to react, especially upon witnessing the scale of the fireball. Their expressions shifting dramatically. Is this truly the scale of a ninjutsu a human can wield? In that instant, Huang Quan abandoned any thoughts of evasion at their speed. There was no way to escape the fireball's attack range. Water release. Faced with the threat of death, Huang Quan shouted in panic, swiftly forming hand seals. His hands moving so fast they left trails behind them. Water release, great waterfall technique. With Huan Chuan's own water jutsu providing cover, his 4 subordinates finally secured the time to form their own seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Fortuitously, the nearby river provided them with a geographical advantage, and the 5 joined forces to unleash their water techniques, barely managing to withstand Shizuku's grand fireball assault. At that moment, water and fire clashed, shrouding the entire battlefield in a dense fog. Maruyama, use your sensory ninjutsu to locate the enemy, Huang Quan urgently commanded amidst the obscurity. Yes, my lord. One of Huan Chuan's subordinates promptly replied. However, just as the sensory ninja spoke, a short blade seemingly materialized from thin air, plunging into his heart with a soft gasp. Before the assailant vanished without a trace, displaying no intention of lingering. Wind release, gale technique. Earth release, 4 corners, earth flow wall. Water release, water dragon whip. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, Huang Quan and the remaining 3 ninjas felt a chill run down their spines, hastily coordinating their efforts to unleash their signature techniques. In an instant, the gale dispersed the fog, while 4 earthen walls rose around them, enclosing the trio within. The only unprotected section of the earthen wall was topped with a water sphere, forming an impregnable defense. Yet, before Huang Quan could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground beneath the earth release ninja emitted a faint cracking sound, and a pale hand burst forth, grasping the earth release ninja's ankle and dragging him beneath the surface. Before the remaining 3 could rescue him, a deafening explosion resonated from below, and moments later, a fountain of blood surged forth, indicating the earth release ninja's demise. Without the chakra support of the earth release ninja, the 4 walls crumbled. As the walls shattered, Huang Quan and the others realized that a dozen figures clad in animal masks stood behind the broken walls, encircling them completely. Having utilized the body flicker technique to encircle the trio, Shizuku let out a sigh, to rely on the advantage of a preemptive strike and only eliminate 2 enemies? I truly fall short of my lord's prowess. Jisue has long yearned to replicate the stunning ambush executed during his first encounter with Inuzuka Tsuki at the border of Hikawa. The enemy, composed of 7 adversaries, never even caught a glimpse of their foes before being utterly demoralized and nearly annihilated by Inuzuka Tsuki. That battle not only left an indelible impression on the future legacy of the Leg Shadows, but also filled Jisue with awe. Since that moment, whenever his clan members boasted about the Uchiha clan's prowess in weapon throwing, Jisue felt a twinge of embarrassment. After witnessing that battle, he realized that throwing ninja tools was far more complex than merely making kunai curve through the air. In a flash, several figures, swift as lightning, surged towards the trio of Huang Quan, wielding short blades like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, each strike aimed at the enemy's vital points. Enhanced by the golden pill flow, Jisue's physical attributes saw remarkable improvement. Even though he had not fully matured, he held his own against multiple foes, showcasing his prowess in martial arts without faltering. In mere moments, Jisue had engaged Huang Quan and the remaining 2 dark disciples in a fierce melee, exchanging dozens of blows. A chilling sound echoed as a blade pierced flesh. One of the dark disciples fell to the ground, disbelief etched on his face, having been struck to the heart by Jisue's short blade. How could he remain unharmed despite the kunai's penetration? Was it an illusion? With a puzzled expression, the dark disciple collapsed. Simultaneously, the other dark disciple, who had been contesting Jisue's physical prowess, suddenly froze. He had truly fallen victim to an illusion. Before Huang Quan could intervene, Jisue swiftly executed a decisive strike, severing the neck of that dark disciple, sending him to the depths of hell. After several exchanges, Jisue discerned that the disheveled, dark-clad ninja was their leader, the target designated for capture by his superior. Truly, the ninjas of the great ninja village effortlessly dispatched all my subordinates. Jisue of Konoha, the master of body flicker technique, is indeed living up to his reputation, Huang Quan praised, recognizing that all the ninjas he brought were elite members of the Dark Cult. Yet they had been so easily dismantled by these ninjas from the great ninja village. Yield. You stand no chance against me. Jisue's youthful voice emerged from behind his mask as he regarded the remaining 3 ninjas. You truly underestimate us, you ninjas from the great ninja village. Do not let your arrogance blind you, boy. Huangwan retorted as he observed Jisue's clones dissipating like phantoms. Noting the enemy's continued resistance, Jisue ceased holding back. His pupils transforming into 3 spinning tomo, preparing to unleash a jinjutsu, the ultimate means of capturing his foes alive. The instant Huangwan glimpsed the 3 tomo, his expression dulled. Ensnared in the illusion. But just as Jisue intended to close in for the capture, Huangwan, who appeared entranced, suddenly erupted into action. A kunai slipped from his sleeve, aimed directly at Jisue's face. What are those serpents? Jisue murmured to himself, retreating from Huang Chuan's assault. Through his Sharingan, he discerned that Huang Chuan's skin was enveloped by 3 serpent-like chakra veins. The chakra within those serpents shimmered in varied hues, indicating their diverse elemental properties. Moments ago, as Jisue prepared to advance, the serpents had transferred their chakra to Huangwan, disrupting his chakra flow and instantly breaking Jisue's genjutsu. The varying attributes of chakra within those serpents not only replenished their host, but also implied that Huangwan possessed an extraordinary chakra reserve, far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. Given this advantage, he must be a ninjutsu specialist, thus, suppressing him with martial arts was the optimal strategy. With this realization, Jisue evaded the kunai aimed at his face and lunged forward, engaging Huangwan in combat once more, relentlessly dominating him with his martial skills and denying him any opportunity to form hand seals. You bastard! Huangwan exclaimed, finding himself outmatched by Jisue's skills, which were enhanced by the Sharingan in Sage mode. He suffered numerous cuts from Jisue's short blade, his body marred by countless small wounds. While these injuries were not lethal, Huangwan could no longer endure the incessant torment. Risking a counterattack, he finally created distance and swiftly formed hand seals. Die, you bastard. Water release, water dragon whip. Lightning release, thunder transmission. A massive water sphere materialized above Huangwan, instantly extending countless water spears that shot towards Jisue. Without a moment's hesitation, Jisue activated his body flicker technique, creating multiple afterimages. The water spears that struck his real form passed through him, leaving marks on the rocky wall behind. Meanwhile, the remaining afterimages surged toward Huangwan. Damn body flicker technique, Jisue. Huangwan cursed as he watched the approaching Uchiha Jisue. Despite having narrowly escaped Jisue's previous strike, he now faced the daunting reality that his opportunity for retaliation had been effortlessly thwarted. Unbeknownst to him, Jisue had restrained his attack to comply with Inuzuka Tsuki's request for a live capture. Otherwise, even with the enhanced healing capabilities of dark medical ninjutsu, Huangwan would have been severed in 2. Damn it, I must kill you. Water release, super water dragon technique. As Jisue toyed with Huangwan like a cat with a mouse, the latter finally lost his initial composure and unleashed his ultimate ninjutsu, the massive water dragon from the original tale. Without the external chakra replenishment technique, an ordinary ninja could never wield such a grand scale of ninjutsu. In an instant, the distant river surged and roiled, conjuring a gigantic water dragon nearly 100 meters long, soaring through the air and roaring towards Jisue. Upon witnessing this, Jisue's pupils narrowed, the tomo in his eyes spinning frantically. This magnitude of ninjutsu, akin to his great fireball technique, possessed an immense area of effect that left no room for evasion. The 3 tomo whirled together, merging into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, resembling a 4-bladed shuriken. Susanoo, Jisue called out, and a verdant giant erupted from within him, standing defiantly against the water dragon. In that moment, Huang Chuan's pupils constricted, his mind reeling at the sight before him. Could this truly be a technique wielded by humans? A terrified groan escaped his lips. With a thunderous impact, the Emerald Susanoo's fist crashed down upon the water dragon, shattering it into a cascade of droplets that gradually faded from existence. As the Susanoo dissipated, Huangwan found himself once again facing Jisue's true form. Upon recognizing the figure clad in an animal mask, terror gripped Huang Chuan's heart, extinguishing any remnants of his fighting spirit as he hastily retreated into the distance. The master of the dark cult, the enigmatic Lord Shinmong, must be of such caliber. Are these ninjas from the great ninja village truly monsters? Perhaps our escape from the land of Earth was indeed as the despicable Tsuchikage claimed, simply because we did not wish to engage with children. In the depths of his heart, Huangwan was overwhelmed with terror. The colossal Susanoo of Jisue had not only shattered his technique with a single blow, but also obliterated his confidence. However, it was too late to flee. In truth, the moment they laid eyes on Jisue, the prospect of escape had vanished entirely. Just as Susanoo was on the verge of disappearing, Jisue had already teleported to Huang Chuan's side. Observing the panicked Huangwan attempting to flee, Jisue's hand glimmered with a brilliant flash of blade, severing Huang Chuan's right arm. This strike was intended to disrupt his opponent's hand seals. Jisue, mindful of Inuzuka Tsuki's orders, aimed to capture him alive. As Huangwan glanced around, he noticed a clone closing in from each direction, and he sensed Jisue's intentions. A surge of dread engulfed him, causing him to collapse on the ground, his legs flailing aimlessly. His confidence had been utterly shattered by that earlier blow. As a devoted priest of the cult, what could be more despairing than realizing that one's adversary was far superior to one's own deity? In a fit of rage, Huan Chuan's mental defenses crumbled under Zhishui's psychological pressure, and his fear swiftly morphed into madness. Suddenly, 3 black serpent ninjas erupted from Huan Chuan's skin, burrowing out from within him and launching an assault on Zhishui with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Zhishui hastily evaded. Seizing the moment, Huan summoned an unforeseen strength. Enduring the agony of his severed arm and the pain of the serpents emerging from his body, he swiftly reached the riverbank. His left hand trembling as he formed the seals, water release, water blade. A blade of water surged forth from the river, and Huan Quan eagerly leapt onto it. Swiftly drifting downstream, did not even think about escaping. Realizing his opponent was fleeing with the current, Zhishui felt a surge of urgency. This was the target entrusted to him by his master for capture. Without a moment to spare for the serpent ninjas, Zhishui utilized a fraction of his Susanoo abilities to form a ribcage armor, shielding himself from a wave of attacks. He swung his ninja blade, severing all the serpents in one swift motion. Witnessing Huan Quan standing on the water blade drifting further away, Zhishui clenched his left fist in frustration and hurriedly chased along the riverbank. Chapter 76. The Escaping Wraiths at the Entrance of the Shien Cave. Gazing at the cavern that resembled a gaping abyss, Inuzuka Tsuki gently set down the shrine maiden behind him and inquired politely, "Your Highness, do you require our assistance with the sealing?" In response, the shrine maiden surveyed the surrounding mountainous terrain, her brow furrowing as she spoke softly, "Inuzukadano. The recent volcanic eruption has utterly destroyed the surrounding seals. The original sealing method is likely no longer applicable. I will need your guidance to investigate the seals within the cave. However, rest assured, the wraiths have not completely escaped their confinement. You need not intervene in the battle. As long as I can come into contact with the wraiths, I will be able to seal them on my own." The shrine maiden felt a tinge of regret. This unforeseen scenario had taken her by surprise. She had not anticipated the sheer destructive force of the volcanic eruption, which had decimated the outer seals left by their ancestors. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki pondered for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, there is no need for apologies. You have compensated us with the equivalent of at least 10 S-rank mission rewards. Providing a bit of additional assistance is merely our duty. With that in mind, allow me to accompany you to investigate the situation within the cave." Now that they stood at the entrance of the Extreme Flame Cave, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a tinge of curiosity about the mysterious creature known as the Wraith. Moreover, in the original narrative, there was no mention of wraiths wreaking havoc in the ninja world. It seemed that the priestess's seal had ultimately succeeded. Having practiced the Golden Core Flow ninjutsu and developed the Wind Release, Wind God Mode, as well as Steel Release, Divine Ghost Form, Inuzuka Tsuki felt no fear towards the Wraith, which was merely a tentacled creature. After all, he was not a magical girl. Inuzuka Tsuki instructed Itachi to guard the cave entrance, forbidding anyone from entering, then took the lead, guiding the priestess and Wankai into the Extreme Flame Cave. Once inside, Inuzuka Tsuki quickly realized that the temperature was indeed much higher than outside, and the terrain had been altered by volcanic eruptions, as the priestess had anticipated. Thick, viscous lava flowed everywhere, fragmenting the cave floor into countless pieces, with rivers of lava weaving through the gaps. Fortunately, the altar in the center of the cave remained relatively intact. Upon the altar rested a massive stone coffin, though its lid was cracked with numerous fissures, appearing precariously on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the priestess felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her steps faltering as she bitterly smiled to herself. It seemed she could not escape her fate as a priestess. If she were to attempt extracting the wraith's soul completely, she feared she might perish here. "Zishuan, forgive me. Mother, I cannot return." Gazing at the nearly destroyed sealing array, the priestess prepared herself for death and furrowed her brow as she addressed Inuzuka Tsuki, "Inuzukadano. There is no way to seal the wraith here any longer. Shortly, I will extract its soul and separate its body from its spirit for sealing. Once I have sealed the wraith's soul, I ask that you take it to the priestess sanctuary in the land of demons and ensure it is safeguarded." Having spoken, the priestess Methria offered a gentle smile to Inuzuka Tsuki, slowly removing her priestess regalia to reveal a fitted outfit beneath. The luxurious and solemn robes fell into the river of lava, igniting a burst of flames. Although the true spirit of the priestess was intertwined with the wraith, the body housing the priestess's spirit was merely mortal. Throughout history, no priestess who had the chance to seal the wraith had ever survived. At that moment, the priestess advanced to perform the sealing technique, akin to stepping into the jaws of death. Observing this, Inuzuka Tsuki felt a surge of admiration for the priestess's back. Those who could face death for their beliefs, regardless of differing stances, were equally commendable. "Boss, is the priestess preparing to fight to the death?" Wankai murmured softly. "It seems so. The priestess's true form is merely that of an ordinary human, yet within her resides a vast reservoir of chakra. Such power, if unleashed, could surely be her undoing." Inuzuka Tsuki replied. Just as the priestess was about to cast the sealing technique, an unexpected event occurred. The precariously balanced coffin lid shattered with a thunderous roar, and a torrent of inky black chakra surged forth from the coffin, coalescing into a colossal creature upon the altar. This creature bore resemblance to an octopus, adorned with an unknown number of tentacles, and at its core, a single brilliant red eye coldly regarded the priestess. Ha ha ha, Maitreya. I have finally lured you here. Come, let us merge as one. The creature emitted a piercing roar that reverberated through the cavern, causing stones to tumble from the walls and sparks to fly in the river of flames as its myriad tentacles lunged toward the priestess. You shall not. Upon seeing the creature, Maitreya's expression shifted, and she hastily accelerated her movements, swiftly forming seals with her hands in preparation to liberate her spirit from its constraints. Aha. Do you think you can seal me again? Return to me, and together we shall make the world tremble beneath our feet. As the priestess formed her seals, for additional tentacles erupted from the ground, ensnaring her limbs tightly. Do you think that your sealing techniques can bind my power? Casting a glance at the tentacles entwining her limbs, the priestess coldly retorted, radiating a brilliant white light. Curse Maitreya, why do you refuse me? If we were to unite, we could rule the world. Why do you cling to those pitiful humans? Seeing the priestess prepared to risk everything, the wraith became agitated. As two halves of a whole, if the priestess were to unleash her true spirit's power, the fusion would be thwarted. Your thoughts are too extreme, too wicked. Allowing you to emerge would only bring endless calamity to the human realm, ultimately leading to our mutual destruction. I shall never permit you to wreak havoc upon the world. The white light enveloping the priestess intensified, signaling her gradual awakening of the true spirit within. Swish, 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 swish. For cutting winds sliced through the air, severing the tentacles that bound the priestess's limbs. With the severed appendages, the wraith let out a howl of agony, shrieking, "How dare you, insignificant humans, harm the great wraith? You shall pay dearly for this transgression." Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded the wraith's outcry, activating divine ghost form in wind god mode at the moment of his strike. As he severed the 4 tentacles, he positioned himself before the priestess. The wind god sword in Inuzuka Tsuki's hand was drawn in an instant, unleashing a chakra-infused wind blade dozens of meters long that danced like a windmill, slicing through the wraith's advancing tentacles. This is impossible. Witnessing its form being shredded by the long sword, the wraith's crimson eye widened in disbelief. Swish. Ignoring the wraith's shock, Inuzuka Tsuki's blade elongated once more, reaching a length of 40 meters, crashing down upon the wraith's core and carving a horrific gash into its body, nearly cleaving it in two. Your Highness, that power within you is beyond your control. You must retract it for now. Inuzuka Tsuki stood between the priestess and the wraith, addressing her from behind. Foolish human, do you believe this can harm the great wraith? Though the previous strike had elicited a thunderous cry of pain from the wraith, it had not inflicted significant damage. The wraith's body, nearly split in two, gradually reformed like clay, while the severed tentacles melted into pools of black liquid, flowing back toward the wraith's core. Boss, should we intervene? Seeing Inuzuka Tsuki take direct action, Wankai hurried over to stand behind him, unfazed by the wraith's bluster. However, as a pair of time travelers, both master and dog were well aware of the narrative. They understood that during this incident, the priestess Maitreya would pay the ultimate price to reseal the wraith, and any external interference could alter the final outcome. Thus, when Inuzuka Tsuki accepted this mission, the duo had already agreed to only engage on the periphery, striving to avoid involvement in the climactic sealing battle, lest they rewrite the conclusion. Upon hearing Wankai's call, the subordinates of Inuzuka Tsuki did not relent in their assault. Instead, their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. The blades of the wind god's sword cleaved through the malevolent spirits, eliciting incessant cries of agony. Without turning back, he remarked, "Upon further reflection, I have reconsidered the matter. According to the so-called butterfly effect theorem, perhaps the moment we accepted this task, the final outcome had already been altered." Upon hearing those words, Wankai cast a disdainful glance at Inuzuka Tsuki and muttered softly, "If you're feeling soft-hearted, just admit it. What nonsense about the butterfly effect and theories? What are you even saying?" In the sage mode state, Inuzuka Tsuki's hearing had significantly improved, allowing him to catch Wankai's murmurs even amidst the chaos of battle. "It's nothing. I was just asking, what should we do now?" Sensing the unfriendly tone of his leader, Wankai's canine visage shifted slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. "Is there even a need to ask? Let us just beat him up." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki swung the wind god sword once more, striking the wraith. Seeing that Inuzuka Tsuki was resolutely taking charge of this matter, Wankai ceased his idleness. Like Parker, he formed hand seals with his paws and shouted, "Beast mimicry ninja art, werewolf form." In an instant, Wankai's form surged with power, expanding to the size of a lion, standing upright, and sprouting 4 sharp, claw-like nails resembling those of a werewolf from a fantasy realm. This was a ninjutsu he had developed after cultivating his golden core, primarily to enhance his close combat capabilities, as his beast form had superior melee strength compared to his human form. However, most ninjutsu in the shinobi world were designed for humanoid beings, prompting Wankai to reference the Inuzuka clan's beast mimicry techniques to create this move, enabling him to engage in battle while in werewolf form. Since the two of them traversed into the Naruto world, they had always relied on each other, remaining steadfast even in their most challenging times. In Inuzuka Tsuki's heart, Wankai was his most vital companion. Regardless of the powerful ninjutsu he developed, he would always impart it to Wankai first. At this moment, transformed into a werewolf, One-size hind legs bent and propelled him upward, appearing instantaneously above the wraith, his sharp claws gouging out one of its blood-red eyes. Moving faster than Inuzuka Tsuki by a noticeable margin. The wraith's agonized howl, having lost an eye, was even more piercing than when Inuzuka Tsuki had cleaved it in half. Although such creatures could regenerate their eyes, the pain was undeniably real. Damn you, wretched insects. I will kill you and turn you into my undead minions, enslaving you for all eternity. Having already endured countless severed tendrils at the hands of Inuzuka Tsuki, the wraith's pent-up fury reached a boiling point, especially now that a mere dog was daring to challenge it. Suddenly, numerous tendrils erupted from within the wraith, intertwining to form a single, thicker appendage, spinning like a drill and lunging towards Wonkai. Caesar's sharp claws. The wraith's fierce assault was met with Wonksai's defiance as he crossed his paws and unleashed a cross-shaped blade of wind, confronting the wraith's drill head-on. In an instant, the two forces collided, producing a series of massive explosions that echoed through the cave, scattering the wraith's severed tendrils in every direction. At that moment, Inuzuka Tsuki, observing the battle, realized something was amiss. The wraith's severed limbs were nearly half the size of its original form, yet it remained vigorous. It turned out that the severed limbs were autonomously converging back towards the wraith's main body. Witnessing this, Inuzuka Tsuki flicked his sword, lifting one of the wraith's severed limbs, only to feel a peculiar sensation as if he could not grip it tightly. It seemed ready to slip from his grasp at any moment. As he exerted a slight force, the limb suddenly transformed into a puddle of black goo, flowing from his palm. Curse it, another repulsive enemy. I must train in the spiral shuriken upon my return. Inuzuka Tsuki cursed inwardly as he observed the wraith's limb's response. Recently, he had fought against various foes, all possessing an extraordinarily disgusting regenerative ability. Indeed, he believed that even Kakuzu, while skilled, had a rather ordinary level of effort. Although he acknowledged that in pure martial arts experience and technique, he was not a match for the seasoned Kakuzu in Sage mode. He could contend with colossal summoning beasts and even-tailed beasts, their powers operating on entirely different scales. Facing the wraith, with its grotesque ability to regenerate, posed a unique challenge. Perhaps I should try a fire release attack. Inuzuka Tsuki mused, although he was not proficient in large-scale fire techniques. However, given that the surroundings were filled with rivers of lava, it was as if they were encased in a furnace, eliminating the need for any individual fire release. With this thought, he aimed to toss the residual black liquid into the flowing magma. It is futile, Lord Inuzuka. The wraith cannot be killed, it can only be sealed. Noticing Inuzuka Tsuki's actions, the priestess Moreau stepped forward, speaking softly. Lord Inuzuka, I am genuinely grateful for your compassion, but this is the fate of my priestess clan. Unavoidable and unnecessary to escape. To meet a good person like you at the end of my life brings me great joy. Moreau offered a bittersweet smile. There is no need for such sentiments. Compassion is simply the essence of humanity. I shall do my utmost to assist you in sealing this creature without invoking the power within you. Please share all the information you possess. Inuzuka Tsuki disregarded the priestess's pleas and directly inquired about the information. He recalled that the true spirit within the priestess was the wraith's benevolent spirit, bound to suppress the wraith, with this essence dwelling within the priestess's lineage for generations. Skeptical of the world's karmic cycle, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 78, with health bars and equipment drops. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's words, the Shrine Maiden felt a surge of emotion, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. She continued. It is rather shameful to admit, but the Shrine Maiden lineage and that monster are but two sides of the same coin. Ha ha ha, Moroku, have you finally acknowledged it? You are me, and I am you. We embody the yin and yang of our essence. If you do not perish, neither shall I. But can you truly escape death? Ha ha. The Shrine Maiden's admission sent the specter into a fit of maniacal laughter, as it proclaimed its madness. With the truth laid bare by the specter, the Shrine Maiden's smile faltered slightly. What it says holds some truth. Even if the Shrine Maiden clan were to be annihilated, my true spirit would seek out another host. We are akin to the tailed beast of your ninja world. Fundamentally, we are monsters. Lord Inuzuka, would you still be willing to save us, these aberrations from another realm? However, as she posed this question, she awaited an answer from Inuzuka Tsuki for a long while, only to find him lost in contemplation, murmuring about yin and yang. Lord Inuzuka, the Shrine Maiden had already come to appreciate Tsuki's intellect and decisiveness. Yet she found it perplexing that such a sagacious figure could be distracted during a moment of dire consequence for humanity. The sorrow she had previously cultivated dissipated into thin air. Your Highness, what did you just say? It was only then that Inuzuka Tsuki returned to his senses. Apologetically muttering in embarrassment, the Shrine Maiden rolled her eyes, beginning to doubt the reliability of the ninja she had sought out. Realizing his earlier lapse, Tsuki felt a twinge of awkwardness and swiftly shifted the topic. Your Highness, I have conceived a sealing plan, but it requires your assistance to test it. With that, Tsuki produced a storage scroll from his robe, unsealing it with a series of hand signs, revealing a massive desiccated finger, which he placed before Moroku. Your Highness, this finger is the most potent chakra vessel known in the ninja world. Please attempt to seal a segment of the tentacle within it. Upon speaking, Tsuki exerted some force with his sword, deftly retrieving another segment of the tentacle from the battlefield. The Shrine Maiden felt a mix of skepticism and hope. But she could not conceive a better method to simultaneously preserve her life while sealing the malevolent entity. Thus, she resolved to follow Tsuki's guidance. With both hands, the Shrine Maiden slowly formed the necessary hand seals, and her palms suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, casting its glow upon the writhing tentacle in Tsuki's grasp. The previously struggling and liquefied appendage was instantly immobilized. Bathed in this soft luminescence, the tentacle gradually ascended, ultimately transforming into a stream of inky chakra that flowed gently into the desiccated finger. Lord Inuzuka, it has succeeded. Upon witnessing the inky chakra vanish into the finger, the Shrine Maiden wiped her brow in relief and addressed Tsuki. Splendid. Your Highness, did you know that with a health bar, one can also loot equipment? This monster is doomed. As the tentacle was successfully sealed within the finger, Tsuki felt an overwhelming joy. When the specter mentioned Yin and Yang, it dawned upon him that this formidable entity, devoid of the support from the hidden cloud village and not residing within the belly of death itself, dared to act so brazenly. What a splendid source of Yin chakra it would make. Health bar? Looting equipment? Lord Inuzuka, what are you speaking of? Nothing of consequence. It is merely a colloquialism from Konoha, meaning it is doomed, Tsuki replied with a smile. Continuing, Your Highness, please seal the specter within this finger. It is the optimal vessel for sealing. Even if the specter were to grow tenfold in strength, this finger would suffice to contain both its corporeal form and its spirit. In response, the Shrine Maiden offered a rueful smile. Though the Shrine Maiden lineage possesses the power of the true spirit within us, our physical forms are merely mortal. To seal the specter requires the aid of the formation here. Otherwise, I could not possibly contain it elsewhere. Fear not, I shall assist in dismantling it. You may seal it piece by piece, Tsuki declared, dispelling her concerns. To him, the specter's combat prowess was manageable. The most troublesome aspects were its self-healing capabilities and the vast army of puppets at its command. Even I cannot frequently employ sealing techniques. If we were to seal it in fragments, the entire process would extend over 3 days or more. The Shrine Maiden expressed her continued worry. 3 days, you say? Tsuki pondered quietly. Meanwhile, Itachi stood guard outside the cave, but the Uchiha clan's chakra reserves were only average, and Itachi was not suited for prolonged combat. Given Itachi's strength, he would hardly withstand the relentless assault of the puppet army for 3 days. After a moment's reflection, Tsuki called out to Wankai, who was suppressing the specter nearby. Wankai, can you hold it down for half an hour? Is that feasible? Absolutely, boss. This guy's attack power is quite low. It's merely a sturdy punching bag. Wankai responded confidently. With Wankai's assurance, Tsuki stowed away the magical finger and, with the Shrine Maiden on his back, rushed toward the cave's exit, discreetly taking a severed tentacle along for her to manage. Upon emerging from the cave, they found the exterior still tranquil, with only Itachi standing vigil at the entrance. Upon seeing Tsuki return, Itachi hurried forward to inquire, My lord, were you and the Shrine Maiden successful? Not yet. We encountered a minor setback. But it is a fortuitous one, Tsuki replied, and paused before elaborating. The creature within is akin to a tailed beast, possessing an immense amount of Yin chakra. The Shrine Maiden and I intend to seal it within this finger. He gestured to the enormous finger resting on his back. At this, Itachi's face lit up with elation as he exclaimed, Brother Tsuki, please, you must assist our Uchiha clan. The sole issue hindering the evolution of the Sharingan was the lack of a stable source of Yin chakra. A creature with pure Yin chakra would be a veritable boon for the Uchiha clan. Observing Itachi's fervor, Tsuki smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, I shall seal it. However, you two have a task. You must guard this place for 3 days, ensuring not a single puppet crosses the cave's threshold. I anticipate that the sand and rock ninjas will not exert their full strength, but the specter's puppet army will soon arrive. Tsuki issued a firm command to Itachi, taking the opportunity to disparage the sand and rock villages in front of the Shrine Maiden. Regardless of their actual commitment, in Tsuki's narrative, the sand and rock villages were certainly slacking. In a previous life, a wealthy merchant once proclaimed a memorable saying, competitors are fools. Tsuki had always resonated with this sentiment. At its core, the ninja villages functioned as mercenary companies. In Tsuki's mind, competition for task shares was an unyielding tension, and he seized every opportunity to malign competitors in front of the clients. Upon hearing the command, Itachi momentarily forgot to consider his own strength and eagerly pledged, My lord, I vow to complete the task at all costs. Chapter 79. The Abyss of 10 Directions. If the priestess were to discover their intention to exploit the chakra of the spirits, it might provoke her disdain and even lead to her refusal to cooperate. Thus, Inuzuka Tsuki spoke with great subtlety, emphasizing only the shadow attribute chakra. Observing Itachi's reaction, he realized that there were certain things he could not openly express at this moment, and Itachi had already grasped the implication, jesting. I have always opposed ninjas sacrificing their lives or the lives of their comrades for personal missions. However, today may be an exception. I shall complete this task, even at the cost of my life. Yet, with your current strength, such a vow is futile. Reminded by Inuzuka Tsuki, Itachi finally emerged from his excitement. Suddenly aware that holding the entrance against the assault of hundreds of thousands of warrior puppets was a test of endurance, one he could not possibly withstand. As this realization struck him, the elation he had previously felt vanished, replaced by concern. Tsuki-senpai, are you afraid of death? Inuzuka Tsuki, seemingly oblivious to Itachi's expression, posed an unrelated question. Not at all. Itachi replied with determination. Then, try taking a small sip. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for thorough reasoning. Theoretically, you should be able to harness this power. With that, Inuzuka Tsuki produced a small vial of liquid from his robe and handed it to Itachi. Upon hearing this, Itachi resolutely uncorked the bottle and took a sip, harboring no doubts about Inuzuka Tsuki's intentions. He was fully aware of the contents. The legendary would release chakra liquid, a power said to be wielded only by the first Hokage. After a moment, seeing that Itachi did not undergo the gradual wooden transformation like the previous experimental subjects, Inuzuka Tsuki's face lit up with joy as he inquired, "What do you feel now?" "My lord, this sensation is quite extraordinary. I feel an additional surge of chakra within me, radiating with vibrant vitality." Itachi closed his eyes to savor the moment before responding. "That is splendid." Upon hearing Itachi's response, Inuzuka Tsuki felt an immense relief wash over him. He retrieved a small, emerald green external magical statue from his bosom, which he had filled with would release chakra during his studies of the golden pill ninjutsu. In a previous transaction with Nagato, Tsuki had acquired the left hand of the statue. The palm was sealed within his body. The thumb remained at the headquarters of the Shenlong group. The index finger was given to Orochimaru, and the middle finger was divided into 3 segments, each assigned to his subordinates Inuzuka Seiya, Hyugayu, and Mizuki. The ring finger was reserved for sealing the malevolent spirit, while the pinky was divided into 3 parts for experimentation, with the unutilized segment sealed within Sure Sway, and the portion infused with 9 elemental chakras used by Wankai. At present, Tsuki was left with only the segment filled with would-release chakra, and in preparation for the impending battle, he had no choice but to allow Itachi to take the risk of utilizing it. Given the stakes concerning the fate of the Uchiha clan, Tsuki felt no qualms about putting Itachi's life on the line. With urgency, he unsheathed the sword of the wind god and leveled the nearby rocks, instructing Itachi to lie down. He then commenced the sealing of the golden pill. Amidst the sealing process, Tsuki took the time to relay crucial details regarding the golden pill ninjutsu and imparted several would-release techniques to Itachi. Having observed Orochimaru practicing would-release ninjutsu, Tsuki was well aware of its significance as the premier bloodline limit in the ninja world, although he could not wield it himself. His curiosity remained piqued. In contrast to other ninjutsu, the hand seals for would-release were remarkably straightforward, accessible even to those of lesser intellect. And Tsuki could only hope that Itachi's prodigious talent would allow him to master them swiftly. After a tense and busy half-hour, Tsuki finally succeeded in sealing the special golden pill for Itachi. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he patted Itachi on the shoulder and stated, "The golden pill ninjutsu amplifies the power of similar ninjutsu proportionally, enabling one to excel in prolonged battles. However, we lack the time for you to acclimate. Your first battle will be a practical one. The mission remains unchanged. We must hold this position for 3 days. Senior Tsuki, I will not allow a single puppet soldier to pass." Itachi replied resolutely after Tsuki's instructions. "That's good. I shan't delay any further." With that, Tsuki turned and entered the cave, aiming to complete the sealing promptly and alleviate some of Itachi's burdens. Observing Tsuki's retreating figure, Itachi suddenly knelt on one knee and declared, "I swear my life and loyalty to you, my lord. Yes, return alive. The will of fire needs you." Tsuki did not look back this time, hoisting the shrine maiden beside him as he re-entered the cave. Inside the extreme flame cave, Wankai was still engaged in battle with the malevolent spirit. Yet his movements were noticeably less agile than at the outset, a clear sign of exhaustion and excessive chakra depletion. Even golden pill ninjas have their limits. "My lord, you are responsible for the sealing at the entrance. I shall have my ninja dogs protect you," Tsuki declared, activating his divine body in wind god mode to join the fray, taking over the battle from Wankai. "Do not even think of escaping." As the chakra-drained ninja dog attempted to flee, the malevolent spirit, in a panic, summoned countless tentacles, twisting them into a drill to pursue Wankai. This time, the tentacles were thicker and infused with more chakra, akin to a heavy battering ram, shattering the rocks in their path. Yet Wankai showed no fear, not even glancing back as he sprinted towards the shrine maiden, placing absolute trust in Tsuki, convinced that as long as Tsuki took the fight upon himself, he would ensure his safety. Wind release, Iato slashes. With a swift motion, the cross-shaped blade of light struck fiercely against the tentacle drill formed by the malevolent spirit, severing it as easily as slicing through tofu. Before the tentacles could revert to liquid and return to the spirit's body, Tsuki kicked the largest segment towards the shrine maiden, exclaiming, "My lady, please take charge of the sealing. My ninja dogs will ensure your safety." With that, Tsuki leaped forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the malevolent spirit to prevent it from disturbing the shrine maiden. As she completed sealing the segment of the tentacle, Tsuki swiftly delivered another piece. "Curse you. Return my power." Having lost 2 portions of its body to sealing, the malevolent spirit quickly realized its strength was waning and let out a furious howl. 10 directions of hell. With a roar, the malevolent spirit summoned a surge of rocky protrusions from the ground, and the river of magma in the cave transformed into writhing flames, charging towards Tsuki. Immortal technique. Earth release. 10,000 miles earth flow wall. This attack came with great force, one not even utilized by the spirit in the original work. In a moment of peril, Tsuki bellowed, summoning all his sage chakra to perform an earth release defense. A wall of earth, thick as a fortress, rose to shield Tsuki. Wankai and the Shrine Maiden. Dozens of magma dragons collided against the earthen wall, causing magma to splatter and transforming the cave into a hellish inferno. Seeing his attack fail, the malevolent spirit sought to continue its assault, but Tsuki immediately executed the body flicker technique, suddenly appearing at its side. You've had your turn, now it's mine. Raising his right arm, Tsuki's wind-release great sword targeted the malevolent spirit's recently healed eye, shattering it once more. The eye was obliterated again, and even the spirit, with its monstrous physique, could not withstand the pain, staggering backward with anguished cries. Tsuki seized the moment, knowing that the spirit's area of attacks posed little threat to him, but severely disrupted the Shrine Maiden's sealing efforts. He had to maintain pressure on the spirit to prevent it from employing bizarre techniques that could interfere with her work. Consequently, Tsuki unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes with the Wind God Sword, hacking away at the spirit's body, eliciting pained howls. Each time the Shrine Maiden completed a sealing, Tsuki would toss another segment of the spirit's body her way. On the first day, they managed to seal away a quarter of the spirit's body, during which the Shrine Maiden took 2 brief rests. On the second day, with the spirit's power diminished, Tsuki found it even easier to contain it, providing all his remaining soldier rations to the Shrine Maiden to restore her chakra. Together, they sealed nearly half of the spirit's body. By the third day, the battle had devolved into a mere formality. Tsuki periodically handed over segments of the malevolent spirit's tentacles or body for the Shrine Maiden to seal, taking intervals to allow her to recover her chakra. In terms of combat prowess, the malevolent spirit was vastly inferior to Tsuki, lacking even the ability to flee in his presence. Over the course of 2 days, they sealed away much of the spirit's power, and by the third day, it could no longer pose a threat to Tsuki. Wait, human, I acknowledge your formidable strength. Once I conquer the world, I shall appoint you as the contemporary saint of my dark cult. Witnessing the vibrant and seemingly inexhaustible Tsuki, the malevolent spirit began to tremble with fear, realizing it could not outlast him. Tsuki was more monstrous than it had imagined. Swish. In response, Tsuki's blade sliced through yet another segment of the spirit's body. Human, let us negotiate. Why not bind ourselves as brothers, conquering the world together, and we shall share dominion? As more of its body was severed, the spirit's offers grew increasingly desperate. It had initially sought to position itself as Tsuki's father, but now merely wished to be his brother. Swish. Another flash of the blade, and the spirit watched in horror as yet another segment of its body was cleaved away, its fear escalating. It quickly amended its proposition. Inuzuka Dano, once we conquer the world, I shall revere you as a great lord, ruling supreme, while I remain merely the leader of the dark cult. Swish. The blade glimmered once more. I wish to honor you as my adoptive father. In the end, even the dark cult dared not speak of the malevolent spirits, yet for Inuzuka Tsuki, such a convenient son could be cut 1,000 times without evoking any sorrow. In truth, as more of his power became sealed, Inuzuka Tsuki found combat increasingly effortless. Beyond the decline of his strength, it was also due to the malevolent spirit's own waning confidence. They witnessed their own tendrils strike Tsuki, only to produce sparks without inflicting any harm, while Tsuki remained as vigorous as ever, enduring far longer than the monsters themselves. Every sentient being, endowed with wisdom, inevitably experiences emotions. Despair and fear are among them. Even the malevolent spirits, despite being monsters, cannot claim immunity. During their prime, they could not best Inuzuka Tsuki, and after suffering hundreds of cuts, what confidence could they still possess? In the end, their resistance resembled mere instinct, akin to a young girl facing violence, manifesting only token defiance that was inconsequential to Inuzuka Tsuki. The sealing battle persisted for 3 days. When the last fragment of the malevolent spirit's corporeal form was sealed, the Shrine Maiden stood weakly, staggering before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Inuzuka Tsuki hastily supported her, exclaiming, "My lady, are you all right?" "It's nothing. Merely a bit fatigued. A moment's rest will suffice. Lord Inuzuka, the priestess lineage of the land of demons will forever remember your kindness." Despite her physical exhaustion, the Shrine Maiden's spirit sword, once supported by Inuzuka Tsuki, she promptly bowed deeply. "There is no need for such formality. It is our duty as ninjas. Please rest. I shall check on my subordinates." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki entrusted the Shrine Maiden to the care of Wankai, retrieving his fingers now transformed into a black demonic statue, and swiftly made his way toward the cave's entrance. Outside the Jian cave, the ninjas from Konoha, Suna, and IWA were embroiled in a fierce battle against the puppet army. The command Inuzuka Tsuki had given Itachi was to hold the line for 3 days. However, 6 hours into the sealing battle, the main forces tasked with intercepting the puppet legion had retreated to the cave's mouth. Itachi, along with the main forces led by the earth, could only hold back the puppet army. This legion bore similarities to the malevolent spirits. While their actual combat strength was weak, their reckless tenacity and ability to resurrect infinitely posed significant challenges, particularly evident during the city defense. When the ninjas had ample chakra, they managed to defend with ease. Yet, as time wore on, by the 24th hour, the main forces under Earth began to exhaust their chakra, plunging everyone into a grueling struggle. Earth grew increasingly impatient, vehemently insisting on entering the cave to assess the situation. Nevertheless, Itachi, adhering strictly to Inuzuka Tsuki's orders, firmly declined, insisting they must hold for the full 3 days. Observing Itachi, who remained robust despite having endured a day of relentless defense, Earth dared not breach the line. Yet both sides parted on unfriendly terms. Although the main forces of Suna and Iwa did not withdraw from battle, they ceased to exert themselves in defense. On the second day of the defense, the burden of protection fell almost entirely upon Itachi. Under immense pressure, he was compelled to utilize the powers of wood release. A colossal wooden giant clad in Susanoo armor rose, unleashing devastating blows amidst the puppet throng. However, such immense expenditure of energy was unsustainable, even for a skilled ninja of the golden elixir tier. Fortunately, on the third day, reinforcements arrived in the form of Shursui, pursuing the underworld, and Inuzuka Saiga, who was cleansing the dark cultist alongside Granny Chiyo. With the arrival of these fresh troops, Itachi finally stabilized the front line. Watching the towering wooden figure, draped in the imposing Susanoo armor, Saiga felt a twinge of envy, not for the wood release itself, but for the majestic Susanoo armor. After Inuzuka Tsuki developed steel release, Saiga recognized that bloodline-based ninjutsu could be cultivated later in life. Mastery of wood release ninjutsu required only the attributes of water, earth, and yang chakra. And with a decade or so of practice, one could achieve it. Even without yang chakra, the power of wood release would merely be diminished. Chapter 81. Susanoo's Great Buddha. At this moment, witnessing Itachi move through the puppet army with divine grace, Saiga remarked to Hyuga beside him, "I truly envy you esteemed bloodline ninjas. Once you awaken your bloodline, you can wield such powerful jutsu." Upon hearing Chinya's teasing remarks, Hinata cast him a sideways glance and retorted, "I have heard that the elder left you with steel and wind release chakra modes. Yet here you are, unable to master even your family's secret arts while envying others." Chinya had merely intended to jest about the Uchiha clan's status as a prestigious lineage, but found himself taken aback by Hinata's sharp comeback. He responded, slightly embarrassed, "Haha, do you truly believe all of us in the Inuzuka clan are as gifted as my cousin?" With that, Chinya activated his wind release chakra mode and charged back into the puppet army, while Hinata chuckled softly, shaking his head as he leaped into the fray, summoning a tempest of chakra with his technique. "Itachi, you should take a moment to rest. Even if you have reached the stage of a golden elixir ninja, you cannot bear such chakra depletion," Shursui advised, observing Itachi's pale lips. He steered his green Susanoo to clear the enemies before Itachi, attempting to alleviate his burden. "Brother Shursui, I promised Kazumi-senpai that I would hold out for 3 days, so I cannot withdraw now." With that, the crimson-armored Susanoo of the wooden figure surged forward into the puppet horde, unleashing a storm of rocks. Chiyo, the puppet master, found her combat style ill-suited to the current battlefield, and thus refrained from engaging directly, preserving her strength to observe the others. Watching Shursui, Itachi, Chinya, and Hinata maneuver through the puppet army, she felt a bitter pang in her heart. Has Konoha grown this powerful? An azure flash, an extraordinarily strong Hinata ninja, and those colossal chakra giants. What was even more alarming was that the boy named Uchiha Itachi was utilizing the legendary wood release. At that moment, Chiyo no longer harbored any thoughts of covert sabotage. Among the four, only Shursui was renowned, indicating the substantial disparity in overall strength between Konoha and Sunagakure. Subtle schemes could hardly alter the tide and might even plunge Sunagakure into despair. This matter must be swiftly conveyed to Rasha, Chiyo murmured to herself. The external policies of Sunagakure must change. We can no longer straddle the line between Konoha and Iwagakure. Konoha has regained the strength to wage war against us, but Sunagakure cannot withstand another ninja world conflict. Witnessing this scenario, Lus felt even more anxious. Sunagakure and Konoha had already signed an alliance agreement. No matter how strong Konoha became, Sunagakure would not confront its threats head-on for the time being. However, Iwagakure remained in a state of war with Konoha. If these formidable forces were to enter the battlefield between Konoha and Iwagakure, how would Iwagakure respond? Even with the likes of my uncle and Han participating as Jinchuriki, it would be a challenge to contend with such monsters. Damn it, why does Konoha possess so many powerful ninjas? Lus grumbled, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at the four combatants, as each individual wrestled with their own thoughts. The priestess finally sealed the last fragment of the wraith's body within the fingers of the golem. With the core sealed, the once fearlessly aggressive puppet army collapsed like wheat before a gust of wind. Huff, huff, Itachi gasped, having already begun to overextend himself by the second day. By the third day, he was merely relying on sheer willpower. The success of sealing the wraith was pivotal to the future of the Uchiha clan. If he could secure the wraith, Sasuke would not have to endure the painful mental trauma associated with awakening his eyes. Itachi was fighting not just for himself, but for the entire clan. At that moment, his Mangekyo Sharingan was engulfed in darkness, allowing him only to perceive vague silhouettes. After a prolonged absence of attacks from the puppet army, he finally realized the puppets had ceased their movements. As the battle concluded, Itachi's knees buckled, and he collapsed atop the wooden figure, coughing up blood as the Crimson Susanoo armor gradually faded away. Seeing Itachi's frailty, Shisui hurriedly dissipated the Susanoo and leaped onto the wooden figure's head to support the nearly unconscious Itachi. Brother Shisui, did we win? Itachi asked weakly. Yes. The elder has succeeded, Shisui quickly replied, cradling Itachi. That's good. With confirmation, Itachi finally felt a weight lift from his heart and slowly closed his eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Noticing Itachi's steady breathing and normal heartbeat, Shisui exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a smile. After their reunion, Itachi had shared the urgency of the Wraith and the Uchiha stakes with him, making Shisui acutely aware of the Wraith's significance to their clan. Just as everyone relaxed, a rectangular beam of white light suddenly illuminated a corner of the battlefield, striking towards Shisui and Itachi with blinding speed. At that moment, as they basked in the victory, Shisui sensed the impending attack too late to evade it, his pupils dilating in horror at the sight of the white light. Dust release, original world separation technique. In an instant, the dust release struck the position where Shisui and Itachi stood, erasing the wooden figure's head as if it were a pencil drawing being rubbed out, taking Shisui and Itachi with it. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. No one had anticipated an ambush at the moment of triumph. Dust release. It's the Tsuchikage. Chinya and Hinata Yu's eyes widened with rage as they rushed towards Inoki, disregarding any personal feelings, for Shisui was a member of their team. Just as they were about to engage with Inoki, Inuzuka Tsuki materialized before them like a flash, holding both Shisui and the unconscious Itachi, blocking their path. At the moment Inoki unleashed his dust release, Inuzuka Tsuki had activated his wind god mode with all his might, pulling Shisui and Itachi out of harm's way. However, he collided with Shisui in the process, knocking him unconscious. True to his reputation as a seasoned Kage, Inoki had seized the opportunity with impeccable timing. Combined with the overwhelming force of the dust release, had Tsuki not intervened, even the mightiest of Kage would have been reduced to atoms. Such is the nature of the ninja world. Even with an unbeatable defense like the Susanoo, one cannot maintain it indefinitely. A moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. And dust release was no exception. Lus and the Iwagakure ninjas, still reeling from the shocking turn of events, quickly rallied to shield Inoki. Yet, he paid no heed to his son, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Uchiha Itachi, muttering to himself, Susanoo, a great Buddha. A moment later, Inoki regained his composure and spoke in a somber tone. Ninjas from the dark cult have infiltrated the land of Earth and massacred a town. The daimyo is furious and demands that I lead a team to eliminate them. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Inuzuka Tsuki, Inoki, though not a sensory-type ninja, could sense the speed Tsuki had displayed moments prior. Such speed, coupled with beast-like reflexes and expert assassination skills, made him a dazzling figure, akin to the so-called blue flash of Konoha. You truly are a despicable old man, planning the next war before the dust of the previous battle has settled. Tsuki retorted coldly, glaring at Inoki. Just like your third Hokage. With elite forces like you, it's no wonder you can keep the entire ninja world in the dark. I hear your mentor, Orochimaru, has defected. I imagine life in Konoha has become quite uncomfortable for you. How about joining us in Iwagakure? The position of the next Tsuchikage is not out of the question. Confronted by the murderous intent of Inuzuka Tsuki, Inoki similarly responded with a cold smirk, his tone unyielding as he retorted with a hint of provocation. Chiyo Baba, let us not forget our alliance agreement. At this moment, tensions soared as both parties stood on the brink of conflict, the Sunagakure ninjas instinctively gathering around Chiyo in a defensive posture, observing the Sand ninjas poised to remain spectators. Inuzuka Tsuki spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's words, Granny Chiyo sighed internally, realizing that Tsuki was coercing her to take a side, reluctantly abandoning her intention to observe the conflict from a distance. Just as Granny Chiyo was about to lead the Sand shinobi to align with Inuzuka Tsuki, Inoki suddenly issued a grave threat. Chiyo, you foolish woman, that boy just displayed would release in Susanoo. How can you ascertain whether he will become Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara? If he turns out to be the new Uchiha Madara, we are all doomed. At these words, Chiyo's advancing foot faltered. As a contemporary shinobi, she fully understood the formidable powers of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The emergence of both forces within a single individual indeed instilled a sense of despair. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki finally came to a realization, understanding why Inoki would brazenly launch a surprise attack. The people of their era held a rigid stereotype towards wood release, or one could say they had a fan's filter, naively believing that Senju Hashirama's strength stemmed solely from his wood release Kekkei Genkai. Little did they know that it is always the individual who possesses strength, not merely a bloodline ability. Hashirama was formidable because he was Senju Hashirama, not merely due to his wood release. Orochimaru and Yamato could also wield wood release, yet their power paled in comparison to that of Hashirama. At times, Tsuki pondered that Hashirama's mastery of wood release was simply due to its excellent control, making it convenient for capturing live opponents. Otherwise, with his terrifying chakra reserves, had he focused on earth release, he could have caused landslides. Had he specialized in water release? With but a clap of his hands, he could summon a tsunami within the Leaf Village, leading to a swift demise for his enemies. With this in mind, Tsuki whispered a few instructions to Kiba and Y, then activated Wind God mode once more, grasping Sure Sway and Itachi as he leaped backward, exiting the battlefield. You shall not escape. Dust release, original world. Seeing Tsuki attempt to flee with Itachi, Naka's expression changed drastically, hastily employing dust release to impede their escape. As the Tsuchikage, he was determined to conceal himself in the shadows and launch a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate Uchiha Itachi before he could mature and pose a threat to the future of Awagakure. No one understood the magnitude of a ninja capable of utilizing wood release and Susanoo better than Noki himself, as he had once been thoroughly defeated by such a ninja. At this moment, he would not easily let Itachi slip away. Old fool, your opponent is me. 8 trigrams air palm. Just as Noki initiated dust release, Higay transformed into a flash of lightning, surging forth. He gazed at Noki hovering above, raising his palm to unleash a strike from a distance. This seemingly mundane palm strike, however, unleashed a powerful chakra storm that roared forth like a thundering dragon, sweeping toward Noki with an ear-piercing sound of air friction. Naka's expression shifted. The speed of Y's attack was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to execute dust release. As the chakra storm neared, he hastily evaded. The core function of the Golden Core was to allow one to maintain Sage Mode indefinitely. In this state, a ninja's strength, speed, and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, while the potency of ninjutsu and taijutsu would also see various degrees of amplification. Applied to the gentle fist of the Higay clan, the power and range of the Return to Heaven technique would be magnified, while the air palm strike from the 8 trigrams would also see a considerable increase in both power and range. Although dust release did not require hand seals, Noki needed a charging period to utilize it, whereas the 8 trigrams air palm could be executed with a mere gesture. Although its power was not on par with dust release, it was decidedly more rapid. Just as Noki began to gather energy, he sensed the incoming palm wind and quickly dodged, only to be met with another timely strike from Y's 8 trigrams air palm each time he attempted to gather energy for dust release. Moreover, the range of Y's 8 trigrams air palm extended over 50 meters, leaving Noki unable to escape its reach in such a short span of time. You all stop him. As Noki struggled against Y's entanglement, the wood release brat continued to distance himself, and he found himself unable to execute dust release. In haste, Noki commanded his subordinates, such as K-Do and others. If this delay continued, the blue flash would carry the wood release brat away without a trace. Understood. Responding to Naka's command, K-Do and the Awagakure forces rushed toward Higay, attempting to entangle him and buy Noki time. Take care of yourselves first. Just as K-Do surged forward, a dark-haired figure suddenly appeared at his side, bearing 2 crimson battle scars on his face, Inuzuka Kiba. With a swift motion, Kiba's right fist, enveloped in a tempest, struck towards K-Do's temple. Caught off guard, K-Do's expression changed drastically. The speed of his opponent was almost inhuman. He hastily crossed his arms to block. But in Sage Mode, Kiba's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, sending the 2-meter-tall K-Do flying. With K-Do dispatched, the remaining Awagakure ninjas were no match for Kiba. Alongside his ninja dog, Wolf Maru, they fought together like a tiger among sheep, swiftly incapacitating one adversary after another, clearing out a significant portion of the Awagakure ranks. After Kiba and Wyatt managed to delay the Awagakure forces, Inuzuka Tsuki no longer retreated, casting a threatening glance at the Sand Village ninjas nearby. Tsuki began to form seals to summon a creature. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a colossal purple serpent that nearly blotted out the sun, one of Orochimaru's summoned beasts, the Serpent of 10,000. Inuzuka Tsuki, you rascal. I haven't given you permission to summon me at will, bellowed the Serpent of 10,000, irate at being called forth. Enough chatter. Help me out, and take them to the Dragon Cave for protection. Tsuki, sensing the urgency, disregarded the serpent's complaints. They smell delightful. Inuzuka Tsuki. You do too. Have you all been training in sage arts? Upon hearing the urgency in Tsuki's voice, the serpent's vertical pupils spun in circles, deliberately changing the subject to stall for time. Other matters can wait. Help me first. Tsuki urged desperately. Can I eat them? The Serpent of 10,000, sensing Tsuki's anxiety, became even more insistent in delaying. Yes. But once you're done, I'll flay your skin in the Dragon Cave. Tsuki, somewhat exasperated, noted how this creature had become increasingly cunning since he had last defeated it. I refuse. Upon hearing Tsuki's threat, the Serpent of 10,000 shook its massive head, feigning a desire to leave. 1 bottle of Earth Attribute Chakra Liquid. Reluctantly, Tsuki began to negotiate with the serpent. Since Tsuki and Orochimaru had perfected the chakra liquefaction technique, the serpent had begun demanding chakra liquid. Curse it. Tsuki muttered under his breath, contemplating the cunning creature before him. What kind of summoned beasts did Orochimaru attract? including the White Serpent Sage and the three Snake Sisters. There was not a single decent serpent in the Dragon Cave. When Wentai and the others asked Jiraiya for their wages, 2 bottles plus 100,000 Ryo. Upon hearing Suki's offer of chakra liquid, the Serpent of 10,000 immediately perked up but feigned indifference as it surveyed the distant battlefield, raising its price. Hearing this, Suki struggled to suppress the urge to strike it, growling, "You scoundrel, get to work." All right. With the price settled, the Serpent of 10,000 became invigorated, no longer caring about Suki's harsh words. In a swift motion, Suki tossed Shursui and Itachi into the serpent's maw, preparing to dispel the summoning technique and send the serpent away. "You shall not escape." Witnessing this scene, Noki grew increasingly anxious, disregarding Wise Assault entirely. Without forming hand seals, he raised his hand to summon a thin earthen wall to withstand the charging 8 trigrams air palm while also preparing to execute Dust Release. A white cube appeared in his hand, followed by a flash of white light as the upper half of the Serpent of 10,000 suddenly vaporized into thin air. Seeing this successful strike, Noki felt a sigh of relief wash over him. However, before he could revel in victory, the remaining lower half of the serpent suddenly deflated like a balloon. What is this? Snake shedding. At the very moment the serpent shed its skin, a sudden muffled sound reverberated from the depths of the ground, and a wisp of azure smoke emerged. It was evident that the myriad serpents had been released from their spiritual binding, and with Shizuki and Itachi returning to the dragon's den, a sense of unease enveloped Naka's heart. Coupled with the forceful strike from Hinata's empty palm, even with the protection of an earthen wall, he was compelled to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Father." Upon witnessing Naka's distress, Keido's face turned pale with fright as he hastily abandoned his weapon, positioning himself in front of Noki. His actions were driven not only by the fact that Noki was his father, but also by the precarious state of affairs during this wartime, where Wagakure, Konoha and Kumogakure were embroiled in conflict. Should anything happen to Noki at this moment, it would deliver a devastating blow to the morale of a Wagakure. "Father, for the sake of the village, please retreat." Keido stood resolutely before Noki, casting wary glances at Kage and Hinata. Though these 2 ninjas from Konoha were not particularly renowned in the ninja world, they were unexpectedly formidable. One had incapacitated several of his subordinates, while the other had even wounded the current Tsuchikage. At that very moment, Inuzuka Tsuki joined forces with Kage and Hinata, and both sides, having tacitly agreed, refrained from further hostilities, resuming their tense standoff. Inuzuka Tsuki held a deep-seated wariness towards Noki as well. Those who had survived in the ninja world for over 50 years were seasoned veterans, and Noki, nearing 70, possessed extensive combat experience, coupled with his indomitable Dust Release. Even the third Hokage's presence would likely not guarantee victory against him. Moreover, Chiyo observed from the sidelines with keen interest. Her stance remained ambiguous, leaving Suki uncertain of her allegiance. The old woman's poison was equally troublesome. After Tsunade's departure from Konoha, Chiyo's toxins had inflicted significant losses upon Konoha during the battles against Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Esteemed ninjas of Konoha and Iwagakure, please respect the sovereignty of the land of demons and the land of swamps, and refrain from further conflict. Just as tensions escalated and war seemed imminent, a somewhat feeble voice rang out from the sidelines. It was the priestess of the land of demons, Moreau. She had just been brought out of the extreme flame cave by Wankai, and, upon witnessing the standoff, hurriedly called out to the gathered ninjas. As she spoke, the priestess dismounted from Wankai's back and, with unsteady steps, approached the confrontation, displaying remarkable courage. If Konoha and Iwagakure, as ninja villages, wished to avoid the infamy of killing a client, this battle must not continue. Upon seeing this, both Noki and Inuzuka Tsuki breathed a sigh of relief. Suki's apprehension towards Noki was reciprocated. As the village leader, Noki bore the weight of his village's safety. The life of the Tsuchikage was not solely his own but belonged to the village, making it imperative that he did not recklessly engage in battle. The death of a village leader would deliver a catastrophic blow to the village's morale, even during the most intense moments of the Third Shinobi World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen had refrained from entering the battlefield for this very reason. The potential loss of his life would outweigh the defeat of several enemies. Moreover, the recent performances of Kage and Hinata had left Noki astonished. The agility of that Inuzuka ninja was extraordinary, and the previously obscure Hinata had managed to injure him, something he had never anticipated. Most astonishing of all was the realization that the Blue Flash was the leader of this small team, the most formidable of them all. If hostilities were to erupt again, Noki could not guarantee victory. Had it not been for his desire to eliminate the Uchiha Itachi, who wielded Would Release and Susanoo, he would have refrained from intervening. In truth, while the priestess appeared neutral, she leaned more towards Inuzuka Tsuki's side. In this mission to seal the spirits, the conduct and sense of responsibility exhibited by the Konoha ninjas far surpassed those of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. To her, the adversary was the illustrious third Tsuchikage Noki, and Konoha did not possess a numerical advantage. Thus, a ceasefire was evidently more beneficial for Tsuki's side. As the priestess intervened, the tension between the two parties gradually dissipated. Realizing the futility of continuing the conflict, Noki suddenly snorted coldly at Tsuki, stating, "You brat, I will draft a ceasefire agreement. You shall deliver it to Sarutobi Hiruzen." The ceasefire will be based on the territorial boundaries established during the Fourth Hokage's era. Upon hearing this, before Inuzuka Tsuki could respond, Keidu exclaimed in astonishment, "Father." Chapter 84. The transaction. It is essential to recognize that the illustrious reputation of Namake's Minato, the Yellow Flash, was primarily derived from his exploits against Iwagakure. During Minato's lifetime, Iwagakure faced relentless defeats, unable to maintain its forces. It was only after his demise that Iwagakure managed to stabilize its front lines and gradually push back. Should the ceasefire agreement be signed according to the territorial boundaries during Minato's reign, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Konoha. Seeing Keidu's intent to object, Noki gestured for him to remain silent, his gaze fixed intently on Tsuki, awaiting his response. Inuzuka Tsuki scoffed inwardly. It was no wonder the entire ninja world deemed the third Tsuchikage the most cunning. This old man was scheming even over a simple agreement. The borders of great nations are but illusions. Wherever power can be exerted, there lie the true boundaries. The territories Noki relinquished stemmed ultimately from Konoha's inability to safeguard them after the Ninetales incident, thus leaving them to Iwagakure. What could not be obtained on the battlefield would be even less likely to be secured at the negotiating table, no matter how splendidly the terms were penned. Even if Noki ceded territory to Konoha, would Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to accept it? The Iwagakure station ninjas could easily concoct any excuse to deny Konoha's request for a handover. Even if Iwagakure's ninjas claimed their summoning beasts were indisposed, Konoha would have no choice but to acquiesce, for they lacked the capacity for effective control. However, such an agreement posed no loss to Konoha, and Inuzuka Tsuki had no reason to refuse. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen awaken a lineage of transport commanders, it would also facilitate his ambitions. After contemplating this, Tsuki chose not to expose Naka's hypocrisy and nodded in agreement. Thus, both parties remained vigilant as they set forth to escort the priestess back to the land of demons. In order to draft the ceasefire agreement, Noki did not return to Iwagakure immediately, but chose to accompany the group. "Father, given that we currently hold the advantage on the battlefield, why must we cease hostilities with Konoha?" On the journey back to the land of demons, Keidu quietly inquired. In response, Noki let out a weary sigh. Though his son possessed immense strength, he lacked discernment. His disciple Deidara was similarly endowed with power yet bore a capricious nature. Neither of them was suited to be Tsuchikage, leaving him with a sense of helplessness regarding succession. Hearing Keidu's question, Noki patiently explained, the Uchiha clan is at odds with the ruling powers of Konoha. Without external pressure, they are likely to turn against each other. Though it release Brad is a member of the Uchiha clan. Should conflict arise between the Uchiha and Konoha's leaders, his death would serve as a fitting conclusion. Even if he survives, he would be forced to defect, as Konoha could never trust him again. Regardless of his fate, he would be consumed in their internal strife. Moreover, that old fool Aji has been driven mad by the Fourtails, constantly shouting about defending the homeland and refusing to engage in external battles. We must consolidate our internal forces. Old Aji is actually quite a decent fellow, Keidu murmured softly. The Fourtails Jinchuriki, Aji, and Noki were contemporaries, yet both possessed fiery tempers. Their relationship fraught with tension. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was of Keidu's generation, and both perfect Jinchuriki maintained cordial relations with him. Even Aji, who was at odds with Noki, regarded Keidu with favor, remarking that despicable scoundrel Noki somehow managed to raise such an exceptional child. Compared to the old Ziki, Han possesses a gentler temperament. Both are the perfect Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, which underscores the terrifying prowess of Minato Namake's. To suppress Iwagakure, one must contend with these two flawless Jinchuriki. Objectively speaking, Minato's achievements far surpass those of Orochimaru, the mentor of Inuzuka Tsuki, thus justifying his rightful position as the fourth Hokage. While Iwagakure boasts two perfect Jinchuriki, they are significantly weaker than both Iwagakure and Kyomogakure. Yet they have both faced defeat at the hands of Minato. Only Inuzuka Tsuki, in an effort to preserve his mentor's pride, occasionally speaks ill of Minato. It is absurd that, despite being aware of Tsuki's bias, Orochimaru seems to relish these disparaging remarks about Minato. "How dare you utter another word?" roared Noki, his temper flaring upon hearing his son praise the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Ziki, disregarding his image as Tsuchikage. In the land of demons, within the shrine of the priestess, Inoki sought a scribe from the priestess to draft a ceasefire agreement. As he spoke, the scribe diligently recorded his words. Once the ceasefire was established, Konoha would be required to provide Iwagakure with the technology for super rice seeds, Inoki remarked nonchalantly. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki cheerfully interrupted, "Your Excellency Tsuchikage, that condition is not included in our previously agreed terms. The land of Earth, with its harsh environment and persistent food shortages, stands in stark contrast to the land of fire." Upon learning about the super rice seeds through spies, Inoki was far more elated than Sarutobi Azashi. When interrupted by Tsuki, Inoki's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment, yet he maintained a facade of firmness, threatening, "If Konoha refuses to provide the technology for super rice seeds, we shall reconsider the ceasefire." As a seasoned politician, his threats were delivered with a gentle demeanor. To reconsider the ceasefire essentially meant to continue encroaching upon Konoha's sphere of influence. "Please be informed, Your Excellency Tsuchikage, that the technology for super rice seeds does not belong to Konoha but originates from an organization known as the Shinlong Group. My former subordinate, Mizuki, is now the designated agent for this organization in Konoha. It is said that Mizuki had previously assisted significant figures within the Shinlong Group, unfazed by Inoki's intimidation. Inuzuka Tsuki felt no burden as he was not the Hokage. The matter of Konoha's ceasefire with Iwagakure was of no concern to him. Inoki's attempts to threaten him were utterly futile. Seeing Tsuki's cheerful demeanor, oblivious to his threats, Inoki felt increasingly awkward, realizing he was facing a formidable opponent at the negotiating table. Nevertheless, he insisted, then let your Mizuki procure the technology for super rice seeds. That is our condition for a ceasefire. Very well, in that case, I must decline the role of messenger. I kindly ask that your Excellency Tsuchikage personally send someone to Konoha with the ceasefire agreement. Additionally, the request for Mizuki to undertake this task will entirely depend on his willingness. If he is not inclined, well, Tsuki remarked with a playful tone. Is it possible for the village to compel Mizuki to comply? That would be utterly unreasonable. If the other party refuses, what can Mizuki do? Observing Tsuki's mischievous expression, Inoki felt frustrated. Even though Iwagakure held the upper hand on the battlefield, negotiations proved arduous. This young boy was as slippery as an eel, leaving Inoki at a disadvantage. Chapter 85, The Technique of Division. Inuzuka Tsuki, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Inoki glared at Tsuki for an extended period, realizing his imposing demeanor was ineffective against his opponent. Tsuki's earlier statement carried an implicit threat, suggesting his influence over Mizuki. In response, Tsuki replied with a grin. Your Excellency Tsuchikage, I was once Mizuki's superior, thus, our relationship is relatively amicable. If your Excellency could provide some form of remuneration, I would be willing to assist in persuading him. What do you desire? Inoki asked with a hint of mockery. A scroll for the dust release technique. Dream on. Upon hearing Tsuki's demand, Inoki immediately rejected the proposal. The dust release technique is currently the most potent offensive jutsu in the ninja world, impervious even to Susanu's protection. It is Iwagakure's ultimate treasure, and there is no way it could be offered to Tsuki as payment for his services. Tsuki was merely attempting to extort an exorbitant price. Then I shall require the technique of division. If that is not feasible, there is no need for further discussion. Upon hearing Naka's refusal, Inuzuka Tsuki was not surprised. He had anticipated this outcome. Unless Iwagakure had lost its senses, it would never trade the dust release training scroll for the super rice seeds. However, the splitting technique developed by the second Tsuchikage was not of paramount importance and fell within the realm of techniques worthy of consideration. Upon hearing the new proposal from Inuzuka Tsuki, Inoki quietly exhaled in relief. Although the technique of earth release, split technique was a unique ninjutsu of Iwagakure, it was not an irreplaceable core secret. After a prolonged contemplation, Inoki solemnly nodded. Thus, he drafted the ceasefire agreement, reluctantly affixed his signature in the presence of Inuzuka Tsuki, and handed it over to him. Once Inuzuka Tsuki returned with the signed document from the third Hokage, the hostilities between Konoha and Iwagakure would officially conclude. In stark contrast to the ease of negotiation with Inoki, Inuzuka Tsuki found himself entrenched in a stalemate with the priestess, Miko, inside the priestess's shrine. Miko suddenly slammed her hand on the table and declared with a firm voice, I absolutely refuse. Lord Inuzuka, you have spared my life, for which I am profoundly grateful. The land of demons and the priestess lineage will forever be indebted to you. However, should you attempt to take the creature known as Wraith, I shall resist to the death. Witnessing the priestess's vehement reaction, Inuzuka Tsuki could only muster a wry smile, having anticipated such a response. While Wraith lacked formidable combat prowess, its true terror lay not in direct confrontation but in its ability to summon an army of countless puppet soldiers at will. These puppets were immortal, requiring no logistical support, and were fearlessly relentless. As long as Wraith concealed its true form, the puppet army would remain an invincible force. With a mere 100 puppets, Sasori of the Red Sand claimed to possess a nation-destroying power. In contrast, Wraith commanded hundreds of thousands of puppets, remotely controlled, representing an authentic nation-destroying force. Your Highness, please allow me to explain. Inuzuka Tsuki continued to persuade. There is no need for further words. If you persist in your stubbornness, I shall personally seek an audience with the Hokage. Miko interjected decisively. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki could only smile ruefully. He could forcibly seize Wraith, but such an action would compromise his moral standing. Moreover, Miko possessed the ability to overturn the table. Her connection to Wraith meant that any disturbance on her part would also impact Wraith. Though the concept of justice in the ninja world is scarce, it is not entirely absent. Justice represents the will of the people. If a majority endorses a particular notion, it embodies justice. While the ninja realm reveres power, those who rely solely on it often meet a grim fate, as neglecting justice inevitably leads to disorder and chaos. For instance, even if the Uchiha clan succeeded in their coup, they would never attain the title of Hokage. Should they eliminate the third Hokage and the Elder Council, what merit would they have to occupy the Hokage seat? During the Third Great Ninja War, the commanding officers of Konoha's forces included Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The unifying belief among all Konoha's ninja and civilian populace was the core value of the Will of Fire. The Uchiha clan, lacking in merit and employing methods contrary to the will of fire, had no reason to expect Konoha's ninja to heed their commands. The Hokage robe and hat do not confer authority merely through wear, they do not grant dominion over the realm. Following the tumult of the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine Tails incident, Konoha still boasted over 10,000 ninja, even if the Uchiha toppled the Elder Council. The majority of Konoha's ninja and civilians would flee, seeking refuge under the banners of Jiraiya, Tsunade, or even Orochimaru. Those who remained would only feign compliance with the Uchiha's commands, as there would be no reason to serve them loyally. The narrative would swiftly transition to a scenario reminiscent of the famed coalition against Dongzhuo. With the Uchiha clan comprising fewer than 300 ninja, less than 3% of Konoha's total. In such a case, disaster would surely follow. If Jiraiya were the first to return to Konoha, it might be manageable. However, should Orochimaru be the first, the Uchiha's very existence would be threatened. It is noteworthy that while Orochimaru ultimately dispatched the third Hokage in the original narrative, he held the most respect for him among the legendary Sannin, compared to Orochimaru's reverence. Jiraiya's dismissive tone and Tsunade's disrespectful remarks only highlighted the latter's lack of esteem. Orochimaru consistently addressed Hiruzen with the utmost respect, referring to him as Teacher Sarutobi. Historically, rebellion either leads to dominion or utter ruin. If the Uchiha were to falter, Fugaku would not be able to approach the third Hokage and request forgiveness. Claiming that bygones should be bygones, would the third Hokage grant him clemency? Thus, one cannot conclusively state that Itachi Uchiha's ultimate choice was erroneous. The Uchiha clan's unpopularity was not a phenomenon initiated by Itachi. When Itachi confronted the prospect of familial rebellion, the tensions had already escalated. Yet, among both the ninja and civilian populace, none endorsed the Uchiha's claim to the Hokage position. Your Highness, I assure you, I shall never employ Wraith for warfare. Faced with the priestess's unwavering stance, Inuzuka Tsuki exerted every effort to persuade her. However, seeing no signs of concession, he could only shrug helplessly at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi behind him, signaling that he was at an impasse. Suddenly thrust into the negotiation without any preparation, Shisui and Itachi could only offer awkward smiles. Negotiation was inherently not a forte of ninja. They were far less adept than Inuzuka Tsuki. Your Highness, the priestess. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, Shisui resolutely knelt before her with a thud. Observing Shisui's action, Itachi hastily followed suit. This unexpected display left Inuzuka Tsuki utterly astonished. Such spontaneous acts of kneeling were not characteristic of Hashirama Senju. Was there not a reproductive isolation between Hashirama and Madara Uchiha? Chapter 86. Continued negotiations without delving into Inuzuka Tsuki's inner thoughts. The simultaneous kneeling of Shisui and Itachi astonished the priestess as well. As a national leader, she possessed her own channels of information, rivaling that of the ninja villages. Through their recent interactions, she had discerned the backgrounds of Konoha's individuals, recognizing that among them, Uchiha Itachi held the most esteemed status as the son of the current Uchiha clan leader and the future head of the clan. Furthermore, Itachi had demonstrated the legendary wood release technique, an act that prompted the third Tsuchikage's audacious ambush, as it was a power once wielded by the first Hokage, who had utilized it to usher in the era of ninja villages. Those engaged in religious practices often placed great importance on divine will, believing that all occurrences were predetermined. In this regard, the priestess was no exception, possessing the dual powers of the first Hokage and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi had a significant chance of ascending to the position of Hokage in the future. Seeing Uchiha Itachi kneel, the priestess hurriedly rose to assist him, finally granting Itachi an opportunity to articulate his reasoning. As previously, she had been unwilling to even entertain Inuzuka Tsuki's explanations. At this moment, Itachi shared the Uchiha clan's plight with the priestess, repeatedly assuring her that they would extract only the In chakra from Wraith, ensuring that Wraith would not escape, nor would its powers be wielded for the ambitions of great nations. After patiently listening to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, the priestess pondered for a considerable time before speaking. If you are allowed to extract Wraith's chakra, the true spirit of the priestess will likewise weaken. Consequently, our land of demons will lose the protection of the priestess's true spirit. Noting the priestess's continued refusal, Shisui and Itachi felt disheartened. Yet Inuzuka Tsuki felt a surge of elation. In negotiations, when the opposing party reveals their needs, it signifies that the matter is negotiable, with the only variable being the price. However, Shisui and Itachi, primarily skilled in combat, had clearly failed to grasp the underlying implications, as the priestess had indeed cast a hopeful glance their way. Perceiving the disappointment emanating from Shisui and Itachi, the priestess innocently blinked her large eyes, taken aback. She had anticipated a proposal from the two, expecting them to offer compensation, yet their expressions of dismay puzzled her greatly. The realm of the spirits is not merely inhabited by monsters, it constitutes the trump card of the land of ghosts. The ninja world is fraught with turmoil. Yet as long as the spirits remain, the land of ghosts possesses the capacity to overturn the balance of power at any moment. For a small nation like the land of ghosts, such deterrence is already sufficient. Those who covet the interests of the land of ghosts find themselves unable to contend with the spirits. while those capable of defeating the spirits dismissed the land of ghosts as inconsequential. Surely, the Uchiha clan cannot expect to take without offering anything in return, mused the somewhat discontented priestess. If your highness were to permit us to take the spirits, it would be more prudent for the Uchiha clan to provide protection for the priestess lineage, ensuring the safety of both the priestess lineage and the land of ghosts. What say you? Seeing that Shursui and Itachi remained in a state of bewilderment, Inuzuka Tsuki stepped forward to propose this notion. The Uchiha clan, being a prestigious family in the ninja world and allied with the foremost hidden leaf village, lent significant weight to his suggestion. Itachi, hailing from the Uchiha clan's leader line, though younger than Shursui, demonstrated a greater aptitude for negotiation. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's reminder, he quickly regained his composure and declared, Your Highness, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, I vow upon my family's honor that the Uchiha clan shall stand by the priestess lineage through thick and thin, sharing both glory and shame. Should we betray this promise, let our clan face annihilation. Our words are our bond. Please, Your Highness. With Itachi now awake to the situation, Inuzuka Tsuki grew weary of his pledges of loyalty to the priestess and promptly lifted the still kneeling Shursui, striding towards the hall's exit. Outside, Granny Chiyo awaited their emergence, her face adorned with a somewhat obsequious smile, though the hidden leaf and sand had forged an alliance during the standoff between the leaf and rock. Granny Chiyo had merely observed from the sidelines. Yet, with her current neediness, the dynamics had shifted significantly. Is it about the super rice seeds? Not wishing to engage in idle chatter, Inuzuka Tsuki cut straight to the point. In response, Granny Chiyo forced a smile, awkwardly nodding. The natural environment of the land of wind is far harsher than that of the land of earth. And upon learning that the third Tsuchikage had acquired the super rice seeds, she hastened to seek out Inuzuka Tsuki. On her journey, Granny Chiyo had rehearsed countless explanations as to why she had previously refrained from supporting the leaf, but Inuzuka Tsuki offered her no opportunity for such discourse, instead laying out his terms directly. Since you were unwilling to uphold our alliance, the leaf has no obligation to extend any leniency. If you desire the super rice seeds, the sand must offer a secret technique in exchange. I require the rebirth technique and the puppet master technique, and these conditions are non-negotiable. If you agree, we may proceed. If not, there is no need for further discussion. Inuzuka Tsuki was resolute, not allowing Granny Chiyo the chance to reminisce about the deep-rooted friendship between the leaf and the sand. Such bonds could be traced back to the era of the first Hokage, yet in the wake of the recent Third Great Ninja War, what camaraderie remained to be honored? Upon hearing this, Granny Chiyo's expression turned grave, the previously ingratiating smile vanishing as her aged eyes sparkled with determination. The rebirth technique was a closely guarded secret of the sand, only recently developed, and to her astonishment, the leaf's infiltration had reached such depths. After contemplating for a considerable time, Granny Chiyo reluctantly nodded in agreement. Compared to the sand's financial woes, the secret technique was trivial. Since the era of the first Kazekage, the sand's core issue had always been financial instability, leaving them reliant on the whims of the land of Wind's daimyo. Their poverty even hindered them from acquiring strategic resources like tailed beasts. During Hashirama's grand event to distribute tailed beasts, the sand hesitated to purchase another, having only managed to capture one. Now, obtaining the super rice seeds would enable the sand to control the food production of the land of wind, thereby resolving both their food scarcity and financial crises. Subsequently, the two parties discussed further details, with Shursui watching in astonishment as Inuzuka Tsuki deftly maintained the negotiations' rhythm, ensuring it remained a contest without breaking. Granny Chiyo, shrewd and seasoned, found herself unable to gain any advantage over Inuzuka Tsuki. Observing the entire negotiation process left Shursui utterly astounded. His leader was extraordinarily skilled, not merely in wielding ninja tools, but also in the art of rhetoric and understanding human nature. Is this truly the disciple of Lord Orochimaru? Itachi, who follows Lord Orochimaru, will surely rise to greatness. Shursui contemplated. After bidding farewell to Granny Chiyo, Inuzuka Tsuki waited for a considerable time alongside Shursui until the priestess finally escorted Itachi from the great hall. The priestess, Moroku, bore a smile as she presented Itachi, who seemed rather conflicted. Once the farewells were exchanged, Shursui eagerly grasped Itachi's arm, anxiously inquiring, what transpired? Itachi? Did His Highness consent to our taking the spirits? Itachi, visibly torn, responded, Brother Shursui, His Highness has agreed. But what? Shursui pressed, unable to contain his curiosity. It's just that I feel somewhat guilty towards Sasuke, Itachi admitted, lowering his gaze. How does this concern Sasuke? Shursui was even more intrigued, prompting further questioning. Itachi's expression grew increasingly conflicted, and sensing the shift in mood, Inuzuka Tsuki surmised, is it a matter of marriage? Itachi nodded, somewhat bashfully, seeing Itachi's reaction. Inuzuka Tsuki chuckled inwardly and teased, the priestess was unaware that you have a younger brother. It seems she initially intended to marry her daughter to you? With Inuzuka Tsuki's teasing, Itachi's face flushed crimson, yet he nodded earnestly. Shursui told me you have a great fondness for your brother. Yet when it comes to a crucial moment, you're willing to sell him out. Inuzuka Tsuki continued to jest. Brother Tsuki, the priestess's daughter is quite adorable, Itachi defended himself softly. though his conviction faltered. If her daughter is so charming, why not marry her yourself? The priestess is indeed astute. It seems that those capable of leading a nation are never mere simpletons, mused Inuzuka Tsuki, regardless of the actual circumstances surrounding Uchiha, to outsiders. The Uchiha clan represents the pinnacle of affluence within the ninja world, endowed with one of the three great ocular jutsu, the Sharingan, and supported by Konoha, the foremost ninja village. The land of demons is merely a minor nation, and with the priestess's lineage being singular. Forming an alliance with the Uchiha would significantly bolster the security of the land of demons. The entity known as the Wraith is akin to a nuclear weapon. Its use is strictly reserved for dire circumstances. Once unleashed, all bets are off. Following the union, the Uchiha clan could effectively compensate for the conventional power deficits of the priestess's lineage. The priestess and the Wraith are two sides of the same coin. The priestess's actions can influence the state of the Wraith. With this assurance, even post-union, the future priestess's voice within the Uchiha clan would be maximally safeguarded. Moreover, after the union, the Uchiha would gain the formidable external support of the land of demons, the priestess, and the Wraith, creating a mutually advantageous alliance. Uchiha Sasuke and Cheyenne are of similar ages, making them a quintessential example of a predestined union. Were he a girl, Hinata Hyuga would likely stand no chance. From this perspective, the union indeed appears to be the optimal solution. The priestess has truly devised an excellent strategy. On the journey back to Konoha, to accommodate the severely fatigued Itachi, Inuzuka Tsuki opted against a hasty march, allowing their group of 5 to proceed at a leisurely pace. The Third Great Ninja War was gradually subsiding, and regions began to show signs of recovery, much like grass sprouting anew after rain, humble yet resilient. Re-establishing roots and breaking through the devastated earth, adding a touch of verdant hue to the scarred landscape. Noki had evidently returned to Awagakure and issued a ceasefire order, as the border outposts no longer ventured forth to provoke. As Inuzuka Tsuki and his companions passed by the Awagakure outpost, they deliberately did not conceal their presence. The Awagakure shinobi within noticed them, but merely dispatched 2 individuals to trail them at a distance, casting cold glances without initiating an attack, just as Inuzuka Tsuki anticipated. Noki merely spoke sweetly in the ceasefire agreement. He showed no inclination to relinquish what was already within his grasp. What a pity, Inuzuka Tsuki murmured. What do you mean, boss? Wankai inquired curiously. I genuinely wish to see what the last ninja eliminated by a shuriken at the war's end looked like, Inuzuka Tsuki replied. He was not a person of gentle temperament. Noki had ambushed his subordinates, and had he not fortuitously arrived in time, Shursui and Itachi would have undoubtedly perished. The combination of Naka's experience and overwhelming power and dust release, coupled with the priestess's mediation, had compelled Inuzuka Tsuki to swallow his indignation. Initially, he had intended to vent his frustrations by eliminating a few Awagakure shinobi at the border, especially since Sarutobi Hizen had yet to sign the treaty. As long as Awagakure dared to attack, he would retaliate decisively, dismantling that outpost and collecting some interest from that old Kutnoki. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly Awagakure's orders had been conveyed. Lamenting the missed opportunity to confront young adversaries, Inuzuka Tsuki lay atop Wangsai's broad back, perusing a tome on the splitting technique. Boss, I'm not your mount. Could you please walk on your own instead of riding me like this? Wankai muttered after carrying him for 2 hours. Nonsense. I'm lying on your back, not riding you, Inuzuka Tsuki retorted quietly, showing no intention of getting up. What difference does it make? I'm still carrying you, and you owe me a favor for the assistance from Manda, Wankai continued to grumble. I've noticed you've been rather arrogant lately. After doing a bit of work, you start demanding better treatment. Are you even comparable to Manda? You're receiving shares. While Manda is merely a day laborer, he doesn't even compare to Cheyenne or Kaku, who still draw salaries from me. Inuzuka Tsuki replied, flipping a page and continuing to examine the secret techniques. Capitalists are full of absurdities, Wankai muttered under his breath, disregarding Wangsai's antics. Inuzuka Tsuki closed the book and began contemplating the splitting technique. As one of Orochimaru's students, he had delved deeply into the principles of ninjutsu due to Orochimaru's influence. In his view, the splitting technique resembled the shadow clone, water clone, and wood clone techniques, although it should rightly be termed the flesh clone. It likely served as a countermeasure against Sharingan techniques, reflecting the lingering shadows cast by Uchiha Madara's earlier humiliation upon both the second and third Tsuchikage. The splitting technique could serve as a foundation for crafting an external embodiment. Moreover, Inuzuka Tsuki quickly conceived a method to counterbalance the splitting technique's reduction in potency by employing cloning techniques to create a new body, utilizing the clone as a basis for executing the splitting technique. Once we return to Konoha, I shall experiment in the laboratory, Inuzuka Tsuki pondered. My lord, should we expel them? Aoyan suddenly inquired, as they were on the cusp of entering Konoha's sphere of influence, yet the bothersome Awagakure shinobi trailed them from afar. Interrupted from his deep contemplation by Aoyan's query, Inuzuka Tsuki roused from his thoughts and casually replied, Go ahead, warn them to leave. Should they dare to cross Konoha's temporal line, eliminate them instantly. My lord, wouldn't that jeopardize the ceasefire agreement and incite a new war? Shursui expressed concern upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's directive. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki closed the book in his hands and solemnly admonished, "Do not be overly indecisive, Shursui. Our power must not be misused, but if anyone dares to provoke us, to disrupt the peace of the Land of Fire, or infringe upon its interests, we must retaliate resolutely. There is a saying, dignity exists only at the edge of the sword. The path to peace is inevitably paved with blood. A policy of appeasement and concession will not yield true peace." Chapter 88. The performative hardliner Inuzuka Tsuki's lengthy discourse left the remaining three present deep in thought. After a considerable pause, Shursui earnestly lowered his head and said, "I have learned much, my lord. Cousin, those Awagakure shinobi have displayed their sense, retreating entirely." Aoyan reported just then, "That is excellent. Let us proceed." Inuzuka Tsuki replied, and the group continued their journey back to Konoha. Outside of Konoha, in the Land of Fire, they were approximately 10 kilometers from the village gates. It was the height of summer, and the surrounding area was dense with foliage. The scorching sun filtered through the thick trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The forest resonated with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds, creating an inexplicable sense of agitation. The four members sat beneath a towering tree, all clad in the green jackets of Konoha's elite shinobi. Their arms adorned with the emblem of the police force, indicating they belonged to a specific division of the Uchiha police force. Captain Baishur, given Shursui and the others' pace, they should have arrived by now. Could we have missed them? Should we continue waiting? One of the Uchiha shinobi inquired. Upon hearing this, the leader, Uchiha Baishur, contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, "We shall wait. The puppet army entering the territory has been absent for a week, indicating they completed their mission a week ago. If they have yet to return to the village, it is possible one of them was injured, delaying their journey." The teams of Inkin and Tetsuhan also did not wait for them. They would certainly not have overlooked them. After Baishur's statement, another squad member concurred. Captain Baishur is correct. We must intercept them and clarify the situation with Shursui. How dare he seek refuge with the Root? Has he forgotten his Uchiha heritage? Such a disgrace to our clan. Indeed, after the second Uchiha Jonin finished speaking, the last person also expressed agreement. In truth, the Konoha police force is not entirely dominated by the Uchiha clan. The police department comprises 3 divisions, with only the first division being established by the Uchiha. The members of the second and third divisions are all non-Uchiha. However, the distinction is minimal. The first division boasts the strongest overall strength and the largest number of personnel, even when combining the second and third divisions. They do not match the first division's prowess. The first division is made up of 20 squads, each led by an Uchiha Jonin who has awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Among these 20 squads, the Iron Fire Squad, the White Stone Squad, and the Flame Gold Squad stand out as the most formidable, with members who are either 3-tomo Jonin or Special Jonin. This highlights the Uchiha's might, with fewer than 400 Jonin and Special Jonin in all of Konoha. The Uchiha police force accounts for 1/10 of that number. At this moment, the White Stone Squad, Iron Fire Squad, and Flame Gold Squad are stationed at the village gate, lying in wait for Uchiha Shursui, seeking to confront the foremost expert of this clan. During the Ninetales turmoil, the enormous Sharingan in the beast's eye was distinctly visible. And as a result of this incident, Konoha experienced a crisis of trust in the Uchiha clan. In the post-war reconstruction meeting, Danzo waved a small pointer, decisively relocating the Uchiha territory from the village center to the northwest corner, inciting deep resentment among the entire Uchiha clan. Upon hearing that Uchiha Shursui had actively requested to join the Root, the entire Uchiha clan was nearly driven to the brink of fury, which led to the incident of the 3 squads confronting Shursui. Meanwhile, a company of 5, engaged in cheerful banter, leisurely traversed the landscape for an entire week, finally arriving at the gates of Konohagakure. "My lord, I hereby request to join your squad." "It is likely that Danzo has already discerned that I was the one who ambushed him that night," Shursui advised. "Fear not, that old man merely masquerades as a hardliner. Yet he is more feeble than anyone else. Aside from his bravado behind the third Hokage, he lacks the courage to stake his life against ours," Inuzuka Tsuki replied, exhibiting no trace of apprehension. After severing Danzo's left arm that fateful night, Tsuki had indeed harbored concerns for a period, fearing that Shimura Danzo might truly seek vengeance. After all, Konoha is an unparalleled asset in the ninja world, and Tsuki was reluctant to relinquish it easily. Eventually, Inuzuka Tsuki realized that there exists a type of hardliner known as a performative hardliner, as long as one is not in a position of authority, and when trouble arises, one can boldly declare anything, secure in the knowledge that Hiruzen Sarutobi would bear the brunt of the consequences. Danzo exemplified this archetype. When confronted with true peril, the third Hokage would unhesitatingly risk his life for Tsuki, a gamble Danzo would not dare take, especially when his own core interests were at stake. Once that arm was exposed, Tsuki could always defect and seek refuge with Orochimaru. With such a blemish on his record, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to shield him, Danzo would forever be barred from the position of Hokage. Konoha is a regime, not a band of outlaws. One must consider the issue of legitimacy. If such an incident were to occur and he could still serve as Hokage, it would raise doubts about whether the Hokage could still embody the will of fire. Some matters, when unweighed, carry only a mere 4 taels. Yet when placed on the scales, they can weigh 1,000 pounds and cannot be ignored. Just as Inuzuka Tsuki continued his idle conversation with Shursui, Hinatayu, who had been walking ahead, suddenly approached and announced, "My lord. 3 ninja squads have been spotted near the village entrance. Is that possible? The animosities between Kumogakure and Iwagakure are far greater than ours. They should still be embroiled in conflict with Iwagakure, and besides, they lack the capability to reach this place," Tsuki queried, perplexed. As the conflict had dragged on, the various ninja villages were long past their capacity for further warfare. With only small-scale skirmishes remaining at the borders, elite forces would not be mobilized lightly. Byakugan, activate. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki's inquiry, Hyuga promptly activated his Byakugan. Compared to sensory techniques, the Byakugan possesses a broader range of detection. Once he discerned the true forms of the 3 squads, Hyuga sighed in relief. "My lord, they are ninjas from our Konoha, seemingly from the police force. They have also spotted us." Upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on the arms of the trio, Hyuga exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing these words, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled at Shursui and Itachi, saying, "Go and meet your clansmen, share the good news with them, and bring them some joy." "Yes, Lord Tsuki." Shursui and Itachi responded in unison, eager to convey this uplifting message to their father, the clan leader. After the tumult of the Nine Tails incident, the family desperately needed some good news to raise their spirits, just as the two were filled with excitement and prepared to see their kin. For Uchiha ninjas emerged from the foliage, led by Uchiha Hakushi. His expression was stern, and he surveyed the group with an air of arrogance, only tempering his demeanor slightly upon noticing Itachi, the eldest son of the clan leader. Initially, the 4 cast a fierce glare at Shursui before their gazes shifted to the commanding Inuzuka Tsuki. Chapter 89. Arrogance versus arrogance. Unlike those with profound thoughts, an individual's external expressions most accurately reflect their inner sentiments. The 4 before them were evidently not the type to mask their feelings. Thus, upon witnessing their expressions, Tsuki immediately discerned that they had come seeking trouble, even before they uttered a word. "Hey, brat. Are you the leader of Uchiha Shursui's team en route? What capabilities do you possess?" Uchiha Hakushi inquired coldly, deliberately emphasizing the name Uchiha. Tsuki, still quite youthful, was not yet 18 years old. Having been in the same cohort as Kakashi and Obito, albeit in different classes, despite his affiliation with Root, he preferred not to wear a mask. As Danzo was indifferent to his choice, Hakushi appeared to be around 30, and while calling someone younger brat could be seen as a normal address, the underlying provocation was evident. Upon hearing Hakushi's seemingly innocuous remark, the expressions of the 4 behind Tsuki shifted dramatically. Hinata revealed a mocking smirk, always fists clenched tightly. Shursui looked utterly embarrassed, and Itachi's countenance turned grim. Captain Tsuki. In the face of this unexpected situation, Itachi's mind was momentarily thrown into disarray, nearly exposing his relationship with Orochimaru by calling Tsuki brother Tsuki. Everyone in Konoha knew that Tsuki was an apprentice of Orochimaru, who was still officially regarded as a rogue ninja, and if this title were to become public, it would certainly invite trouble. Observing the expressions of the 4, Tsuki let out a chuckle, nonchalantly stating, "Why do you 4 look so grim? He's over 30, and I'm 17. Isn't it normal for him to call me brat?" Yet, the 4 remained stern-faced, not a single one joining in his laughter. Noticing the reaction from across the way, Hakushi began to doubt himself, feeling somewhat disoriented as he reflected on whether he had misspoken. "Hey, brat, our captain is asking you a question. You've yet to respond." One of the Uchiha Jounin pressed on. "Enough." Itachi, usually reticent, suddenly contorted his face, issuing a low growl to interrupt the Uchiha Jounin's inquiry. "Please don't be like this. They are simply unaware of the situation and have come to confront us. A clear explanation will suffice," Tsuki responded cheerfully, unfazed by the tension. A leader must understand that the subordinates of their subordinates are not their subordinates, and engaging in a quarrel with these Uchiha ninjas would be truly beneath him. "My apologies. Lord Tsuki, I will handle this immediately." Shursui finally regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment. He stepped forward, preparing to lead the Uchiha Jounin away. "You scoundrel! Are you looking down on us?" With Tsuki's continued disregard, Hakushi's patience wore thin. The repeated neglect from the boy was unmistakably perceived as contempt. As Hakushi's demeanor shifted, the expressions of the other Uchiha Jounin darkened as well, and they activated their Sharingan, the 3 tomo swirling ominously. "The scum of Root. The honor of the Uchiha is not something you can trample upon at will. I challenge you. That blue flash is merely a reputation fabricated by those pathetic mist ninjas." Upon hearing those words, just as he was about to step forward to pull away Shursui, he stumbled slightly and activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, intending to lull his 3 clansmen into slumber. Continuously provoked, Inuzuka Tsuki also reined in her smile, and, with a sigh, called out to Shursui, "Shursui, return. You must handle today's affairs, otherwise they will be endless in the future." After speaking, she instructed Hinata beside her, "You, take care of it, but be gentle. Do not injure them." Turning to Kiba, she added, "Kiba, keep a lookout nearby. Do not let outsiders witness this disgrace." With that, Inuzuka Tsuki patted Wonkai's head. circumvented them, and continued her journey toward the village. Uchiha Shisui, the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan, even though he suppressed the provocations from this group of Uchihas. They would still believe that Inuzuka Tsuki was merely sheltered by Shisui, lacking genuine skill. In the future, more Uchihas would undoubtedly seek trouble with him. Inuzuka Tsuki, burdened with countless responsibilities, had no time to reprimand the Uchihas daily. It would be wiser to replace them with others to permanently resolve the issue. Upon seeing Inuzuka Tsuki leave, Shisui and Itachi felt immense shame and hurriedly followed her. Itachi, Kiba suddenly called out to Itachi, hastening to his side, and whispered, "My elder brother often advises me that weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. It is arrogance that poses the true threat. I believe you should also occasionally counsel Fugaku to do the same." Compared to the indecisive Shisui, who was troubled by gain and loss, Kiba, you, and Mizuki preferred to interact with Itachi, which is why Kiba chased after him to express these thoughts. Tsuki's earlier words to Hinata you had not been whispered. Yet in the face of the Uchiha's taunts, he had not uttered a single word to the Byakugan team. Kiba criticized the Uchiha's arrogance. How could Inuzuka Tsuki not embody the same? Silence was the greatest contempt, and how could the prideful Uchiha endure such disdain? You scoundrel! How dare you look down upon us? You shall pay dearly. Just as Inuzuka Tsuki passed by the Uchiha team, their leader, Uchiha Baishur, suddenly roared in rage. For no one from Konoha had ever disregarded the Uchiha clan in such a manner, and he had never endured such humiliation. Fire style, great fireball. Just as Baishur prepared to unleash his ninjutsu, a figure clad in white appeared before him in an instant, their fingers, imbued with potent chakra, striking fiercely against his abdomen, producing a sound reminiscent of a deflating balloon. Baishur barely had time to raise his arm to block, but the force was astonishing. His arm was effortlessly brushed aside, failing to shield him from the assault. In that moment, darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, you scoundrel! How dare you ambush our captain? Upon witnessing this scene, the three observing Uchiha Jonin were filled with fury. Initially, they had looked down upon the idea of attacking. But upon witnessing their captain defeated in a single blow, they no longer cared for decorum. At that moment, Captain Baishur lay on the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. One of them rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Uchiha Baishur, while the other two shouted in unison and charged toward Hinata. The Hinata clan's taijutsu was formidable, but when combined with the Sharingan's genjutsu, the Uchiha clan's taijutsu was equally formidable. Byakugan, activate. 8 trigrams palms. Hinata activated his Byakugan, veins bulging near his temples. With a shout, a massive dragon-shaped chakra torrent surged toward the two, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they hurriedly dodged. Chapter 90. Fire and earth cease fire in the instant when the two evaded Hinata's attack. The chakra torrent aimed at them dissipated. This scale of attack was merely a feint. Quick, retreat. One of the Uchiha Jonin shouted in panic, but before the other could react, another chakra torrent barreled toward him, sending him flying and rendering him unconscious upon impact. The Hinata's taijutsu focused on targeting vital points, and aside from genjutsu, their techniques were best suited for capturing opponents alive. For them, striking fixed points to induce unconsciousness was relatively simple. Take care of yourself. Before the first fallen Uchiha even hit the ground, Hinata surged forward, appearing like lightning in front of the one who had just warned him. And with a swift finger jab to the abdomen, that ninja also fell unconscious. At this moment, 3 members of the police force lay incapacitated, and the battle between Hinata and the Uchiha Jonin was devoid of technique, relying solely on overwhelming speed and strength. In Sage Mode, Naruto could contend with colossal summoning beasts and match the third Raikage in speed. Such foundational attributes of strength and speed were beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas to withstand, even for elite Uchihas. Unbelievable. This must be a trick. With only one Uchiha Jonin remaining on the battlefield, witnessing his 3 companions lying unconscious, he could hardly believe his eyes. When had the Byakugan users become this formidable? After confirming he had not fallen victim to genjutsu, the remaining Uchiha Jonin drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, gripping it tightly in his palm, muttering a curse before charging directly at Hinata. The Uchiha clan's arrogance was indeed profound, yet it was precisely this arrogance that had never allowed them to falter in battle, even in the face of death. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams double palms. Boom. A deep, explosive sound resonated across the battlefield as the last Uchiha Jonin gradually succumbed to the ground, losing consciousness. At this moment, Inuzuka Tsuki had yet to cover a distance of 50 meters. The Sharingan resembled a sophisticated ninja tool, even if one could capture the opponent's movements with dynamic vision. One's body must be able to keep pace with those movements. Although the Hinata's taijutsu was referred to as gentle fist, it was not simply a matter of slow overcoming fast. The 8 trigrams 64 palms required execution in mere seconds. Their speed was by no means lacking. And under the enhancement of Sage Mode, the combat between both sides was utterly unequal. Upon hearing the final roar of air, Chinya appeared by Hinata's side like a gentle breeze, quietly expressing her discontent. Creating such a commotion to deal with them nearly alerted the other 2 teams. There was no alternative. After all, They were the elite of the Uchiha clan, and one could not afford to hold back. Hinata ground his teeth in frustration. When one genuinely recognizes another as a leader, they instinctively unlock the notion of the Lord's disgrace is the subject's death. It is akin to how, in the presence of Guan Yu, one might dare to ask Liu Bei to weave straw sandals. Guan Yu would indelibly remember that affront and seize the opportunity for retribution. No one would risk their life for a mere few thousand coins, yet there will always be those who would fight valiantly for the warmth of countless homes. To Hinata, Inuzuka Tsuki epitomized the light of the Hinata branch's many families. Well, it was merely a misunderstanding. My clan brother does not mind at all. Let us hasten to pursue him, Qingya urged softly. Qingya always believed that even though she and her clan brother belonged to the same lineage, among the three of them, Hinata had always been the most loyal to Inuzuka Tsuki. Just moments ago, when Uchiha Baishur had spoken with disrespect, Qingya had distinctly sensed the murderous intent, which was certainly not from Shursui or Itachi, nor her own. Was there any doubt as to whose it was? Qingya had maintained her vigilance, primarily keeping watch over Hinata, fearful that he might take the lives of the four Uchihas. Following this minor episode, the five companions resumed their journey home. Before departing, Qingya sought out Itachi, requesting a signal flare from the Uchiha clan to summon the other two police teams for a thorough investigation. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Inuzuka Tsuki, feeling helpless, could only reiterate that he bore no ill will, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness as though he were the one at fault. Subsequently, they encountered no further teams and returned smoothly to Konoha. Although Inuzuka Tsuki was nominally affiliated with the Root, Danzo held a similarly favorable impression of him as he did of Danzo. Therefore, Inuzuka Tsuki had no desire to feign compliance with protocol. After dispersing the group, he made his way directly to the Hokage's office to report. After all, he possessed a ceasefire agreement from Noki, and he was unperturbed by the possibility of being accused of bypassing the chain of command. In matters of such gravity, was it not only natural to report directly to the Hokage? Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Inuzuka Tsuki did not conceal his relationship with the Miko. Fully recounting the course of the mission, he omitted only the details regarding the Imri being taken away and Itachi mastering would release, primarily because they involved Orochimaru. Inuzuka Tsuki described his encounter with Uchiha Itachi as a chance meeting and did not shy away from mentioning the Miko clan's intentions to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan, ensuring that the third Hokage was adequately prepared. Upon hearing that the monstrous wraith possessed power comparable to the tailed beasts and the terrifying nature of the Wraith Legion, the third Hokage felt a twinge of surprise. However, when he learned of the Miko clan's intention to forge an alliance with the Uchiha, he could no longer remain seated. With the Uchiha suddenly gaining such formidable external support, Konoha would have to reconsider its previous attempts to suppress the Uchiha due to the Ninetales incident. Of course, Inuzuka Tsuki's report was delivered with finesse. After delivering this shocking news to the third Hokage and helping his subordinate resolve a minor inconvenience, he swiftly began to shower the Hokage with sweet tidings. What? Inoki has agreed to a ceasefire, and it will be based on the territorial boundaries established during Minato's time? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, rising from his chair in disbelief. As one of the longest-serving Kage alongside Inoki, he was well aware of the old man's tenacious nature. Thus, hearing such fortuitous news left him in a state of incredulity. Inuzuka Tsuki, uninterested in debating the authenticity of the news, produced 2 copies of the ceasefire agreement from his robes and presented them to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once the Hokage affixed his signature, the agreement would take immediate effect. Lord Third, the old man sent me back with the ceasefire scroll because he heard that the dark cult worshipping the Wraith has infiltrated the land of Earth. Prompting his urgent request for a ceasefire, Inuzuka Tsuki explained with a smile. Skeptical yet pragmatic, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged that both sides were already engaged in conflict, and the borders had been thoroughly ravaged. Even if they utilized the ceasefire agreement to lull their adversaries into complacency, a sudden ambush would likely yield minimal results. Since Inoki seemed eager to entangle himself with the dark cult's affairs, Hiruzen was content to go along with the flow. After the Ninetales incident, Konoha had suffered significant losses and could scarcely sustain a war against the world of shinobi. Securing a ceasefire with the Wagakure would leave Konoha with only one adversary remaining, Kumogakure. Tsuki, you have rendered tremendous service to the village. What reward do you desire? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired excitedly. Upon confirming the authenticity of the ceasefire agreement, the old man was overjoyed and eagerly signed his name, even more delighted than when Inuzuka Tsuki had completed the Wraith mission. He also extended a self-chosen reward to Tsuki. In response, Inuzuka Tsuki smiled and remarked, as you know, I am a disciple of that esteemed individual. He has dabbled in all of Konoha's ninjutsu. Tsuki had little desire for any of Konoha's techniques, having already established his own combat style and mastered the corresponding jutsu. Other ninjutsu from Konoha held little significance for him. Even the Flying Thunder God technique was preserved by Orochimaru, but neither he nor Orochimaru could master it. At that moment, as Inuzuka Tsuki's words resonated, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that his disciple was indeed Orochimaru's apprentice, and there was no need for him to learn any additional ninjutsu. Many of Konoha's techniques had been personally imparted by Hiruzen to Orochimaru. There exists no love or hatred without reason, Orochimaru's animosity toward Konoha stemmed from his earlier admiration for Hiruzen, which turned to resentment after being ousted from the position of Hokage by Minato and feeling abandoned by his mentor. Upon hearing Inuzuka Tsuki mention Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into an immediate silence, the atmosphere within the Hokage's office becoming eerily heavy. After a prolonged pause, Sarutobi wearily rubbed his eyes and remarked, "In that case, the commission for your mission will be increased by 10%. The village's finances have improved recently, and you deserve some reward. Tsuki, you may take your leave now." With that, Sarutobi wearily waved his hand, signaling Inuzuka Tsuki to exit. This report had subjected Sarutobi to a whirlwind of emotions, anxiety, joy, and sorrow, leaving him with little inclination to converse further with Tsuki. Thus, Hokage-sama, I shall take my leave. Inuzuka Tsuki slightly bowed and turned to depart from the Hokage's office. After leaving, Tsuki returned home to rest for a day, washing away the fatigue. The following morning, he prepared to head to the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death to experiment with the technique of division. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Inuzuka clan's grounds, Aoi approached him, quietly saying, "Sir, Kato has arrived and is eager to see you." Surprised by this news, Tsuki quickly instructed, "Have him wait for me at our usual place, but be cautious to avoid the umbu." Kato was one of the business talents that Tsuki had recruited. Although this individual was portrayed as a villain in the original narrative, profiting immensely from the monopoly created by the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves, there is a saying that rubbish is merely a resource misplaced. Kato indeed possessed remarkable management skills and currently served as the production director at the Shenlong Group, overseeing the production processes. This involved the large-scale soaking, packaging, and shipping of seeds after diluting that would release chakra liquid. It is said that every villain has their own nemesis. Although Kato's character may not be esteemed, individuals like him often possess keen insight, knowing whom to provoke and who should never be trifled with. Tsuki found Kato's assistance to be particularly effective. Presently, Kato was closely following Tsuki and Orochimaru, managing the sales and distribution of the super rice seeds, to the extent that even Kakuzu would courteously address him as Mr. Kato. With wealth, women, and the occasional enjoyment of cutting-edge longevity technologies, Kato's life was rather indulgent. It was only when he grew weary of such pleasures that thoughts of betraying Tsuki and Orochimaru began to surface. Upon arriving at the secret laboratory located in the bustling district, Kato was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Inuzuka Tsuki enter, he sprang up from the sofa as if propelled by springs, eagerly